Pain. This was the first thought that crossed Lin Qi's mind as he regained consciousness. The agony of broken ribs still lingered in his nerve endings like a red-hot iron rod piercing from his chest straight through to his back. He remembered the sound of the truck hitting him, crack sharp much like snapping a dry twig. Then he died. Transmigrating to Blue Star, he barely took 2 breaths before a runaway truck claimed him. In 2 lives combined, he had not lived for 3 minutes. Lin Qi opened his eyes. White. Everything was white. White above, white below, white in every direction. He was immersed in this whiteness as if stuffed into an endless cotton candy. Where the hell is this? He instinctively reached for his ribs. The injury was completely healed. He pressed hard again. No pain. Then he felt the back of his head. No wound either. The revive card works pretty well. He muttered as he sat up, his hand pressing into the ground, sinking half an inch. Soft and cool like pressing into a slab of solidified cream. Then he saw the distant building. A white building stood alone at the edge of a sea of clouds. Its upturned eaves and indistinct silhouette resembled a temple floating on the clouds. Lin Qi stared at the building for 3 seconds. Something was piecing together in his mind. The white clouds beneath him, the building in the sky. Could this be one piece? Is this Skypiea? Skypiea? His breathing suddenly quickened. At that moment, a light screen exploded before his eyes. National Fortune War Huaxia channel activated. Welcome to the One Piece world. All descendants initial identity pirates. Descendant detected Lin Qi. Please rendezvous with your national team. A cold female voice, devoid of emotion, as if a system was reciting a list that had nothing to do with you. But Lin Qi's pupils contracted sharply. One Piece world. The 4 words were like an ice pick piercing directly from his eardrum into his cerebral cortex. He stood frozen for a full 5 seconds. Then he smiled. It was a smile that suppressed something. The curve of his lips was slight, but irrepressible. I didn't die, he said softly. According to the original owner's memories, there is no One Piece on the entire Blue Star. So only I know the plot. He was a fan of the One Piece manga. From the East Blue to the New World, from Alabasta to the Summit War, he knew every plot beat by heart. So in this world, no one knew the weaknesses of devil fruits, no one knew the training methods for hockey, no one knew what lay at the end of the Grand Line. Now only he knew. This realization sent a wave of heat down his back. But Lin Qi allowed himself only 10 seconds of excitement. He took a deep breath, flattened his smile, and began to examine the operation panel before him. The panel had 2 channels. National Channel, internal communication for the 100 people of his country, no cost. World Channel, visible to all descendants, requires national fortune points to speak and forces a country prefix. Someone was already speaking in the National Channel. Attention, all Huaxia team members. This is Team Leader Li Xingming. I will now call roll. Report your name, specialization, current location, and if you are in danger. The voice was steady. Not the kind of forced calm, but a coolness that came from the bones. Lin Qi remembered the name. From memory, there was a news report about Li Xingming, the youngest major general in Huaxia, age 31, a strategic command genius. In the rules of the National Fortune War, only the team leader was designated. The other 99 were randomly selected from a candidate pool. The team leader was also the only one who could contact Blue Star's Huaxia. The country had only 3 contact opportunities. Team members began reporting their names and specializations. Special operations, medical support, intelligence analysis, engineering, construction. Names slid by one after another. Lin Qi listened quietly, mentally cataloging each person's specialty. These 99 people were the entire team he would have to survive with. It was his turn. Lin Qi, strategic deduction, above the white clouds, safe. The channel was silent for 2 seconds. Above the white clouds, Li Xingming's voice fluctuated for the first time. The tone was not surprise, but the quick judgment of someone hearing unexpected intel. Confirm you are above the white clouds. Able to move, confirmed. Coordinates cannot be located yet. There are suspected indigenous buildings nearby. Received. Stay hidden, prioritize, confirming the environment and date. Stay safe. No nonsense. No follow-up questions. 3 sentences, and the priorities were clear. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. A major general was a major general. At that moment, a message popped up in the World Channel. Bangzi Country Team Leader, Kim Kola, listen up, Huaxia team. We already know your location. This game Huaxia won't walk out alive. Then a second one. Xiaobin country team leader, Sanbin Xiaozhu, Eagle Sauce boss coordinates confirmed, encirclement plan ready. Then a third. Eagle Sauce country team leader, Edward Hamer, coordinates exposed resource blockade, joint encirclement. John Bull, Kangaroo, Maple Leaf. One after another. The speed of their responses was too fast to be a Spurofthemet decision. This was clearly the group from Blue Star that had targeted the Huaxia team. The Huaxia channel was dead silent for 2 seconds. A rough voice exploded, "Those bastards." It was Wang Ming, the man specializing in special operations. Li Xingming's voice was still as steady as a rock. It's not surprising that Xiaobin and Bangzi are latching onto Eagle Sauce. Everyone prioritized survival, then rendezvous. Lin Qi, our intelligence on your airborne position is 0. Gather information as soon as possible. Receive. Lin Qi ended the communication. The messages on the screen were still flashing. He stared at them for a moment, expressionless. Threatening words were for after you survived. The game had been on for less than 10 minutes and Eagle Sauce had already consolidated its allies. While Huaxia was still taking roll call. This start was not good. He turned off the world channel and glanced at the trade channel. It was still empty. The game had just started and no one had anything to spare. Then he turned off the panel and looked back at the white clouds beneath his feet. Information. Time. These were the two things he needed most right now. Without knowing the date, he couldn't tell if Ace was still alive, if Luffy had set sail, or if the summit war had happened. He looked down at the clouds again. If this was Skypiea, then Enel. No. He was still alive, and no one had come to capture him. If Enel had already taken control of Skypiea, with his mantra covering the entire island, the descendants would have been detected the moment they appeared. Then a bolt of lightning. So long and no lightning. It meant Enel either couldn't detect this place or hadn't eaten the Goro Goro Nomi yet. Lin Qi was about to take a step when a golden light suddenly exploded in his mind. Like a lightning bolt striking down from the depths of his consciousness, from his head to his feet, lighting up every nerve ending. Destiny D-Fire System activated. Current level LV. 1. Unlocked abilities, Trait Inspection, Trait Operation Gray-White. Lin Qi stood frozen. A full 5 seconds passed before he exhaled a long breath from his chest. The golden finger of a transmigrator. Finally here. He looked down at the clouds again. A line of text materialized. Native island cloud trait, high density, quality, white description, flexible, resilient, and load-bearing. A fundamental cloud-like substance forming the ground of Skypiea, capable of supporting buildings and a large population. He looked at the clouds in the distance. Ordinary island cloud trait, low density, quality, gray description, ordinary cloud cannot support a person. No wonder he hadn't fallen through. The ground beneath him was solid. Lin Qi looked down at himself. 3 traits materialized on the surface of his skin like tattoos carved into his flesh. The first one, gray. Ordinary person description, you are just an ordinary person. No special qualities. Lin Qi's mouth twitched. Alright, this system was brutally honest. The second, white. Logical analysis description, clear thinking, skilled at quickly analyzing complex information, able to find key clues in chaos. This was his own foundation. The third, green. Transmigrator description, your spirit has undergone dimensional baptism. Your initial spiritual power is 3 times that of an ordinary person. 3 times the spiritual power. That was worth it. Lin Qi's gaze fell back on the gray trait. System, can I change it? Operable. Current level can modify up to white trait. Confirm modification. Confirm. Change ordinary person to superhuman physique. Modifying. A warm sensation originated from his heart, flowing through his blood vessels to his limbs. It wasn't pain, but a feeling of swelling and pressure pushing out from within his bones. Muscles tightened, bones itched, and even his breathing suddenly became smoother. The stuffy feeling he had when breathing in the Sky Island was gently lifted away by an invisible hand. Modification complete. The gray had turned white. Good physique description, all physical indicators are approximately 3 times that of an ordinary person in the One Piece world. Good physique. Not superhuman physique. Due to the host's current physical state and system-level limitations, the optimal plan has been automatically adjusted. Lin Qi couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. 3 times was enough for Skypiea. Trait modification function entering cooldown. He stood up and rolled his shoulders. His bones cracked a few times and the weakness from the truck crash was completely gone, replaced by a feeling of fullness from the inside out like the state after a deep restful sleep. He looked towards the distant building. In his entire field of vision, it was the only structure. Let's go. The only option was to go there. Lin Qi took a step forward, walking on the white clouds. The sensation under his feet changed constantly. Stepping on native island clouds felt like walking on a rubber track, while stepping on ordinary island clouds felt soft like sinking into snow. The two types of clouds were distinct in his vision, one white and bright, the other dull. He walked slowly, observing and remembering as he went. After about 10 minutes of walking, the full shape of the building finally became clear. It was a temple, built from island clouds and golden stone. The upturned eaves were carved with murals. The murals depicted a thunder god, winged people, and lightning splitting the sea of clouds. The main entrance was a giant stone door, tightly shut, estimated to be 6 or 7 meters tall. For guards patrolled in front, all in uniform, white wings, white robes, holding long staffs. These were Skypians. Lin Qi crouched in the shadow of an island cloud, squinting as he watched for a while. He couldn't win in a fight. The physical abilities of Skypians were naturally several times that of people from the Blue Sea. His threefold physique was just average in front of them. Besides, there were 4 of them, and he had nothing but brute strength. A direct assault was out of the question. He would have to go around. He pressed himself against the edge of the island cloud, slowly moving to the side of the temple. His gaze swept across the outer wall, stopping at a plaque. 2 characters. The system auto-translated them. Baika. Lin Qi's heart tightened. Skypiea, Baika. Enel's homeland. He looked back at the temple. If this was the temple of Baika, it was dedicated to the thunder god Baika. And the Goro Goro no Mi was enshrined on the palm of the statue inside. A Logia, one of the strongest. Lin Qi felt his heart pound against his chest twice. The guards were still patrolling, meaning Baika had not yet been destroyed by Enel. At this time, Enel had not eaten the fruit yet. That meant the Goro Goro no Mi was still inside. He had to get in. With the Goro Goro no Mi, Skypiea would be his home ground. The speed of lightning, the destructive power of lightning, the amplification of observation Huaxia from lightning. With these, he wouldn't need to hide. He could move freely, even dominating. But how to get in? For guards at the front gate, and the side walls were not made of ordinary island cloud. He crept to the wall and pressed his hand against it. Iron cloud trait, texture like steel, quality, white description, special building material for Skypiea temples. Hardness comparable to steel. Without tools, he couldn't break it. The trait modification was still on cooldown. Lin Qi pulled his hand back and scanned the area. Around the Baika temple there was nothing but white clouds. No trees, no rocks, no cover of any kind. Wait. Clouds. He looked down at the native island cloud beneath his feet, grabbed a handful. It was hard, he couldn't pull it off. He walked to the edge of the ordinary island cloud and gave it a light tug. A chunk of white cloud came off in his hand, fluffy and soft, like pulling off a piece of cotton candy. Lin Qi's eyes lit up. He began to work. First he shaped a hat to cover his head, then tore off a larger piece to form a cloak covering his entire body. The cloud was like the most obedient fabric in his hands, molded into any shape he wanted. A few minutes later, a figure covered from head to toe in white clouds with only 2 eyes exposed appeared by the side of the temple. Lin Qi looked down at his own creation. 3 words popped into his mind. Cloud concealment art. Crude, but practical enough. He circled back to the side of the temple and faced the iron cloud wall again. He pressed his palm against the wall. It still wouldn't open. The cooldown timer was still ticking. A layer of sweat seeped through his palm. At that moment, footsteps. Not a shift change in the distance. The footsteps were coming in this direction. A guard had left the front gate and was walking along the side wall of the temple. His white wings cast a huge shadow in the sunlight like a bird skimming low over the ground. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. The guard stopped less than 2 meters in front of him, raised his staff, and stared ahead with vigilance. Lin Qi held his breath. His back was pressed against the iron cloud wall, his right hand on the wall, fingertips trembling slightly. In his peripheral vision, the cooldown timer was ticking down. 0003. 002. 0001. Cooldown complete. The guard took another step forward. Lin Qi's fingertip gently traced a line on the iron cloud wall. His fingertip pressed against the iron cloud wall. Lin Qi stared at the line of description, his mind racing. He couldn't change Iron Cloud. The entire wall would transform. With a thought, he selected the description area after texture like steel and changed density like steel to like air. Modification complete. Cooldown reset. He pressed down. The hard Iron Cloud wall sank like wet mud. Before Lin Qi could get excited, he squeezed into the wall. The cloud wall wrapped around his body from all sides, cold and soft, like being stuffed into a quilt just pulled from cold water. Just as he fully submerged into the wall, a guard peeked around the corner. Longstick raised, wings slightly spread. His gaze swept the spot where Lin Qi had stood alert. Lin Qi held his breath, embedded in the wall, motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The guard frowned and turned back to the main gate. Lin Qi exhaled, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs. He stood still in the wall for a few seconds, waiting for his breath to steady, then continued pushing forward. The Iron Cloud wall was about half a meter thick. After passing through, he saw the temple's inner corridor, its walls made of island cloud faintly glowing. The guards inside the temple were noticeably fewer than outside. Only 2 stood at the main hall's entrance, facing outward, their backs to him. He glanced at the trait cooldown. 30 minutes remaining. In the corner was a side door, its panel made of ordinary island cloud. He tried it, or it could be pushed. The side door slid open silently. The main hall of the temple appeared before him. The interior was dim and solemn. Several beams of light leaked through the dome's skylight, illuminating the giant statue at the center. The thunder god Bika. A bird's beak, a human face wielding a thunder hammer about 10 meters tall, carved entirely from golden basalt. The statue's palms were open upward, on which lay a fruit quietly. Golden all over. The surface was covered with lightning-shaped patterns. In the surrounding air, fine static electricity floated, emitting a faint crackling sound. It seemed as if something alive was breathing inside the fruit. The thunder fruit. Lin Qi's breath hitched for a moment. Below the statue, a priest in white robes knelt on a cushion, bowing his head in prayer. His lips moved, emitting a low, rhythmic chant. He faced away from the statue, about 3 meters from the fruit. Lin Qi pressed himself low, hugging the wall's shadow, and crept around to the back of the statue. On the back of the statue were maintenance stairs. The cloud ladder spiraled upward. He climbed using both hands and feet, each step extremely light. Halfway up, his right foot suddenly slipped. In panic, his soul scraped the edge of the cloud ladder. A dull thud. The chanting stopped. Lin Qi looked down and met the priest's startled gaze as he looked up. The shock lasted only half a second. After half a second, boundless fury surged in those eyes. Blasphemer. The priest's hand reached for the shell at his waist, and at the same time a blinding light lit up at his feet as he shot upward. Lin Qi didn't dodge. He pushed off with his legs, launching himself from the cloud ladder like a cannonball toward the statue's palm. The moment his hand touched the fruit, he opened his mouth and bit. He took 3 bites and swallowed the whole fruit. The flesh melted in his mouth. An indescribable taste exploded on his tongue, like chewing a battery in his mouth or being struck by lightning on the tongue. He gagged but forced the fruit down. Die! The priest's furious roar exploded in his ears. Lin Qi looked down and saw a faintly glowing palm slam into his chest. The hand wore a shell, its surface glowing with blinding white light. Boom! His body flew back like a broken kite. His back hit the hall's wall, cracking it into a spiderweb pattern. The dust settled. The priest stood in place, panting, a cruel smirk on his lips. Then he saw Lin Qi on the wall. The smirk froze. Lin Qi's chest had a large hole blasted through it. There was no blood around the hole. Only blue arcs of electricity crackling and jumping. The edges of the hole were pulling out fine electric threads at a visible rate, intertwining, merging, healing. Lin Qi looked down at the hole in his chest, stunned for a second. Then he smiled. Closed but not quite. He looked up at the priest, blue arcs of electricity lighting up deep in his pupils, his expression gradually turning cold. Just a bit off. The hole in his chest healed completely. He took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, a blue electric light spread along the floor, cracking the stone tiles in a fine pattern. The priest stepped back. Lin Qi raised his right hand, fingers spread. Blue arcs of electricity shot from his fingertips, gathering in his palm into a fist-sized thunderball, crackling. You had your fun. Now it's my turn. The thunderball left his hand. A blinding blue light shot through the hall. The priest didn't even have time to scream before he was engulfed by the lightning. The charred body swayed twice, then fell straight to the ground. The white robe was burned to ash and wisps of smoke rose from the blackened skin. Lin Qi stared at the corpse on the ground, stunned. That's it. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. The power of a Logia type was on a completely different level from an ordinary human's body. A green light floated up from the charred corpse. Lin Qi quickly walked over. Trait: Sky Island Priest Physique. Quality: green. Description: a special physique honed by long-term cultivation and faith with all physical abilities about 10 times that of an ordinary human. Additional trait: Sky Island adaptation can function normally in low-oxygen environments. 10 times. Lin Qi's eyes lit up. His current physique was 3 times. 3 times for 10 times, a sure win. Just as he was about to act, he stopped. First, check his own traits. His gaze fell on himself, and the panel expanded. 3 new traits appeared under Transmigrator. Trait: Lightning Mastery. Quality: red. Description: controls the power of lightning with ease like an extension of the body. You are a walking calamity. Trait: Lightning Body. Quality: red. Description: the body is lightning. Immune to all physical and energy attacks not imbued with Huaxia. Physically immortal and indestructible. Trait: Curse of the Sea. Quality: black. Description: an existence rejected by the sea. Contact with seawater will cause loss of all power and sinking to the bottom. The ultimate form of a landlubber. Eating a second devil fruit will cause instant death by explosion. Red. Lin Qi's gaze lingered on the 2 red traits for a long time. Lightning Mastery and Lightning Body. 1 for offense, 1 for defense. That black curse was the price of eating a devil fruit. Worth it. Totally worth it. He withdrew his gaze and ordered the system replace the green trait. Swap good physique for Sky Island Priest Physique. Detected a higher level trait of the same type. Automatically replaced. The replaced white trait good physique has been stored in the trait library. A surge of power several times stronger than before flooded into his body. Muscle fibers seemed to be pulled apart and reassembled. Bone density increased. Even his breathing became stronger. With each inhale, he could feel oxygen being forced into his blood and circulated throughout his body. 10 times the physique. Lin Qi clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. He remembered the trait library and asked, can only 1 trait of the same type be stored? Only 1 beneficial trait of the same type can be active at a time. Excess traits can be stored in the trait library. Current trait library capacity 10. What if I don't store it, but destroy it directly? Destroying a trait will recover trait energy. A white trait recovers 10 points of energy. Trait energy is used for system upgrades, high-level trait modification, trait fusion, etc. Current system level LV. 1. Energy required for upgrade to LV. 2. 50 points. 50 points. Lin Qi did a quick calculation and directly ordered destroy the good physique in the trait library. Destroyed. Recovered trait energy 10 points. Current trait energy 10 points. Alright, start from 0. Lin Qi clapped his hands. Kill monsters, drop traits, level up, get gear. I'm familiar with this routine. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps came from the main hall's entrance. 2 guards rushed in. They saw the charred corpse on the ground, their pupils shrinking as they raised their weapons simultaneously. One swung a long stick, the other raised a shell. Lin Qi didn't even turn his head. He casually flicked his right hand. 2 bolts of lightning shot from his palms, split and hit with precision. 2 charred corpses fell to the ground. 2 white lights floated up from the corpses. Trait: Staff Mastery. Quality: white. Description: increases proficiency when using staff-type weapons. Trait: Shell Mastery. Quality: white. Description: master the basic use of Sky Island shells. Useless. Lin Qi didn't even look. Destroy them all. Destroyed. Recovered trait energy 20 points. Current trait energy 30 points. The 50-point upgrade threshold wasn't far off. No rush. In the world of pirates, there's nothing more plentiful than pirates. Lin Qi no longer used the side door. He went straight out through the main gate, not even pausing as he passed the 2 charred guards. Through the corridor, through the wall. The section of the ironclad wall he had modified was still in an air-like state, so he passed through directly. In 2 breaths, he was already outside the temple. He didn't conceal his presence. The white cloud cloak billowed in the wind. He transformed into a faint blue bolt of lightning speeding through the sea of clouds. A few guards at the gate only felt a gust of wind. Oh, when they looked up, only a cloud drifted away in the distance. Just then the whole world fell silent for a moment. Then a grand chime exploded in the minds of all the descendants. National Fortune Announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia for being the first country to surpass 100 national fortune points. All Huaxia members receive energized status, 7 days remaining. Congratulations to Huaxia for being the first country to surpass 100 national fortune points. All Huaxia members receive insight boost status, 30 days remaining. The above rewards take effect immediately. The announcement rang 4 times, each time louder than the last. In the upper right corner of Lin Qi's own panel, the national fortune points jumped to a number 10500. 1 thunder fruit 10000 points. Adding the 2 guards and the priest made up the extra. Lin Qi whistled. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted completely. World Channel. Korea Captain, Kim Kao. The game just started on day 1. Huaxia is cheating. Japan Captain, Mamoto Kozu impossible. We haven't even gotten a single point yet. How could Huaxia break 10000? USA Captain, Edward Hamer Captain of the Huaxia team, please explain the source of your points. Australia Captain, Rick 100 on day 1. Either the system is bugged or Huaxia had hidden intel we didn't know about on Blue Star. UK Captain, James, calm down everyone. First confirm if it's a false report. France Captain, Henry 100 points on the first day? How are we supposed to play? India Captain, Singh strongly demand the system to disclose Huaxia's point details. Russia Captain, Ivanov interesting. It seems the little ones from Huaxia have found something wrong. Huaxia Channel. Captain Li Xingming, which team member triggered the point event? Please reply if you see this. Sent 3 times in a row. There was no reply for a long time. Wang Ming Captain, could it be Lin Qi? His location is the most special. Zhao Xiaozhou, what could possibly give 100 points? Chen Lin, stop guessing, wait for the team members to reply themselves. Lin Qi didn't know how far he had run. Or rather, he didn't know how far he had flown. After leaving the temple, he ran faster and faster, his steps lighter, until he left the ground entirely. He was like a bolt of lightning floating in the air. His body was wrapped in a faint blue electromagnetic field, lifting him like a feather carried by the wind, silently darting through the sea of clouds. At first he was a bit unsteady, his body wobbling in midair. But the instinct of the lightning body learned faster than his mind, and in a few breaths his flying posture stabilized. Faster and faster, more and more adept. The wind brushed through his hair, carrying the unique, cool touch of clouds. The white sea of the sky island spread out beneath him, an endless white expanse like an inverted snowfield. Lin Qi finally stopped, landing on a flat patch of native island cloud. No panting, no sweat. His heartbeat was as steady as if he had just woken up. With 10 times the physique and the lightning body, energy consumption was almost non-existent for him. Only then did he have time to open the communication panel. The messages clamoring in the world channel scrolled by one. Huaxia cheating, disclosed details, unfair game. Lin Qi read them all expressionlessly. He couldn't speak. Only the captain had permission in the world channel. But he could see. Korea was jumping up and down. Japan was fanning the flames. The USA was putting on airs, demanding an explanation. Lin Qi closed the world channel and opened the national channel. On the screen, Li Xingming's 3 messages were at the top, sent 3 times in a row. This Major General Captain usually spoke sparingly, but now he was this anxious, clearly stunned by the 100 points. He typed a few words, selected a screenshot from his mind, and sent it. Captain, it should be me. I just ate a fruit and gained the power of lightning. The national channel was silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded. Holy crap. What fruit gives 100 points? Lightning. A Logia-type lightning. Lin Qi, where are you? We're coming to find you. The messages scrolled by so fast they couldn't be read clearly. Li Xingming's reply was only 4 words, well done. Then stay safe. The USA won't let this go easily. Lin Qi was about to reply when the system suddenly popped up a private chat notification. It wasn't from the Huaxia channel. It was a cross-channel private message. According to system rules, cross-channel private messages were only possible one way. The other party had consumed national fortune points to contact him by name. And the entire U.S. alliance's national fortune points now totaled less than 1,000. spending precious points to contact an enemy team member. Lin Qi opened that private message. USA Captain, Edward Hamer Mr. Lin Qi, we saw the photo of the thunder fruit you posted in the channel. Interested in discussing cooperation. Name your terms. Lin Qi's pupils contracted slightly. The photo of the thunder fruit he had just posted in the Huaxia channel. There's a mole in the Huaxia channel. Lin Qi stared at the private message for a long time. Eagle Sauce Nation Captain, Edward Hamer Mr. Lin Qi, we saw your photo on Sky Island. Are you interested in discussing cooperation? You set the terms. The photo was shared on the Huaxia channel, and within 3 minutes Lin Qi did not reply immediately. He scrolled up the chat history to confirm the time he sent the photo. Then he opened the World channel to check the captain's previous comments. From sending the photo to receiving the private message from Eagle Sauce, it took less than 2 minutes. Screenshots, file transfers, confirmation, and sending private messages were done in one go. This indicated that the mole was not just a coincidence. They had been watching the channel waiting for information. Lin Qi took a deep breath and typed a few words. What conditions can you offer? What do you want from me? The response was immediate. Money, power, nationality, feel free to ask. As long as it's within my capabilities, everything is negotiable. I need all the detailed information on the thunder fruit you obtained. I promise to return to Blue Star to personally change your nationality, and you'll get everything you desire. Lin Qi looked at this message, his lips twitching slightly. Such a smooth promise. This person must have done this kind of thing many times on Blue Star. He replied with a few words, "He'll consider it." He quickly closed the private chat. He took a screenshot of the entire conversation and forwarded it to Li Xingming. With a note, Captain, the photo I just posted in the channel reached Eagle Sauce's hands within 2 minutes. There are people in the channel. The message was sent. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Li Xingming's reply finally appeared. Just 3 words. I understand. A few seconds later, a second message followed. Just confirmed. When you sent the photo, there were 37 people online in the channel. I am already investigating. The third message. Lin Qi, from now on, do not discuss important information in the national channel. Just message me privately. Lin Qi replied, received, and closed the panel. He left the matter of the mole to the captain. Professionals handle professional matters. He took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation in his chest. Being stabbed in the back, it was a lie to say he wasn't angry. But now, without being able to identify the mole, being angry was pointless. It was hard power that mattered. He raised his head, surrounded by the endless white sea. The white clouds of Sky Island spread beneath his feet, the sky within reach with no one around. Perfect. With pent-up frustration and no place to vent, he decided to practice. Lin Qi closed his eyes. He began to recall Enel's techniques, remembering each move carefully. Electrocution. He raised his right hand, a blue electric arc leaping from his fingertips. The first attempt was too scattered, leaving only a black mark on the island cloud like a cigarette burn. The second time, he compressed the current to the width of a finger and shot it out. The island cloud, 10 meters away, was pierced with the edges of the hole, charred black. It worked. Then came the Thunderbird. He clasped his hands together and pulled them apart, forming the shape of a bird in his palms. The first attempt fell apart halfway, electric sparks flying like a plucked chicken flapping in the air. The second attempt flew out, but did not explode, just bouncing twice on the ground before disappearing. The third time, the Thunderbird screeched as it plummeted to the ground, the exploding arcs scattering like torrential rain, leaving dozens of charred craters on the ground. Lin Qi looked at the ruined island cloud and smiled. He didn't know how many years the original Enel took to develop these techniques. But in the state of enlightenment, each technique only required 3 to 5 attempts to grasp the essence. His brain was working furiously with each move, his bodhi's instincts adjusted faster than his consciousness. This feeling was wonderful, like an overclocked computer automatically optimizing its programs. Next up were the Thunder Beast and Thunder Dragon. With the groundwork of electrocution and the Thunderbird, these two techniques succeeded after just 2 tries. Electricity in his hands behaved like the most obedient clay, shaping into whatever he desired. Until he began trying to master the Thunder God technique. Lin Qi took a deep breath, unleashing electricity throughout his body. Blue arcs of electricity surged from every pore, enveloping and magnifying him. A massive humanoid silhouette made entirely of lightning expanded outward from his core. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The lightning figure towered, wielding a lightning spear surrounded by a dense web of electricity. The island cloud beneath him began to melt under the heat, releasing white steam. Lin Qi gritted his teeth, feeling his stamina pouring out like a dam bursting. His energy surged, but the consumption far exceeded the recovery. The Thunder God technique geometrically drained his physical energy. After 10 seconds, he dispelled it voluntarily, panting. This was the first time he felt tired after consuming the Thunder Fruit. Pretty fierce, Lin Qi panted, his eyes filled with excitement. The Thunder God lasts 10 seconds. With my current physique, I can only hold on for 10 seconds. But that's enough. 10 seconds of the Thunder God is already invincible on Sky Island. More importantly, he realized a problem. In the original text, Akainu and Akiji fought for days without a clear winner. In battles of that level, sheer technique alone would not secure victory. In the end, it is a contest of stamina, endurance, and sustainability. Physique. Lin Qi muttered to himself. In the pirate world, physique is the foundation of everything. I need to pay more attention to physique-related attributes from now on. Finally, he unleashed Enel's maximum range technique. Thunder welcoming. A massive ball of lightning gathered above his head over 50 meters in diameter. The dense lightning inside was compressed to almost white. He supported the ball of lightning with one hand, like holding a small sun. He didn't throw it. The space was too vast, exploding it would waste stamina. He retracted the thunder welcoming and moved his wrist. Enel's techniques, all done. He looked at the remaining 29.5 days of his enlightenment state. Learning things in this state was too fast. He couldn't waste it. Lin Qi closed his eyes and started flipping through another setting book. The lightning techniques he was intimately familiar with from his past life. He had been a seasoned otaku in his previous life, remembering the theoretical techniques from those works. Now with the thunder fruit, all those theories could be applied. From the simplest thunder binding to the Chidori sharp spear, he tried out more than 10 techniques in one go. In the state of enlightenment, low-level techniques were easy to grasp, while high-level techniques required several repetitions, but each one took at most 3 to 5 tries to find the knack. The hardest two techniques were. The first was Thunder Slash. The lightning in his right hand condensed to the extreme, the current vibrating at high frequency, producing a sharp bird-like cry. It was not an imitation, it was the sound naturally produced by the air vibrating with the current. He held that dazzling white light and plunged it into the ground. The island cloud was pierced like tofu. The edges of the hole were smooth, and even without a trace of charring. The speed was too fast, or it didn't have time to scorch. Lin Qi whistled, successfully mastering another technique. The most troublesome part was trying the large-scale lightning technique Qilin. This did not directly release lightning, rather it used lightning to guide the natural lightning in the sky to form a lightning beast to strike the target. It required first creating a thundercloud, then shaping it, and finally guiding the lightning down. On the first attempt, the thundercloud didn't gather, scattering into a sky full of fragmented clouds. On the second attempt, the thundercloud gathered, but the lightning didn't come down. The sky only produced a muffled thunder without any movement. On the third attempt, the lightning was drawn down, but it didn't take the shape of Qilin, merely a regular bolt, leaving a scorched pit on the ground. Lin Qi gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. He channeled all of his lightning power upward. The thundercloud roiled, electricity accumulating within the cloud, the entire mass buzzing loudly. He pressed down with one hand. A giant beast formed by natural lightning stepped down from the sky. The outline of Qilin flickered in the electric light, its mane made of forked lightning, its hooves striking the thundercloud as it roared toward the ground. The explosive shockwave sent Lin Qi flying back several meters, his ears ringing, his mouth filled with the taste of dirt. He steadied himself, observing the charred, deep pit over 30 meters in diameter on the ground. His hair stood on end from static electricity, his face covered in dust. Yet he couldn't help but grin. Qilin, it's done. And there was one technique he had always thought was the coolest and most powerful, the electromagnetic cannon. Lin Qi tried several times, but found himself stuck. It wasn't that his current thunder fruit couldn't manage it, it was that he didn't fully understand the complete physical principles of the electromagnetic cannon. Electromagnetic induction, Lorentz force, orbital acceleration. He knew these terms, but he didn't know how to control them precisely. After several attempts, he could only push a small piece of metal out with electromagnetic force, and the speed and power fell far short of his expectations. I need to find a teacher for some extra lessons. Lin Qi chuckled helplessly. I should look for a physics teacher in the channel to thoroughly study electromagnetism. But even now this was enough. In the state of enlightenment, his skill repertoire had transformed from only able to release electricity to a walking library of lightning techniques. The upper limit of the thunder fruit was far from being reached, but the lower limit had already been solidified. Just then a disturbance suddenly came from the electromagnetic field in the air. It wasn't the wind. It was people. The thunder fruit had a natural advantage in electromagnetic perception. In the original text, Enel used this ability to eavesdrop on all conversations throughout Sky Island. Lin Qi had not yet fully developed his observation haki, so electromagnetic perception became his temporary radar. He closed his eyes and spread out his senses. Within 5 kilometers, he could sense the electromagnetic fields of human bodies moving. A large number of people were surrounding him. He couldn't discern their specific strengths, but he could judge their direction. From all directions, the encirclement was tightening. There were at least 100 people. Lin Qi opened his eyes. He did not run away. Perfect. After practicing for so long, he needed a real combat target. Within less than 2 minutes, pursuers appeared at the edge of his vision. Sky Island people. White wings, white robes, long poles, bows, arrows, and shell weapons. A standard configuration for the guards of the Baika temple. Leading them was a middle-aged man resembling a priest who sensed something with his eyes closed before suddenly opening them, his gaze sharp as a blade. It's him. The priest's roar was clear even from hundreds of meters away. Those who blaspheme the divine cannot be spared. Everyone attacked together, kill, without mercy. 100 people brandished their weapons simultaneously. The glow of the shells lit up the sea of clouds. Lin Qi looked at them charging forward, a cold smile on his face. He did not use his lightning ultimate technique. He wanted to test the effectiveness of the Thunder God armor in actual combat. With a thought, lightning enveloped his entire body. Fine arcs of electricity pierced through his muscle fibers, maximizing his speed, strength, and reaction. His figure suddenly began to fade. His true self had already crashed into the densest part of the crowd. In his right hand, he wielded the Chidori flow, in his left the Chidori sharp spear. The lightning in his right hand engulfed his entire forearm, cleaving the first guard's long pole in half. The lightning spear in his left hand swept across, sending 3 guards flying simultaneously. The actions did not stop. Lightning released false darkness. A bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth, piercing through 4 archers lined up in a row. The arrows hadn't even left the bowstring before the people turned to char. Lightning release earth walk. He slapped the ground. The current exploded in a fan shape along the ground, ensnaring the 7 or 8 advancing guards in an electric net, paralyzing their legs as they knelt. With a wave of his right hand, the Chidori flow harvested. Thunderbird. A giant bird made of lightning crashed into the center of the crowd. The exploding arcs scattered like torrential rain, taking down a circle of guards. Thunderbeast. A wolf-shaped lightning tackled a guard attempting to ambush from the side. The current coursed through the man's body, leaving him twitching before he fell still. Lin Qi fought through the crowd. No one could keep up with his speed. When arrows flew at him, he dodged between the gaps in the projectiles. When shell energy bombs were fired at him, he cleaved them apart with the Chidori sharp spear. One technique for one enemy, sometimes one technique for 3. His abundant stamina allowed him to release techniques endlessly. Just after using one ultimate move, his energy would be restored, instantly ready to unleash the next. Only 20 or so remained. They did not dare to charge. Surrounding him from 50 meters away, weapons raised, no one dared to take the first step. Lin Qi glanced at the surrounding charred corpses and the many craters in the ground, too lazy to chase them down one by one. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, aiming at the sky. Thunder welcoming. Mini version. A 5-meter-wide ball of lightning coalesced above the enemies' heads, compressing and compressing further. Lin Qi clenched his fingers, and the ball of lightning exploded. The lightning ball split into more than 20 small electric snakes, each accurately striking a guard. More than 20 people fell simultaneously. The battle ended. On the system panel, the national fortune points jumped with a summary number 15,000. Lin Qi glanced at it and casually dismissed the system notification. 100 people amounted to only 15,000. Consuming a thunder fruit earned him 100,000. This small amount of points felt insignificant now. He stood among the charred corpses, the Chidori flow in his right hand gradually dissipating. The layers of the thunder armor peeled away and the arcs retreated back into his body. Lin Qi looked around and saw that he had no injuries at all. In the face of 100 people's assault, not even the corner of his clothes had been touched. With 10 times the physique, Thunder God armor, and abundant stamina, it truly is unreasonable to bully the weak. Lin Qi gazed at the sea of bodies, his expression devoid of emotion. But if it were the monsters of the New World, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, that little output just now wouldn't even be sufficient for a mere scratch. He wasn't getting arrogant, he knew who he was. Bullying the weak wasn't worth being proud of. The real test had yet to come. From among the corpses, the glimmer of attributes floated up. Among the several pieces of white light, there was a hint of blue light. Lin Qi quickly walked over, starting with the blue. Attribute observation hockey, beginner quality, blue description, able to sense the breath and emotional fluctuations of surrounding creatures. Currently at the beginner stage, the sensing range is about 50 meters, unable to read specific thoughts, but can sense attack intentions. Lin Qi was momentarily stunned, and then smiled. Observation hockey. One of the 3 hockey systems in the pirate world. It was also the only hockey Enel was proficient in from the original text. He combined observation hockey with the thunder fruit to create a heart network covering the entire Sky Island. The priest who had closed his eyes to sense used this ability. Now this power was in his hands. Without hesitation, he equipped it immediately. A strange sensation surged into his brain, like suddenly adding an antenna to his mind. He closed his eyes, and without using electromagnetic perception, could sense all living beings within 50 meters. Beneath that ordinary island cloud in the distance, a unique small creature of Sky Island was crawling. Further away, a bird from Sky Island flew across the sky. Every living creature glowed like fireflies in the dark, appearing incredibly clear in his perception. When he opened his eyes again, the world hadn't changed. But his sensitivity to the surrounding environment had improved by a dimension. 50 meters is just the beginning. Lin Qi thought of the observation hockey user in the original text who could see the future and clenched his fist. This hockey needs to be practiced well. He continued to check other attributes. Attribute mastery of combat quality, white description master basic combat techniques, improving proficiency in punches and kicks. Useful. While he mainly relied on lightning output, now basic combat skills could fill the gaps. Equip it. The rest were all white. Mastery of the long pole, mastery of the bow and arrow, mastery of shell, stamina, enhancement, speed, enhancement, basic physique, basic perception, all of them were useless. Lin Qi was unceremonious, ordering them all to be destroyed. Recycling attribute energy 70 points. Current attribute energy 100 points. The system upgrade requires 50 points. Now having 100 points is sufficient. However, Lin Qi did not rush to upgrade. He was unsure what kind of commotion the system upgrade would trigger. Moreover, he raised his head, his gaze falling in the distance. In his perception, there was still a life form that had not left. In the direction where he had just released thunder, welcoming about a kilometer away, someone had been hiding there. Lin Qi scanned that direction twice with his observation hockey. There was only one person. The aura was very weak enough not to resemble a warrior. More like an injured little animal or a wild beast that hadn't eaten for several days. That person hadn't moved at all. During the pursuit of the guards, he hadn't joined in, and even after the battle ended, he hadn't fled. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qi decided to take a look. His body suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning dashing forward. A kilometer distance, and the speed of lightning was just a breath away. He landed 10 meters in front of that person. His right hand still crackled with lingering electric arcs. Lin Qi saw a child. He was squatting behind a small raised section of island cloud, hugging his knees and curling up. He had no wings on his back. Wearing an oversized old robe, the cuffs were frayed and his knees were patched. He lifted his head. Very young. No more than 10 years old. His gray-white hair was disheveled, clinging to his forehead, his face, very thin, cheekbones slightly protruding. His skin was rough, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition. There were a few freckles above his nose, his lips chapped with a little leftover food residue at the corner of his mouth. But those eyes Lin Qi recognized. They were cold-colored eyes. The color of the pupils was very pale, devoid of light, as if they had lost hope, silent and hollow. Only the eyeballs occasionally moved, slightly sweeping across Lin Qi before settling on the electric arcs still crackling from his right hand. Suddenly the boy's eyes brightened. There was a hint of excitement and desire in his gaze, like a hungry person who had not eaten for many days. Only seeing food at that moment would have such light in his eyes. Lin Qi was taken aback. This face looked somewhat familiar to him. He squatted down, meeting the boy's gaze. His right hand casually lifted, letting the electric arc dance between his fingers. "What is your name?" Lin Qi asked. The boy opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. Enel. After speaking, he shrank his neck as if waiting for a slap to fall. Lin Qi did not move. He looked at the skinny boy dressed in rags, huddled behind the island cloud, waiting for death. Flashing through his mind was the image of the man in the original text who sat on the golden throne, calling himself a god. Enel, the future god of Sky Island. The culprit who destroyed Baika. The original owner of the natural thunder fruit. Now he was just this child who didn't even dare to run away. Lin Qi was silent for a long time. Then he stood up and extended his right hand toward the boy. The electric arcs danced in his palm, illuminating the boy's face. "Do you want to learn?" The boy's eyes reflected the blue light. The electric arc extinguished in the palm. Enel stared blankly, not reaching out. He watched as the lightning in Lin Qi's hand gradually dissipated, a hint of hesitation flashing in his cold eyes. His lips moved slightly, then pressed tightly together. Lin Qi did not urge him. He withdrew his hand, wanting to see what Enel wanted to say. A 10-year-old child who was still trembling saw an outsider capable of wielding lightning standing before him, and his first reaction was not to flee or beg for mercy, but to hesitate. This indicated that what he was about to say was more important than his fear. Enel finally spoke. His voice was soft, as if afraid of being overheard. "You are a descendant, aren't you?" Lin Qi still wore a smile on his face. But in an instant the muscles in his back tightened, as if splashed with cold water. The term descendant was an internal designation used by the national fortune competition system for participants, never displayed on any public panel or mentioned in any world announcements. A child from a pirate world should not know this term. Yet Enel spoke it. Lin Qi's expression did not change, but became more serious. His voice remained steady. "What do you mean by descendant?" Enel was momentarily taken aback, as if he didn't expect Lin Qi to ask back. He lowered his head, furrowed his brows, and after a long time said, "I don't know why. I just see you, and this name appears in my mind. I just know you are a descendant." Lin Qi crouched down to meet Enel's gaze. His tone remained calm, but every word was pronounced clearly. What do you feel about descendants? Enel thought for a moment. His hand unconsciously gripped the frayed sleeve of his tattered robe, rubbing the worn edge. Rejection, he said, the voice in my mind is rejecting you. Then he lifted his head looking at Lin Qi and added, but I think you should be quite good. Lin Qi's pupils slightly contracted. There was a voice in his mind rejecting descendants. Yet Enel's own feeling was quite good. Two different attitudes arose from the same person's mind. You mean, Lin Qi lowered his voice, the voice in your mind is different from your own thoughts, right? Enel nodded. Yes. Lin Qi stood up, remaining silent for several seconds. The indigenous people's minds had been implanted with a rejection of descendants. This was a hostility on a world level, not one generated by the indigenous people themselves. Enel's own statement of you should be quite good indicated that the imposed rejection could be resisted by the indigenous people's autonomous consciousness. At least it could be partially resisted. The value of this information was immense. It meant that establishing trust with the indigenous people was possible, albeit more difficult than usual. Lin Qi opened the system panel and directly messaged Li Xingming. Captain, I have important intelligence. Li Xingming replied, immediately speak. I just interacted with an indigenous person from the Sky Island. I confirmed a mechanism whenever indigenous people come into contact with us, the term descendant automatically appears in their minds accompanied by rejection emotions. This should be part of the game rules, possibly a form of passive hostility from the world will. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. This intelligence is very important. Li Xingming's response was quicker than usual, so when we deal with indigenous people we inherently have a negative debuff affecting us. Yes, but this negative effect is not absolute. It can be offset by the indigenous people's autonomous consciousness. It has conditional triggers. Understood. Li Xingming paused for a moment. How is the situation on your side? Your points just increased by more than 10,000. Was it something that happened on your end? The pursuers from the Baika Temple, a priest leading 100 guards. They have all been dealt with. You weren't injured, were you? No, it was very easy. Li Xingming was silent for 2 seconds. 100 fully armed indigenous pursuers being counter-killed by one person, and the response was very easy. He didn't ask for details, just said, that fruit of yours has more power than I expected. Lin Qi knew it was time to reveal some information. Captain, the fruit I ate is called the devil fruit. It's a specialty of this world. Li Xingming responded, yes. Eating it grants special abilities at the cost of being rejected by the sea. When encountering seawater, one loses their power, and one cannot eat a second one. The one I ate is called the thunder fruit, belonging to the natural category, which is the highest grade of devil fruit. Its ability is to control lightning. The body can elementalize, and it is immune to physical attacks. He briefly explained the general classification of natural, superhuman, and animal types of fruits, without mentioning specific names, as those could not be explained in terms of origin. He only discussed classification and characteristics, which was sufficient. There was silence for several seconds on Li Xingming's side, longer than any previous pause. Immune to physical attacks. He repeated, his voice suppressing something. Does that mean guns, cannons, swords, and knives are ineffective against you? In theory, yes. Another silence followed. Then Li Xingming spoke in a tone Lin Qi had never heard before. Lin Qi, do you know what this means? I do, Lin Qi replied. But Captain, the devil fruit has 2 problems. First, it is very rare, like finding a needle in the ocean. Second, users cannot touch seawater, which poses a fatal weakness in naval combat. Then it depends on how to coordinate. Users are responsible for land and air battles, while ordinary people handle naval combat. Li Xingming quickly adjusted his line of thought, but the excitement in his tone had not fully subsided. This information is incredibly useful. I was still wondering where the power ceiling of this world lies. Now I know the direction. He paused and changed. You are on the Sky Island. Oh, what do you think about it, as the main base of our Huaxia team? Lin Qi thought for a moment. There are advantages and disadvantages. The Sky Island is vast and easy to defend, but hard to attack. The indigenous people are not very strong, posing a low threat. The downside is the scarcity of resources and distance from the main stage, leading to slow power growth, if stationed long-term. Safe, but slow development. It is a place suitable for farming, but not for rapid growth. Are you suggesting? You are the captain, you make the strategic decisions yourself. Let's not act against him for now. Lin Qi asked, are you planning to keep him to spread false information? Yes. Li Xingming's voice carried a hint of cold. Let's not act against him for now. Lin Qi asked, are you planning to keep him to spread false information? Yes. Li Xingming's voice carried a hint of coldness. He can transmit our intelligence, so he can also spread our false information. Such a good channel should not be wasted. We will collect the net when the time is right. You are the captain, you have the final say. If you need my cooperation, just say so. Li Xingming pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. What you just mentioned about the world will rejecting descendants reminds me of something. All of our initial identities are pirates. If the world's initial setting for us is enemies, is there a possibility for us to break out of this setting? Lin Qi nodded slightly. This Major General's strategic intuition was indeed keen. He had just obtained intelligence and was already considering how to bypass the rules. I intend to try, Lin Qi said. My idea is to attempt joining the Navy. If descendants can be accepted by the Navy, then we can develop on multiple fronts. Some will be inside the Navy, some will be outside, the intelligence will be more comprehensive, and there will be more opportunities. Joining the Navy. Li Xingming repeated as if evaluating the feasibility of this plan. Pirates joining the Navy. This world itself is hostile to us, and the Navy is the violent arm of the world government, which will surely reject descendants even more. Are you confident? I am not confident. So I will try first. If it works out, it will be a strategic advantage for the entire Huaxia team. If it doesn't, it will be easier for me to escape alone. There was silence in the channel for a few seconds. All right. You do as you think best. Li Xingming's voice took on a more solemn tone. From today on, do not send any messages in the national channel. All intelligence should be communicated directly to me. It is better for fewer people to know about your existence. Understood. Closing the panel, Lin Qi looked back at Enel. The boy was still crouched in place. Those pale eyes had not left him at all. Throughout, he waited quietly without a sound or any movement. This silence was not one of obedience, but rather one of long-term neglect, now accustomed to waiting. Do you want to learn? Lin Qi asked again. Enel nodded without hesitation. His gray-white hair bobbed with emotion. I have urgent matters to attend to now. Oh, I cannot take you with me. The light in those eyes began to dim. But I can teach you some basics to ensure your self-defense, Lin Qi continued. If there is another opportunity to meet, I will accept you as my disciple. Enel's eyes brightened again. Not the faint brightness from before, but a sudden brilliance, as if someone had stuffed a star into his pupils. Lin Qi crouched down and began teaching him the necessary skills one by one. First was combat stance footwork and punching. Lin Qi demonstrated the most basic straight punch, ready to correct Enel's stance, only to see that Enel had already assumed the correct posture. It was exactly the same as the stance he had just demonstrated, not a fraction off. He could replicate the posture to this extent just by observing with his eyes. It was not mere imitation, he had seen through the logic of the movement's force application. Next was the basics of Kenbunshiku. Close your eyes and sense the life force. It took Enel 3 attempts to barely grasp the principle. Lin Qi watched as he frowned and repeatedly tried, not urging him. This child was capable of self-learning the heart net covering the entire Sky Island in the original work. His talent for Kenbunshiku is among the best of the best. Give him a seed and he can grow it himself. Let's teach these first. Lin Qi stood up and piled the collected supplies in front of Enel. Shell weapons, food, waterberry, and a change of robe. This should last you for a while. Practice well, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. Enel looked at the pile of supplies before him, not making any move. He glanced down at the shells, then looked back up at Lin Qi. His lips moved as if searching for the right words, but in the end, nothing came out. He just nodded vigorously. Lin Qi stood up. His body was enveloped in a faint blue electromagnetic field, and his toes left the ground. Midway through his flight, he turned to glance back. That thin figure still stood in place, head tilted back, gazing at him. Lin Qi retracted his gaze and accelerated, disappearing at the edge of the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rushed away beneath his feet. The flight ability of the thunder fruit does not require excessive stamina consumption. With his current physique, flying continuously for days and nights is not an issue. The Sky Island had been fully explored. He had obtained the thunder fruit from Baika Temple and practiced all the techniques he needed. There was no longer any value in staying on the Sky Island. Enel's words further confirmed one thing for him: their group of descendants found it exceedingly difficult to move forward in this world. The indigenous people's minds were directly implanted with a sense of rejection, making it seem as though the term isolated was written on the faces of the descendants. A direct confrontation would certainly be futile. He needed to change his identity and find loopholes to exploit. Joining the Navy was the first loophole he found. The largest official force in the pirate world spread across the seas and the Grand Line, with a complete promotion system, intelligence network, and resource allocation capability. If he could establish a foothold within the Navy, the Huaxia team would have essentially buried a nail in the heart of the world government. But the question remained how to join. The normal process involves enlisting through a Navy branch, filling out forms, registering identities, and undergoing scrutiny. He was an illegal resident that did not exist in the pirate world, any investigation would reveal his identity. Moreover, the indigenous people had a natural rejection towards descendants. Applying directly would likely lead to rejection. He could not follow the normal process. He needed to find a way to bypass the scrutiny. A day later, Lin Qi descended on a deserted island in the East Sea. He initially wanted to rest a bit before looking for a Navy branch to check out. However, the first encounter was with a pirate ship. The ship was clad in iron with a massive sawtooth ram at the bow. The deck was filled with fierce-looking pirates, all bearing the same shark tattoo on their left arms. They had just finished plundering a merchant ship, the cargo hold was stacked with goods, and they were returning home to celebrate with raucous laughter echoing from the deck. The pirate ship's bow, a burly man put down his binoculars and pointed in Lin Qi's direction. There's someone on the shore who isn't afraid of death. Get closer. Let him know what happens when he blocks the path of our iron-tooth pirate group in these waters. The pirate ship began to turn. The sawtooth ram aimed at the deserted island. Lin Qi stood on the reef watching the ship approach him without moving. He was troubled about how to connect with the Navy. These pirates arrived at the perfect time. However, he could not directly lead them to the Navy's doorstep. That would be too deliberate and would raise suspicion. He needed to find a different approach. Lin Qi looked up at the sky and then at the speed of the pirate ship, quickly estimating the time in his mind. Then he turned and vanished into the woods of the deserted island. When the pirate ship docked, the pirates on the deck saw only empty rocks. Where did that person go? Search. He must have hidden on the island. In the evening at the Windmill Village Tavern, when Lin Qi pushed open the door, the noise inside subsided for a moment. Several villagers turned their heads, their gazes lingering on him for 2 seconds before returning to their drinks. A stranger in such a small place was indeed eye-catching. However, the people of Windmill Village were used to pirates and did not care about an additional unfamiliar face. What truly silenced the tavern was Lin Qi walking to the counter and placing an item on the surface. The object rolled half a circle on the wood, leaving a dark red drag mark. A human head. Its face was bloated, eyes wide open in death, with a charred hole in the center of its forehead. Boss, I have no money on me. Lin Qi's voice was not loud, but everyone in the tavern heard him clearly. He did not want to spend the money looted from the pirates, and paying with the bounty head of a criminal was part of his plan. Can I use this bounty head of a pirate to settle the bill? The woman behind the counter was still holding a rag. She looked down at the head, then raised her eyes to Lin Qi. The shock in her gaze lasted only a second before she calmed down. She put down the rag and pulled out a stack of bounty notices from under the counter, comparing them one by one. The villagers in the tavern glanced at it, but continued drinking. A few young men stared at the head for a couple more seconds until their elders nudged them to turn back. Lin Qi observed their reactions. The people of Windmill Village had grown accustomed to pirate heads. This calmness was not feigned, it was a result of living too long in the East Sea, where pirates roamed freely. Found it. The woman pulled out a bounty notice and turned it for Lin Qi to see. Captain Hadro of the Iron Tooth Pirates, bounty of 3 million berries. According to the rules, the physical item can only be exchanged for a third, which is 1 million berries. Is that acceptable? No problem, Lin Qi nodded. No need to give me the rest. I have nowhere to go for now, just keep it here and provide me with food and drink. The woman glanced at him, not scrutinizing but assessing. All right. Am Ma Chi Nua the owner of this establishment? Lin Qi. As Ma Chi Nua went to the kitchen to prepare the food, Lin Qi sat down in a corner glancing at the menu board. The Iron Tooth Pirates, led by Captain Hadro, had a bounty of 3 million with more than a dozen combatants and around 30 minions. Yesterday they had searched the entire nameless deserted island for him, and when dusk approached he stopped hiding. More than 50 people surrounded him, and he took 5 minutes. Points earned 6,500. Most minions dropped nothing, while a few combatants dropped 3 white items, and Captain Hadro dropped 1 green item. All white items were dismantled, recovering 30 points of item energy. The green one was equipped directly. Item Mighty Crush, quality green. Description: attacks carry the effect of Mighty Crush, increasing power judgment to 20 times that of an ordinary person. With the 10-fold physique of the Sky Island Priest combined with the 20-fold power judgment of Mighty Crush, the power of Lin Qi's punches had transcended the realm of what could be measured as ordinary. The accumulated item energy was 150 points. Leveling up required 50 points, which was sufficient, but he was not in a hurry to level up on the deserted island. He had no idea what might be triggered by a system upgrade and needed to find a safe place. Windmill Village seemed like a good choice. When Ma Chi Nua brought the food, Lin Qi thanked her, watching her return. From beginning to end, she did not ask a single question, neither inquiring how he had dealt with the Iron Tooth Pirates nor where he came from. This reminded him of Ma Chi Nua's attitude towards Ace and Luffy in the original work. She never took the initiative to probe into others' backgrounds, only doing what she could do. Windmill Village was a good place. In the original work, Dragon chose this place to hide his son, and Carp frequently visited. It was not without reason. After finishing his meal, Ma Chi Nua pointed out an empty house at the edge of the village, saying it used to be a warehouse and could be tidied up for living. Lin Qi thanked her and moved in with the items looted from the Iron Tooth Pirates ship. Windmill Village was the reason Lin Qi came to the East Sea. Carp, the naval hero Monkey D. The only person in the entire pirate world brave enough to raise the son of the Pirate King as a grandson and dare to shelter the bloodline of the Pirate King under the watchful eyes of the world government. His military rank was merely a vice admiral, yet his actual status could stand shoulder to shoulder with a fleet admiral. Most importantly, Carp acted solely based on his own heart. The sense of repulsion imposed on the natives by the worlds will had a negligible effect on someone as strong-willed as Carp. He couldn't be sure. However, he speculated it was minimal. For a person who dared to dismiss the world government's orders, what could an additional voice in his head do? Windmill Village was a place Carp had to visit when he returned to the East Sea. He came to see his grandson Luffy. It was now the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Luffy was already 9 years old, precisely the time Carp frequently returned to the East Sea to educate his grandson. What he needed to do was to attract Carp's attention with his pirate hunting achievements when Carp came. Not to run up to Carp and say, "I want to be a navy." That would be too deliberate. He wanted Carp to become interested in him on his own. With Carp's personality, seeing a fierce man crazily hunting pirates near his grandson's hiding place, his first reaction would not be suspicion, but rather to slap his thigh and exclaim, "You kid are impressive, come join the Navy." As long as Carp recommended him to join the Navy, he would have an identity and a backing. That night Lin Qi sat in the empty house and opened the system panel. Item energy 150 points. Upgrade requirement 50 points. System upgrade. Consumed 50 points of item energy. Upgrading. A familiar warmth surged through his body, similar to when modifying items, but more intense. The warmth started from his heart and flowed towards his brain, stopping at a certain point deep in his consciousness. Upgrade completed. Current system level LV. 2 unlocked abilities. 1. Item slot expand. 2. Item fusion function unlocked. Consuming item energy allows the fusion of 3 same-level items into 1 higher-level random item. The attributes of the new item after fusion are related to the materials, but not fixed. The highest quality of items can reach gold, with the fusion sequence being white, green, blue, purple, red, gold. 3. Item modification level increased, currently able to modify green quality items. Modifying items of green quality or above requires consuming item energy. 3. Item modification level increased, currently able to modify green quality items. Modifying items of green quality or above requires fusing 3 same-level items into a higher level 1, which could reach gold at most. Fusion consumes energy, and the higher the level, the more expensive it becomes. The system upgrade path was clear. The higher the level, the stronger the item, and the greater the consumption. He needed to be frugal. However, he currently had no spare items to try fusion. The items on hand were either already equipped or had been entirely dismantled into energy. From Sky Island to the East Sea, he had only been killing ordinary pirates, and the dropped item quality was not high, with a low probability. Not every pirate dropped items. Most small fry left nothing behind. But there was another way. The modification function had upgraded, allowing him to change white items directly into green. It required consuming a certain amount of item energy, but was more controllable than fusing 3 whites into green. He checked the item library. After finishing off the pursuers on Sky Island, all the items in the library had been dismantled, leaving only energy. The items dropped by the Iron Tooth pirates had also been dismantled. The only one left untouched was the Mighty Crush, which was already equipped. No rush. Tomorrow he would set sail to hunt pirates, and there would be plenty of opportunities to gather items. His gaze fell on the newly unlocked item slots. 7, which was enough for now. During the upgrading process, he confirmed one thing: equipped items and items he had awakened could all be used normally during the upgrade, but item modifications could not be made while upgrading. This reassured him significantly. Finally, he glanced at the panel. He still had 100 points of item energy left, half of the 200 points needed for the next level upgrade. He turned off the panel and went to sleep. Tomorrow he would continue hunting pirates. Early the next morning, just as Lin Qi was about to head out, the system chimed. It was not the national channel. It was a private message across frequencies. A message from Captain Edward Hamer of the Eagle Sauce Nation popped up, sounding far more urgent than the last time. Mr. Lin Qi, we have found a powerful local force as our backing and established our own pirate crew, rapidly developing. What are you still hesitating about? I need an answer today. Lin Qi looked at this message and chuckled softly. The Eagle Sauce Nation had found a backing. The news itself was valuable, indicating that the Eagle Sauce had begun to integrate into the power system of the pirate world. Their development speed was impressive. Edward's insistence on needing an answer was due to the impending announcement of the ranking for the first national fortune settlement. They were panicking. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair and typed leisurely. The conditions you mentioned are all empty promises. Cashing them in after returning to Blue Star. The game has just begun. Who knows what the situation will be like in the future? I cannot obtain any tangible benefits right now, while the intelligence I provide is unique. You think you can exchange your blank promises for my exclusive information? This trade is not equal. What do you want then? Came the instant reply from the other side. A famous sword or 30 million berries cash. The channel fell silent for several seconds. Then Edward's response exploded with anger. Are you crazy? It's only the 5th day. Who has a famous sword and 30 million berries on hand now? You have no sincerity at all. Lin Qi's smile widened slightly. The one with no sincerity is you. From the very beginning you've offered empty promises without presenting anything substantial. Now that I'm asking for actual benefits you're saying I'm being unreasonable. If you can't do it, what do you have to trade with me? The other side fell silent. If you can't do it, then stop talking about intelligence. Come back when you have the capital for a trade. Don't always think you can get something for nothing. He hung up the private chat. He took a screenshot and forwarded it to Li Xingming, adding a line: Eagle Sauce has found a local backing. Who it is remains unknown. They are developing rapidly. Treat them with caution. He did not wait for the captain to reply and directly closed the panel. Edward would not seek him out again. His asking price had exceeded what the Eagle Sauce could currently afford. He set that price to drive Edward to retreat. An enemy who constantly probes for information is quite bothersome. Silencing him was more convenient than dealing with him. That afternoon Lin Qi set sail again. This time the target was clear: the Iron Axe pirates led by Captain Yuan with a bounty of 4 million berries, more than 20 combatants, over 60 minions, and 3 ships. In this sea area they were a small overlord specialized in robbing merchant ships and occasionally raiding coastal villages and towns. The intelligence was provided by Ma Chi-Nuo. He had asked her last night if there were any pirates that needed dealing with, and she had learned about the recent activities of the Iron Axe pirates from the mouths of regular customers that morning. That woman who was used to not asking many questions did not mind giving him directions. When Lin Qi found the Iron Axe pirates on the sea, the 3 ships were lined up returning with their holds filled with goods. He used observation haki to scan the area, confirming the distribution of combat power, and then began with the flagship, clearing them one by one. No fancy tactics were involved. It was simply a matter of descending from the sky and targeting the captain for a single kill. The remaining combatants and minions scattered, and he chased them for half an hour, leaving none alive. Points earned 10,300. The Iron Axe pirates were larger than the Iron Tooth pirates, resulting in more points. For Lin Qi, the real gain was not the points, but the items. Standing on the deck of the Iron Axe pirates' flagship, Lin Qi was surrounded by the floating remains of unsunken ships. The glow of items on the corpses was fading. Out of over 80 people, most of the minions dropped nothing, while only a few combatants, 2 vice-captains, and the captain dropped white and green items. The white and green items were processed according to the usual rules. Useful ones were kept while useless ones were dismantled. This batch of white items was plentiful, and after dismantling, energy was regained. Several green items had average attributes. He kept one as a backup and dismantled the rest. Then he found the green backup item from the item library and combined it with 3 useless green items of the same level, attempting fusion for the first time. Fusion consumed 2 points of item energy. Fusing. 3 clusters of green light collided on the panel and fused into a blue light. Fusion completed. Obtain blue item. Item insight quality blue description. The perception range of observation haki is greatly expanded and the sensitivity of perception is enhanced. It can perceive the emotional fluctuations and general intentions of targets. Not done yet. Item benefactor's assistance quality blue description easier to meet powerful individuals and benefactors in high positions. In the darkness, luck will push you towards the right people. Lin Qi stared at the description of this item, momentarily stunned. Benefactor's assistance. Meeting naval big shots. He was currently preparing to shadow carp, and this item came at just the right time. Lin Qi equipped benefactor's assistance and insight. The moment he finished equipping everything, he closed his eyes. The observation haki unfolded. Previously his perception range was only 1,000 meters. That was the limit he had barely reached through repeated practice in actual combat combined with electromagnetic sense. Now with the stacking effect of the blue item and having integrated the habit of electromagnetic sensing into observation haki, his perception spread like ripples on water. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Lin Qi opened his eyes. 5,000 meters. At this point, observation haki provided a crushing informational advantage in the East Sea, and this range would continue to expand as the level of observation haki itself increased. 2 blue items are already this strong. Lin Qi muttered to himself, what about purple, red, and gold? He did not dwell on it further. He began to wrap up, discarding goods he could not carry and taking all the berries and gold he had looted. Returning to Windmill Village. In the tavern, Ma Chi-Nuo was wiping glasses. Lin Qi pushed the door open and walked to the counter, placing the second human head and gold on the surface. Captain Yuan of the Iron Axe pirates bounty of 4 million. He handed over the bounty notice he had looted from the Iron Axe ship. The information came from you, so it'll give you 20%. The rest will stay with you. Let's start with some good wine and food. This time Ma Chi-Nuo did not look down to rummage through the bounty notice. She glanced at the head and smiled slightly. All right. She turned and went to the kitchen. Lin Qi sat down at a corner table waiting for the food while playing with the arcs of electricity dancing on his fingertips. Ma Chi-Nuo returned with a tray, placing one dish after another on the table. The wine was homemade wheat beer from the village, and the dish was freshly made seafood risotto, quite generous in portion. Just as Lin Qi picked up his fork, the tavern door was pushed open. A tall figure entered wearing a white naval cloak and a hat resembling a dog's head. The hat obscured most of his face, revealing only a broad chin and the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth. He walked in while picking his nose, his steps casual, as if he were returning home. Machi Nua. Same as usual. His loud voice shook the entire tavern. Machi Nua turned around and smiled. Mr. Carp, long time no see. Lin Qi's fork halted in midair. The naval cloak. The dog-headed hat. The loud voice. Machi Nua called him Mr. Carp. The naval hero Monkey D. Carp had just walked in without warning. Carp sat at the counter and took the drink handed over by Machi Nua, gulping down a large mouthful. Then he turned his head, scanning the tavern with his eyes, finally landing on Lin Qi, who was sitting in the corner with a fork, a plate of seafood risotto in front of him. His gaze lingered on Lin Qi for less than a second before moving away. However, Lin Qi's observation haki captured something in that brief moment. Carp's breathing rhythm changed slightly. After finishing the second cup of wine, Carp noticed something on the counter. A human head. Half of the hair was burnt, the facial muscles distorted and deformed from the high temperature, but the general outline was still recognizable. Marquino, what is this? Marquino, who was organizing trays at the kitchen door, did not turn around. It was brought by Mr. Lin Qi as payment for the meal. This is already the second one. She dried her hands and walked over, skillfully picking up the head and stuffing it into a cloth bag under the counter. Then she turned to prepare food for Carp, the entire process flowing smoothly, as if she were handling an ordinary item. Carp watched her back, his brows twitching slightly. The second one. Marquino's voice came from the kitchen. The first one was the captain of the Iron Tooth Pirates 2 days ago. Today's is from Iron Axe. He said the information was provided by me and gave me 20%. Carp put down his wine glass and stood up. He walked over to the corner table, lowering his head to look at the young man eating seafood risotto. A dog-head hat covered most of his face, revealing only his broad chin and the wrinkle at the corner of his mouth soaked in the smell of wine. Kid, you're quite impressive. Carp picked his nose, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. To be able to hunt a bounty of several million on your own, you've really saved me a lot of trouble. It seems you have some strength. When he said some strength, his gaze lingered on Lin Qi for a moment, a reflex of an old soldier spotting a good seedling. Lin Qi put down his fork. He had been waiting for this sentence. But before speaking, he quickly ran through all the information he wanted to convey in his mind. Carp was no ordinary person. A master of observation haki, he had a beast-like intuition for lies. Trying to be clever in front of him was akin to digging one's own grave. So he did not intend to lie. He would only state the facts, just not revealing the entire truth. My name is Qi Lin. I suddenly appeared above the clouds. Lin Qi spoke steadily. By chance I ate a fruit that sparkled with lightning and gained power. I came down from the sky. Upon arriving nearby, I saw pirates burning and plundering, so I killed them. Later I learned that their captain had a bounty, so I brought it here to exchange for food. Every single word was true. The Sky Island is above the clouds, and the thunder fruit is indeed a fruit that sparkles with lightning. He truly came down from the sky, and he did kill the men from Iron Tooth and Iron Axe. The bounty notice was dug up by Marquino. Not a single lie was told from beginning to end. He just didn't mention the system. He didn't say he had crossed over. He didn't say he was the only one among the arrivals who knew the script. He swapped the two characters of Lin Qi around. Carp stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he burst into laughter. The sound shook the chandeliers on the tavern's ceiling. Several villagers drinking were choked and turned around to see Carp, then turned back again as they had long gotten used to it. Not bad. You kid are quite something. Carp slapped Lin Qi on the shoulder with a force like a hammer, coming down, honest, strong, and knows how to kill pirates for bounties. You're not stupid either. Such good seedlings are too wasteful to be left outside. Kid, come join the Navy. Lin Qi remained silent for a moment. It wasn't hesitation, but a performance of hesitation. He had been waiting for this sentence, but agreeing too quickly would raise suspicion. Although Carp was rough around the edges, his aide Bogart was a shrewd man. He remained silent until Carp's eyebrows began to rise before he nodded. All right. Carp, satisfied, slapped the table. Good. You are now part of the Navy. When he said this, his tone was nonchalant, as if commenting on the nice weather today. Take my letter and go directly to the Navy headquarters to find Akiji or Sengoku. Just hand the letter to them. I still want a vacation here, so I won't go with you. He shouted towards the door. Bogart, bring a permanent point. A flurry of sounds came from outside. A certain unfortunate aide was suddenly called out and was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Carp took out paper and pen from his pocket and wrote a few lines. The handwriting was messy like a worm crawling, but the signature at the end was sharp, penetrating the paper. Here, take this, no one will dare stop you. He folded the letter twice and stuffed it into Lin Qi's hand, then took a small permanent pointer from the aide who had just entered. This is the pointer to the Navy headquarters. You ate the thunder fruit, right? Can you fly? Yes. then fly over. With your current strength, you can reach it in a day by flying at full speed. As Lin Qi took the letter and the permanent pointer, the system panel popped up with a prompt. Faction change. Current identity: Pirate Navy. Recruit point settlement rules adjusted. Navy faction points are calculated as kill capture pirates to gain bounty points, complete Navy missions to gain merit points. Previous pirate faction points are retained. Lin Qi looked down at the tag, Navy Recruit, on the panel, his mouth twitching slightly. The initial identity of a pirate was overshadowed by Carp's letter. The tag imposed by the world's will on the arrivals felt as light as a scrap of paper in the face of the personal will of a Navy hero. Mission accomplished. Lin Qi no longer delayed. He had Marquino prepare the necessary food and water, leaving all the bounty with her. Marquino did not ask much, only stuffing 2 more strips of dried meat into the bundle. As he walked out of the tavern, Lin Qi took one last look at Windmill Village. In the year 1514 of the sea-round calendar, with Luffy being 9 years old, this village and Carp behind it had given him a stepping stone into the Navy system. With a flash of lightning, his body was enveloped in a light blue electromagnetic field, shooting straight into the clouds along the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. 10 minutes into flying, Lin Qi opened the panel and sent a private message to Li Xingming. Captain, the plan was successful. I am now a Navy recruit and am heading to the Navy headquarters. Li Xingming replied almost instantly. Great. More identities mean more avenues. Develop well in the Navy. After 2 days, the 7-day rookie period will end and the live stream will start. At that time, I will use the captain's authority to hide all your related live stream footage. The fewer people know of your existence, the better. Understood. The name I will use in the Navy is Qi Lin, and this will be my name going forward. Good. Li Xingming paused. In the past 2 days, I found out some things. The Foot Basin Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom have both planted insiders in our team, not just one. I truly don't know how these people have such soft bones. Our Huaxia team has already lost several members' positions, exposed and surrounded by pirates. Other countries have also had casualties. Be careful yourself. Lin Qi fell silent for a second. The news of his teammates' sacrifices came faster than expected. But he didn't say much. This was a national fortune competition game, not a summer camp. From the moment they were chosen, everyone was already on the death list. Understood. He closed the dialogue box and organized the information he had gathered over the past few days into text to send over. Captain, this is the basic information about the East Sea and the Grand Line. Keep it for coordinating the team. The East Sea is the weakest, with pirates like Krieg Buggy and Kuro being somewhat famous in this sea area. The Navy headquarters has strong jurisdiction and Carp visits often. The West Sea has many underground forces of the Black Hand. The Revolutionary Army is active in the South Sea, one of Dragon's bases, with a wild pirate style. The North Sea is technologically advanced, with formidable families like Vinsmoke, many mercenaries and assassins, and numerous supernovas hailing from the North Sea. The Red Line divides the 4 seas, with the Grand Line in the middle. To enter the Grand Line from the 4 seas, one must either pass through the doldrums or traverse Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line is extremely dangerous, with chaotic magnetic fields and unpredictable climates requiring a permanent pointer for navigation. Lastly, he added a note about Sky Islands. If one wishes to develop a Sky Island, one must head to Jaya Island on the Grand Line. The waters around Jaya Island have an upward current that can propel a ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters. But the danger is immense. Out of 10 ships, 9 will be destroyed. It is advised to prepare shock-resistant materials and skilled sailors in advance. After sending the message, it was quiet on Li Xingming's side for a full 20 seconds. This information is too important. His tone was more serious than ever. Where did you get it? Lin Qi answered, I heard it on the Sky Island, plus my observations along the way. The part about the 4 seas, I chatted with several merchant ship sailors, while the part about the Grand Line I extracted from the mouths of the indigenous people of the Sky Island. It's not complete, but the general direction should be correct. This explanation was sufficient. The captain would not pursue details, but would remember it. Li Xingming was silent for a moment before sending another message. The rookie period is about to end, and I will publicly announce that you have already perished. I will hide your name in the group chat with the captain's authority. You can see everyone, but everyone cannot see you. From now on, you will only contact me. The resources of the Huaxia team will also be prioritized for you. If you need anything to climb up in the Navy system, just tell me directly. Lin Qi was not polite. Understood. A few seconds later, in the member list of the national channel, Lin Qi's name flickered for a moment before turning gray. He was not deleted. He could see all messages in the channel, everyone's statements, and everyone's status. But his name disappeared from others' perspectives. He was now a ghost. A Navy recruit known to only Li Xingming to still be alive. This is better. Lin Qi closed the panel and accelerated forward. The electromagnetic field flowed over his body, and the clouds ahead were split open by a blue lightning bolt. With the support of the stamina buff, Lin Qi did not slow down at all. He flew above the clouds, avoiding most of the sight on the sea surface. Traveling from the East Sea to the Navy headquarters required passing through the doldrums, which was the nesting ground for sea kings, and ordinary ships would not dare approach. But at 10,000 meters in the air, even the largest sea kings in the doldrums could not reach him. A day later, the outline of the Navy headquarters appeared on the horizon. Marineford. The location of the Navy headquarters, the central hub of the strongest military force under the world government. From a distance, it looked like a giant crescent-shaped fortress, its white walls towering into the clouds. The front of the fortress featured a huge Navy emblem, a seagull holding a wrench. Dozens of warships were docked in the port, their masts towering like a forest, each one much larger than the ships of the East Sea branch. Lin Qi landed in the designated drop zone in front of the fortress. The moment his feet touched the stone ground, he felt the bricks beneath him were completely different from the island clouds of the Sky Island. Hard, heavy, with a roughness that had been eroded by the sea breeze for hundreds of years. Immediately, two Navy soldiers approached, hands resting on the sheaths of their swords. "Who are you?" Lin Qi said nothing and handed over Karp's letter. The soldier glanced at the signature on the envelope, his pupils visibly constricting. When he returned the letter, his tone had changed from impolite to respectful. "Please wait a moment. I will take you to see Admiral Sengoku." Navy headquarters, Admiral's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, holding Karp's letter, having read it twice. Behind him was a giant world government flag, sunlight streaming in through the skylight, casting a layer of light on his white hair. The highest commander of the Navy raised his head, his gaze landing on Lin Qi. His eyes were not as casual as Karp's, nor as scrutinizing as those of ordinary officers. His gaze was heavy enough to tighten one's back. "You are Qi Lin," Sengoku said, his voice steady. The arrival. Lin Qi did not deny it. Denying being an arrival in front of the Navy admiral was pointless. Sengoku's observation haki was likely not much weaker than Karp's. Having commanded the Navy for many years, his ability to read people was top-notch. "I don't know what an arrival is," Lin Qi said, "but I should indeed not be a person from this world." Sengoku did not interrupt him. "I cannot go back. I need to survive. But I don't want to be a pirate, though I despise what they do. On my way down from the sky, I witnessed some things. Therefore I chose to join the Navy." Every word was true. He just didn't mention crossing over, didn't mention the system, didn't say he was a member of the Huaxia team, and didn't say he held the scripts of everyone. Sengoku stared at him for a long time. The silence was as heavy as an anchor, suffocating. Lin Qi did not avert his gaze. Then Sengoku nodded. "Karp wrote about your situation in the letter. A user of the thunder fruit who fell from the sky, single-handedly hunted down 2 pirate crews with bounties in the millions, exchanging heads for meals in Windmill Village." He placed the letter on the desk, his tone carrying an extra layer. It was not trust, but neither was it suspicion. Karp has misjudged many people in his life, but he has never misjudged a soldier. He pressed a button on the desk connected to a den mushi. "Get Zifa." The den mushi was silent for a few seconds before a deep male voice transmitted. "What is it?" "There's a new recruit recommended by Karp. Arrange for him to join your elite training camp. Join the class." Zifa's voice carried a hint of impatience. "My class graduates in 15 days. If he joins now, he won't keep up with the pace." Sengoku glanced at Lin Qi. "He is a Logia-type thunderfruit." Silence fell on the other end for 2 seconds. "Thunderfruit? Yes." Another silence followed. Then Zifa said, "Let him come over. But whether he can pass the assessment in 15 days is not up to me. The assessment will not give him any preferential treatment." Sengoku hung up the den mushi and said to Lin Qi, "Did you hear that?" "I heard it. The elite training camp is located on a separate island behind the Navy headquarters, connected to Marineford by a cross-sea bridge." As Lin Qi followed the guiding officer across the bridge, the sea breeze swept in from the side, carrying the unique scent of sweat and gunpowder from the training ground. At the end of the bridge, the training camp gate stood wide open with a sign hanging on it written in standard world government lettering, "Navy Elite Training Camp. Those who come out from here are either rear admirals or corpses." Passing through the gate, dozens of trainees were engaged in combat drills on the training ground. Shouts, sounds of weapons clashing, and explosions mixed together while the dust in the air was illuminated by the afternoon sun. The guiding officer led him across the training ground toward the barracks. Halfway through, Lin Qi's observation haki sensed several presences. They were distinctly different from the other trainees. Most trainees emitted chaotic auras varying in strength, but deep inside the training ground, 3 presences stood out sharply like 3 chunks of iron among a pile of gravel. One aura was steady and heavy, carrying a certain fluctuating power, rhythmically rising and falling. Another aura was light and sharp, moving quickly at the edge of the training ground, occasionally stopping, sometimes bursting forth with a chilling wave. The last aura was the simplest. There were no signs of fruit abilities, but that pure sense of power was stronger than the previous 2. Every exertion of strength carried a cutting wind sound. Even in the perception of observation haki, it was as clear as listening to a drum up close. "Who are those over there?" Lin Qi asked the guiding officer. The officer glanced at the deeper part of the training ground, his tone carrying a hint of respect. They are Zifa's closed-door disciples. This is the last elite training camp of this batch, as Zifa said. He wouldn't take any more after this one. Those three are the core. I'm a user of the backward fruit, can make people and objects reverse time. Bin's a user of the blooming fruit, can make plants grow wildly. Oh, and Huaxia, a pure martial arts practitioner, whose martial arts level is said to be close to that of a rear admiral. The officer paused and added, you will have to stay in the same training ground as them for 15 days. During the assessment, your opponents may also be them. Lin Qi withdrew his gaze. On the training ground, Huaxia was smashing a training iron doll with a punch. Iron shards flew, and the surrounding trainees retreated. Ein stood at a distance, arms crossed, expressionless as she watched. Bin's crouched on the ground, fingers digging into the soil. A vine was visibly emerging from the ground, wrapping around his wrist. Hurry up, I'll take you to the barracks first, the officer urged. Lin Qi caught up. Behind him, the sound of the iron doll's remains crashing to the ground still echoed. 15 days. Zifa's last elite training camp. 3 closed-door disciples. One can reverse time, one can manipulate plants to grow wildly, and one is close to rear admiral in martial arts. He must pass Zifa's assessment within 15 days. Alongside these people, the morning sun had yet to fully illuminate the training ground, but the elite camp's cadets had already formed their ranks. Zephyr stood at the front of the formation, his metallic arm glistening coldly in the morning light. 3 people stood behind him. Ein crossed her arms, her expression impassive. Binzi flexed his wrists, cracking his knuckles, and Huaxia crossed his arms, scanning the formation with a heavy gaze. No one dared to speak. Zephyr had been standing there for nearly 5 minutes, not uttering a word, his gaze fixed on the edge of the training ground, where the transfer student from yesterday was located. Everyone's here. Zephyr finally spoke, his voice quiet yet clear in the stillness of the training ground. A transfer student arrived yesterday, recommended by Karp. Some people have already seen him, while others have not. He gestured with his metallic finger towards the edge of the training ground. Lin Qi stepped out from the shadows and stood beside the formation. This is Qi Lin. Zephyr's gaze swept across the formation, a user of the thunder fruit. The formation instantly erupted into a cacophony. The thunder fruit, a Logia types, recommended by Vice Admiral Karp. Whispers surged like a tide, only to be silenced by a single glance from Zephyr. But the cadet's eyes remained fixed on Lin Qi, not in scrutiny, but in shock. A Logia user was a legendary existence in the seas, a rarity, even in the Grand Line. In the entire elite camp with dozens of cadets, there was not a single Logia user. Zephyr ignored those gazes and turned to Lin Qi. Are you the user of the thunder fruit? Yes. Zephyr nodded and called out to the formation. Binzi stepped forward. Binzi took a step out from behind Zephyr. He wasn't tall, but his broad shoulders and defined muscles were evident. He walked to the center of the training ground, glancing back at Zephyr. Fight him. Zephyr said, do not hold back. Binzi's brows twitched, surprised. Not holding back meant fighting with full. Zephyr intended to thoroughly test the depth of this thunderfruit user. Everyone else stepped back. Zephyr waved his hand, moved back further. The formation quickly dispersed. The cadets retreated to the edge of the training ground, clearing the entire area. Ein and Huaxia remained stationary, one on each side of Zephyr, their gazes fixed on the center. Only 2 people remained on the training ground. Binzi and Lin Qi, standing 20 meters apart. Binzi was the first to move. His figure vanished from the spot as Binzi executed the 6-style shave with remarkable skill. The explosive power of his high-speed movement made it nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral to capture it with the naked eye. At the moment he disappeared, he scattered a handful of seeds. The motion was extremely quick and discreet. His palm brushed against his waist, and the tiny seeds slipped through his fingers, blending into the sandy soil of the training ground, indistinguishable to the naked eye. But Lin Qi's observation haki had already spread out. Not extending to 5,000 meters, he compressed his perception to the size of the entire training ground. The smaller the area, the higher the precision. Every movement of Binzi, every seed's landing point, the frequency of his footfalls were all vividly imprinted in Lin Qi's mind. Before the afterimage of shave faded, he had already captured Binzi's true trajectory. Lightning erupted across his skin. Thunder escape armor. Intricate arcs of electricity pierced through muscle fibers, instantaneously maximizing speed, strength, and reflexes. He did not retreat to create distance. All the cadets, including Zephyr, assumed he would utilize the long-range advantage of the thunder fruit to kite Binzi. On the contrary, he charged directly towards Binzi. The 2 figures collided in the center of the training ground. Fist met fist. A shockwave erupted between them, causing the sand on the ground to roll outward in a circular motion. Binzi's expression changed at the moment of impact. He was a master of martial arts, proficient in the 6 styles, and close combat was his most confident domain. But after this punch, his knuckles felt numb. Lin Qi did not give him time to react. The second punch was already upon him. Binzi forced his waist to twist and retreated using chafe. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he slapped his hands against the ground. The training ground exploded. The seeds scattered earlier grew wildly under the effect of the fruitful ability, green vines bursting from the ground, quickly covering the entire training ground. Each vine was as thick as an arm covered in barbs, like dozens of tentacles simultaneously striking towards Lin Qi. Vine hell. Lin Qi looked at the overwhelming plants and took half a step back with his right leg. Electricity gathered to its utmost in his right hand and struck the ground. Thunder escape, ground walk. Blue electrical currents exploded in a fan shape along the ground. The currents surged forward like a flood, incinerating the vines upon contact, their barbs shattering and debris flying everywhere. The entire vine hell resembled a lawn crushed by a steamroller plowed into a scorched path. Binzi's eyes widened, and he quickly retreated using chafe. However, Lin Qi was faster, already in front of him. This was pure lightning acceleration. The thunder escape armor increased his speed to a level Binzi could not keep up with. Gritting his teeth, Binzi decided not to evade anymore. The black hardening of armament haki spread from his arm to cover his fist. The two exchanged another punch. The shockwave pushed both of them back a step. As Lin Qi retreated, he thrust his right hand forward, and a long spear composed entirely of condensed lightning shot out from his palm. Thunder escape, false darkness. The lightning spear shot towards Binzi's chest with such speed that he had no time to think. Binzi couldn't dodge it, and could only cross his arms in front of his chest, fully channeling his armament haki. The black hardened layer thickened on his arms. Boom. Binzi was sent flying, his body arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Just as he was about to roll over and get up, a sudden brightness caught his eye. A thunderbird with a wingspan of over 2 meters hovered before him, its beak aimed at his forehead. The wings gently flapped, dropping a stream of electric arcs with each beat. Binzi's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He had not stopped since the fight began. At close range he was suppressed, and at long range he was harvested, all while Lin Qi had effortlessly dealt with his vine hell. Before he could comprehend how he had lost, a black metallic arm reached over from his side and crushed the thunderbird. The electric arcs exploded between the metallic fingers, dissipating. Enough. The match ends here. Zephyr withdrew his arm. The armament haki faded from his arm, leaving several blue streaks from the electric shocks visibly dissipate. He glanced down at his metallic arm, then looked at Lin Qi. Binzi climbed up from the ground, breathing heavily, his arms still trembling. This was the instinctive reaction of muscles after being impacted by lightning. Zephyr turned to face Lin Qi. The training ground was so quiet that one could hear the sound of distant waves crashing against the rocks. Dozens of cadets didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Your attacks and the use of lightning are quite perfect. Zephyr began, his tone steady, as if summarizing a lesson. Your tactics are also clear, compressing the range of observation haki to enhance precision, suppressing in close combat, and finally transitioning to long-range finishing moves. This entire set was coherent, not improvised, but premeditated. He paused. Your martial arts are average. You can use basic observation haki, but you cannot use armament haki. He paused again. Clearly you did not give it your all. A gasp of disbelief came from the edge of the training ground. Not giving it your all. Binzi had been completely dominated in the fight. How could that be called not giving it your all? Your overall strength is at least at the level of a commodore, Zephyr said. You should not be inferior to a rear admiral. The gasps grew louder. Zephyr's evaluations were never overly flattering. For a cadet to be deemed at the commodore level meant they would at least start as a brigadier upon graduation. And for him to say Lin Qi was not inferior to a rear admiral suggested that he already possessed the strength of an active rear admiral from the headquarters. A transfer student. On the first day, Zephyr ignored the cadet's reactions. What he said next was the real bombshell. Your martial arts are your weak point. In the next 15 days, if you learn all 6 styles of the Navy and armament haki, it'll let you graduate. No need for further exams. Lin Qi was momentarily stunned. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay. Zephyr was not one for idle talk. That very morning, he began teaching Lin Qi the 6 styles of the Navy. In a corner of the training ground, he explained the principles and key points of the 6 styles from beginning to end. He spoke quickly without repetition, only emphasizing the core of each movement once. Lin Qi listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, extensions of the principles had just heard. While Zephyr's expression remained unchanged, the speed of his responses gradually slowed, sometimes requiring him to pause for a second or two. How did you come up with these? He asked once. Just thought of them, Lin Qi replied. His state of heightened comprehension still had over 20 days remaining. With his brain operating at its limit as Zephyr explained the principles, Lin Qi's mind had already autonomously deconstructed, reorganized, and preemptively rehearsed everything. By the time Zephyr finished speaking, he had simulated every movement in his mind at least 10 times. Understanding was complete. Next came practice. Shave. High-speed stepping. He succeeded on the first try, though his distance control was off, nearly crashing into a wall. On the second attempt, the distance error shrank to half a meter. On the third try, he landed perfectly. Gale foot. High speed whipping from the legs generated vacuum slashes. On the first try, his leg was raised too high, causing the vacuum blade to veer. On the second attempt, he adjusted the angle of his leg, the slash barely grazing the sandy ground, leaving a deep mark. On the third attempt, he hit the bullseye. Moonwalk. A second step in midair. This one was the trickiest. It took 4 steps in the air to produce the first sound of a footfall. On the fifth attempt, he stepped 3 times consecutively, propelling himself 10 meters into the air. Paper drawing. Disengagement dodging. Zephyr personally tested with punches. The speed of his strikes increased from 30% to 50%, while Lin Qi's body transitioned from stiff evasion to naturally swaying with the force of the punches, all within half a morning. Iron block. Muscles tightened to their extreme limits. On the first attempt, he was flicked away by Zephyr's finger. Getting back up, he stood straight, taking a deep breath. His body tensed, all muscles fully engaged. Zephyr's second finger flick came, and he stepped back half a step. He did not fall. Finger gun. Maximum explosive power from the fingers. This blended most naturally with the thunder escape armor. After several attempts, he discovered that the essence of the finger gun was the high-speed thrust of the fingers, and the thunder escape armor could already maximize speed. The two combined. The first finger punctured a hole in the chest of the training dummy. He completed the 6 styles in a single morning. The remaining time was for practice. Repeated practice until it required no thought, until his body moved faster than his mind. The stamina buff allowed him to repeat indefinitely, just as he depleted his energy, it would be replenished the next moment. From morning until afternoon, and from afternoon until dusk, he shattered 3 training dummies, while the sandy ground bore the intersecting scars from Gale foot. He began to combine the finger gun and thunder escape armor, attempting more advanced applications. The thrusting from his fingers started with 4 fingers, then 3, 2, and finally 1. The last finger thrust the index finger alone. The tip pressed against the chest of the training dummy, but did not penetrate. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. Without the use of armament hockey, relying solely on the combination of the finger gun and thunder escape armor, the power of the single finger thrust still lacked a breath of strength. If he could cover the tip with a layer of armament hockey, this strike should be able to penetrate the training dummy from the chest to the back. No rush. Tomorrow Zephyr would teach armament hockey. He withdrew his fingers and looked down at their tips. There were no injuries, only a faint layer of blue electric arcs still dancing. Now only armament hockey was missing. That evening in the office of the Marine Headquarters Marshal, when Zephyr entered, Sengoku was reviewing documents. He looked up at Zephyr's expression and set his pen down. Zephyr's face told no lies. The face weathered by the sea breeze for decades displayed every emotion clearly. That Lin, Zephyr sat across from Sengoku, learned all 6 styles in just one day. Sengoku's brow twitched. He completed the 6 styles in the morning and began practicing innovations in the afternoon. He combined the finger gun with his lightning ability, breaking through from 4 fingers to 1 finger layer by layer. He figured it out on his own. There was a complex emotion in Zephyr's voice, a prodigy. Sengoku remained silent. If he learns armament hockey at the same pace tomorrow, Zephyr paused. Give him time, he might surpass Akainu and the others. A silence lingered in the office for a moment. Sengoku spoke up. Aren't you worried he might be an intruder? Aren't you unconcerned? Zephyr countered. Sengoku leaned back in his chair. Sunlight filtered through the skylight, casting a fragmented glow on his graying hair. His voice was measured. What if he's an intruder? We have accepted giants, fishmen, and mink tribes from across the world. Why not an intruder? As long as he stands on the side of justice, he will be our comrade. I trust my own judgment, and I trust Carp's judgment. Zephyr nodded. No further words were exchanged. Outside, the marine flag fluttered in the night wind. His gaze fell upon the dark sea beyond, far, far away. His expression suddenly darkened. That shadow was faint, but Sengoku noticed. It was the shadow that appeared every time Zephyr recalled the past. Years ago, during that disaster, the pirate who had killed all his students. Since that day, every batch of students he took on had become more than just students to him. Sengoku did not press further. Some wounds need not be asked about. Today marks the 7th day of my arrival in the pirate world. It is the last day of the newbie protection period. By tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the first national fortune score ranking will officially commence. The World Channel has been bustling since last night, with captains from various countries frantically shouting, some recruiting allies, some posturing, and others desperately calling for help. The score numbers change every few minutes, and everyone is making a final push. But none of this concerns Lin Qi. He is now called Lin. In the national fortune competition, he is a ghost who has already died. His name has disappeared from the member list of the Huaxia channel, and the live broadcast has been hidden by the captain's authority, existing only in private messages visible only to Li Xingming. The surface of the board is covered with varying depths of finger marks, the result of his morning's work. ZFA just left 10 minutes ago having dropped a line. The surface of the board is covered with varying depths of finger marks, the result of his morning's work. ZFA just left 10 minutes ago having dropped a line. I've explained the principles and essentials of armament hockey. Whether you can master it depends on yourself. Today is the last day of the stamina buff. There are still over 20 days of comprehension bonus remaining. He must fully integrate armament hockey before the stamina buff disappears. Armament hockey is different from the 6 styles. The 6 styles are techniques that can be used once the principles are understood. Armament hockey is energy. Understanding the principles requires feeling it, developing muscle memory until the moment the hockey surges from within without the need for thought. Without the infinite endurance of the stamina buff, the efficiency of practicing armament hockey would be greatly reduced. Therefore today must be the day. Lin Qi closed his eyes and mobilized the qi within his body using Zhe-Fa's method. The first time nothing emerged. The second time a faint layer of dark energy began to appear on the surface of his fingertip, but before it took shape it dissipated. The third time the black hardened layer finally covered the first joint of his index finger. It worked. He was initiated. Then came the frantic repetition. From 1 finger to 2, from 2 to an entire hand, from hand to forearm, and from forearm to the whole arm. Each time the coverage area expanded by an inch, the output and flow rate of hockey had to be readjusted. Lin Qi practiced tirelessly, repeatedly, like an unyielding machine. Just as he exhausted his stamina, it would refill in an instant. His arm muscles ached, trembled, recovered, and then ached again from the intense repetition. Lunchtime had already passed. Lin Qi still did not stop. He transitioned from single-handed coverage to simultaneous coverage with both hands, then from both hands to his torso, and from the torso to his legs. Covering each body part meant the flow routes of hockey had to be reopened. One opening was not enough, it had to be reopened repeatedly until hockey could flow automatically. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, single-part coverage was fully completed. Next came full-body coverage. This was the threshold from beginner to mastery in armament hockey. To cover every part of the body simultaneously with hockey requires not only control, but also support from the total amount of hockey. Lin Qi took a deep breath and mobilized all of his hockey to surge outward. The black hardened layer began to spread from his chest, extending to his shoulders, back, abdomen, and legs. It got stuck at the scapula. The first attempt at full body coverage failed. He adjusted his breathing and tried again. On the second attempt, half of his back was covered, but it got stuck again. The third attempt completed the back coverage, but the calves did not keep up. On the fourth attempt, the black hardened layer spread from the top of his head all the way to the soles of his feet, wrapping him in a thin yet resilient black armor. Full body armament hockey coverage achieved. Lin Qi looked down at his arms, now covered in the black hardened layer. When he clenched his fist, the knuckles made a metallic crack. The fist covered by armament hockey and a fist in a normal state are two entirely different things. Not only is the hardness increased, but the efficiency of power transmission is completely different. He recalled the moment from yesterday when he got stuck while performing the technique. With a thought, he extended his right index finger, focusing armament hockey on the fingertip. The electric arcs of the lightning armor penetrated the muscles of his finger. It was the technique of one-sword piercing. The fingertip touched the chest of the iron puppet. A coin-sized hole was pierced through the chest of the iron puppet with smooth and even edges. The iron plate melted into a circle of dark red molten iron under the dual effects of high temperature and pressure. Lin Qi withdrew his finger and glanced at the fingertip. The black hardened layer of armament hockey remained with not even a scratch. It was the technique of one-sword piercing. It worked. He sat down beside the training field, catching his breath and opening the system panel. The status of the entry library and equipment column was clear at a glance. His inherent entries remained stable: transcendent logical analysis, lightning control, body of lightning, and curse of the sea, all following him since the first day of his arrival. The Navy's 6 styles and armament hockey as newly acquired skills had automatically generated entries attached to him, all of blue quality, not occupying equipment slots. The previous white entry, combat mastery, was automatically replaced after learning the 6 styles. The system prompts that higher-level entries overwrite lower-level entries, and the white one was automatically stored in the entry library. The entry library has been upgraded to 30 storage slots, and the white entry lies quietly in the corner, temporarily unused. The inside entry is worth mentioning. It was generated when he modified the white entry to green in Windmill Village, and after equipping it, he found that its effect overlaps with his inherent logical analysis. Logical analysis is about quickly dissecting information, while insight sees through the causal connections behind behaviors. The two entries do not conflict. One is quick, and the other is deep. He considered whether to remove logical analysis to free up an equipment slot, but thought again. Since it is inherent and does not occupy an equipment slot, keeping it wouldn't hurt. 6 equipment slots have been used, leaving 1 empty slot. The benefactor's assistance is still in the equipment column, possibly related to Karp's recommendation and Sengoku's trust. The combination of insight and logical analysis, plus the buff from comprehension, allows him to quickly grasp the key points in Zai Fa's teaching learning at an unusually rapid pace. The entry energy left is 92 points. The system level is 2, and to upgrade to level 3 requires 500 points of entry energy, which is no small feat. He needs to continue accumulating. He closed the panel, continuing to practice. In the evening, when Lin Qi found Zai Fa was checking the training plan for tomorrow beside the training field. Instructor Zai Fa Lin Qi stood before him. I would like to demonstrate the 6 styles and armament hockey. Zai Fa looked up at him. Earlier this morning this kid was still asking basic questions about armament hockey, and now before the day is over he says he wants to demonstrate it. Zai Fa put down the training plan, stood up, and watched him with his metallic arm crossed. Lin Qi started with shave. He stomped the ground at high speed, vanishing and reappearing 10 meters away. With storm leg he accurately cut through the designated target with a vacuum slash. With moonwalk he stepped 3 times in the air, rising 15 meters. With paper drawing Zai Fa threw a casual punch, and Lin Qi's body naturally swayed with the punch's wind. With iron body, all his muscles tightened. Zai Fa flicked a finger, and Lin Qi took half a step back, but did not fall. With finger gun his fingertip pierced through the chest of the iron puppet. Finally came armament hockey. Lin Qi took a deep breath, and the black hardened layer spread from his head to his feet, wrapping him in a thin yet resilient black armor. He raised his right arm, covered in armament hockey fingers together. Once were piercing. The fingertip touched a sea-stone training board at the edge of the training field. A hole was pierced through the board with dark red molten iron dripping from the edges. Zai Fa remained silent for a while. The impact left by this new recruit was simply astonishing. I will take you to meet Sengoku, he said. Lin Qi followed his pace as they crossed the cross-sea bridge towards the main building of the Navy headquarters. The night in Marineford was brightly lit with warships in the port arranged like a forest under the moonlight. Zai Fa walked ahead, his pace slightly quicker than usual. Lin Qi followed behind, not asking any questions. He knew what Zai Fa was about to do. In the marshal's office, Sengoku finished listening to Zai Fa's report, his pen hovering in the air. You said he learned the 6 styles in one day yesterday, Sengoku said, putting down his pen. Today he learned armament hockey in another day. Yes. Zai Fa stood before the desk, his metallic arm gleaming coldly under the light. And he combined armament hockey with finger gun to create a new application, piercing the sea stone training board with a single finger. After teaching for so many years, I have never seen such speed. His strength is at least at the level of a rear admiral. Sengoku's gaze landed on Lin Qi. The young man stood beside Zai Fa, his expression calm, neither proud nor nervous. The marshal looked at him for a few seconds, and then spoke. Qi Lin. Zai Fa says you possess the strength of a rear admiral, and I believe it. However, you are graduating as a new recruit of the Navy. By regulation, the highest rank you can hold is colonel. Do you agree? Lin Qi answered without hesitation. Thank you, Marshal Sengoku. Instructor Zai Fa. I have no objections. He paused and added, I only have one request. Do you agree? Lin Qi answered without hesitation. Thank you, Marshal Sengoku. Instructor Zai Fa. I have no objections. He paused and added. Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Zai Fa crossed his arms beside him, turning his head towards the window. Lin Qi's observation hockey caught a rare hint of satisfaction in his breath. Sengoku picked up the appointment document on the desk and wrote a few lines steadily. After finishing, he handed the document to Lin Qi. Colonel Qi Lin, you are hereby officially appointed as a colonel of the Navy headquarters, commanding your fleet independently. Your first mission is to patrol the West Sea. The situation there has been tense lately, with several pirate crews active, as well as some unknown armed forces expanding. He paused. Your future promotions will depend on your military achievements. Lin Qi took the appointment letter and stood up straight. I guarantee the completion of the mission. As the appointment letter landed in his hand, the system panel popped up with a notification. Rank promotion. Current status Navy new recruit, Navy Colonel, merit points 40,000. Current personal national fortune points 175,300. 40,000 points obtained. Before Lin Qi could examine the panel in detail, another notification popped up. A grand notification sound echoed in the minds of all arrivals simultaneously. National fortune announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia for becoming the first country to exceed 2,000 national fortune points. All citizens of Huaxia receive good luck buff, lasts for 30 days. The announcement played 3 times in a row. The entire world of arrivals erupted in chaos. In the world channel, the speed of messages flooding in was so rapid that it was hard to keep up. Eagle Country Captain Edward Hammer. Huaxia Captain, please disclose your point details. Achieving 2,000 points in just 7 days is simply impossible. Foot Basin Country Captain Sambin Xiaozhu. We in Foot Basin country fought desperately in the West Sea to earn just a few thousand points. How could Huaxia possibly reach to 0? They must be cheating. Stick country Captain Lin Qi's system, requesting an investigation into Huaxia's point sources. Huaxia must be exploiting system loopholes. Our results in the West Sea were hard-earned. Oh, why should Huaxia get away with it? Asan country Captain Singh, unfair. We demand the system to disclose the point details of all countries to ensure fairness in the game. John Bull country Captain James, Huaxia team, you should disclose the composition of your points. This is also for the benefit of the entire group of arrivals. Kangaroo country Captain Rick, Eagle has a point. We must clarify how 0 points were obtained. Gull Rooster country Captain Henry. I'm more curious about how they did it. Bear country Captain Ivanov, interesting. It seems Foot Basin and Stick are quite active in the West Sea. Every message consumed national fortune points, but the captains of various countries were too busy to care. The emergence of 0 points on the last day of the newbie period suggests that the dynamics of the first ranking settlement could be completely rewritten. The Huaxia channel fell silent. Li Xingming looked at the announcement, smiled slightly, and sent a message. Captain Li Xingming, good news. Our reconnaissance team discovered an uninhabited island near the Grand Line rich in exploitable mineral resources, and we have already completed its occupation. The points mainly come from this occupation, and the specific details cannot be disclosed. Wang Ming, wow. 200,000. Captain, you're amazing. Zhao Xiaozhou, this guarantees the first settlement. Chen Lin, everyone don't celebrate too early, the settlement hasn't started yet, and other countries are also making a final push. Li Xingming turned off the national channel and sent a private message to Lin Qi. Was the announcement triggered by you? Lin Qi replied immediately, yes. My rank was promoted from recruit to colonel, and I was assigned a patrol mission in the West Sea, rewarded with 400 merit points. My total points have just exceeded 170,000. The announcement of 200 should be the cumulative total of all points from Huaxia's team. The contributions of other members added up to exceed 200. Good. Did you see the statements from Foot Basin and Stick just now? Both teams mentioned the West Sea. They have bases there, and it seems they are developing quite well. Li Xingming paused. Be careful. Understood, Lin Qi said. I will form my fleet tomorrow with the first stop in the West Sea. The dialogue box fell silent for 2 seconds. Foot Basin and Stick are both in the West Sea. Li Xingming's text carried a hint of coldness. Are you planning to take action against them? It depends on the situation. Lin Qi's reply was concise. If the opportunity arises, I won't hold back. Closing the panel, Lin Qi stood in the corridor outside the marshal's office. The sea breeze swept through the walls of Marineford carrying a salty tang. The masts of warships in the distant port stood like a forest under the moonlight, among which one would soon become his flagship. In the West Sea, both Foot Basin and Stick are over there, and judging by their tone, they seem to be developing quite well. Lin Qi wore a slight cold smile. Tomorrow I will form my fleet and head to the West Sea. I will take action against them. As the warship departed from the port of Marineford, the sun had just climbed to the top of the mast. A medium-sized battleship, its hull freshly painted, gleamed with the Navy insignia in the morning light. 50 sailors stood in a straight line on the deck, their swords polished to a shine, their gazes fixed intently on the young man at the bow of the ship. Lin Qi turned his back to the rising sun, the sea breeze fluttering the hem of his naval cloak. His aide Binzi stood half a step behind him, holding a nautical chart and occasionally glancing at the clouds on the distant horizon. The air pressure is dropping, Binzi said. There might be waves in the afternoon. Then we should hurry in the morning, Lin Qi replied. Binzi nodded, falling silent. He had no doubt about Lin Qi's judgment. After the competition at the training camp, he knew this transfer student was no ordinary person. In just 2 days he completed all evaluations and was appointed as a colonel to independently command the fleet. Binzi took the initiative to apply for the position of aide, which ZFA approved, signing off with a simple remark, learn well from him. Everyone was waiting. The warship was ready, the supplies loaded, and the nautical chart spread out. Yet Lin Qi stood at the bow, not ordering departure. The sailors exchanged glances, no one daring to ask why. Lin Qi was waiting for the clock to strike 9. At 8:59, he glanced at the countdown on the panel. The last minute of the novice protection period. Suddenly the sea breeze paused for a moment. It wasn't a natural stillness that felt as if the very air of the world had stagnated. Then a more magnificent prompt sound than any before exploded in his mind. The competition of National Fortune's novice protection period has ended. The first National Fortune Points leaderboard has been generated. The following functions have been activated: Global Points Leaderboard, Global Live Streaming System, Free Trading, Channel. National Fortune Points will be updated weekly. 23 days later, the first reward and punishment settlement. The top 3 in total points will receive National Fortune rewards, and the bottom 5 will face National Fortune penalties. Countries that enter the bottom 5 twice will be directly annihilated. Wishing everyone good luck. Lin Qi was presented with a light screen. National Fortune Points Leaderboard, First Settlement 1. Hua Country 21250002. Eagle Sauce Country 384003. Foot Basin Country 312004. Bear Country 281005. Gall Chicken Country 223006. John Bull Country 198007. Hans Cat Country 185008. Kangaroo Country 152009. Asan Country 12800. 193. Maldives Country 410-194. Jewish Country 380-195. Malta Country 320. Hua Country is in the lead, leading the second place by more than 170,000 points. Lin Qi's expression remained unchanged as he scrolled down the leaderboard, glancing at the bottom three. Malta Country's points were fixed at 320, not even enough to match Hua Country's fractional points. He closed the leaderboard and opened the trading channel. The screen was filled with dense product information: food, weapons, clothing, or shells, ship materials, fresh water, mostly ordinary goods, with jumbled prices. Countries were testing the waters, but no one was offering anything truly valuable. Lin Qi glanced through and didn't scroll further. He set 2 reminder keywords in the system: devil fruit, famous sword. If either of these words appeared, the system would automatically pop up a reminder. Everything else wasn't worth wasting time on. He closed the panel and raised his right hand. Set sail. Destination West Sea. The warships will turn the sails, billowing with the sea breeze. The white fortress of Marinfander gradually shrank at the stern, finally becoming a blurred white dot on the horizon. Binzi was directing the course on the bridge while the sailors busied themselves at their posts. Lin Qi stood at the bow, the sea breeze causing his cloak to flutter dramatically. Meanwhile, a fierce argument erupted in the World Channel. The novice period had ended, the trading channel was simultaneously opened, and the basic speaking function in the World Channel was also released. A certain number of free-speaking quotas each day became the battlefield for countries' verbal battles. Foot Basin Country captained 3 books of small pearls. There must be issues with Hua Country's points. With 21000 points, the second place doesn't even have 4000. This gap cannot be achieved through normal means. Stick Country Captain Jean Kila. We have already contacted other nations to initiate a joint review of Hua Country's point source. The fairness of the game must be ensured. Asan Country Captain Xingu. Hua Country team, you should actively disclose the composition of your points. As the team in first place, you have an obligation to explain to all participating countries. John Bull Country Captain James. Eagle Sauce, what do you think? Eagle Sauce Country Captain Edward Hamer. We are verifying the source of Hua Country's points. If confirmed to be in violation, Eagle Sauce Country will join all countries willing to uphold fairness to take necessary measures. Bear Country Captain Ivanov. Interesting. Have you not been able to find out after 7 days? I see it's not that you can't find out, but that you found out and don't want to say it. Jewish Country Captain Omar. Regardless of whether Hua Country's points have issues or not, our Jewish country is now ranked second to last. We seek help. Any country willing to provide support. The conditions are negotiable. Maldives Country Captain Raj. Maldives Country also requests aid. Our landing point is too poor, supplies have run out, and more than 20 people have already died. Please everyone. Malta Country Captain Joshua. Malta Country is ranked third to last. We are willing to exchange any conditions for protection. Which major power is willing to take us in? Foot Basin Country Captain 3 books of small pearls. Hua Country team, with your 210 points, are you just watching other countries call for help? Is this your responsibility as a major country? Wang Ming scolded in the Hua Country channel. These bastards. Since they can't find the problem themselves, they resort to moral kidnapping. Li Xingming's voice remained steady. Do not respond in the World Channel. Let them argue. In the World Channel, Edward Hamer posted again. Eagle Sauce Country Captain Edward Hamer. Everyone, rather than investigating Hua Country's points, let's first solve the pressing issues at hand. We Eagle Sauce Country have already pinpointed the location of a devil fruit. If we secure it, there is room for point reversal. Furthermore, I propose that all countries form a joint fleet to search for the resource stronghold of Hua Country in the Grand Line. Captain Li Xingming of Hua Country previously publicly stated that they found a resource island near the Grand Line. If we find and occupy it, the points will be ours. Stick Country Captain Jean Kila. What Eagle Sauce brother said is right. We Stick Country fully support the joint action. Foot Basin Country Captain 3 books of small pearls. Foot Basin Country supports it. Asan Country Captain Xingu. Asan Country joins in. Kangaroo Country Captain Rick. Kangaroo Country joins. John Bull Country Captain James. John Bull Country joins. Lin Qi smiled coldly at this. Searching for a resource island. Hua Country had not found any resource islands in the Grand Line at all. That was a smokescreen set by Li Xingming. These people would return empty-handed from the Grand Line. He closed the World Channel. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the light screen above Hua Country lit up promptly at 9 o'clock. The live broadcast of the competition of national fortunes appeared simultaneously on the television walls of squares, shopping malls, and residential buildings in all cities across the country. 7 live broadcast rooms were arranged side by side, 6 for the players of various countries, and 1 in the center for the official commentary of Hua country. Inside the commentary room, 2 commentators sat upright. The male commentator wearing glasses spoke steadily. Dear viewers, it is now the 8th day of the Pirate World 902 AM. We have just received news that Hua country's team has a total score of 210,250 points, ranking first on the first national fortune points leaderboard, leading the second place Eagle Sauce country by over 17,000 points. This is an astonishing gap. Currently, the official source of Hua country's team's points has not been disclosed. However, from the public information, it appears that Captain Li Qi of Hua country is executing a critical mission in a certain sea area of the East Sea. The scene switched to Li Qing's live broadcast room. A medium-sized sailboat was racing across the sea, its sails billowing in the wind. Li Qi stood at the bow holding a yellowed nautical chart, his lips cracked, and his eyes sunken, yet his gaze was strikingly bright. There were over 30 Hua country team members on board, some steering, some on lookout, and others resting with their eyes closed against the ship's railing. All wore the same expression of exhaustion, yet shared the same thrill. The information publicly disclosed by Captain Li Qi indicates that the Hua country team discovered a resource island near the Grand Line. However, based on our current understanding, Captain Li Qing's ship is not heading towards the Grand Line. This is strategic deception. He is using false information to confuse other countries. The male commentator adjusted his glasses. The female commentator nodded. We trust the captain's judgment. On the edge of the screen, several team members were gathered together, repeatedly practicing a high-speed footwork technique. One collapsed on the deck with leg cramps while a teammate immediately stepped in to continue practicing. The commentator paused for a moment. The team members we see are practicing a martial art known as chafe. It is said to be a high-end combat skill from the Navy system. The training method was distributed by Captain Li Qi, and the specific source is currently unclear. There are reports that this training method comes from a team member who has already sacrificed. His name has not been. The female commentator remained silent for a second. Heroes do not ask about their origins. All we know is that what he left behind is making the Hua country team stronger. On the warship, Lin Qi leaned against the ship's railing, opening the entry system panel. His gaze fell on an entry that had been attached to him since he consumed the thunder fruit. Entry: curse of the sea, quality black, description: an existence despised by the sea. Touching seawater will result in the loss of all abilities, sinking to the seabed. The ultimate form of a landlubber. Eating a second devil fruit will cause self-detonation and death. Black. He had asked the system what level this entry was. The system's response was succinct: black is not a level, but a type, a curse type entry. The price of the thunder fruit, a shackle borne by all devil fruit users. But the issue was not the type. The issue was that he wanted to remove it. System: can this entry be deleted? Current system level LV. 2. To delete a black quality entry, the system level must reach LV. 3. Current operation not possible. As expected, only by reaching level 3 can he delete the black entry. The threshold for 500 points of entry energy. He currently had only 92 points. What happens if I reach level 3 and delete this entry? After deleting the black curse entry, the host will retain the abilities of the devil fruit, while eliminating the weaknesses of the devil fruit. Additionally, LV 3 unlocks the ability to grant entries, allowing the host to bestow entries on others. Lin Qi's pupils constricted slightly. Retaining abilities. Eliminating weaknesses. He could also help others modify their entries. This meant that not only could he free himself from the shackles of seawater, but he could also remove negative entries from his teammates one by one. The ability to grant entries to others was strategically significant. With 99 team members in Hua country, if each could equip the high-quality entries he modified, the overall combat power would undergo a qualitative change. Therefore, the current goal was to accumulate 500 points of entry energy, level up to 3, and delete the curse entry. He closed the panel, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The West Sea was just ahead. Afternoon. The warship officially entered the waters of the West Sea. The sunlight spread over the surface of the West Sea, the water color darker than the East Sea, and the waves larger than those in the East Sea. Reefs of various sizes appeared and disappeared among the waves, and seabirds circled above the masts. Shadows of several merchant ships could be seen on the sea, all sailing obediently along their routes. Binzi stood on the bridge, the nautical chart spread before him. Report, Commander, we have entered the waters of the West Sea. There are no signs of pirate activity in this area, and the patrol route extends northward along the coastline, expected to reach the first supply point by evening. Lin Qi was about to give the order to continue moving forward when a private message popped up on the system panel. It was from Li Qi, accompanied by a photo. The photo showed a hand covered in scars cradling a fruit in its palm. Short and stout, the shape resembled the shell of a cannonball, slightly larger than a human fist, with a matte dark iron-gray surface covered in silver-gray spiral patterns, the texture resembling rifling with parts exhibiting a metallic brushed feel. The stem was short and stout like a cannon tube, bright silver at the top, with an opening like a cannon's mouth. The bottom of the fruit had a circular indentation resembling a shell's primer, emanating a faint metallic cold light. Li Xingming, take a look. What kind of devil fruit is this? I just found it on the island. The indigenous people said no one has touched it since it appeared. Lin Qi enlarged the photo, examining every detail of the fruit's appearance. The cannon tube-shaped stem, rifling patterns, primer indentation, and metallic cold light, every feature matched. This was a weapon fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. In the original work, it was obtained by Doflamingo, and now it had fallen into the hands of the Hua country team. The limit of the weapon fruit was not the guns, cannons, or swords, but the user's understanding. Lin Qi quickly typed, weapon fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. It allows any part of the body to transform into cold and hot weapons entirely, depending on the user's understanding of weapons to exert its power. In simple terms, the type of weapon you can understand is the type your body can transform into. The deeper the understanding, the greater the power. So theoretically, if I understand the working principle of the Dongfeng Express, I could turn my arm into a missile. In theory, as long as your physics level is sufficient. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then Li Xingming replied with 4 words, I have a PhD in physics. Lin Qi was taken aback. He laughed out loud. He was just about to say that if he could really create a Dongfeng Express with a nuclear warhead, he would be a human nuclear bomb, something no one would dare to write in a novel. But Li Xingming claimed to be a PhD in physics. A physics PhD major general had consumed the weapon fruit. I suggest you eat it now. The taste of the devil fruit is terrible, so be mentally prepared, but don't throw it away after 1 bite. You must finish it even though only the first bite takes effect. There was no reply from the other side. Lin Qi waited a few seconds. A line of text jumped out on the panel. I've eaten it. It's indeed horrible, but I finished it. Lin Qi looked at that line of text, pausing for a moment. Weapon fruit. Physics PhD. Hua country major general. These 3 labels on the same person were more outrageous than the thunder fruit paired with a time traveler. Li Xingming sent another message. I feel like something in my body has been activated. It's hard to describe. We'll give it a try. A few minutes later, a new photo came through. Li Xingming's hand was spread, open palm, facing up. The tips of his 5 fingers had transformed into 5 dark gun barrels, and inside his wrist, brass-colored shell casings could be seen glimmering. Below the photo, a line of text followed. This is the semi-automatic rifle mode. I can also transform into a heavy machine gun and a sniper rifle. Currently, I dare not try too much at sea, afraid it would make too much noise. Lin Qi looked and silently added a label in his mind, a walking human arsenal. If he could eventually create Dongfeng series weapons, he would be a human nuclear bomb. If he awakened Haki and could cover the bullets he created with Busashoku, they would be able to hit Logia-type users. He didn't say this out loud. He only replied with 2 words, stay alive. On the other end, the reply came back, you too. Lin Qi closed the panel, standing at the bow, gazing at the boundless West Sea ahead. The Hua country team had a physics PhD captain who consumed the weapon fruit. The Hua country team was now ranked first, leading the second place by 17000 points. The strongholds of Foot Basin Country and Stick Country were somewhere within these waters, and his fleet was already on the way. The warship cut through the waves, heading straight north. On the second day of the Western Sea cruise, the sea was calm and peaceful. Binzi was checking the navigation charts on the bridge, while the sailors busily attended to their posts. Lin Qi stood at the bow, casually scanning the surrounding waters with his observation Haki. A sensing range of 5,000 meters was sufficient to cover a large area in the Western Sea, but the Western Sea was vast, and neither the Foot Basin Kingdom nor the Stick Nation would place their bases along the shipping lanes waiting to be discovered. Report. A sailor on the lookout suddenly blew the whistle. 6 nautical miles ahead, a pirate ship is attacking a merchant vessel. Lin Qi retracted his observation Haki, and with the naked eye he could already see the black smoke rising from the distant sea. Approach, he commanded, then left the deck. In a flash of lightning, the distance of 6 nautical miles was traversed in mere breaths. As Lin Qi landed on the deck of the attacked merchant ship, the pirates hadn't reacted yet. They only saw a blue light crashing down from the sky, followed by a figure wearing a navy cloak appearing on the deck. Navy. A pirate holding a knife stuttered. Lin Qi didn't waste words with him. With a wave of his right hand, the 1,000 birds flow erupted from his palm, electricity spreading like a snake along the deck, causing the first few pirates to convulse and fall. The remaining pirates finally reacted, charging at him with muskets and curved sabers. Lin Qi didn't even activate his lightning armor. These pirates were weaker than the Iron Teeth pirate crew, and the highest bounty captain looked to be worth no more than 200,000 berry. He moved swiftly among the crowd, using his finger gun to take down the captain, and with a gale step, he severed the mast. The falling mast crushed 3 henchmen trying to escape, while the remaining ones were harvested by the 1,000 birds flow after their attacks were blocked by iron objects. In less than 3 minutes the deck was strewn with convulsing pirates while the crew of the merchant ship huddled behind the cabin, peeking out with half of their heads. "You are safe now," Lin Qi said as he dropped this line and checked the panel. A few white entries, 1 green entry, and his score increased by 8,000. A small harvest. He left a few conscious pirates for Binzi, who arrived later and returned to the captain's quarters of the warship. Half an hour later Binzi knocked on the door of the captain's quarters. "Report, sir. All pirates have been detained. The merchant ship is safe and continuing its journey." Binzi paused. "There's one more situation." A pirate voluntarily surrendered, acting quite strangely. He said he wasn't a pirate, but a visitor. Lin Qi raised his head, realizing there were members from other countries here. The distribution of visitors in the Western Sea was broader than he had thought. Even on an ordinary pirate ship, one could be found. "Bring him over, I'll interrogate him myself." When Yechuan Gaoguang was brought in, 2 sailors supported his arms on either side. The man was not tall, with a round face and tan skin, wearing an obviously ill-fitting pirate vest. He trembled as he was pressed into a chair. Lin Qi waved his hand, allowing the sailors to release him. "Name: Yechuan Gaoguang." He quickly added, "I'm from the Foot Basin Kingdom." "Visitor, not a real pirate. I was forced." It turned out he was a visitor from the Foot Basin Kingdom. What an effortless catch. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair, sizing him up. A thug from the Tiger Claw pirate crew, who had voluntarily thrown down his weapon on the deck and hadn't attacked him at all. Lin Qi signaled Binzi with his eyes. Binzi stepped forward, drawing his sword half an inch, the blade glinting coldly in the light. "Tell us all the locations of the visitors you know. If you refuse, you will be executed for piracy." Binzi's voice was as cold as iron. "If you assist the Navy in eradicating pirates, leniency may be considered." Yechuan Gaoguang didn't hesitate. I'll tell everything. I know of 2 bases of the Foot Basin Kingdom in the Western Sea, and I have intel on the Stick Nation as well. Their captain has connections with our captain. They even held a meeting together before." Yechuan Gaoguang didn't hesitate. I'll tell everything. I know of 2 bases of the Foot Basin Kingdom in the Western Sea, and I have intel on the Stick Nation as well. Lin Qi observed his bright, gleaming eyes. There was no fear in them, only excitement. He seemed genuinely eager to assist the Navy. "Aren't you afraid of being found out for betraying those people?" Lin Qi asked. "What's there to fear? I was exploited as a corporate slave in Blue Star, and now that I've crossed into another world, I'm still being used as cannon fodder. Why should I?" Yechuan Gaoguang said with conviction. "Navy brothers, will you take me in? I'm turning from darkness to light." Lin Qi looked at him for 2 seconds. "You lead the way." For the next 20 days the Western Sea cruise turned into a precise extermination operation. Yechuan Gaoguang wasn't a combat talent, but his intel was accurate. The coordinates of the bases he provided, the patrol routes, and the supply times were all precise. With this information, Lin Qi didn't even need to activate his observation hockey. He followed the map directly. The Foot Basin Kingdom formed a pirate crew in the Western Sea, robbing merchant ships under the guise of local pirates to earn points. The Stick Nation was even more cunning, disguising themselves as a merchant convoy and reaching an agreement with the indigenous people of a small island, building a simple dock and warehouse there. The Eagle Sauce Nation's temporary supply point was hidden behind a cluster of reefs, guarded by only a small boat with 2 combatants. Lin Qi picked them off one by one. The Foot Basin Kingdom's base was directly blown to smithereens by his lightning welcome from the sky. The pirate crew had no chance to flee when they encountered his warship. The Stick Nation's disguised base was raided by him in the dead of night. At that time, several Stick Nation visitors were holding a war meeting, discussing how to expose the cheating of Hua country. The meeting room door was pierced through by a spear, turning the meeting directly into a prisoner reception scene. The Eagle Sauce Nation's supply point was straightforward. As soon as Lin Qi appeared, the person in charge of the temporary base quickly retreated, leaving behind 2 cannon fodder for the rear guard. Of course, none of them were able to escape. In 12 days, 23 pirate crews, totaling around 600 men, were completely wiped out. 25 visitors from the Foot Basin Kingdom, 8 from the Stick Nation, and 3 from the Eagle Sauce Nation were all captured or killed. Over 90,000 points were credited. In terms of entries, the harvest far exceeded expectations. 30 white entries were reviewed one by one, with useful ones selected and useless ones completely disassembled. Among the 9 green entries were physical perception and power types, all kept for fusion. After disassembling all the white entries, the recovered entry energy totaled 300 points. Adding to the previous stock of 92 points, and after deducting the few points consumed for fusion, the current entry energy was about 387 points. Still over 100 short of the 500 points needed for the system to level up to level 3, but not too far off. Yechuan Gaoguang was released on the 20th day. Lin Qi fulfilled his promise, giving him a sum of berry, a self-defense weapon, and the advice to not become a pirate again. Yechuan Gaoguang left with a cheerful smile, saying he would follow the Navy brothers again if he had the chance. Binzi looked at the departing figure and unusually remarked, people from the Foot Basin Kingdom are really interesting. There are soft bones everywhere. Lin Qi closed the door of the captain's quarters and began processing those green entries. The luck enhancement status was still in effect. Fusion began. 3 clusters of green light collided on the panel, exploding into 3 clusters of blue light. The first entry, 100 battles body, automatically honing the body through battles, steadily growing stronger. The second, holy body of fierce combat. The body's functions steadily recovered during high-intensity battles, growing stronger with each fight. The third, supreme brute strength. Massive enhancement of strength, breaking stones with a punch is just casual. Lin Qi looked at these 3 blue entries, pausing for a moment in silence. All related to physique and strength, he decided to use them all. He opened the equipment panel, replaced the Sky Island Priest Physique and Giant Force Crush with an empty entry equipment slot, equipping Holy Body of Fierce Combat, Supreme Brute Strength, and 100 Battles Body in order. At the moment the entries returned to their places, a rush of warmth surged from his heart to his limbs. The tenfold physique was covered by the new entries, and muscle density, bone hardness, and strength conduction efficiency all increased. He clenched his fist. The joints didn't crack, but the air in his palm produced a subtle explosive sound. Both 100 Battles Body and Holy Body of Fierce Combat were very useful and could complement each other, one accumulating in daily life, and the other exploding in battle. Supreme Brute Strength raised the power assessment to a new height. The power of a casual punch could no longer be measured by previous standards. With all 7 blue entries equipped, dimensions of physique, strength, endurance, perception, causal insight, and interpersonal luck were all covered by entries of blue quality or higher. From the arrival at Sky Island until now, more than 20 days had passed, and his strength had been steadily. He closed the panel and stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the boundless sea beyond. The results of the Western Sea Cruise Purge were not just entries and points. What pleased him the most was that the arrangements of the Foot Basin and Stick in the Western Sea had been cleared, indicating that Hua country temporarily faced no threats at the visitor level in the Western Sea. It was only a matter of time before the Foot Basin Kingdom fell from 3rd place on the points leaderboard. Report, sir. Binzi's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Qi withdrew his thoughts. Come in. Binzi pushed the door open and entered, looking more serious than usual. On our way back, we discovered that 2 fleets are conducting trade on the deserted island ahead. From the flags and ship types, one side is an old pirate crew in the Western Sea called the Giant Rock Pirate Crew, while the other side has no flag, but judging by the ship's design, it might be a transport ship from an underground force. Oh, what about their strengths? The Giant Rock Pirate Crew is part of the second team, about 15 people. The underground force also has around 15 people. We can handle ordinary pirates. Binzi paused, but I can't perceive the 2 leading traders with my observation. They are at least at the rank of colonel, possibly even at the rank of major. Lin Qi closed his eyes, fully unleashing his observation haki. The sensing range of 5,000 meters was compressed to the size of that deserted island, with precision set to the maximum. On the deserted island, there were 30 presences. The ordinary pirates and henchmen were indeed not strong, but the auras of 2 individuals were significantly higher than the others, indeed at the rank of major, consistent with Binzi's judgment. There was another presence slightly weaker than those 2, but still far exceeding ordinary pirates, likely a minor leader. Wait. Lin Qi looked closely. The outline of the goods was clearly visible in the electromagnetic sensing muskets, shells, iron armor. This was an arms deal. Lin Qi opened his eyes. You will wait in place for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, come to receive the captives. Sir, you alone. I'll be faster alone. Lin Qi had already walked to the edge of the ship. 15 minutes. In a flash of lightning, his figure vanished into the clouds above the ship. Lin Qi hovered in the clouds above the deserted island, looking down at the trading scene below. 2 groups of people gathered around a pile of wooden boxes, counting firearms and ammunition. Members of the Giant Rock Pirate Group's second team wore matching earthy yellow vests, while the underground faction was dressed entirely in black. In the center of the crowd stood 2 individuals, one tall and slender, armed with a pair of beast claw-like weapons at his waist, and the other draped in an overly extravagant cloak, carrying a slender sword on his back. Lin Qi recognized him at once, the user of the flamboyant fruit Diamante, one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, and a subordinate of Doflamingo. After Doflamingo became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Diamante's bounty notice stopped being updated, yet his strength was not inferior to that of ordinary pirates, with bounties exceeding 100 million. The other tall figure had a bounty of 130 million. The captain of the second team of the Giant Rock Pirates, the Lynx Dick, a user of the cat fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit. One pirate with a bounty of 130 million, and another who was a high-ranking officer of the 7 warlords. Two major generals. Lin Qi took a deep breath, raising his hands to the sky as a massive sphere of lightning began to coalesce high above. The diameter expanded from 1 meter to 5, then from 5 to 10 meters, with densely packed electric arcs compressing to the point of nearly turning white. This was Lin Qi's full-strength lightning strike. He pressed his hands down. The gigantic lightning sphere plummeted from the clouds like a meteor, crashing onto the deserted island. By the time the people below heard the unusual sound above and looked up, it was already too late. The lightning strike landed in the center of the island and detonated. All the compressed lightning was released in an instant, with blue arcs sweeping across the entire deserted island like a tsunami. 30 individuals. 25 collapsed on the spot, their bodies charred and twitching uncontrollably. 2 minor leaders were knocked over by the shockwave, rolling out several meters and crashing against the rocks, losing consciousness. Only 3 remained standing. Lin Qi and Diamante reacted the fastest, using shave to retreat to the edges just as the lightning strike fell, sustaining the least injury, but their clothes were burned black by the arcs and residual electricity crackled on their exposed skin. A minor leader further from the trading goods was also less affected and was shakily rising to his feet. Lin Qi did not give them a moment to breathe. An electromagnetic field flowed around his body, transforming him into a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, instantly appearing before Lin Qi. He extended his right index finger, enveloped in armament haki, activating his lightning armor. A single strike. Lin Qi's pupils constricted sharply. He was a Zoan-type user, his reaction speed far surpassing that of ordinary people, but the speed of this Navy officer before him was even faster. With no time to evade, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest, pouring all his armament haki into them, and a thick layer of hardened blackness formed over his arms. Lin Qi's fingertip struck his right arm, black against black. The pause lasted only half a second. The single strike pierced through the outer layer of armament haki, embedding itself half an inch into the muscle. Blood splattered from Lin Qi's fingertip. Lin Qi was propelled backward, his body beginning to swell and transform midair as he activated his Zoan transformation. His muscles bulged, short tawny fur sprouting from his skin, equipping him with claw weapons at his waist. But transformation took time. Even 3 seconds was too slow in the face of Lin Qi's speed. Just as Lin Qi was about to pursue, a slender sword lunged from the side. Diamante's sword. The tip of the sword came into clear focus in Lin Qi's observation haki, its trajectory, speed, and point of impact all pre-rehearsed in his mind. He didn't even turn his head. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning, circumventing the thrust of the sword, and continued to pursue the transforming Lin Qi. Diamante watched his sword pierce through the air, his expression changing drastically. So fast. Lin Qi had already flashed to the left side of Lin Qi. The transformation was incomplete. The Lin Qi's neck had not fully emerged. A single strike pierced in from the left shoulder blade, targeting the gap below the shoulder joint precisely. He withdrew his right hand, using the momentum to circle around behind him, delivering another strike with his left hand, piercing through the right shoulder blade. The simultaneous debilitating pain in both arms made Lin Qi emit a howl that was half human, half beast. Lin Qi did not give him any opportunity to counterattack. His right fist, enveloped in armament haki and enhanced by unparalleled brute force, landed heavily on his nape. Lin Qi's howls abruptly ceased, his body crashing to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, the beast form receding and returning to human form. From the moment the lightning strike landed until Lin Qi fell, it was less than 10 seconds. Diamante finally came to his senses. He glared at Lin Qi, his slender sword held horizontally in front of him, his voice trembling with fear and anger. "I am a subordinate of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I am Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. The Navy cannot harm me. You have agreements with the world government." Lin Qi turned around to face him. Diamante's cloak was singed with several holes from the residual waves of the lightning strike, but the steel material of the cloak remained intact. The flamboyant fruit allows any object to move as lightly as fabric while retaining its original hardness. He used steel for his cloak, which provided defense and could confuse opponents. However, the lightning strike was precisely his counter. Steel is a conductor. Wrapped in the iron cloak, Diamante effectively turned himself into a mobile lightning rod. The reason that last lightning strike did not take him down directly was due to energy dispersion. Thunderbird. Lin Qi waved his right hand, and a massive bird made entirely of lightning flew out from his palm. With a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, the arcs crackled between its wings as it dove towards Diamante like a true falcon. Diamante attempted to evade using shave, but the speed of the Thunderbird was faster than shave. The Thunderbird collided with him, and the exploding arcs instantly enveloped his entire body. Diamante's body convulsed violently in the current, his sword slipping from his grasp, and the iron plates on his cloak starting to glow red under the high temperature. Lin Qi had already flashed behind him. A chop struck the nape of his neck. Diamante's eyes rolled back, and his body crumpled to the ground. The miner leader who had just stood up had not yet grasped what had happened when a bolt of lightning struck from the side, leaving him with no sensation. After eliminating the two main targets, Lin Qi did not linger. He swiftly moved across the entire deserted island, finishing off anyone who was still alive. It was not cruelty, it was because he could not allow anyone to witness the experiment he was about to conduct. The deserted island fell silent. Lin Qi stood among the fallen pirates, his gaze fixed on Lin Qi and Diamante. Two devil fruit users. One a Zoan type, the other a Paramecia type. He had contemplated this experiment for a long time. When a devil fruit user dies, their ability does not vanish, it leaves the original host's body in a form similar to a soul and reattaches to nearby fruit, becoming a new devil fruit. This is a fundamental rule of the pirate world, and he had seen too many examples in the original work. But he did not know what this soul actually looked like. Is it visible to the naked eye? Is it something only the user can sense? Or is it completely invisible? If it is a spirit, can lightning capture it? According to the legends of Huaxia, lightning can ward off evil and settle souls, having a restraining effect on spirits. If he weaved lightning into a net and wrapped the user in it before killing them, would that soul be trapped within the electric net? Could it then be directed into the fruit he had prepared in advance? This would be a completely controllable devil fruit regeneration technique. If he could successfully verify it, he would be able to recover a devil fruit every time he killed a user. The value of this technology is immeasurable for the struggle over national luck. He instructed Binzi to return in 15 minutes, because he could not let anyone witness this process. He was a challenger and a user of the thunder fruit, but he could not let others know he could direct the acquisition of devil fruits. This was a secret more dangerous than the thunder fruit itself. Lin Qi crouched down, starting with Lin Qi. He took out two prepared fruits from his pocket. He placed the two fruits on Lin Qi's chest, and then channeled the power of lightning, weaving two layers of an electric net around Lin Qi's body. The mesh of the electric net was about the size of a fishing net, with blue arcs buzzing in the air. Taking a deep breath, his right hand shot forward with the Chidori sharp gun, penetrating Lin Qi's heart. Dick's body twitched once, and then became still. Lin Qi stared at the two fruits, mentally counting. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. The fruits showed no change. He withdrew the electric net, taking a look at the size of the mesh, which had become larger than a fishing net's mesh. If the spirit was indeed tiny particles, it could not possibly be trapped. The first experiment failed. He was not anxious. There was still Diamante. Lin Qi placed the two fruits on Diamante's chest. This time he concentrated all his attention, weaving the lightning more densely, shrinking the mesh from the size of a fishing net to that of a grain of rice, then to the point where it could only pass through a fine needle. 2 layers might not be enough. He wove a total of 3 layers. The position of each arc was meticulously controlled to ensure that no mesh hole could let through anything thicker than a strand of hair. A fine sweat broke out on his forehead. This level of precision control consumed immense mental energy, but he had to try. His right hand delivered the Chidori sharp gun. Diamante's body twitched once, and then became still. Lin Qi stared at the two fruits. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 1 minute. The fruits lay quietly on Diamante's chest, the red skin shimmering faintly under the blue light of the arcs. There was no change. Lin Qi sighed. Perhaps he had misunderstood. The reincarnation of devil fruits was not about the spirit attaching itself, but involved some other mechanism. He reached for the electric net, ready to withdraw it. Just as his hand reached halfway, he witnessed an incredible scene. A half-exposed fruit, an orange, emerged from Diamante's pocket. The skin of the orange was visibly changing at a rapid pace. The orange peel began to surge outward from the center, revealing deep purple spiral patterns, with the stems swelling in size within seconds, and the overall shape of the fruit morphing from round to oval under some invisible force. In less than a minute, a complete devil fruit appeared in Diamante's pocket. A Paramecia type, the flamboyant fruit. Lin Qi reached out to take the devil fruit. The peel still held the cool temperature of the previous orange, but its appearance had completely transformed, featuring deep purple spiral patterns that perfectly matched the description of the flamboyant fruit from the original work. He succeeded, albeit with a slight deviation. The electric net trapped the spirit, but the spirit chose the orange in Diamante's pocket instead of the fruit on his chest. The distance and type of fruit are crucial when a spirit attaches itself to a fruit. Lin Qi held the flamboyant fruit, standing still for a while. With a delighted expression, he opened the panel and sent a private message to Li Xingming. "Hey, race a gift." Li Xingming replied instantly, "What is it?" Lin Qi sent a photo of the flamboyant fruit. Flamboyant fruit, a Paramecia type. It allows any object to move as lightly as fabric while retaining the object's original hardness. It's Diamante's fruit. He is one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking officers. His cloak is made of steel, impervious to sword strikes, and it can also transform to attack. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. "Are you talking about Diamante?" A subordinate of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords. I just encountered him in the West Sea. He was involved in arms trading with the giant rock pirates. Did you kill him? We've just gathered some information about the factions in this world. Doflamingo is a significantly powerful person, right? Yes. And you obtained the devil fruit from his subordinate's corpse. The process was quite complex. Lin Qi didn't elaborate, but in any case this fruit is now yours. As the warship docked, Binzi arrived on the deserted island with the sailors. On the deck, the Navy personnel were methodically carrying prisoners. On the sea, the setting sun sank to the edge of the water, dyeing the entire West Sea golden red. Lin Qi stood at the edge of the ship, the sea breeze blowing through the cloak on his shoulders. The flamboyant fruit had already been sent to Li Xingming through the system's trading channel. He had made up his mind. He already possessed the thunder fruit and could not consume a second one, at least not until the system leveled up to 3. In the captain's cabin, the 2 fruits used for the experiment lay quietly on the table, while the soul of the cat fruit remained unaccounted for. The first experiment failed, but the second succeeded. He also found the reason for the failure: the mesh was too large, allowing the spirit to slip through the gaps. Next time he would make the mesh tighter and place the target fruit on the chest of the corpse. 2 experiments, 1 failure and 1 success. The cat fruit was not successfully recovered, but the flamboyant fruit was in hand. As for where the cat fruit soul would end up, Lin Qi did not need to concern himself. He leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the increasingly near Marineford. The Navy headquarters was just. The 20-day cruise in the West Sea had come to an end. The influence of the basin and the rod was basically wiped out in the West Sea, all entries upgraded, and the flamboyant fruit was successfully recovered. Huaguo's team now had 3 users. In terms of points, the first settlement saw Huaguo overwhelm its opponents, and the second settlement would be even more stable. On the panel, Li Xingming sent a private message. I plan to give this fruit to Wang Meng. He comes from a special operations background, and the flamboyant fruit suits his combat style. You're the captain, you decide, Lin Qi replied. He closed the panel, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth. The warship sliced through the waves of the West Sea, heading back towards Marineford. On the deck, sailors busily organized ropes and tarpaulins, while Binzi checked the return route from the bridge. The bow of the ship was intentionally left clear, as it was Lin Qi's exclusive standing position, and no one on the entire warship dared to compete with him for it. Lin Qi stood at the bow, his right hand raised, palm facing outward. A metal ball the size of a fingernail rested in his palm, supported by a faint blue electromagnetic field hovering in midair and slightly trembling. The metal ball began to spin, accelerating faster and faster, the blue electric arcs on its surface transforming from a single thread into a circle, then into a layer. With a flick of his fingers, the ball was propelled by electromagnetic force, cutting through the air with a sharp sound. The projectile flew out 300 meters at speed, diminishing its trajectory, curving before it splashed into the sea with a thud. Another failure. The initial speed isn't enough. Lin Qi muttered to himself, pulling another metal ball from his pocket. Since the start of the West Sea Patrol, he had been practicing here whenever he had the chance. The electromagnetic cannon technique had once stumped him on Sky Island. At that time, he hadn't fully grasped the principle of electromagnetic induction and could only push out metal fragments with speed and power not meeting the standard. But now he had someone backing him up. Your problem is that the electric field focusing time is too long. Li Xingming's text popped up on the private message panel. During the acceleration phase of the projectile spinning in your palm, you released it before the electric field intensity reached saturation. Try holding it for another half second. Lin Qi placed another metal ball in his palm. The power of lightning surged from within him, gathering into a fist-sized spherical electric field in his palm. The metal ball floated in the center of the electric field, beginning to spin rapidly, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The blue glow of the electric field shifted from light blue to deep blue, and then to a blinding white. He didn't rush to release it, but instead, as Li Xingming suggested, pressed the electric field for another half second. The magnetic field intensity jumped an order of magnitude in that instant. At the moment the metal ball was propelled by electromagnetic force, a white sonic cone exploded in the air. The projectile, trailing a blue electric light, streaked across the surface of the sea. The seawater beneath the projectile was split by the electric arc, forming a trench that steamed. The projectile flew 1,000 meters, piercing a rock that jutted out of the sea, and continued for another 500 meters before plunging into the water. A water column shot up into the sky. Lin Qi looked at the water column, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Several sailors on the deck who had been tidying the ropes simultaneously stopped their work, turning to look at the rock with a gaping hole. The edges of the hole were smooth, and even with seawater gushing out. Binzi peeked out from the bridge, took a glance at the rock, then at Lin Qi, fell silent for 2 seconds, and pulled his head back. Lin Qi stared at the palm of his right hand. After releasing the electromagnetic cannon, a faint blue static field still lingered in his palm, with electric arcs dancing between his fingerprints resembling recently extinguished fireworks. The essence of the Thunder Fruit's ability is not simply discharging electricity, but controlling lightning. The movement of electric charges creates an electric field, changes in the electric field generate a magnetic field, and the superimposition of electromagnetic fields produces force. All four of these stages fall within the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit. What he was gathering in his palm was no longer just mere lightning, but a directional electromagnetic field created by rotating currents. The trajectory of the rotating lightning formed a visible blue halo in his palm, with the magnetic field intensity in the center increasing exponentially. A metal ball was tightly locked in the center of the halo, pushed to super high speed by the Lorentz force over a very short distance. At the moment the projectile was released, its speed had already exceeded that of sound. Even after flying out, the lightning continued to act, with the surface of the projectile wrapped in a layer of jumping electric arcs, continuously compressing the airflow in front and reducing air resistance. The speed was not decaying, but was still increasing during flight. The temperature when the earlier projectile struck the rock was so high that it melted the quartz inside the rock. The smooth edge of the hole was because the melted quartz solidified into a glass-like surface while being extinguished by seawater, resulting in a combination of penetrating and burning damage at the same point. The speed can still be improved. Lin Qi established a baseline for himself. The energy consumption of the electromagnetic cannon was not much less than that of Thunder Strike, but it was much more low-key. Thunder Strike was a large area attack, smashing down from above, indiscriminately covering 100 meters after the blast. The electromagnetic cannon was a single-point breakthrough, compressing all energy into a fingernail-sized metal ball, specifically targeting highly defensive or extremely fast single targets. One was responsible for area damage, while the other focused on penetration. These were two completely different attack modes, complementing his last gap in single-target lethality at medium and long ranges. Lin Qi sent the entire process to Li Xingming, and the private message panel quickly replied. Li Xingming sent a long string of text based on Lin Qi's description and his physics knowledge to make a series of deductions. The basic form has been established, and there are 4 advanced routes: bipolar electromagnetic cannon, using one positive and one negative electromagnetic field with both hands to double the thrust. Chain electromagnetic barrage, firing small metal beads in rapid succession, with a dozen simultaneously hitting a group target under area suppression. Lightning penetrating cannon, attaching high-temperature lightning to the projectile, burning the target internally while penetrating. Sea area electromagnetic suppression, widely deploying an electromagnetic field to paralyze all electronic devices and ship propulsion systems in an entire sea area. Lin Qi read this section 3 times, replying, "I will continue to practice." Several sailors on the deck were already whispering. When the sound of the rock being pierced returned, the entire deck fell silent for a moment. Now Lin Qi resumed practicing with projectile after projectile, shooting towards the sea surface, each launch creating a sonic boom in the air. The sailors had grown accustomed to that sound, just as they had adapted to the rumble of Thunder Strike on Sky Island. 2 days later, Marineford. In the office of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku sat behind his desk, holding the battle report from the West Sea Patrol. The battle records submitted by Benzi were detailed down to every day and every battle, including the Tiger Claw Pirates, the Giant Rock Pirates, second team, 23 pirate strongholds that were cleared, and a complete report of the last arms deal. Sengoku paused when he turned to the last page and looked up at Lin Qi. "You fought with Diamante. He is a top officer of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Killing him will not go unpunished by Doflamingo." "I know," Lin Qi said calmly, "but at that time he was conducting an arms deal with a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Letting him go would be irresponsible to those innocent civilians." Sengoku looked at him for a few seconds, then closed the battle report. "Colonel Qi Lin, your military achievements this time are enough for a promotion to Rear Admiral." He spoke in a measured tone. "But you've only been in the Navy for just over 20 days. If you were to be directly promoted to Rear Admiral now, there would be objections within the Navy. This would not be good for you." Lin Qi did not interject. "Now you have 2 options." Sengoku pushed a document across the table. "First, wait another 2 months, and you will be promoted naturally according to normal procedures. Second, achieve another significant accomplishment, whether it's defeating a formidable enemy or completing a difficult task. As long as the military achievement is substantial enough, you can be directly promoted, and others will have nothing to say then." "I understand. I firmly support the Marshal's decision." Lin Qi stood straight. A rare smile appeared on Sengoku's face. "Good. You can go back and rest for now." Lin Qi saluted and turned to leave. As he reached the door, Sengoku called out to him, "Be careful with Doflamingo." Lin Qi turned back to glance at the Marshal. There was a note of caution in Sengoku's gaze, but no fear. Lin Qi nodded and turned to exit the office, the sound of his military boots echoing steadily in the corridor. Back at his residence, Lin Qi closed the door behind him and sat down on the sofa. This was his second time entering this two-story garden villa assigned to the Navy headquarters colonel officers. The first time was before departing for the West Sea, where he had only slept briefly before hastily boarding the ship. This time he had the time to take a good look around. The living room was spacious with a view of the Navy headquarters inner bay through the floor-to-ceiling windows, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and a study and training room downstairs. It was more than 10 times larger than the warehouse in Windmill Village. He didn't look around much. His attention was on the panel. A blue item dropped by the link stick super speed, granting a large speed boost, enhancing reaction and movement speed. A blue item dropped by Diamante master-level swordsmanship, achieving extraordinary skill, just a step away from the swordmaster realm. Both were practical, but his equipment slots were already filled to the brim. Battle Saint Body Supreme Brutality, Beginner Level Observation Hockey Insight, Noble Assistance Insight into Affairs, and 100 Battles Tempering Body. Each one was a high-quality perk validated in actual combat, and removing any would be a loss. Once the system reaches level 3, the equipment slots will likely expand, and he can add them then. The battle points from this combat were updated. Link stick earned 1 plus additional merits from 30 pirate minions and confiscated weapons totaling over 36000. Lin Qi's personal score rose from over 26500 to just over 300, breaking through the 3000 mark. Additionally, he received 3 green items, several white items, all of which were decomposed, recovering a small amount of item energy. Current item energy approached 400 points, still a bit over 100 points away from the 500-point threshold for level 3. He closed the panel and sent a brief report to Li Xingming. I have returned to headquarters. My score just surpassed 30000. Did Wang Ming eat the flying fruit? Li Xingming replied immediately yes. He gained 5000 points. Now just the 3 of us ability users have contributed 200,000 points, and the other team members add up to several thousand. The total score for Huaxia has exceeded 450,000, not far from 500,000. Are there any new announcements from the system? None. There were announcements at 100,000, 200,000. No news at 350,000 or 450,000. I estimate the next announcement threshold is 500,000. How's your practice with the electromagnetic cannon going? Just completed it today. The subsequent advanced routes will require time to adapt. Continue practicing. If 500,000 points trigger an announcement coupled with the first reward and punishment settlement, 2 days later Huaxia's leading advantage will be even more solidified. Be careful, Doflamingo won't remain inactive. Watch out for his revenge. Understood. Lin Qi closed the panel and sat on the sofa for a while. Sengoku's words from earlier still echoed in his mind. Either wait 2 months or achieve another great accomplishment. 2 months was too long. He needed to be promoted quickly. The higher the rank, the more resources he could mobilize and the more core intelligence he could access. Zephyr's elite training camp would graduate in just a few days. After graduation, the trainees would be assigned to various fleets. If he could achieve another major accomplishment before graduating and be promoted to Rear Admiral, his voice within the Navy system would be entirely different. That night, Lin Qi began training in the underground training room of his residence, focusing on observation hockey, armament hockey, and lightning refinement. Lin Qi first practiced extreme compression of observation hockey, reducing his perception range from 5 kilometers to the size of the entire villa, then to the size of the training room, and finally, to 3 meters around his body. His perception accuracy continuously improved during the range compression process, allowing him to sense the tiny expansion of the paper fibers of a book on the nearby bookshelf caused by changes in air humidity. He was also becoming increasingly skilled in the fluidity of armament hockey. While he had mastered covering his entire body, he still needed some work to transfer the hardened layer between different parts of his body instantly. He repetitively practiced transferring the hardened layer between his right and left hands until the muscles in his arms became sore. During the fine control practice of lightning, Lin Qi released a thread of electric arc from his fingertips, splitting the arc into 2, then 4, and then 8. 8 strands of blue electricity as thin as hair danced at his fingertips, each independently controllable. These 3 forms of training were foundational in the world of One Piece and required diligent practice to strive for early advancement. There was only 1 day left until the 30th day. The first reward and punishment settlement of the National Fortune Competition was about to arrive. Dressrosa. In the highest private office of the palace, a telephone bug was crushed. This was a high-level encrypted telephone bug capable of transmitting signals across the red line to anywhere in the 4 seas. Don Quixote Doflamingo stood before the shattered shell, his pink feather coat billowing, without wind, veins bulging on his hands. Diamante. His voice was low, so low that the top officer standing beside him, Torpal, didn't dare to speak. The lynx is dead, so be it. He was just a small pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. We can replace him after he dies. Doflamingo turned his face twisted and menacing. But Diamante is family, someone I raised with my own hands. I spent 20 years on him. Navy Colonel Qi Lin, a mere newcomer, dares to kill my family. He took a few steps forward, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sunlit Dressrosa. Toripol, young master. Toripol stepped forward. I need all the information on this Qi Lin. Investigate thoroughly. Where he came from, what he did before, who he learned from, what his abilities are, and what his weaknesses are. I heard he is also a newcomer. Did we recruit any newcomers in our subordinate pirate crews? There are a few. They all emerged in the last month or two, claiming to be from another world, rejected by the rules of this world, seeking a powerful patron to rely on. I've had them gather some intelligence. Have them drop everything they're doing and focus solely on investigating this Qi Lin for me. Doflamingo's voice was devoid of anger, eerily calm. I want to know as quickly as possible what he can do, what he fears, and what he cares about. He paused for a moment. I want him to know that killing my family is 1,000 times more painful than dying at sea. Toripol nodded and dragged his sluggish body out. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunflower fields of Dressrosa were blooming brilliantly under the sunlight. Doflamingo stood by the window, the shattered shell of the telephone bug reflecting a cold light behind him. The lights in the underground training room were still on. Lin Qi sat cross-legged at the center of the training room, his right hand held out flat, with 8 hair-thin blue arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. Each strand was independently controllable. The 8 arcs wove a palm-sized net of electricity at his fingertips, its mesh so fine that it could filter out light. He stared at the net, but his mind was on another far larger net. Tomorrow would be the 30th day, the first reward and punishment settlement of the National Fortune Competition. The private message panel was lit up with Li Xingming's words jumping out line by line. Tomorrow is the settlement. We're definitely first. But that also means that after the settlement, the alliance led by the Eagle Kingdom will go even crazier, targeting us. They won't let us stay ahead. They'll stop at nothing, using every dirty trick in the book. Lin Qi withdrew his fingertips, and the electric net dissipated. They will. Though we're ahead now, we can't let our guard down. What's the status of the team? Li Xingming replied quickly. More than half have gathered toward me. Over 60 people are now in Donghai. There are still a dozen or so on the Grand Line who can't rendezvous. I told them to go into hiding and develop on their own. Also, the 3 moles planted by the eagles, the foot pans, and the sticks have been confirmed. They're all with me now. I feel like they've been hesitant lately. Li Xingming continued. Maybe seeing us so far ahead has changed their hesitation. Doesn't mean repentance. Lin Qi's reply had no warmth. Two-faced people cannot be kept. They're time bombs. Once the situation reverses, they'll betray us at the first chance. I agree. But how do we clean them up? Directly executing them within the team will hurt morale. Find an opportunity to assign them a mission. Let them die on the mission. After typing that line, Lin Qi added, or next time I go on a mission, you put them on my route. They'll take care of it. There was a 2-second pause on the other end. Okay, just one word. Lin Qi looked at that word and knew Li Xingming understood what he meant. The take care of it, he meant, wasn't a verbal dismissal. It was physical. The moles weren't enemy spies. Enemies wouldn't hesitate over their own planted agents. Hesitant moles were fence-sitters swaying with the wind. Such people were more dangerous than outright enemies because their choices at critical moments were completely unpredictable. The only way to handle them was to not give them a chance to choose before the critical moment arrived. There's one more thing. Lin Qi's fingertips hovered over the panel, then paused. I now have a way to seize devil fruits from others. That's how Diamante of the Don Quixote family died. I killed him and took his wave fruit. Li Xingming didn't reply instantly. The silence in the chat box was longer than any time before. Who else knows about this technique? Only me. Now you. Don't tell anyone. Li Xingming's words came out one by one as if each had been carefully weighed. Not even the core team members. For now, only you and I know. Once it leaks, not only will the Eagles go mad, but even the celestial dragon government of this world will step in directly. I know, Lin Qi replied. So no third person will ever know except you. Good. This technique is our final trump card. Be careful in daily use. Lin Qi closed this conversation branch and tapped his fingers lightly on it. He had said, only you, and Li Xingming had said, don't tell anyone. Both of them had a completely identical understanding of the potential consequences of this matter. Lin Qi switched back to the main topic and began typing a long string of information. Your current base is a temporary stopover. Being in Donghai isn't safe. You need a long-term base. I have a few pieces of intelligence you can decide for yourself. First, Skypiea, the place where I first descended. 10,000 meters above Jaya, there's a sky island region that calls itself the Kingdom of God. The natives are average in strength. We can take it over easily. There's land, the other half of Jaya, which was blown up by the knock-up stream, and plenty of gold. But aside from dials, there are no other resources, and the high altitude has thin air. Long-term habitation would require solving the oxygen supply problem. Second, once my rank rises to Rear Admiral or above, I can apply to be the commanding officer of a Marine branch. Then within my jurisdiction, things will be much more convenient. Third, Weatheria, a small sky island dedicated to meteorological research. It can fly around the sky. If we can find it and occupy it, we'll have a mobile base. But its whereabouts are uncertain. Finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fourth, Lin Qi paused. Kill Shiki the golden lion and take his float fruit. Turn an entire island into a floating base. That's the most stable plan, but also the hardest. Shiki is a legendary pirate from the same era as Roger. Li Xingming was silent for a long time. Intelligence recorded. He'll evaluate the 4 plans carefully. For now, the first is the most realistic, the second is the safest, and the third and fourth need more intelligence support. He paused. Your speed of climbing the ranks in the Marines directly affects the feasibility of the second plan. I know. Your position in Donghai has probably already been exposed. The Eagle's intelligence network is no worse than mine. Be ready to move at any time. Now that I've killed Diamante Doflamingo will definitely target me. I estimate our combat power is about equal. Maybe I'm a notch above, but killing him would be very difficult. If he can't find a breakthrough with me, he might go after you. Be mentally prepared. Understood. First clean out the moles, then we talk about relocation. With eyes around, moving anywhere is still exposure. Dressrosa, under the same moon. Treble dragged his slimy body through the office door, carrying 2 stacks of documents. Doflamingo sat in a chair by the window, his back to the door. His pink feather coat hung over the chair's back. Young master, the information on that Qi Lin has arrived. Doflamingo didn't turn around. Treble placed the first document on the desk, a copy of Marine Headquarters internal files. Access was strictly controlled from entry to review, but the Don Quixote family's underground intelligence network had its fair share of informants in the Marines. Qi Lin, Marine Headquarters Captain, recommended by Garp. Graduated from ZS Elite Training Camp in 2 days. First mission on the West Sea Patrol, annihilated 23 pirate crews. User of the Rumble fruit. In a fight with ZS trainee Benz, he displayed combat power above Rear Admiral level. Z commented on the spot that he was at least at Vice Admiral level. Doflamingo picked up the file and ran his fingers over the paper. Garp. Z. Sengoku. A rookie who's tied his name to all 3 legendary old men of the Marines. His tone was unreadable, but Treble knew that when the young master spoke in that tone, it was the most terrifying. Second document. Treble pushed the other file forward. Provided by the transmigrators. Our informants checked. There are no historical records of the name Qi Lin in the pirate world. He is not from this world. The Transmigrators' internal intelligence network confirms that the Hua Kingdom team has a transmigrator named Lin Qi, a Rumble fruit user. On the first day of the novice period, he earned 1000 points. Later, the Hua Kingdom team leader publicly declared him dead. From the timeline ability type and activity trajectory, Qi Lin is Lin Qi. Doflamingo opened both files and placed them side by side on the desk. On the left was Marine Captain Qi Lin, on the right was Hua Kingdom Transmigrator Lin Qi. 2 names, 1 person. His hands, gripping the documents, began to tremble violently. The edges of the paper crumpled into radial creases, and veins bulged from the back of his hand all the way to his forearm. Think changing your name will let you hide. Doflamingo tossed the 2 files onto the desk, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. This man is very clever. He joined the Marines, changed his name, and had Hua Kingdom declare him dead. He's using a triple identity to protect himself: Hua Kingdom Transmigrator Lin Qi, Marine Captain Qi Lin, and the elite rookie protege of Garp and Z. He turned around, his lips curling into a twisted smile. But he overlooked one thing. He's not the only one who wants him dead. Young master means the other transmigrators. The Eagles, the Footpans, and the Sticks. He wiped out their strongholds in the West Sea. Their hatred for him is no less than mine. Doflamingo sat back down, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. Trouble 2 things. First, keep digging up all information about this Lin Qi in the Hua Kingdom team. Who his teammates are, who he cares about, what he treasures. Second, leak the intelligence that Qi Lin is Lin Qi to the Eagle Kingdom. Let them test him first. Use others to kill a. No. Doflamingo's smile deepened. Let them be cannon fodder. Those transmigrators won't be a match for him, but they'll force him to act. And once he acts, he'll show a flaw. That flaw is what I want. Outside the window, Dressrosa's night sky had no stars. Only the lighthouse at the harbor flickered with a faint light. There were less than 10 hours until the first reward and punishment settlement of the National Fortune Competition. Day 30. 9 o'clock in the morning. The morning bell of Marine Ford rang for the first time. Lin Qi stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of his quarters. The Marine Headquarters military port was just waking up in the morning light. In the distant harbor, the masts of warships stood like a forest and seagulls darted between them. Then the entire world went silent for a moment. The air seemed to stop flowing. Seagulls hung mid-flight. The lingering echo of the bell was cut off by some invisible force. A notification sound grander than any previous announcement exploded in the minds of all transmigrators. First reward and punishment settlement of the National Fortune Competition. The points leaderboard has been updated. Now National Fortune rewards will be granted to the top 3 nations and National Fortune penalties will be imposed on the bottom 5 nations. First place, Hua Kingdom. Reward nationwide mineral reserves increased by 50. Average lifespan of citizens extended by 5 years. No major natural disasters within the national territory for 1 year. Second place, Eagle Kingdom. Reward national grain output doubled. Average lifespan of citizens extended by 2 years. Third place, Bear Kingdom. Reward nationwide oil reserves increased by 30. Penalty list last place, Maldives Kingdom second to last, Jewish Kingdom a third to last, Malta Kingdom a fourth to last, Sand Kingdom a fifth to last, Banana Kingdom. Penalty content national territory reduced by 50, total resources decreased by 43 or more types of natural disasters randomly break out within the country lasting 1 year. Special warning nations that appear in the bottom 5 twice consecutively will be directly erased. Their territory, citizens, and civilization will vanish completely from Blue Star, leaving no trace. The announcement paused for a beat, as if giving all transmigrators time to digest. Then it continued. Next settlement period 30 days later. The announcement ended. The air began to flow again. The seagulls continued their flight. The lingering echo of the morning bell resumed. Lin Qi stood in front of the window, his coffee cup frozen halfway to his lips. 2 consecutive bottom 5 finishes would result in direct erasure. The world channel exploded into chaos. Cheers from the top 3 and desperate screams from the bottom 5 mixed together, messages scrolling so fast they were impossible to read. The captain of the Maldives Kingdom typed a long message in the world channel. No one replied. Then the messages turned into mutual accusations. Some congratulated Hua Kingdom, some cursed Hua Kingdom for cheating, some sent condolences to the bottom 5, and some asked the bottom 5 to transfer their remaining belly to them before they disappeared. Lin Qi was about to close the world channel when another notification rang. National Fortune Competition communication privileges. Each nation's government may contact its own captain once every 30 days with a call duration of 10 minutes. Cannot be accumulated, expires if unused. Captain's additional privilege. Each captain has 3 opportunities per year to communicate with their nation's government on Blue Star for strategic reporting and command reception. The 3 opportunities can be used flexibly over time. They reset to 3 after 1 year. Cannot be accumulated. Communication function has been integrated into the trading channel's encrypted line. The first communication can be initiated at any time chosen by the transmigrator with no key required. Lin Qi closed the panel and downed the cold coffee in 1 gulp. The first reward and punishment settlement was over. Hua Kingdom had won the first round. But the penalty contents for the bottom 5 territory halved, resources plummeted, continuous natural disasters, and the warning of direct erasure after 2 consecutive bottom 5 finishes had laid bare the brutality of this national fortune competition. The next settlement was 30 days away. He still had many things to do. Lin Qi set down the cup and walked toward the underground training room. The sky above the entire world darkened at the same moment. A golden light curtain with an unstoppable momentum tore through the heavens, projecting lines of text onto the skies of every nation. When the words Hua Nation First Place appeared at the very top of the light curtain, the breath of 1.4 billion people halted simultaneously. Then a roar of applause erupted like a tidal wave. But in other corners of the earth, some were screaming because their lands were disappearing. Hua Nation capital city at exactly 9 in the morning. The pedestrians on Chang'an Street were the first to notice the strange phenomenon in the sky. The moment the golden light curtain unfolded, every vehicle on the street came to an abrupt halt. Drivers rolled down their windows, pedestrians looked up, and the elderly practicing Tai Chi stopped their movements. Hua Nation First. A small student with a backpack pointed at the sky and read aloud the words on the light curtain in a childish voice. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone on the street heard it. Then the entire street erupted. First. It's first. The national mineral reserves increased by 50%. No disasters for the entire year. 5 more years of life. Everyone gets 5 more years. The cheers spread from Chang'an Street, rippling across the entire capital. People in the subway stared at the news notifications on their phone screens, some laughing, others with tears in their eyes. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of major office buildings, white-collar workers temporarily set aside their work, witnessing the national fortune update on the screen together. Capital City, a government building. In the conference room, a large screen displayed live broadcasts from various countries around the globe. The reactions of citizens from different nations were transmitted in real-time. Cheers from cities across Hua Nation, silence from the Eagle Sauce Nation's netizens, chaos in the streets of the Five Nations. The long table was filled with people, the star insignia on their shoulders, shining coldly under the lights. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over each person present. His expression was calm, but the fingers gripping the teacup turned slightly pale, a sign of the restraint he was exerting. First, he said 2 words, paused, but don't celebrate too early. The conference room fell silent. Everyone understood the meaning of this statement. Eagle Sauce will not sit idly by while we take the lead. From now on, all ongoing projects must be accelerated. The elderly man's voice was not loud, but each word pierced the hearts of everyone present like nails. Bring out everything we've been holding back. It's time to show our swords, no need to hide. Understood. Maldives at the same moment. Under the golden light curtain on the streets of Mail, no one was. People looked at the text on the light curtain. The land area has shrunk by 50. Some citizens had not fully grasped the meaning of this sentence when the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. A portion of the land began to disappear. The streets, buildings, coconut groves, and beaches at the edge of the city became transparent at a visible speed, then completely dissolved into nothingness. The sea surged in, filling the spaces that were once land. From a bird's-eye view, the map of the Maldives looked as if half had been bitten off. At the jagged edges, waves were crashing against what was once inland. Screams spread from the borders inward. A mother holding her child stood less than 50 meters from the disappearing line, her legs trembling, unable to run. Her husband had just been selected for transfer to the pirate world yesterday, his fate uncertain. Now even the land beneath her feet was disappearing. Why? Her voice was hoarse, the child in her arms crying, why is it us? Her husband had just been selected for transfer to the pirate world yesterday, his fate uncertain. Now even the land beneath her feet was disappearing. Why? Her voice was, the land area shrinks by 50, total resources decrease by 40, and more than 3 types of natural disasters will randomly erupt within a year. The Five Nations. This is not a ranking, bid is a sentence of judgment. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, countries that neither received rewards nor faced punishments were nervously calculating. Bamboo Nation, Seoul. In the underground conference room of the Blue House, the data on the screen was refreshing continuously. Bamboo Nation ranked 11th, just 2 places away from the top 10, but still 7 ranks away from the reward zone. The gap is too large. The intelligence officer's voice was tense. Hua Nation's points are 7 times ours. How did they do it? No one could answer this question. They did not know about Hua Nation's developments in the East Sea, nor about Lin Qi's 20-day hunt in the West Sea, and they had no idea about the true relationship between the naval officer named Qi Lin and Hua Nation's team. The only piece of information that Bamboo Nation possessed was Hua Nation is strong. As for how strong and in what ways, they were utterly unaware. We can't do it alone. The person sitting at the head finally spoke. Contact Eagle Sauce. Tell them we agree to share all intelligence. There is only one condition: Hua Nation must be brought down. We are already in contact. Eagle Sauce's stance is that they want to establish a formal alliance mechanism, no longer a verbal agreement, but a genuine military alliance with a signed agreement. An aide pulled up a document, his brow tightly furrowed. They require simultaneous actions on Blue Star, including joint military exercises. What do they want? This is pressure. Using military pressure on Blue Star to force Hua Nation to disperse their energies in the pirate world. The conference room fell silent. This was playing with fire. But Bamboo Nation had no other choice. Without bringing down Hua Nation, they could never squeeze into the top 3. Rather than watching Hua Nation widen the gap step by step, it was better to take a gamble. Sign. Eagle Sauce Nation, Washington. The Situation Room in the Pentagon was busier than ever. The screen displayed live footage from multiple countries, satellite images, and real-time intelligence summaries. Captain Edward Heimer of Eagle Sauce Nation's profile flickered in the upper left corner of the screen, indicating that he was currently unavailable for communication. He was in the pirate world. The Secretary of State slammed a document on the table. Hua Nation's mineral resources have increased by 50%. 50%. Do you know what that means? Their rare earth reserves were already the highest in the world, and now they've increased to 1.5 times that amount. In terms of advanced weapon manufacturing, we have already fallen behind. It's not just about resources. The Secretary of Defense pulled up another set of data. The average lifespan of Hua Nation citizens has increased by 5 years with no disasters throughout the year. This meant that within the next year, their citizens would not suffer casualties due to natural disasters. Just the food security aspect alone would save at least $200 billion in reserve expenditures. The president had remained silent, merely staring at the images on the screen of the jubilant streets of Hua Nation. Joint naval exercises are imperative. He finally spoke, his voice low. Notify the Foot Basin, Bamboo, John Bull, and Kangaroo. Next month in the Western Pacific, the Trans-Pacific military exercises will be advanced. What about the scale? the largest scale. 3 aircraft carrier battle groups. The president stood up looking at the live broadcast images of Hua Nation on the screen. They took first place. They must be celebrating. Let them see what the cost of taking first place is. The anti-Hua alliance was officially established at this time. Hua Nation capital city at 7 in the evening. The lights in the underground command center of the military commission never went out throughout the night. The large screen continuously displayed the intelligence collected over the past few hours. Eagle Sauce's Trans-Pacific military exercises were announced in advance. The Foot Basin Nation declared an increase in defensive forces on the southwestern islands, and Bamboo Nation went on high alert across the country. Through diplomatic channels, 3 countries had already begun to withdraw their expatriates from Hua Nation. They are acting fast. It's been less than 12 hours since we took first place. Their military exercise notification has already. This indicates they had already prepared their contingency plans before the settlement. As expected, the elderly man sitting at the head said calmly, double the patrol frequency in the South China Sea. Expand the air defense identification zone in the East China Sea by 200 kilometers. Tell them we will not take the initiative to provoke, but we will also not take a step back. What about our citizens overseas? All of them will be recalled. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is already issuing notifications. It is expected to be completed within a week. The elderly man paused, turning his gaze to another screen, which was broadcasting the live feed from Hua Nation's team. What's most critical now is still the situation in the pirate world. Li Xingming and the others are the core of this national fortune contest. The 30th night of the year 1514 in the Haiyuan calendar. Li Xingming connected to the first communication from Blue Star. Captain Li, this is the military commission. The voice on the other end was deep and powerful. Time is limited, so I will get straight to the point. Please go ahead. On the other end, 10 minutes were taken to report the current situation on Blue Star. Eagle Sauce's military deployments, diplomatic actions of various countries, and Hua Nation's countermeasures. Li Xingming listened and took notes, the pen tip swiftly gliding across the paper, categorizing the records into different sections. Understood. Our current situation is most team members are gathering in the East Sea. The base site selection is still being assessed. 3 insiders have been identified, and we plan to deal with them shortly. Speaking of insiders, the voice on the other end paused. Then Li Xingming heard the sound of a fist hitting the table, the suppressed rage of an old general. Just follow your plan. Such people must not be left. As for their families back home, the state will not intentionally target them, but starting today, they will no longer receive any promotions, privileges, or trust. Understood. There's one more thing. The elderly man's voice softened a little. The team member, named Lin Qi. Li Xingming's fingers paused for a moment. We checked his file. He is an orphan who grew up in the Hope Orphanage. The director is named Zhang Guifeng, 63 years old. He has some friends who grew up with him, all working in ordinary positions. The state will arrange for people to take care of them. The elderly man's voice carried a seriousness. You tell Lin Qi the state will protect those behind him. Let him live with peace of mind in the pirate world. Li Xingming fell silent for 2 seconds, then he nodded earnestly, saying, I will definitely convey the message. Additionally, the Navy's 6 techniques training methods that you sent back have already been handed over to the laboratory. The preliminary assessment from the expert group is that it is theoretically feasible. If successful, this will be a significant trump card for us. Furthermore, we have compiled the intelligence gathered from live broadcasts from various countries and are now synchronizing it to you. Data began to be transmitted from the other side, and new information entries continuously popped up on Li Xingming's panel. This is all the valuable information currently visible from the live broadcasts, including the capabilities of each country's captains, the activity zones of each team, and the distribution of indigenous people. You should find this useful in the pirate world. Li Xingming quickly browsed through the incoming information, constantly cross-referencing the intelligence from Blue Star with the actual conditions in the pirate world. Some intelligence corroborated his previous judgments, while others refuted his speculations. Captain Li, the old man's voice was particularly serious in the communication. Death in the pirate world is real death. This is something we cannot change. So remember, prioritize your own safety. Surviving is the only hope. The communication ended. Li Xingming looked at the gradually dimming panel and took a deep breath. Behind him were over 60 living team members, and in his hand was a secret capable of stirring up great waves. Lin Qi, the devil fruit recovery technology, and the strongest piece in the Navy. He opened the Huaxia channel and sent Lin Qi a private message. The settlement is complete. On the Blue Star side, the country has begun comprehensive alert. Eagle Sauce has joined forces with several countries to prepare for a trans-Pacific military exercise, the largest in history. In terms of diplomacy, foreigners in Huaxia are in the process of evacuating. The military committee asked me to convey to you that you are an orphan and the state will take care of you along with the orphanage and friends. They want you to feel at ease there. The dialogue box was quiet for a moment, then a short reply popped up. Received. Let them wait for my return. Li Xingming looked at these words without asking further. He closed the panel and began organizing all the intelligence sent from Blue Star. Those dense words and data would transform into a concrete plan of action in his mind. In the year 1514 of the sea-round calendar, on the 31st day, deep at night, Marineford Lin Qi sat cross-legged in the training room of his residence. The salty sea breeze blew in from the window, and the moonlight poured in, casting a silver light strip on the floor. He had read the messages sent by Li Xingming once. Huaxia First Eagle Sauce's countermeasures, national military preparations, and the orphanage would have someone to take care of. These pieces of information were sequentially placed in his mind before being temporarily set aside. He needed to focus on handling more important matters. His observation hockey and armament hockey were about to break through. Every night during his cruise in the West Sea, he practiced with 24 days of accumulation settling within him. As soon as he returned to Marineford, he sought out Zifa to inquire about the key to breaking through observation hockey and armament hockey. Zifa's answer was concise. Advancing observation hockey requires an extreme level of perception, moving beyond simple breath capturing to penetrating matter-sensing structure and predicting intent. Advancing armament hockey, on the other hand, necessitates increasing the density of hockey. A patch of skin the size of a fist covered by beginner armament hockey feels like a layer of iron, while intermediate armament hockey compresses the same weight of iron to 1/10 of its thickness. The higher the density, the stronger the hardness. Lin Qi closed his eyes, the qi within him circulating through his meridians. In his world of electromagnetic perception, every life force within a radius of 5 kilometers felt as clear as stars in the night sky. The patrolling footsteps of every marine soldier, the breathing rhythm of each sentry, the chef preparing the night shift meal in the kitchen, and the sailors on the warship in the harbor wiping the deck. He then began to try a new approach, no longer sensing the breath itself, but instead perceiving what lay behind it: the rhythm of heartbeats, the pulsation of blood vessels, the tension and relaxation of muscles. A patrolling soldier's left ankle tilted slightly to the left by 1/2 centimeter upon landing, indicating that his old injury on that foot had not healed. The chef in the kitchen cut carrots with uneven wrist strength, suggesting he was in a bad mood today. This is a deeper level of perception, evolving from where they are to what they are doing, and then to what they will do. The range of his observation hockey began to expand outward from him. Electromagnetic perception spread out like a spider web, encompassing the entire Marineford, then crossing the coastline and extending toward the sea. The world within his perception became increasingly clear, as if he were looking down at the island from a divine. Every warship in the harbor, every officer still working overtime in the headquarters, building the sand lifted by the sea breeze on the training ground, and the ropes soaked by the waves on the dock. The range continued to expand. 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters, still increasing. The moment the perception range broke 10,000 meters, it felt as though something had been unlocked in Lin Qi's mind. All life forms perceived were no longer fuzzy points of light, but transformed into clear outline. He could see a second lieutenant on night duty in the harbor yawning, hear his heart beating steadily, and feel a slight arthritis in his right ankle, a remnant of long periods of standing on the deck. His observation hockey had reached the intermediate level, range 10,000 meters. This already exceeded the perception range of most Navy rear admirals. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Thunderfruit's electromagnetic perception, his accuracy and coverage even surpassed some high-ranking officers focused on training observation hockey. But he did not stop. The armament hockey within him began to circulate simultaneously. If observation hockey was an outward expanding net, then armament hockey was an inward converging core. Lin Qi concentrated all his attention on his right arm, the black armament hockey, seeping from the surface of his skin, its color shifting from dark gray to pitch black, then to an almost light-absorbing deep black. Then he began to compress. The hockey collapsed inward under the drive of his will, transforming from a thick layer of armor to a layer as thin as a cicada's wing, but with extremely high density. With every fraction of thickness reduced, the hardness increased. When he compressed the hockey on his right arm to its limit, the surface of the armament hockey faintly reflected a metallic sheen. Armament hockey also broke through to the intermediate level. Lin Qi opened his eyes, looking at his forearm covered in hockey, and gently tapped it. The sound produced was not that of flesh colliding, but a faint metallic hum. He smiled, withdrew his hockey, and closed his eyes again. For the next 3 days, he was solidifying his skills, engraving the sensation of his breakthrough into muscle memory, allowing the intermediate observation hockey and intermediate armament hockey to become instincts that no longer required deliberate activation. The moonlight outside grew fainter, and a line of dawn faintly emerged over the eastern sea. 3 days later, in the year 1514 of the sea-round calendar, on the 34th day morning, the alarm bells of Marineford rang. It was not the usual assembly bell, but the highest level of emergency summons, ringing 3 long and 2 short, followed by a continuous sharp sound. The entire Marine headquarters shook under the alarm. As Lin Qi strode into the large operations conference room on the top floor of the headquarters, it was already filled with people. The shoulder insignia of the rear admiral gleamed with gold under the light, while the vice admirals were arranged on either side of the long table, each with a tense expression. The seating was strictly arranged by rank, with vice admirals in the front 2 rows, rear admirals in the middle, and brigadiers sitting further back. When Lin Qi walked in wearing a colonel's uniform, all eyes turned to him. The presence of a colonel in this room was already more unusual than the alarm bell. He calmly took a seat in the last row. His aide Binzi could only stand against the wall behind him. As a colonel, Binzi could only observe and did not have the qualification to take a seat. Admiral Sengoku stood at the front of the conference room, hands resting on the edge of the map table, the wrinkles on his face appearing deeper under the light. "We just received intelligence." Sengoku's voice was very low, but every word was like a hammer driving in nails. "The floating island of Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, has been confirmed on the edge of the West Sea. According to the intelligence report, the Golden Lion himself is on the island, making final adjustments to the soon-to-be-completed IQ core." The air in the conference room froze. The Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, the only prisoner to successfully escape from Impel Down. His plan is to use an island on the edge of the West Sea as an experimental site to verify the combat effectiveness of the IQ core. Once the experiment is successful, his ultimate goal is to destroy the East Sea in retaliation against the world government. Sengoku raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the room. Akainu. Sakazuki stood up from his seat, the temperature of the magma fruit causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. "You will lead this mission. Akiji will assist you. Under your command will be 7 rear admirals and 15 vice admirals. Mission objective: to raid and capture the Golden Lion before he completes the IQ core experiment." "Understood." Akainu's voice was like a low growl before a volcanic eruption. Sengoku continued, "Kazuru has other tasks and cannot participate in this operation. Considering the speed and agility of the Golden Lion's float fruit in the air, you need to be equipped with a speed-type ability user as assistance." His gaze passed over the rear admirals and vice admirals, landing on Lin Qi in the corner of the last row. "Colonel Qi Lin." Lin Qi stood up and replied loudly, "Present." Everyone's attention turned towards him. A colonel being personally named by the admiral in a high-level operational meeting was a rare occurrence. Although you hold the rank of colonel, your actual combat power has been assessed by Chief Instructor Zifa to be at least at the rear admiral level. Sengoku's voice held no unnecessary embellishments. "You are a user of the Thunder Fruit, and your speed is not slower than Kazaris. In this operation, you will be responsible for aerial containment and pursuit. Do not let the Golden Lion escape." "Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed." Sengoku closed the map. "Depart. You must reach the target sea area in the West Sea within 3 days." As the floating island appeared at the end of the skyline, Lin Qi heard the sound of a rear admiral swallowing his saliva. It was not fear, but a primal awe in the face of legend. That island hovering beneath the clouds was the moving kingdom of Gold Lion Shiki, a stronghold of legendary pirates known alongside Roger and Whitebeard. 20 years ago, this man single-handedly nearly destroyed the entire marine fort. And now the Navy was preparing to ascend. Lin Qi stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze billowing his naval coat. His expression was calm, but his body was undergoing subtle changes, a shift only he could perceive. The moment his observation haki broke through to the intermediate level, the item observation haki beginner was automatically removed from his equipment slot. A space was freed up. Without hesitation, Lin Qi took out Super Speed Blue from his inventory and equipped it directly. A sense of lightness surged from deep within his bones. Not only had his speed increased, but his body also felt lighter. Each step was more efficient, and his acceleration during movement had improved by at least 30%. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power within him. With the observation haki's range extending to 1,000 meters, the boost from super speed elevated his mobility to another level. "Colonel," came Binzi's voice from behind, "Admiral Akainu is calling all commanders for a meeting." Lin Qi nodded, glancing back at the floating island on the horizon before turning towards Akainu's flagship. Akainu's flagship, the operations conference room. A 5-meter-long nautical chart was spread across the table with a glaring red mark amidst the blue waters of the West. "See the floating island." Akainu stood before the chart, arms crossed, the heat from the magma fruit raising the room's temperature by 5 degrees compared to outside. Akiji leaned against the window, appearing relaxed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the chart. 7 vice admirals were lined up on either side, while 15 rear admirals stood on the periphery. When Lin Qi walked in, all eyes instinctively skimmed over him before a few returned to take a second glance. A colonel standing among a group of high-ranking officers was already more noteworthy than the operational conference itself. However, with Zephyr's endorsement and Sengoku's personal mention, no one dared to object. The area of the floating island is roughly equivalent to half of Marineford. Akainu gestured over the map with his finger. The island is heavily vegetated and the terrain is complex. According to intelligence, Gold Lion Shiki's IQ core experiments are dispersed in 3 areas on the island: the eastern dense forest, the central building complex, and the underground cave entrance on the west. The core objective of this operation is singular capture Gold Lion Shiki. His voice was as deep and hot as flowing magma. The experiments are a secondary target. As long as we capture Shiki, the IQ core will be powerless without his float fruit ability. Akainu began assigning tasks. The 7 vice admirals each would lead a small team to eradicate the experiments in the 3 areas. The 15 rear admirals would split into 3 groups for perimeter containment and support. Akiji would be responsible for blocking any potential escape routes at all times. Once everyone receives the signal, immediately ascend to the floating island using moonwalk and launch a surprise attack. Akainu's finger pressed heavily on the chart. This time, we must capture Gold Lion Shiki. Even if he is a legendary pirate, he must be apprehended. He lifted his head, scanning the room. The only question now is the assault signal, who has an extensive area attack skill that can cover the entire island before the battle begins. It does not need to cause significant casualties, but it must create chaos among the pirates on the island simultaneously to buy time for our assault. We cannot charge forward under concentrated enemy fire. The conference room fell silent. The vice admirals exchanged glances. Their combat abilities were all at the vice admiral level, but most were suited for single combat, swordsmanship, physical techniques, specific fruit abilities, yet none had skills that could cover an entire island. Akainu looked toward Akiji. What about your Ice Age? Akiji leaned against the window, thought for a moment, then shook his head. Ice Age can control a large area, but that is on the sea. The floating island's terrain is complex and densely vegetated, reducing the spread and coverage of the ice on land significantly. It won't achieve the desired effect. Akainu did not press further. His own abilities faced similar issues. While his meteor volcano had a large attack range, its density would not suffice when spread over an entire island. Volcanic projectiles could cause localized chaos, but they could not cover the entire area simultaneously. His gaze swept across the conference room. Suddenly his gaze fixed. Thunderbolt fruit. Akainu's voice rose half a pitch. Colonel Qi Lin. Lin Qi stood up from the back row. Can your Thunderbolt fruit achieve an island-wide coverage attack? Lin Qi did not answer immediately. He quickly estimated the coverage range of the thunderclouds at 10,000 meters, the density of the lightning from Kirin, and the energy consumption, then nodded. Indeed, I have a large area coverage. Strike thunder, release Kirin. I can summon all surrounding lightning and release it in one go after condensing it. The coverage can reach the entire island, and the lightning density is sufficient to cover every inch of ground. He added, however, this will deplete all surrounding thunderclouds, allowing it to be used only once in a short time. Moreover, the larger the area, the more dispersed the power at a single point. For pirates of captain rank and above, it would at most cause temporary paralysis without inflicting substantial damage. Akainu listened and slowly cracked a smile. It was the expression of a hunter seeing the perfect bait. Once is enough. Your ultimate move, Kirin, will serve as the signal for our entire army to launch a surprise attack. The moment the lightning strikes, everyone will ascend the island simultaneously using moonwalk, and while the enemy is still dazed, we will already be dealing damage. He slammed a fist onto the chart. It settled. Year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, the 38th day. Dawn. The outline of the floating island emerged from the clouds, growing larger and larger. As the fleet approached within the last 5 kilometers of the floating island, they quietly anchored. According to the battle plan, Lin Qi was the first to set off. He needed to ascend to a sufficient height to condense the thunderclouds before everyone else landed. Lin Qi transformed into a streak of lightning shooting upwards. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. He hovered directly above the floating island. From this height, the entire layout of the floating island came into view. The eastern dense forest shimmered dark green in the morning light. The central building complex resembled gray-white blocks, and the western ground had a massive hole dug into it. In every corner of the island, figures were moving. Some were transporting supplies, others were patrolling. Several enormous cages contained an indeterminate number of experiments. Lin Qi withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide. The ability of the Thunderbolt fruit radiated from him in all directions. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the free lightning ions in the atmosphere began to respond to his summons. This was not Lin Qi's own stored electricity. It was the thunderclouds drifting over the entire sea, the ubiquitous natural energy in the atmospheric electric field. Dark clouds began to surge at the horizon. The cloud layers were summoned, pulled, and gathered. Strands of thunderclouds rushed in from all sides as if dragged by an invisible hand, converging directly above the floating island. The clouds grew thicker and lower, gradually swallowing the sunlight, casting the floating island into an ever-deepening shadow. The dark clouds had now covered the entire floating island. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, there were no stray thunderclouds left. All the lightning had been concentrated in one place. Lin Qi opened his eyes. Blue electric light flickered at his fingertips, as thin as a hair, and then countless strands simultaneously exploded, weaving an incredibly vast outline in front of him. A Kirin formed entirely of pure lightning from its head, torso, limbs, claws to its scales. It was enormous. So big that when the people on the floating island looked up, they could only see one of its claws blocking half the sky. Blue arcs of electricity flowed over its scales, and each breath was accompanied by a deafening thunder. The pirates on the floating island finally noticed the anomaly in the sky. Screams began to spread from the edges of the island. Pirates rushed out from tents, buildings, and caves. Some pointed at the sky and shouted, some instinctively dove for cover, while others drew their weapons, but did not know where to strike. Gold Lion Shiki also flew out from the top window of the central building. His golden mane billowed in the lightning, and his eyes, belonging to a legendary pirate, fixed directly on the colossal electric beast in the sky. His expression shifted from shock to grimness. It was not fear, but a sense of annoyance that this attack was indeed difficult to handle. Lin Qi waved his hand downward. Thunder released Kirin descend. The massive blue Kirin stepped down from the sky, each step crushing a layer of clouds. Then it began to disperse, millions of bolts of lightning peeling away from its body, pouring down like a blue torrential rain. Each bolt accurately covered a small area, and millions of bolts simultaneously enveloped the entire floating island. Boom! The entire island erupted with blue flames on the ground. The screams of pirates struck by the lightning mixed with the thunder, nearly indistinguishable. Lightning bounced and spread across the ground, intertwining into an electric net covering the entire island. A large number of pirates collapsed instantly under the lightning strike, their bodies twitching as they lost consciousness. Those who were not directly hit also found their legs giving way, stumbling to the ground. Gold Lion crossed his arms in front of him, his haki flaring around him. A bolt of lightning struck him directly, and he endured it, but his body tensed slightly at that moment. His heart sank. If even he could be paralyzed even for a moment, then those under captain rank below him. He could not dwell on that any longer. His right leg lifted, and a massive flying slash tore through the air, aimed at Lin Qi. Lin Qi had already, with his observation haki having broken through to the intermediate level, he captured every contraction of Gold Lion's muscles within a 10,000-meter range. Even before the leg lifted, Lin Qi already knew the direction and speed of that strike. His body transformed into a streak of lightning, shifting 300 meters to the left. The flying slash swept past him, tearing open a patch of clouds without even grazing the hem of his clothing. Admiral Akainu. Lin Qi's voice transmitted through the Navy's internal communication channel. Mission accomplished. The entire island is covered in lightning. Good. Akainu's voice carried the excitement one might find only on the battlefield. All troops ascend moonwalk assault. Dozens of figures shot up simultaneously from the decks of the warships on the sea. Akainu was at the forefront, his moonwalk creating visible ripples in the air beneath his feet. Behind him, Akiji's ice crystals left a white trail in the air, followed closely by the 7 vice admirals and 15 rear admirals. Dozens of naval officers possessing combat strength equivalent to admirals rapidly ascended from multiple directions to land on the island simultaneously. When Akainu set foot on the ground of the floating island, he saw a sea of twitching pirates. At this point, the Kirin had already dissipated, but its effects remained. Thousands of pirates lay sprawled across the ground, their bodies still crackling with blue arcs of electricity, limbs twitching involuntarily. The few who were still standing also had weak legs, their weapons trembling in their hands. Colonel Qi Lin. Akainu shouted as he ascended with moonwalk. Your attack has exceeded the mission. He no longer glanced at the chaos below, his gaze fixated on the figure with golden mane in the sky. Leave Gold Lion to us. Akiji, let's go together. Akiji had already caught up. The two ascended left and right, charging towards attack as planned. Akainu's command exploded over the communication channel. Everyone eradicate the experiments. Leave not a single one. Lin Qi saw that Akainu and Akiji had already engaged and no longer entangled with Gold Lion, transforming into a streak of lightning and shooting down to the ground. The moment he landed, thunder release armor activate. A layer of deep blue lightning erupted from within him, forming a transparent armor that clung. With this layer of armor, the boost from the super speed item was amplified, further doubling his reaction speed, movement speed, and attack speed. Immediately afterward, he unleashed lightning slash. A blazing white lightning sphere coalesced in the palm of his right hand, and the cries of countless birds burst forth in an instant. The sound was so piercing that several pirates still standing instinctively covered their ears. At that moment, Lin Qi moved. With the dual boosts of Thunder Release armor and super speed, his movement speed reached a terrifying level. From a high vantage point, one could see a streak of blue lightning carving across the ground. Wherever that lightning passed, both pirates and rampaging beasts were split in two by the lightning slash. There was no blood at the cut. The high temperature of the lightning slash sealed the wound completely at the moment of incision. Lin Qi himself did not get a drop of blood on him. All blood was vaporized the moment it came into contact with the high temperature of the armor. The first pass cleared the eastern dense forest area. The second pass returned, sweeping the perimeter of the central building complex. The third pass slanted, sweeping through the entrance of the western cave. Other naval officers were astonished to find that when they rushed into their respective cleanup areas as planned, the outermost enemies had already fallen in large numbers. All they needed to do was harvest the remaining stragglers still struggling in paralysis. The entire battlefield showed a lopsided trend. A vice admiral cleaved the head of a rampaging lion, glancing at the rapidly moving streak of lightning. Unable to help but utter a curse, he was not angry, just shocked to the point of expressing his feelings in profanity. But the battlefield was never one-sided. The battle above the floating island was escalating. Echinus magma intertwined with Akiji's ice, creating a white mist, while Gold Lion's figure danced within it, each strike capable of cleaving through warships. Meanwhile, on the ground, those pirates and experiments with lightning resistance were beginning to recover from the initial chaos. Deep within the eastern dense forest, a giant beast slowly stood up. Thunder Eagle Purple Lightning, the aerial powerhouse of Gold Lion's IQ core. With a wingspan of 15 meters, its body was covered in dark purple feathers, each feather tip flickering with electric light. It shook its wings, residual purple arcs sliding off the feathers. Lin Qi's Kirin had almost no effect on it. It was already a rampaging creature with lightning properties. Those amber eyes locked onto the streak of lightning plowing the ground below. A piercing screech echoed. The Thunder Eagle spread its wings and dove towards the streak of lightning. Its claws extended, tips flashing with high-voltage electricity. This was not ordinary lightning, but electric claw strikes capable of tearing through hockey defenses. At the same time, other directions began to stir. Several hulking, rampaging beasts staggered to their feet, their eyes glinting with a red ferocity. Several captain-level pirates crawled out from the ruins, their hands shaking around their weapons, but their eyes had regained their fierce intent. Lin Qi halted his steps. The shriek of lightning slash grew sharper in his right hand. He lifted his head, gazing at the diving giant eagle, the glow of the Thunder Release armor reflecting in his pupils, making his eyes look like two burning blue stars. He did not dodge. He pushed off the ground, accompanied by the shriek of lightning slash transforming into a streak of lightning to meet it heat-in. On the ground, the naval officers engaged in the cleanup all looked up in unison. They saw that blue streak of lightning shooting up from the ground, trailing a long arc of electricity, heading straight for the diving purple lightning eagle. Lin Qi lifted his head, seeing a pair of crimson eyes and 5 sharp claws crackling with purple-blue lightning. The claws were already 10 meters above his head. The air was torn at the claw tips, emitting a sharp sound akin to fabric being ripped apart. Fragments of purple electricity jumped between the claw gaps, each capable of paralyzing an adult. Thunder Eagle Purple Lightning, the ace of the Golden Lion's Air Force. It chose the most cunning angle. Lin Qi had just completed a plow, and the light of Thunder Slash had yet to fully dissipate, his body caught in the moment between old strength fading and new strength yet to be born. Although this frenzied beast had lost the reason of living beings, its instinct for slaughter made its combat intuition even sharper than when it was alive. Lin Qi did not dodge. The shriek of Thunder Slash erupted to its peak in an instant as blazing white lightning condensed into an irregular blade, cleaving upwards towards the giant claw. Thunder Slash clashed with the eagle's claw. A metallic grinding sound sharp enough to nearly pierce the eardrum echoed through the sky. The cutting power of Thunder Slash pierced into the eagle's claw at the point of contact, the purple lightning clashing violently with the white lightning at the incision, resulting in the proud Thunder Eagle's hard toe bone being forcibly severed. It was cleanly cut as if sliced by a scalpel. The toe bone, thicker than an adult's arm, fell with the claw tips spinning down towards the surface of the floating island. The Thunder Eagle emitted a hoarse shriek, a roar born of beastly instinct fueled by pain-induced fury. Its crimson eyes became even bloodier, pupils narrowing to pinpricks, locking onto Lin Qi. The pain of the severed toe did not deter it, instead it ignited its frenzied instincts. The beak opened, lunging towards Lin Qi's head at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The force of this peck made Lin Qi's pupils constrict. The Thunder Eagle's beak was the hardest part of its body, having undergone directed evolution through IQ plants and long-term refinement in a lightning environment hard enough to rival seafloor stone. Even with armed hockey, one could not withstand this peck. The super speed attribute erupted under the enhancement of the Thunder Escape armor. Lin Qi's body shifted 3 feet in the air, the beak brushing past his ear, the air pressure creating a thin line of blood on his cheek. Before the Thunder Eagle could retract its head, Lin Qi's left hand had already pressed against its neck. He did not directly attack, but instead focused on sensing. Breaking through to the intermediate level of observation Huaxia, he probed into the Thunder Eagle's body with his fingers, instantly discerning the direction of its electric circuits. No wonder my Qilin was ineffective against it. Lin Qi released his hand, sidestepping a sweeping wing strike. It inherently possesses a thunder-absorbing constitution. The lightning in its feathers is not produced by it, but absorbed and stored from the environment. Electricity not only couldn't harm it, but was akin to charging it up. The Thunder Eagle tilted its head back again, letting out a long howl that pierced through the clouds. The sound waves spread out in visible ripples, resonating in the air above the floating island. Then a response came from afar. The clouds were violently stirred by something as a massive shadow broke through the clouds from the opposite side of 6 sharp limbs gleamed with a dark green chill in the sunlight, 2 pairs of compound eyes, dark and fierce, drooling corrosive saliva that fell onto a large tree below instantly, causing white smoke to rise as the trunk was eaten through, creating a fist-sized hole within moments. Giant green fly. A Jahagu, the main force of the Golden Lion's aerial bombardment, over 10 meters in length, covered entirely in hard dark green armor. The buzzing of its rapidly vibrating wings sounded like dozens of engines running simultaneously, flames ignited from the friction of its wings trailing behind in long fiery tails. One with electricity and fire, one rapid and fierce. One close combat clawed beak, one long-range corrosive acid. The 2 top frenzied beasts under the Golden Lion's command, summoned by the Thunder Eagle, executed a high-altitude encirclement of Lin Qi. The clouds were shredded to pieces by the fierce winds of the 2 beasts. In this high altitude of several thousand meters, turbulent currents surged, and even a naval rear admiral attempting to ascend with moonwalk would be firmly suppressed by the chaotic airflow and the intersecting attacks of the 2 beasts, let alone provide assistance. Even standing still would be a challenge. This high altitude became the battlefield for Lin Qi's solo fight against the 2 beasts. The Thunder Eagle faced him directly, the wound from its severed toes still dripping blood, but its crimson eyes showed no sign of retreat. The giant green fly was behind him, its 6 limbs slowly spreading, the secretion of corrosive saliva from its mouth parts noticeably accelerating. A double pressure. A desperate situation begins. Lin Qi's expression was cold, his eyes devoid of fear, only a calmness as he assessed his prey. He clearly understood the weight of these 2 beasts. These were not the miscellaneous pirates with bounties of tens of millions roaming the West Sea. They were the top fighting forces cultivated by the Golden Lion Shiki over 12 years, using countless IQ plants and SIQ potions. Any one of them, if placed in the West Sea, would be a disaster-level beast capable of slaughtering an entire town. To eliminate them in advance would be a significant achievement in safeguarding the West Sea borders and thwarting the Golden Lion's schemes. It was also the key merit that allowed him to be promoted to Brigadier General without precedent. Just right, his voice was deep, as if speaking to himself. Let's test the strength of the frenzied beasts on the floating island. The earlier Qilin was merely an appetizer. True close combat is your real test. As his words fell, Lin Qi's arms opened to both sides. Golden light erupted from within him. It was not lightning, but a domain. After breaking through observation and armament Huaxia, Lin Qi's understanding of the fruit deepened further. He recalled the lightning release chakra mode of the Raikage from the Naruto world, remembering that lightning domain capable of covering an entire battlefield. Just right, the millions of lightning bolts that fell earlier had dissipated, but the lightning ions had not disappeared. They still hovered in this airspace, dense enough to make the air tingle slightly. He merely used his own lightning as a catalyst to reactivate these stray lightning ions. The dazzling blue lightning erupted around him, not shooting towards any specific direction, but radiating simultaneously in all directions. The 10,000 meters high sky was enveloped in thunder-dense blue arcs, filling the entire battlefield, coating the clouds with a layer of blue-golden sheen. This thunderous area, although not vast, had every corner under his perception and control. Thunder fruit, all domain, thunder domain. The purple lightning on the Thunder Eagle was low-grade electricity accumulated from long-term absorption in the floating island's thunder environment, directly crushed the moment the all-domain thunder domain unfolded. Like fireflies losing their glow under a spotlight, the purple electricity swirling around the Thunder Eagle's wings was devoured by the purer and more powerful lightning. Then the raging lightning surged into its body along its wings, forming a complete suppression. The intense numbness rendered this fierce bird completely stiff. Its originally fluid flying posture halted abruptly, and its wing movements became clumsy. At the same time, the vast thunder accurately locked onto the giant green fly that was swiftly darting behind it. This frenzied fly's armor was hard enough to withstand direct cuts from cannon fire and blades. The blue lightning threads infiltrated every gap of its dark green hard shell, pouring into its limb joints and permeating its wing roots. The high-frequency vibrating wings were instantly paralyzed by the lightning. The flames generated by friction abruptly extinguished, and the body, flying at high speed, lost control, plummeting several meters before barely regaining the ability to flap its wings. The encirclement of the two beasts was shattered the moment the thunder domain unfolded. At this moment, Lin Qi moved. With the dual enhancement of super speed and thunder escape armor, his body transformed into a streak of lightning nearly imperceptible in its trajectory. The first target was the Thunder Eagle. It posed the greatest threat, was the fastest, and had to be dealt with first. 4 fingers converging. His right hand's 4 fingers were brought together, armed hockey covering the knuckles, and under the enhancement of thunder escape armor the entire hand gleamed like obsidian. The Thunder Eagle had just regained a bit of mobility from its paralysis, raising its wings to counterattack, but its movements were a full beat slower in Lin Qi's observation hockey perception. Like watching a slow-motion shot, he could clearly see the angle of every feather on the Thunder Eagle's wing as it shifted, could predict the direction it would dodge next. No matter where it dodged, his hand would be waiting in the direction it fled. 4 fingers converging armed hockey penetrated precisely into the Thunder Eagle's left eye socket, piercing through its skull and exiting from the back of its head. The hardened eagle bone, enhanced by its frenzied evolution, cracked at the impact of the 4 fingers converging with armed hockey. The crimson beast's pupils dimmed instantly, completely losing focus. This proud ace beast of the Golden Lion's Air Force did not even have time to emit its final cry. Its massive body lost all strength, wings drooping powerlessly, crashing straight down towards the rocky wall beneath the floating island. Lin Qi's figure showed no signs of stopping. In the same instant he pierced through the Thunder Eagle's head, his body was already turning back in the air, turning around, condensing. Thunder slash. The blazing white lightning in his right hand erupted once more. The cries of millions of birds echoed in the thunder domain, sharper than any previous instance. The giant green fly was struggling to ascend again. Its armor was too thick, and the paralysis effect was rapidly fading. The frenzied light reignited in its compound eyes. Its mouthparts opened, shooting a stream of corrosive acid towards Lin Qi. The acid passed through Lin Qi's afterimage. The real Lin Qi had already appeared at its side. Thunder slash sliced in from the side of its head, cutting through its entire body along its longitudinal axis. The sharp power of thunder not only severed its armor and flesh, but also poured into its body through the incision, thoroughly incinerating the still pulsating SIQ frenzied potions deep within its body. These potions were the source of its power, the root of its frenzy. When the potions were completely burned away by the lightning, the 6 limbs of the giant green fly simultaneously ceased their struggles. Its massive body began to fall. Its wings still trembled slightly, but that was merely muscle spasms after death. From the unfolding of the thunder domain to the fall of the 2 beasts, only a few moments had passed. The 2 top frenzied beasts that the Golden Lion Shiki had spent over 10 years cultivating, guarding the high altitude of the floating island, had all fallen at Lin Qi's hands. Before the bodies of the 2 beasts had completely fallen, Lin Qi's figure had already darted through their falling trajectory. 2 light orbs emerged from the corpses, quickly stored in his inventory. It was not yet time to check his gains. His figure showed no signs of stopping, transforming into lightning once more as he dove towards the surface of the floating island. Then that streak of lightning began plowing again. On the surface of the floating island, a rear admiral engaged in combat with a frenzied bear looked up just in time to see that streak of lightning dart past his left front. Where it passed, a row of frenzied wolves that had just crawled up from the ruins were sliced cleanly in half. He opened his mouth, turning to look at his companion beside him, who was also staring in the same direction, wearing the same expression. Monster. The rear admiral retracted his gaze, slicing through the frenzied bear's head. Instructor ZFA was right. It truly is a monster. Above in the high sky, the Golden Lion Shiki witnessed everything on the ground. His proud Thunder Eagle, raised in the floating island's electric environment for 10 years, personally fed countless SIQ potions, just moments ago plummeting from high altitude like a broken kite. And that giant green fly, the most stable aerial bombardment platform in his animal army, had even its armor sliced in half by a bolt of lightning. 12 years. 12 years of effort had been cleanly chopped away by a naval colonel in mere moments. In those eyes belonging to a legendary pirate, the fury that had never been stirred even during the attack by Akainu and Akiji appeared for the first time. A colonel. The voice of the Golden Lion squeezed out between his teeth. Just this one colonel. It was this fraction of a second distraction. Akaina's battlefield instincts reached their peak at this moment. The instant the Golden Lion's gaze shifted, his right arm morphed into magma, the shape of his arm twisting and stretching in the high temperature, becoming a ferocious magma dog head. Canine bite red lotus. The magma opened its massive mouth in the form of a dog head, radiating enough heat to pierce through the armor of a warship, biting towards the golden lion from the left. Simultaneously, Aokiji swung both hands. Cold air gathered in his palms into dozens of crystal-clear ice balls, each containing enough low temperature to freeze an entire sea area. The ice balls traced arcs in the air, sealing off the golden lion's escape route from the right. Ice time capsules. By the time the golden lion realized what was happening, there was no chance to evade. In that instant, his gaze became extremely fierce, the kind of madness only revealed when a legendary pirate is cornered. Unable to dodge, he would no longer evade. With a simultaneous motion, Kuroki and Sakura Tin danced, bowing left and right. Lion's roar. Two flying slashes erupted simultaneously from either side of him. The leftward slash collided Hiden with canine bite Red Lotus, while the rightward slash sliced into the array of ice balls from the ice time capsules. The slashes ripped through the magma in the air, shattering the ice balls, but the residual force of the magma still engulfed his left side, while the cold of the ice froze his right arm and right side. The golden lion was trapped between ice and fire. His left side was covered in magma, the skin sizzling under high temperatures. His right side was completely frozen ice extending from his shoulder down to his waist. His expression twisted under the reflection of ice and fire, resembling a malevolent spirit. But Akainu and Aokiji were not faring well either. The lion's roar unleashed in anger a flying slash that had contended with Pirate King Roger. Akainu's chest was struck directly by the slash, and although his magma form prevented him from being cut in half, a deep wound was torn open, exposing bone, with magma gushing from the wound and mixing with blood, forcing him back several meters before he barely stabilized. Aokiji's left shoulder was grazed by the edge of the slash, a large chunk of his ice body, severed ice crystals scattering in the air. His face was paler than usual, breathing obviously quickened. He had been injured internally by this blow. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The golden lion hung in the air, gasping for breath, magma burns still spreading on his left side, while the ice on his right side was slowly being crushed by his haki. His gaze crossed over Akainu and Aokiji, locking onto the streak of lightning that was still rapidly moving on the ground below. Qi. He uttered this name. The voice was not loud, but the killing intent within it was 10 times more intense than when he had spoken before. Meanwhile, on the surface of the floating island, Lin Qi had just stopped to catch his breath after his 4th round of plowing, when he sensed a suffocating killing intent locking onto him from above. He looked up and saw the furious eyes of the golden lion. Lin Qi wiped the remaining arcs of electricity from his hands, his expression emotionless. "Oh, you're angry." The moment the golden lion Shiki broke free from the ice and fire ambush, his gaze pierced through the thousands of meters of sky, locking onto the bolt of lightning plowing the ground of floating island. Lin Qi also sensed the gaze of the golden lion. He paused for a moment, looked up at the golden lion, and then continued with the extermination. The distance was too far for the sound to carry, but the golden lion could clearly see the words shaped on Lin Qi's lips, every single one of them carved distinctly. "You're next." Lin Qi said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was neither a taunting sneer nor a forced cold smile. It was a calmness that came with stating a fact, much like someone standing atop a mountain watching the setting sun, saying, "The sky will darken soon." The golden lion's pupils constricted suddenly. He had lived a long life contending for the throne with Roger, sharing strong drinks with Whitebeard, besieged by the combined forces of the warring states, and carved from being the sole escapee of Impel Down to dominating the floating island. Never had anyone dared to speak to him with such an expression. "You young brat, seeking death." The golden lion roared, drawing his sword, the dry wood and the cherry blossoms simultaneously, tilting his body downwards, ready to charge down recklessly and tear that person apart. Before the attack could be launched, Akainu's magma fist arrived first. Akainu was not the type to say, "Don't get distracted." He spoke with action. Just as the golden lion leaned down, half an inch, Akainu's right arm had already transformed into lava. The dog bite Red Lotus opened its monstrous mouth again, aiming to bite from directly in front of the golden lion. Aokiji's figure simultaneously appeared on the right side of the golden lion. He too stopped his injuries, sealing the wound with ice to stem the bleeding, and continued to move at high speed. "Your opponents are us." Akainu's voice rumbled like the growl before a volcanic eruption. The golden lion had no choice but to retract his downward gaze. The dry wood slashed horizontally, cleaving through the lava dog head of the dog bite Red Lotus. The cherry blossom thrust diagonally, parrying Aokiji's ice blade coming from the side. 3 forces violently collided in the sky, the shockwave pushing the surrounding clouds away for hundreds of meters, revealing a vast blue sky. But the golden lion's injuries were more severe than those of Akainu and Aokiji. The magma burn on his left side continued to spread, his skin charred and blackened. The cold air invaded his bones, and every swing of his right arm carried a bone-deep stiffness. What was even more fatal was that he was already too old, and 12 years ago he had severed his own feet to escape from impelled down, severely injuring his vitality. The foundation of his physical strength had been diminished since then. His breathing grew heavier. Each swing of the sword was accompanied by exhausting gasps. Akainu and Akiji exchanged a glance. One confronted Hiden, while the other maneuvered from the side. This was no simple coordination, but a hunt. Two peaked beasts surrounded a waning Lion King, not allowing him a moment to catch his breath, relentlessly attacking to gradually deplete his stamina. The Golden Lion knew this could not continue. Suddenly, he crossed his arms over his chest, unleashing his... An invisible mental shockwave swept outward from him, causing both sides engaged in battle on Floating Island to feel a wave of dizziness. But that was not the end. On the blade of the dry-wood black-armed Haki began to coil, but not merely an ordinary coating, it was a layer of visibly dark red aura slithering like a snake along the blade. This was the coiling of Conqueror's Haki. Akaina's pupils narrowed. Akiji's steps faltered as well. The coiling of Conqueror's Haki was an ultimate technique mastered only by a few standing at the pinnacle of the world. Roger dominated the seas with this move. Although the Golden Lion could also use it, his coiling was always a notch below Roger's. It wasn't due to a lack of talent, but rather the state of mind. In these 12 years his spirit had already been worn down too much. But at this moment he had no choice left. Akaina's response was to push the magma fruit to its limits. His entire right arm was completely transformed into lava, the magma shifting from dark red to pure white, evaporating the surrounding moisture in an instant. To confront the coiling of Conqueror's Haki, Hiden required not technique, but sheer will. Akiji chose another method as his figure sped around the Golden Lion. Ice blades, ice spears, and freezing projectiles continuously struck from tricky angles, each attack seeking not to inflict harm, but to distract the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth to hold on. The power of his coiling slashes was indeed astonishing. Each of Akaina's magma fists collided, Hiden shattering into pieces, while Akiji's ice blades were shattered by the aura of the coiling the moment they approached his body. But his stamina was visibly draining. His arms began to tremble, his breathing no longer heavy but erratic, veins bulging on his forehead. What troubled him even more was the scene below on Floating Island. That blue lightning bolt was still plowing the ground. Once. Again. Once more. His leopard captain was cut in half by that bolt of lightning from the side, his upper and lower halves separating. His raging rhino was pierced through by that lightning bolt, its massive body crashing down, collapsing half a building. 12 years of effort plowed through time and time again by a bolt of lightning. The Golden Lion's heart bled. It was this moment of distraction. Akaina's dogbite Red Lotus broke through his front defenses, sinking viciously into his chest. The magma burned through armor and skin, the ribs creaking under the high temperature. At the same time, Akiji pulled with both hands, a tunter-long ice blade coalescing in his palm, stabbing into the Golden Lion's right shoulder from behind. The Golden Lion let out a thunderous roar. The coiling of Conqueror's Haki erupted to its peak. The dry wood and the cherry blossoms slashed to the sides, the black-red coiling aura striking Akainu, Hiden further tearing the wound on his chest, sending him flying, flipping several times in the air before barely stabilizing with moonwalk. Akiji was swept by the edge of the slash, losing large chunks of his ice-formed body from his left shoulder, his left arm hanging limply. But the Golden Lion paid a greater price. A hole the size of a bowl was burned into his chest by the magma, at least 4 ribs broken. The cold air invaded his right shoulder joint, significantly reducing the mobility of his right arm. His stamina was nearly exhausted. The Golden Lion raised his head, casting one last glance over Floating Island. 12 years of effort burned away in the purple lightning. Scenes of Floating Island filled his mind, his expression fluctuating between anger, unwillingness, and then cold resolution. Leave. Abandon Floating Island. Preserve the Green Mountains. He snapped his fingers. The ability of the float fruit was released in that instant. Floating Island trembled slightly, then began to sink slowly. Having lost its airborne power after 12 years, the island began to feel the pull of gravity once more. The sinking speed was not fast, it was still the residual power of the float fruit dissipating slowly on the island, but this trend was irreversible. After completing this, the Golden Lion turned, activating the float fruit's ability to the fullest, his body shooting like a cannonball towards the open sea. Floating Island was gone, but he, the Golden Lion, was still alive. As long as the float fruit remained, a new island could be raised at any time. Those raging animals could be reared again, and those subordinates could be recruited once more. But if he died here, he would have nothing. The Golden Lion is escaping. Akainu steadied himself in midair, shouting this out at the first opportunity. He tried to activate Moonwalk to catch up, but the wound left by the coiling on his chest tore deeper the moment he exerted himself. Akiji attempted to pursue as well, but his left arm could not exert force at all, greatly reducing the propulsion of the ice crystals. Both of their moonwalks could barely maintain their hovering in the air. The rear admirals and commanders scattered above Floating Island began to converge towards Akainu and Akiji. Anxiousness and unwillingness were etched on their faces. They had won, they had crushed Floating Island. But if the Golden Lion escaped, this battle would not be a complete victory. The escape capability of a float fruit user was top tier in the pirate world. Once he flew far away, finding him again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. What was even more terrifying was that with the Golden Lion's ability, it wouldn't be long before he could raise a second floating island and return to take revenge. At that time, his retribution would only be more frenzied than this one. Akainu gritted his teeth, his fists cracking. He blamed no one. Both he and Akiji were severely injured, and the moonwalk speed of the rear admirals and commanders could not keep up with a legendary pirate's full power escape. This was an objective fact. But understanding was one thing, unwillingness was another. Everyone's gaze inadvertently turned to the slowly sinking floating island below. The island remained, but the Golden Lion had personally released its floating capability, which meant he was not fleeing in panic, but rather made a rational choice. Abandon the base, preserve oneself, and wait for the opportunity to rise again. This was the judgment of a legendary pirate. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, everyone capable of speed and combat power was present, but no one could catch up to that float fruit user in speed. No one could. Just then a bolt of lightning streaked past over Akaina's head. It was a genuine flash of lightning trailing a long blue tail, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, as it sped toward the direction where the Golden Lion had vanished. The air was left with the pungent smell of ozone, and the trajectory of the lightning cleaved a neat fissure through the clouds. Akainu was stunned. Akiji was also stunned. Then the two reacted almost simultaneously. The thunder fruit. Lin. Akaina's clenched fist slowly relaxed. A rare, unexpected, yet anticipatory expression appeared on his magma-reflected face. This kid, Akainu murmured. He wants to chase the Golden Lion by himself. Akiji pressed his right hand against the wound on his left shoulder, the ice layer slowly covering it to stop the bleeding, a rare smile forming at the corner of his mouth. In terms of speed, he really isn't slower than Kizuru. The two hovered in midair along with the other gathered rear admirals and commanders, gazing in the direction where the lightning had disappeared. No one spoke, but everyone's mind was focused on the same thing. Catching up was one thing. Winning the fight was another. Although the Golden Lion was heavily injured, he was still the Golden Lion. Could a colonel take on a legendary pirate alone? No one could provide an answer. They could only wait. Akainu and Akiji stood on the deck of the warship. The bandages on their chests were still seeping blood, and Akiji's left shoulder was sealed by the ice layer. Neither spoke. Busy soldiers on the deck were clearing out the last remaining pirates, transporting the wounded, and tallying the battle results. In the distance, Floating Island was slowly sinking at a visible rate. After the Golden Lion released his ability, this island, which had been forcefully controlled for over a decade, was plummeting into the sea. 7 rear admirals and 15 commanders returned to the deck of the warship one after another. The battle results were glorious. The main pirate forces on Floating Island were completely annihilated. 3 experimental bases of the IQ core were destroyed, and a large amount of experimental data and SIQ drug samples were confiscated. Everyone wore expressions of victory, but beneath the joy was a lingering layer of gloom. Because the Golden Lion had escaped. The man was not dead. Floating Island was sinking, but no one knew the fate of the Golden Lion. As long as he had not been confirmed dead, this achievement was not complete. Moreover, once he recovered, he would raise another island, return with a vengeance, and the intensity of his retribution would only be more terrifying than this time. If he recovers, a rear admiral whispered to his companion, he'll come back to the East Sea next time. We can't expect to have intelligence intercepts every time. No one answered him. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Then Akainu seemed to sense something. After mastering observation haki to the utmost, there was a natural sensitivity to the aura of powerful individuals. He felt the presence rapidly approaching, sharper and younger. A bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, landing on the deck. As the electric arc dissipated, Lin Qi's figure appeared. The navy coat was torn by the high-speed wind, and his face bore the remnants of battle's small wounds. In his right hand, he carried a massive, injured figure. The golden mane fluttered slightly in the sea breeze. The corpse of the Golden Lion Shiki. The deck fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then cheers erupted. The corpse of the Golden Lion Shiki lay on the deck of the warship. His golden mane fluttered slightly in the sea breeze, and the eyes that once confronted Roger and Whitebeard were forever closed. No one spoke on the entire warship. Akainu was momentarily stunned before suddenly bursting into laughter. His face, usually tense, broke into a smile resembling light seeping through cracks in molten rock. He strode forward and slapped Lin Qi heavily on the shoulder. Colonel Lin, clear the area, double kill from the air, pursue, and eliminate the Golden Lion. This battle is undoubtedly a great achievement. The silence was shattered by this proclamation. Cheers erupted. As the words "great achievement" fell, the nearest vice admirals struck the deck with their sword handles, the most direct salute on the battlefield. The brigadiers pounded their chests with their fists, and more voices shouted a single word: good. The sound intermingled with the rhythm of the sword handles striking the deck, blending with the howling sea wind. There were no uniform commands, but all voices pointed towards the young man in a colonel's uniform at the center of the deck. Binzi stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his eyes reddening. He recalled Zephyr's words in the training camp: learn well from him. At the time, he thought Zephyr meant physical techniques and the 6 styles. Now he understood the weight of the word learn. Lin Qi raised his hand, and the cheers gradually subsided. Reporting to Admiral Akainu. I need to report on the pursuit process. His voice was steady and clear. The Golden Lion activated his floating island ability and attempted to flee. I pursued for about 10 minutes before he left the fleet's line of sight. I hit him with a Thunderbird to incapacitate him and then knocked him out with a hand strike. However, his injuries were too severe. Admiral Yermagma caused a worsening wound on his chest, and Admiral Akiji's freezing damage had also eroded his right shoulder joint. His heart stopped in the midst of unconsciousness. Unfortunately, I was unable to capture him alive. Akainu looked down at the large magma crater on the Golden Lion's chest, knowing all too well the power of that blow he had dealt. It was reasonable for a critically injured old man to die while fleeing. If he's dead, he's dead. Akainu waved his hand. A living Golden Lion is a merit, a dead one is also a merit. He is dead, and that is enough. In this battle, Colonel Qi Lin has achieved great merit. Upon returning to headquarters, I will personally submit a report of merit to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He paused. This colonel rank needs to be adjusted. Once again, a unified cheer erupted on the deck. Qi Lin, Qi Lin, Qi Lin. Lin Qi stood at the center of the cheer, performing a standard military salute. His gaze crossed the crowd, looking towards the floating island that was slowly sinking into the sea. The era of the Golden Lion Shiki had come to an end. Night fell. The warship returned home. Lin Qi stood alone at the bow, his consciousness sinking into the entry system. Time rewound to the 10 minutes of pursuing the Golden Lion, a secret known only to him. At that moment, he hung behind the Golden Lion, neither too close nor too far, just enough for the legendary pirate to sense the pursuer's existence, but unable to shake him off. 10 minutes later, his observation Haki confirmed that there were no other humans within a 10th-meter radius. Lin Qi accelerated directly, his body transforming into a streak of lightning appearing directly above the Golden Lion. The Thunderbird struck the exhausted Golden Lion Heiden, and even his armament Haki could barely cover a thin layer of black as his body rigidly plummeted downwards. Lin Qi delivered a precise hand strike to the back of his neck, knocking him out. 3 fruits were placed on the Golden Lion's chest. The Thousand-Bird's sharp spear pierced his heart. The apple remained unchanged. The orange remained unchanged. The pear underwent a transformation. Spiral patterns appeared on its skin, the color shifting from light yellow to deep gold, finally settling into an amber hue. The float fruit. The second successful retrieval of a devil fruit. He opened the Huaxia channel and privately messaged Li Xingming. The float fruit is secured. Now for the trade. The transaction was completed within 10 seconds. Li Xingming asked why he didn't eat it himself, and Lin Qi's answer was brief: I have no use for it. Thunder has already given me sufficient speed. The Huaxia team needs a floating base. This is the optimal solution. He then lifted the Golden Lion's corpse and transformed into lightning to return the way he came. This is the truth of the pursuit. Except for the final strike, and that fruit, he would report everything else honestly. But that strike, that fruit, that transaction record would forever remain a secret between him and Li Xingming. His consciousness withdrew from the memories. It was time to count the spoils. A red orb of light appeared on the Golden Lion's corpse, a dark crimson color that could only emerge after a lifetime of bloodshed. Lin Qi reached out to touch it, and entry information floated before his eyes. The Conqueror's Haki of the Golden Lion. The Conqueror's Haki refined over the life of Shiki the Golden Lion. This spirit has fused with his Haki after confronting Roger, drinking with Whitebeard, single-handedly storming Marineford, and breaking out of Impel Down. Wearing this entry allows one to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Those who have already awakened will significantly enhance their strength and mastery. Red entry. Legendary quality. Lin Qi gazed at this description, remaining silent for a while. This was not merely a combat skill entry, it was the crystallization of the Golden Lion Shiki's will throughout his life. The man who competed with Roger and Whitebeard for half his life, his Conqueror's Haki, though not on par with the kingly aura of a chosen one like Roger, was far from ordinary. Lin Qi did not rush to equip it, as all 7 slots in his equipment bar were full with no space available. He carefully stored this red entry in the deepest part of his inventory, waiting to unlock more engraving slots after leveling up the system to level 3. Next was the entry dropped by the Thunder Hawk. Purple quality origin of thunder. The description consisted of only one line. The Thunder Hawk absorbed countless bolts of lightning in the floating island's electric environment, and after directional evolution through IQ plants refined a trace of the origin of thunder within its body. Wearing this entry allows lightning to evolve into a higher form. Lin Qi took a deep breath. This is a catalyst for a qualitative change in all lightning-based skills. He unhesitatingly inscribed it into his equipment bar, removing the super speed entry. The color of the arc jumping at his fingertips slightly shifted, the blue light fading, the purple deepening, and a hint of gold faintly emerging at its core. The seeds have been sown. Blue entry immunity to all poisons evolved from the toxin-resistant physique of a giant green fly. After long-term consumption of SIQ agents can evade the vast majority of known toxins, especially effective against the toxicity of berserk-type drugs. This was similarly stored in the warehouse section. In the pirate world, there are many masters of poison. Oh, it's better to be prepared. The remaining 3 blue entries came from Captain Leopard of Berserk Rhino, and a certain high-ranking official, which he had no use for at the moment, thus stored in inventory. 12 green entries, 32 white entries, all put into decomposition. Entry energy surged in like a tide, causing the values on the panel to constantly fluctuate. When the last white entry was fully decomposed, the entry energy had far exceeded the 500 points needed to level up to 3. That is enough. Once we return to Marineford and settle down, we can complete the system upgrade. Lastly, the points. The numbers in the personal points section of the National Fortune Struggle panel surged dramatically. The large-scale kills by Qi Lin, the double kill of the Thunder Hawk and Green Fly, and the biggest contribution came from the Golden Lion himself. Just from him alone it accounted for 120,000 points. When the final number settled, Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. His total personal points surpassed 600,000. He stood at the bow of the sea breeze, causing his coat to flap loudly. This time the surge of over 200,000 points mostly came from the Golden Lion. The kill points for a legendary pirate are at least 10 times that of an ordinary bounty of over 100 million. But such opportunities are rare. How many legendary pirates are there in the entire pirate world? Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, red-haired. Each one is capable of facing the entire Marine headquarters head-on. This time taking down the Golden Lion relied on the combined efforts of Akainu and Akiji, the full deployment of the Navy fleet, and his critical moment of pursuit and finishing blow. Without any link in this chain, success would have been impossible. Such opportunities to gain buffs may never come again. He turned off the panel and leaned against the ship's railing, closing his eyes. The sea breeze brushed past his ears, and the floating island in the distance had completely sunk below the sea level. The place where legends fell is also where new stars rise. In the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, the 41st day, Marineford Naval Port, when the warship docked, a person whom no one expected stood on the dock. Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Marine headquarters. He came in person. Typically, only admirals return from expeditions, and the fleet admiral personally greets them at the dock. This time, with Akainu and Akiji leading the team, it was not an exception for the admiral to personally welcome. But everyone's gaze noticed that after Sengoku scanned Akainu and Akiji, his eyes first fell on the young man in the naval coat at the back of the line. I have seen Akainu report. Sengoku's voice was steady and powerful. Qilin has cleared the area, achieved a double kill from the air, and pursued and eliminated the Golden Lion. Qilin. Lin Qi stepped forward from the back row, standing at attention to salute. Sengoku looked at him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. The admiral's eyes, experienced in observing countless people, lingered on this young man longer than anyone had expected. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone on the dock, Akainu, Akiji, 7 vice admirals, 15 brigadiers, and hundreds of Navy soldiers heard it clearly. I said that if you achieve great merit again, you will be directly promoted. Now your great merit has arrived. Sengoku took a black rank box from his aide. In the Battle of the Floating Island, you opened up a surprise attack route for the entire army, personally killed 2 formidable aerial beasts, and completed the pursuit and killing of the Golden Lion single-handedly after his escape. Admiral Akainu provided a clear assessment in his report. Without you, the Golden Lion would surely have escaped, and the remnants of the floating island would have become a long-term threat in the West Sea. He paused, fixing his gaze on Lin Qi. The Navy ranks are based on merit. I have already recorded a merit for you when you killed Diamante. This time, killing the Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, is a merit that the Navy has not seen in 10 years. The rank of Brigadier is not enough to match your achievements. Sengoku opened the rank box, revealing a shiny shoulder insignia of a Brigadier. From now on, you are a Brigadier of the Marine headquarters. The rank ceremony will officially take place in 3 days. The dock fell silent for a moment. Brigadier is already an extraordinary exception. A Brigadier at 24 years old has never been seen in naval history. From being a new recruit with Karp's recommendation letter just over a month ago to standing before the fleet admiral receiving the brigadier rank, this speed could no longer be described as fast. Then Akainu led the applause. His hands capable of melting steel clapped together, producing a dull yet powerful sound. Akiji leaned against the ship's railing, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he joined in the applause. Next came the vice admiral's brigadiers and all the Navy soldiers on the dock, their applause echoing like thunder. Lin Qi received the rank box with both hands, and a system prompt appeared. Lin Qi opened the panel to confirm that the 6,000 points corresponding to the brigadier rank had already been credited. He looked up at Sengoku, performing a standard military salute. "Thank you, Admiral. I will not let the Navy down." Sengoku nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on his face for a moment before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused, but did not turn around, leaving behind one sentence. "There will be a new mission for you at the rank ceremony in 3 days." Lin Qi stood in place, holding the rank box containing the brigadier insignia. Behind him were the white sails of the warship, and in front was the towering headquarters building of Marineford. "The Golden Lion is dead. The brigadier insignia is in hand. The national fortune points exceed 660,000. The entry energy is sufficient for a system upgrade, and the Red Conqueror's hockey entry awaits activation in the inventory. And in 3 days, a new mission awaits him." Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the highest point of the palace, holding a recently delivered piece of intelligence. The intelligence contained only 3 lines, but he had already stared at it for a full 5 minutes. "The battle of the floating island has concluded. The Golden Lion Shiki has been killed. The killer is Colonel Qi Lin of the Marine Headquarters. After the war, he was promoted to brigadier. Qi Lin." Doflamingo pronounced this name, his fingers unconsciously tightening the edges of the intelligence paper, wrinkling in a radiating pattern. "He killed Diamante, and now he has killed the Golden Lion. In less than 2 months from colonel to brigadier." He turned around to look at Toripol behind him. The killing intent in his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, nearly overflowed from behind the lenses. "Tell the Eagle Sauce Country. Their time is running out. If this person is promoted again, he will be a vice admiral. By then they won't even have the qualifications to create trouble for him." Meanwhile, somewhere in the East Sea, Li Xingming looked at the amber float fruit in his hand, taking a deep breath. Behind him, over 60 team members were busy at their respective posts. He opened the Huaxia channel and sent Lin Qi a private message. "The float fruit has been confirmed. The base plan is officially launched." A reply consisting of a single word popped up in the chat box. "Good." Lin Qi sat cross-legged in the underground training room of his residence, a light screen floating before him. It was not the announcement panel of the National Fortune game that was visible to all adventurers. This light screen was visible only to him, touchable only by him, and its existence known solely to him. Energy of the entry far exceeding 500 points. The system upgrade button lit up with a golden outline. Upgrade. The moment the 2 words were uttered, the entire light screen shattered into countless fragments before recombining. Lin Qi could feel something deeper being rewritten, as if the binding thread of a book was being undone, rethreaded, and reglued. When the light screen stabilized again, he could already see the changes. The equipment slots expanded from 7 to 12. In his inventory, the dark red entry upgrade, the Conqueror's Hockey of the Golden Lion, was selected for equipping. An invisible shockwave expanded outward from him, silent and devoid of light, yet all naval soldiers within a radius of 10,000 meters felt a sense of foreboding simultaneously. This was not a shock aimed at them, it was merely the residual wave of a Conqueror's Hockey user awakening for the first time. Then came the system prompt, unlocking causal entry modification. Unlocking entry granting functionality. Current system level LV. 3. Lin Qi did not rush to test the new function. First, he rearranged and confirmed the entries in his inventory: immunity to all poisons and the existing super speed in the equipment slots. Now 10 of the 12 slots in his equipment were filled, leaving 2 empty. Then his gaze landed on the very bottom of the entry list. A black entry. It had quietly lain there since the day he consumed the thunder fruit. A thing that no devil fruit user could escape: the black entry curse of the sea. The description was a single sentence: those despised by the sea shall never swim. Contact with seawater will result in loss of power, and consuming a second devil fruit will lead to self-destruction. Lin Qi stared at this entry for a long time. Then he activated the entry modification function, unlocked at level 3. Modification authority causal level. The black entry popped up a confirmation box the moment it was selected. It was a red warning frame that read: deleting a causal level entry for the first time will consume 100 points of entry energy, and there will be a cooldown of 90 days after each modification. Do you wish to continue? Lin Qi clicked yes. Then he moved the cursor to the description of Curse of the Sea. The moment the delete button was pressed, he felt his entire body, pierced by something, as if his whole being, like someone who had borne shackles for over a decade suddenly having them removed from their shoulders. His body felt so light, it could almost float away. The perception, reaction, speed, and physical coordination that had been suppressed by the curse of the sea all returned to their most natural state in that instant. He felt refreshed. This was not a surge after a breakthrough, but a release after unbinding. He looked at the now vacant entry slot left by the removal of Curse of the Sea, already pondering other matters. Could he now consume a second devil fruit? System, the curse has been lifted. Can I consume a second devil fruit? The system replied coldly yes. But after consuming a second devil fruit, the curse will regenerate. The next deletion of the black entry will cost 500 points of energy with a cooldown of 90 days. 90 days, 500 points. That's 3 months. In the pirate world, those capable of lifting curses were few. He searched his memory, Blackbeard's dark fruit, the surgery fruits, immortality surgery, perhaps others, but counting on his fingers, he couldn't find enough to fill 2 hands. He could do it on his own now, even if it could only be done once every 3 months. That was enough. Lin Qi closed the entry list and turned his gaze to the 3 blue entries in his inventory. 1 from Captain Leopard, 1 from the rampaging Rhino, and 1 from a high-ranking officer struck down by the Qilin. None of the 3 blue entries were urgently needed, so he decided to try the fusion function of the level 3 system. When the fusion result popped up, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The 3 blue entries fused into a single purple entry: mental immunity. The description was concise: immunity to mental attacks when the opponent's mental power does not exceed twice one's own. This was immunity. Complete exemption. Illusions, hypnosis, mind control, and the mental shock of Conqueror's Haki would all be ineffective as long as the caster's mental power did not exceed twice his own. His mental power after mastering intermediate observation Haki had a perception range exceeding 10,000 meters, and its intensity far surpassed that of peers. Individuals in the pirate world who could possess double his mental power might exist, but certainly not many. The purple entry was equipped directly, leaving 1 slot remaining in the equipment bar. While Lin Qi was tallying his gains, Li Xingming, far away in the East Sea, was making a significant decision. He looked at the amber-colored float fruit in his hand with a bustling temporary camp behind him. The message Lin Qi sent earlier still lingered in the private message panel: a person can only eat 1 devil fruit. Consuming 2 will result in self-destruction. Unless there is a way to lift the curse, do not attempt. Li Xingming did not question how Lin Qi came to know this. It was no longer necessary. All the information Lin Qi had provided over time had proven accurate. Wang Zhengwo. He called a name. A sturdy, middle-aged man stepped forward from the ranks. Wang Zhengwo, 35 years old, a former instructor of a special forces unit in Huaxia, was among the first in this 100-man team to master 2 moves of the Marine 6 styles. Currently, out of the entire Huaxia team, 4 individuals had learned 2 moves and 18 had learned 1 move. Wang Zhengwo was the leading figure among those 4. This fruit is for you. Li Xingming handed over the float fruit. The float fruit of the Golden Lion. It will allow you to fly and control the gravity of any non-living object you touch. Our floating base needs someone to control it, and I need to coordinate from the rear. You are the most suitable among the others. Wang Zhengwo accepted the fruit with both hands, nodding, without grandiose words. When should I eat it? Now. The coordinates of the East Sea could be exposed at any moment. Eagle Sauce and the others are faster than we anticipated in obtaining information. Wang Zhengwo took a bite. The instant the fruit flesh entered his mouth, his face twisted slightly. The taste of devil fruits was never pleasant. Then his body shuddered slightly as he looked down at his hands. The ability of the float fruit began to awaken within him. He reached down to touch a fist-sized stone beneath his feet, and it gently floated up, suspended in midair. Wang Zhengwo pushed with his hand, and the stone flew smoothly to the other side of the camp, tracing a smooth arc in the air before gently landing back on the ground. It will take 1 to 2 weeks of training to get the hang of it. Li Xingming assessed full mastery will take longer. But at least for now, the floating base plan is no longer just theoretical. As soon as he finished speaking, several urgent messages from different team members popped up on the private message panel. Captain, someone on the World Channel has exposed our coordinates. East Sea, southwest of the Goa Kingdom. At least 5 teams from surrounding countries have confirmed they received the message. The captain of Eagle Sauce, Edward Helmer, sent a message on the World Channel saying Huaxia team see you in the East Sea. Li Xingming read through each message without changing his expression, closed the panel, and turned to face the more than 60 members of the camp. Eagle Sauce has started to act. Our coordinates are on the World Channel. His voice was steady, as if announcing the weather forecast, but we just found an island suitable for our base located in the East Sea not far from our current position. From today onward, everyone will be divided into 3 groups. 1 group continues to train in the 6 styles. 1 group is responsible for the initial exploration and construction preparation of the base island, and 1 group is responsible for vigilance and counter-surveillance. He paused for a moment and added a line that everyone understood they want to encircle us. Then let them try. The East Sea is our home ground. In the year of the Sea Circle 1514, Day 44. Marine Headquarters Auditorium. Marine Major General Promotion Ceremony. The Navy's promotion ceremony is never ostentatious. There were no military bands, no ceremonial formations, only a solemn hall, a row of formally dressed officers, and a letter of appointment sealed with the marshal's seal. Lin Qi stood in the center of the hall in a brand-new Major General uniform, facing the Marine Admiral Sengoku. After reading the letter of appointment, Sengoku personally placed the Major General epaulets on his shoulders. There was no excess expression on that dignified face, but his gaze lingered for a moment over Lin Qi's youthful face. The promotion ceremony is over. Major General Qi Lin, follow me. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku closed the door, sitting behind the desk with his hands folded on the table. The rank of Major General means you now have the authority to command a fleet independently, and it also means you can apply to serve as the highest commander of a certain branch of the Navy. From now on, you have two paths to choose from. Sengoku's voice was calm, but each word was carefully considered. The first path is to stay in the headquarters. With your military achievements and Zifa's evaluation, staying at headquarters will allow you to enter the core command system of the Navy with a clear and fast promotion path. Your Thunderfruit's speed and combat power can be maximized within the headquarters system. The second path is deployment to a station. Choose a naval branch and become the highest commander of that region. You will have an independent jurisdiction, an independent fleet, and independent decision-making power. The higher you go, the farther you are from the core resources of the headquarters. After finishing, Sengoku leaned back slightly, waiting for Lin Qi's response. Lin Qi hardly hesitated. East Sea. Lobe Town. 5 words. Sengoku's eyebrows raised. Lobe Town, the throat of the East Sea into the Grand Line, the birthplace and execution ground of the pirate King Roger, is one of the most sensitive locations in the East Sea. Choosing this place shows he does not wish to retire, but seeks a stage to showcase his abilities. Reason. The East Sea is the weakest sea with the lowest average bounties for pirates, but the highest numbers. Precisely because it is the weakest the Navy's control, there is also the weakest. Every branch is short-handed, and every sea area has vulnerabilities. Lobe Town is the gateway to the East Sea. Guarding Lobe Town is equivalent to locking down the throat through which East Sea pirates enter the Grand Line. Lin Qi's tone was calm. Moreover, the East Sea is my hometown. Windmill Village is in the East Sea. Rear Admiral Karp's hometown is also in the East Sea. Sengoku fell silent for a few seconds, then took out a letter of appointment from his drawer and began to write a few words in the blank space. With a stamp, the red clay of the marshal's seal left a clear mark on the paper. Effective immediately, Major General Qi Lin is appointed as the highest commander of the East Sea branch of the Navy stationed in Lobe Town. Overseeing 3 warships with a personnel composition of 3,000, the jurisdiction includes Lobe Town and 12 surrounding islands and sea areas. The appointment has taken effect through departure in 3 days. Lin Qi took the letter of appointment and saluted. Thank you, Marshal. Sengoku did not say any polite words like do your best. He simply looked at Lin Qi with the gaze of someone examining a rising star. That pair of experienced marshals' eyes lingered on the young man for quite a while, and then he said something that sounded neither like a command nor a reminder. Pirates of the East Sea are not a big deal. But remember, Lobe Town is not an ordinary place. Roger was born there and died there. That land itself attracts certain individuals. Lin Qi nodded and turned to walk to the door. Qi Lin, Sengoku called out to him, his voice suddenly dropping slightly low enough for only the two of them to hear. Doflamingo has been very active lately. His intelligence network in Dressrosa is infiltrating the East Sea. I know you killed Diamante, and I know he won't let it go easily. Be careful when you get to the East Sea. Lin Qi paused, but did not turn back. I will be. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the East Sea, Li Xingming stood at the highest point of a medium-sized island, the sea breeze billowing his captain's coat. This was the base island he and his team had ultimately chosen after several days of exploration, covering an area of about 30 square kilometers with a natural dormant volcano at its center, and the cave structure inside the mountain was highly suitable for modification into an underground base. The island was surrounded by treacherous reefs, naturally blocking large warships from approaching. Freshwater resources were abundant, and the vegetation was dense enough for long-term habitation. The coordinates have been exposed once, but the terrain of this island is sufficiently concealed. Li Xingming said in the captain's channel, we will use this as our base and resources will be directed here. But it is not enough yet. Li Xingming's voice drowned out all background noise. The Anti-China Alliance has deployed at least 5 search teams in the East Sea. While we build the base, we must also be prepared for battle at any time. From today on, everyone will work in shifts, training, construction, and vigilance. I don't care how tired you are, remember one thing: 4 billion people on Blue Star are watching us. No one spoke again. However, the number of online participants in the captain's channel remained steadily above. In the year of the Sea Circle 1514, day 47. 3 warships set sail from the Marineford military port. On the flagship, Lin Qi stood on the deck in his Major General uniform, the sea breeze billowing his coat. Ben stood half a step behind him, having just been promoted to Major as Lin Qi's aide. His rank rose with that of his. Major General Benz spoke. The station troops in Lowtown have received our notification of appointment. What was their reaction? The commanding officer of the station troops, a colonel, replied with 4 words awaiting handover. This meant that there would be an additional thunderbolt over Lowtown. As the warships sailed out of the Marineford military port, the sun rose over the horizon. Meanwhile, over 100 Huaxia team members were sweating profusely on an unnamed island building their first base. These 2 lines were slowly converging. Edward Hammer stood at the bow of the ship, behind him a united fleet of 23 warships. The currents of Flip Mountain roared beneath the hull, yet his voice was louder than the waves. The East Sea, the weakest of all seas. The Navy here doesn't even have a single large warship stationed. He turned around, revealing a hawkish smile to the commanders from various nations behind him. The intelligence is confirmed. We've obtained the coordinates of Huaxia team's base island. 23 warships, the elite of 5 nations. How long will it take to wipe out a Huaxia team that hasn't even built a base? An hour. The captain of the Foot Basin nation, Sanbin Xiaozhu, was the first to shout. 40 minutes. The captain of the Stick nation, Jean Kilo, was not to be outdone. Edward nodded in satisfaction, opened the world channel, and sent a message visible to all. Huaxia team, clean your necks and wait. He did not notice the 4-character reply in the corner of the world channel. The speaker was prefixed with Huaxia. The guests have arrived. Lynch leaned against the back of a chair in the Rogtown Navy Command Center. The morning light was just right outside the window. The harbor city, known as the town of beginnings and endings, was waking up. Fishing boats were gradually setting out to sea, and the execution platform in the square cast a long shadow in the morning sun. Yesterday's handover was completed, with command over 3 warships and 3,000 troops firmly in hand. Now the highest combat power of Rogtown consisted of Lynch Binzi and the unfortunate Smog, who had offended someone and couldn't stay at headquarters, so he was assigned to assist Lynch. A private message from Li Xingming lit up on the panel. The 3 insiders have obtained the coordinates of the base island. I told them this is our core base established in the East Sea, and they must keep it strictly confidential. Li Xingming rarely added a cold smile emoji. 10 minutes later, the insider from the Foot Basin nation sent the coordinates to Sanbin Xiaozhu. The insider from Eagle Sauce was even more diligent, sending the coordinates and defensive deployment together to Edward. Lynch's lips curled slightly. 3 insiders, 1 from Eagle Sauce, 1 from Foot Basin, and 1 from Stick Nation, were still unaware that every word they sent was under Li Xingming's watchful eye. What about the base island? All evacuated. That island was originally just a temporary foothold apart from a few wooden houses and simple fortifications. There was nothing else. Li Xingming paused. However, I acquired a batch of supplies through the trading channel secondhand, swords, inferior gunpowder barrels, and several outdated naval guns, all with military numbers printed on the packaging. They're all piled in the warehouse, leaving something worth blowing up for the coalition. That's enough. The bait doesn't need to be too real, it just needs to make them think they've found the right island. I've sent out the 3 insiders. The mission name is Reconnaissance of Coalition Movements, with the location on an uninhabited island near Rogtown. Li Xingming sent a location, the rest is up to you. Received. Lynch turned off the panel and called Binzi. Here. Binzi walked in from outside, his major insignia glistening in the morning light. Take a warship to the waters north of Rogtown. There are several scheming intruders in that position. Here are the coordinates. Lynch looked at him. Leave no survivors. Binzi stood at attention and saluted, asking not a single word. Having followed Lynch for so long, he had learned not to ask why. If the commander said there were enemies, then there must be. He turned and walked out of the command center with crisp and decisive steps. Within 3 minutes, the sound of a warship's anchor being raised reached from the port outside the window. Lynch watched as the warship sailed out of the harbor. 3 lives, 1 reconnaissance ship, 1 deserted island. Dealing with the 3 insiders didn't need to be a grand affair. Doflamingo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the highest point of the palace, holding a piece of intelligence. Shilin, Major General. Doflamingo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the highest point of the palace, holding a piece of intelligence. Shilin, Major General. The highest commander of Rogtown. Just wait, the timing is just right to celebrate your appointment. As he read this line, there was no anger in his eyes behind the sunglasses. He had been angry the night Diamante was killed. Now what remained was a colder emotion, like a slow-moving undercurrent beneath the icy surface. Are you going alone? Young master, think twice. Torpal's voice was thick with anxiety that Shilin just killed the Gold Lion. The Gold Lion. The warlord promoted him to Major General, which shows his power is certainly beyond that of a Major General. It would be too risky for you to go alone, at least take some help. Killed the Gold Lion. Doflamingo interrupted him. You've seen the post-battle reports from Akainu and Akiji. The gold lion was pierced through the chest by Akainus magma, then frozen half his body by Akiji, and was only finished off after exhausting his strength. Anyone could have delivered that final blow, he just happened to catch up. Doflamingo turned around, crumpling the intelligence into a ball and tossing it into the trash bin. How long has he even had the thunder fruit? Less than 2 months. The biggest weakness of a Logia user is Haki. Without sufficiently strong Haki to support it, elementalization is just a target in front of a master. I've trained my Haki in Kenbunshiku for over 20 years. Killing a major general who just ate a fruit is more than enough. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Transparent threads shot from his fingertips, weaving an invisible net in the air. These threads were extremely fine, dense, and resilient. This was the ability of the string fruit, just one step away from awakening. In Doflamingo's view, this step required not just practice, but also opportunity. And personally killing a Logia user, the youngest major general of the Navy, might just be that opportunity. I couldn't touch him while he was at headquarters. Marineford has Sengoku Garp and the 3 admirals. That's the most dangerous place in the world. Doflamingo pushed open the window, letting the sea breeze in, but now he's in the East Sea. Rogtown, far from headquarters, isolated. A major general dying during his term can easily be pinned on any big pirate. He stepped onto the windowsill, the power of the string fruit connecting the clouds into a transparent sky path. He'll go kill someone and be back. You keep an eye on things here in Dressrosa. Before he finished speaking, the pink feather coat unfurled in the wind, and Doflamingo's figure shot into the clouds, racing towards the East Sea. Torpol stood by the window, watching the increasingly smaller pink figure unconsciously molding the blob of goo in his hand into various shapes. He knew the young master's temperament. Once a decision was made, no one could pull him back. But this time was different from it, because this time the young master was facing not an ordinary navy, but someone who had just killed the Gold Lion and was promoted from rookie to major general in just 2 months. The wind blew in through the window, causing the crumpled intelligence paper left on the table to roll gently. Torpol lowered his head, falling into a long silence. Unnamed Island. As the reconnaissance ship of the 3 insiders just docked, countless vines from the dense forest ensnared the ship's hull. Binzi stood at the edge of the woods, hands pressed against the trunk. The power of the abundant fruit had already brought all the vegetation on this unnamed island under his control. The vines climbed up the ship's sides to the deck like green snakes, accurately locking onto the positions of the 3 people. The Navy soldiers behind him held their guns, but Binzi waved his hand. The order to leave no survivors is mine. He'll handle this. The vines suddenly tightened. 3 screams were swallowed by the dense forest, not even an echo remaining. Binzi released his grip, and the vines slowly retracted into the depths of the forest, dragging the ship into the heart of the island. Half an hour later, there would be no trace left on the beach of the unnamed island, only the waves continuing to crash against the rocks as usual. He took out a den mushy and dialed Lynch's line. Major General. Mission accomplished. Great, a fleet has been dispatched to rendezvous with you at this location. All pirates, leave no survivors. Understood. Binzi hung up the den mushy and turned to walk towards the warship. He still didn't ask why, but he knew that the commander never killed indiscriminately. Anyone who could make the commander issue 11 survivors order must have a death warrant. Rogtown Navy Command Center. Lynch stood by the window holding a cup of coffee that had already cooled down. The news that Binzi had completed his mission had been received. The 3 insiders had completely disappeared, taking with them the source of intelligence for the coalition. Now the information in Edward's hands was still the fake coordinates he had received before setting out. He would not receive any further updates. The sunlight outside the window grew brighter. He opened the panel and sent a message to Li Xingming. The insiders have been eliminated. Proceed as planned. Li Xingming's reply quickly popped up. The main force is already in position at the new base island. Wang Jingwo's float fruit has been activated. The island is rising slowly, avoiding all shipping routes and commercial shipping lanes. When the coalition reaches the fake base island, they will find it completely deserted. Have the weapons in the warehouse been placed properly, stacked neatly? The gunpowder barrels even have level 1 military supplies labels on them, just in case they don't blow them up. Li Xingming rarely made a humorous remark, but quickly returned to calm. How do you plan to handle the coalition? I have the Navy here. The Navy striking pirates is only natural. Lynch's voice was calm. Their ships are flying the pirate flag, and their firepower is average. When they return from the fake base island empty-handed, the East Sea Fleet's cannons will be waiting on their retreat route. Block them at sea. Block them at sea. The conversation ended. Lynch finished his last sip of cold coffee and was about to set down the cup when his movement suddenly froze. After breaking through to the intermediate level, his Kenbunshiku Haki's perception range reached 10 kilometers. Coupled with the electromagnetic sensing of the float fruit, the entire Rog town and its surrounding airspace were within his perception network. At this moment, an extremely unique aura fluctuation appeared at the edge of his perception. Countless threads fine to the extreme were moving through the clouds at an incredibly fast speed. These threads were extending, retracting, and intertwining. This was the ability of the string fruit. There was only one string fruit user in the entire pirate world. Lynch put down his coffee cup and looked up at the sky in the northwest direction. Doflamingo arrived faster than he had anticipated. From Dressrosa to Rog Town, spanning most of the Grand Line, this speed indicated that he had set off immediately upon receiving the intelligence, not delaying for a moment. He came alone, without subordinates or a fleet crossing the ocean on an empty path. Lynch only glanced at the trajectory of that moving aura to understand Doflamingo's intentions. Arriving alone, quick battle kill, and leave. He believed that his more than 20 years of haki and Kenbunchaku were sufficient to crush a Logia user who had just eaten the Thunder Fruit for no more than 2 months. The battle report on the Gold Lion clearly stated that the finishing blow was delivered after Akainu and Akiji had jointly weakened the Gold Lion. In Doflamingo's perception, Lynch was merely a lucky catch. A lucky catch was not worth fearing. Interesting. Lynch spoke to the window, his voice low enough that only he could hear. Coming alone to kill me? Does he think I'm a soft persimmon? He remained still in front of the window. Doflamingo's speed was rapid. Judging by the current speed of that aura moving through the clouds, he would reach Rog Town in no more than 2 minutes. There was enough time. He opened the panel and sent one last message to Li Xingming. Doflamingo has arrived. I need to entertain a guest. Proceed with the coalition's plan. You need not wait for me. After sending the message, he turned off the panel and pressed his hand against the window frame. The flow of haki circulated between his fingers, its pitch black hue shimmering at the joints, more profound than before. After breaking through to the intermediate level, both the density and hardness of his haki had significantly increased. The arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips under the enhancement of the source of thunder were darker than before, with a faint, imperceptible golden glow pulsing at the core. He pushed open the window, allowing the sea breeze to rush into the command center. In the distance, a small pink that was rapidly enlarging in the cloud-covered skyline. Lynch smiled, stepping onto the windowsill. Doflamingo, he called out, that name, his voice not loud, yet under the transmission of haki, it accurately penetrated hundreds of meters of high altitude. You came quite a distance from Dressrosa, didn't you? Would you like to come down for a cup of coffee? The pink figure in the sky suddenly halted. 2 seconds of silence. Then a deep, low laugh descended from the clouds, like the kind of eerie pleasure a hunter feels when he discovers that his prey has willingly walked out of its cage. Foo foo foo. Major General Chelan. Or should I say, the voice elongated Lynch. On the square of Rog Town, the patrolling Navy soldiers looked up and saw a figure in a pink feather coat slowly descending from the clouds. The sunlight cast a huge shadow behind him, enveloping half the square. Meanwhile, Lynch's figure had already disappeared from the command center window. Only a purple electric arc slowly dissipating remained. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, Binzi and 2 other warships had already joined forces, closely monitoring the movements of the United Fleet. Edward Hammer's United Fleet charged at full speed into the waters of Huaxia Base Island. 23 warships arranged in battle formation, their cannons aimed squarely at the wooden houses and warehouses on the island. Land on the island. Leave not a single one alive. The Foot Basin Nation's assault team was the first to rush onto the beach, blasting open the doors of the warehouse, which were neatly stacked with dozens of gunpowder barrels, each labeled Level 1 military supplies. But there was no one in the warehouse. No one in the wooden houses. The entire island was silent save for the sound of the sea wind stirring the leaves. Captain, the voice of the Foot Basin Nation's assault team leader trembled through the channel. There's no one on the island. The warehouse is full of inferior gunpowder and discarded old swords. Those labels were just put on. Edward's smile froze. It's a trap. He almost ground out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Then he turned sharply, shouting into the fleet-wide channel, all units retreat. Turn around immediately. Withdraw to the East Sea entrance. Before his words, faded masts appeared on the horizon. 3 warships formed an inverted V shape, blocking the retreat route, their cannon ports wide open, the dark mouths of the cannons gleaming ominously in the sunlight. At the top of the flagship's mast, a Navy Major General flag fluttered in the sea breeze. Edward's hand gripping the command sword trembled. He was directly blocked by the warships on the retreat route. This fake base island was nothing but a trap, not meant for defense, but to lure them into the deep East Sea. Lured and trapped, and not a single one was to escape. At this moment, the booming sounds of cannon fire had begun, and Edward looked at the ships huddled together like lambs awaiting slaughter, and sighed, it's over. Meanwhile, above Rogtown, Doflamingo looked down at Lynch, standing in the center of the square. The killing intent in his eyes finally was not concealed. Foo foo foo. You knew I was coming. Indeed. Lynch looked up at him, his right hand slightly raised, the arcs of electricity at his fingertips shimmering with deep purple light, So I've prepared coffee for you chilled. Doflamingo's smile deepened. His fingers spread wide, and the transparent threads refracted countless fine rainbows under the sunlight. Then it's no longer about drinking coffee. Edward Heimer's command knife hung in midair, his expression shifting from a cold smirk to a frozen state, then transforming into a dark scowl. In the distance, the cannon ports of 3 naval warships were all opened, their black mouths reflecting a cold light under the midday sun. Fire! Bin's voice carried no emotion. In the next instant, flames erupted from the sides of the 3 warships, dozens of shells tearing through the air, the first round of salvo hitting precisely 2 of the coalition's outer ships. A warship from the Foot Basin Kingdom was struck by 3 shells simultaneously at the waterline, its hull breaking apart in the middle as the wooden deck splintered in the explosion. Another assault ship from the Stick Nation had its mast blown off, burning canvas raining down upon the sea. Edward's pupils suddenly contracted. The 3 warships blocked their escape route. This was not an ordinary warning shot, but a plan to trap them on the island, capturing them all. He watched helplessly as the 23 warships he had brought caught fire one by one under the precise bombardment of the 3 warships, while the fleet's counter-battery fire merely left shallow dents on the warship's iron armor. Captain, their ships are ironclads. The screams on the communication channel mixed with the sounds of explosions. Our cannons can't penetrate. Edward gritted his teeth, his blade-like gaze sweeping over the 3 warships one last time. Then, the command knife was sheathed, his hands crossed over his chest, a wild aura erupted from within him, muscles, swelling, bones creaking, gray fur bursting forth from beneath his skin. In mere seconds, his form surged to nearly 3 meters, a wolf head, humanoid fangs bared his eyes, transforming into the amber vertical pupils of a beast. Animal system, dog fruit wolf form. Everyone charge with me. Edward, now a werewolf, spoke in a hoarse tone, his steps bursting forth as he dashed toward the interior of the island. Behind him, Captain Sambin Xiaozhu of the Foot Basin Kingdom also activated his devil fruit ability, his body rapidly shrinking and transforming, his face elongating into a dog's head, hands morphing into claws. Animal system, dog fruit Shiba Inu form. The remaining captains from the John Bull, Kangaroo, and Stick Nations followed closely, revealing their trump cards. Captain John Bull's body transformed into steel, Captain Kangaroo's hands became bone knives, Captain Stick was covered in a layer of unknown liquid film. The 5 showed no hesitation, directly abandoning the coalition members still struggling on the beach, rushing into the depths of the island. The stranded arrivals on the beach fell into complete chaos. Some jumped into the sea to escape, some attempted to surrender, while more tried to organize a counterattack. But Binz offered them no opportunity. First, sink all the ships, then bombard the island. The 23 ships became burning wrecks one by one amidst the dense cannon fire. The screams from the beach were swallowed by the cannon fire, with shattered wooden planks and burning canvas floating. Bin stood on the command platform of the warship, who, although the abilities of the Fruit of Abundance were of little use in naval warfare, he carried the tactical manual given to him by Lin Qi, which clearly outlined every step to take. Deep within the island, in a concealed cave, Edward leaned against the damp rock wall, his werewolf fur soaked in sweat, his chest heaving violently. Only 4 captains and fewer than 20 remaining soldiers were left by his side. From the initial 23 coalition warships, now fewer than 30 had escaped into the island's depths. The rest either perished on the beach or sank with their ships. Outside the cave, the bombardment continued, the dull explosions echoing through the rock walls like distant thunder. False intelligence, false bases, warships blocking our retreat. They knew we were coming all along. Sambin Xiaozhu's dog head was smeared with a mixture of gunpowder. False intelligence, false bases, warships blocking our retreat. They knew we were coming all along. Sambin Xiaozhu's dog head was smeared with a mixture of gunpowder and sweat as he gasped at Edward. What do we do now? The warships are blocking the outside. Oh, we cannot get out. There are no supplies on the island. Ooh, we can't hide. Captain John Bull and Captain Kangaroo remained silent. Although their countries had also signed the Anti-China Alliance Agreement, they had contributed the least in this hunt. Captain Stick Jean Keela huddled in the corner, still trembling. Edward remained silent for a long time. The vibrations from the bombardment continued to resonate through the rock wall, each explosion reminding him of a fact: the coalition he brought had been completely annihilated under the naval cannon fire. He suddenly slammed his fist against the rock wall, the stone shattering, debris cascading from his fingers. I must contact the Blue Star homeland. His voice was low. This is the captain's privileged call now, immediately, right away. He activated the communication panel that only the captain could use. Edward Heimer's voice crossed the barriers of worlds, reaching the Situation Room of the White House in the Blue Star Eagle Sauce Nation. This is Heimer. East Sea Operation. We've fallen into a trap. Qilin is Lin Qi. He is the highest commander in the East Sea. He had 3 warships positioned on the retreat route in advance. We have lost over 20 ships and more than 200 personnel. We are now trapped on the island requesting. The other national captains followed suit. 10 minutes later, the diplomatic hotline of the Hua nation was bombarded almost simultaneously by diplomatic notes from multiple countries. The Eagle Sauce Nation, along with the Foot Basin Stick John Bull and Kangaroo Nations, demanded that the Hua Nation team immediately withdraw from the relevant waters of the East Sea, or they would take all necessary measures on the Blue Star. Hua Nation's press conference. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stood behind the podium, facing a dense array of flashing cameras and microphones. The large screen behind him displayed real-time footage of the Rim Pacific military exercises, with 3 carrier strike groups, hundreds of aircraft, and tens of thousands of soldiers. The Hua government has noted the so-called withdrawal demands from multiple nations. I reiterate that the behavior of the arrivals from the pirate world is not subject to the jurisdiction of any nation on the Blue Star. The communication privileges of Major General Li Qi, captain of the Hua team, have been exhausted after settlement, and contact cannot be established at this time. Any request to order the Hua team to withdraw is technically impossible. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the room. Moreover, if any nation uses this as an excuse to take military action on the Blue Star, it will be regarded as a direct violation of Hua's sovereignty. The armed forces of Hua have entered a state of Level 1 combat readiness. All consequences will be borne by the party that instigates the war. Flashes erupted throughout the venue. The spokesperson's final statement was simultaneously pushed to the headlines by various media outlets. Hua has entered a state of Level 1 combat readiness. This was not a diplomatic phrase, it was a showdown. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, the bombardment continued. Above the square in Rogetown, Lin Qi and Don Quixote Doflamingo were facing off, exchanging blows. The shockwave from their clash of armed color hockey cracked the stone slabs in the square, creating several The threads from Doflamingo wrapped around his fists, each one sharp enough to cut through steel. Lin Qi's fists were coated in dark armed color, emitting a piercing sound of metal scraping against each other when they collided with the threads. They separated with a punch. Doflamingo stood still, while Lin Qi took 3 steps back. Fufufu. Where's the speed of the thunder fruit? Is this how you caught the golden lion? Doflamingo's tone was laced with unabashed mockery. Lin Qi did not respond. He flicked his wrist, his expression calm. He had only used 70% of his strength in that last punch. Lin Qi was not intentionally holding back, but was assessing. Doflamingo's armed color hardness was not weaker than his former self before breaking through. The cutting power of the string fruit's threads could slice through ordinary armed defenses, slow in speed, but extremely tricky in attack angles. Overall assessment below the rank of Major General, but above that of a Colonel. Just as he had anticipated. Doflamingo was still 2 to 3 years away from the strength he would have in the Dressrosa arc of the story. He was not yet the warlord of the sea, who could confront Akiji and force Luffy to use Gear 4th. But he was not a mere fish that could be crushed at will. This was an opponent that Lin Qi needed to take seriously, and only a worthy opponent. The residents of Rogetown had begun to flee from the square, some screaming and running into alleys, while others peeked out from behind windows. The stone slabs in the square were sliced by the residual waves of Doflamingo's threads, and a chunk of the execution platform's marble base was chipped away. It could not be fought here any longer. Rogetown was his territory, though every building was an asset that he as the supreme commander needed to protect. More importantly, some techniques could not be used in front of too many eyes. Doflamingo, Lin Qi suddenly spoke. This place is too small, we can't unleash our full potential here. He transformed into a bolt of lightning darting toward the northwest outside of Rogetown. Doflamingo paused for a moment, then laughed fufufu. In his eyes, this was Lin Qi looking for an excuse to flee. But he did not mind distancing himself from Rogetown, and the naval support was more beneficial for the assassination. His pink feather coat unfurled in the air, the abilities of the string fruit creating a path in the clouds as he pursued closely. The lightning struck an uninhabited, deserted island. Measuring less than 1 square kilometer, rocky and rugged with only a few old trees bent by the sea breeze. Doflamingo landed shortly after stepping onto a protruding rock and surveying the surroundings. Fufufu. Is this the graveyard you chose for yourself? Lin Qi could not be bothered to engage in a war of words. Thunder armor activate. Deep purple lightning erupted from within, forming a transparent armor of electricity that clung to his skin. With the enhancement of the thunder source, the armor's purple hue was deeper than before, with a faint golden halo glowing at its core. Immediately after the four-handed strike was initiated, the purple thread pierced directly towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's laughter got caught in his throat. As soon as the thread touched the surface of the lightning armor, it bounced off as if plastic had come into contact with a red-hot iron plate, unable to even slow down. Lin Qi's speed did not waver at all. His stance was as stable as a javelin that had already been launched. Doflamingo hastily raised a thread shield in front of him. The transparent threads swiftly wove into a net-like defense strong enough to withstand the direct impact of a cannonball. The four-pronged thrust struck the shield, shattering it instantly. Four fingers covered in armed color pierced through the thread shield as easily as puncturing paper, continuing on to stab directly at Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo could only cross his arms, fully covering them, with his armed color bracing for impact. Bang! A muffled sound exploded. The shockwave sent debris flying across the island. Doflamingo was blasted away, his back crashing through a 3-meter-tall reef with fragments raining down. His arms trembled not out of fear, but as a physiological reaction of the muscles after a hard impact. The force had penetrated the thread shield, and the armed color defense directly shaking his bones. Lin Qi stood still, not pursuing. He was waiting for Doflamingo to rise from the pile of rubble, for Doflamingo to process the information from this round. Doflamingo rose from the debris. He was no longer smiling. In the eyes behind the sunglasses, all the mockery and disdain had vanished, replaced by gloom and anger, along with a rare emotion he seldom displayed in front of others: doubt. His power is greater than mine, his speed exceeds mine, and his armed color is no weaker than mine. The conqueror's haki clearly went off, yet he didn't even blink. This man has only consumed the thunderfruit for less than 2 months. Fufu. Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed again, but this time there was no joy, only a murderous intent through gritted teeth. I regret it. Not regretting coming to kill you, but regretting not bringing my entire family along. If you are allowed to grow any further, the Don Quixote family will truly have no place to stand. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even if he had to suffer serious injuries today, he had to leave this person on this island. This was for the future of the Don Quixote family. 5 threads shot out simultaneously from the 5 fingers of his right hand. No, not threads. These strands twisted and turned in the air, attacking Lin Qi's back of the head, heart, left knee, right shoulder, and throat from 5 different angles. Doflamingo no longer held back. Each thread was accompanied by a thin layer of armed color. At the same time, his left hand was not idle. Dozens of threads descended from his fingertips and burrowed into the ground, silently drilling up from the rock layers beneath Lin Qi's feet. Lin Qi did not turn around. His observation haki had already captured the trajectories of the 5 threads, precisely modeling their speed, angles, and the strength of the accompanying armed color in his mind. He did not dodge. He wanted to see the upper limit of the lightning armor combined with armed color against the threads. The 5 threads struck simultaneously, but all were deflected. The surface of the lightning armor merely trembled slightly. The armed color at the end of the threads dissipated upon contact with the armor's surface, which had a denser and purer armed color. As for the threads that were drilling up from the ground, they had not even burst through the surface when a circle of lightning erupted from beneath Lin Qi's feet, shattering the half-meter deep rock layer in a fine powder. The threads turned into smoke amidst the lightning. Is that it? Lin Qi's voice was flat, so flat it barely counted as a taunt. His right hand had already rejoined, this time not 4 fingers but 2. Two-pronged thrust. The armed color covered his fingertips, and the energy from the lightning armor surged from his arms into his fingertips, transforming them into 2 short spears interwoven of jet black and deep purple. Compared to the 4-pronged thrust, the power was more concentrated and the penetration doubled. The lightning exploded beneath his feet. The speed of the 2-pronged thrust was nearly 30% faster than before. Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. He dared not use the thread shield to block. The previous 4-pronged thrust had pierced right through, and the 2-pronged thrust would only be fiercer. He suddenly swung out his right hand, launching a thick whip from his palm. The overstrike whip, the strongest single piercing skill of the string fruit. The threads of the whip were densely woven in a spiral, far surpassing the density and resilience of the thread lines and thread shields. He had pierced through 3 meters of coral reef using this move in training. Lin Qi did not even glance at the whip. The stance of the 2-pronged thrust remained unchanged, the spearhead aimed directly at Doflamingo's head. The overstrike whip struck his chest, but the double defense of the lightning armor and armed color held the whip's tip less than a centimeter from his skin. The whip's penetration was indeed much stronger than the thread lines, leaving a tiny crack on the surface of the lightning armor. But that was all. The crack was automatically repaired by the lightning in the next moment, while the whip was bounced back. Doflamingo no longer had time to change tactics. Reluctantly, he crossed his arms again, fully covering them with armed color, while raising an extremely thin thread shield in front of him. This time, he layered the armed color over the thread shield. The combination of thread and armed color was the strongest defensive posture he could muster at the moment. The 2-pronged thrust struck the armed color thread shield. This time there was no direct penetration. The center of the shield caved in, creating a pit a knuckle deep as the threads, reinforced by the armed color, withstood the blow with remarkable tenacity. However, before Doflamingo could even catch his breath, Lin Qi's right hand changed tactics, transforming his fingers into claws, spreading his 5 fingers wide as a burst of blazing white lightning erupted from his palm. The cry of the 1,000 birds rang out at close range sharp enough to make Doflamingo's eardrums buzz. Lightning blade. This time it was not a thrust with the two-pronged attack, but a push with the lightning blade. He applied the high-frequency cutting force of the lightning blade to the surface of the thread shield and then pushed forward. The cry of the 1,000 birds reached its peak while the lightning danced and cut wildly between his palm and the thread shield. The already caved-in armed color thread shield shattered under the high-frequency cutting of the lightning blade, the cut edges as neat as if sliced by a scalpel. The remaining force of the lightning blade passed through the thread shield, heading straight for Doflamingo's chest. In a critical moment, Doflamingo activated his life-saving skill Shadow Night Line. A human-shaped decoy woven from threads appeared in his place, while he himself retreated dozens of meters in an instant, pulled back by the threads. The lightning blade pierced through the decoy's chest, cutting it into countless strands, turning it into flying ashes in the lightning. Doflamingo landed on a distant reef, his chest heaving heavily. His right hand pressed against his left chest where a tiny wound was seeping blood, a remnant of the lightning blade that had passed through the thread shield. Just half a centimeter more would have pierced his heart. Lin Qi retracted the lightning blade and turned around. His gaze fixed on Doflamingo's new position, his eyes betraying no excess emotion, only a calm evaluation after seeing through all of his opponent's cards. The lightning around him erupted again, more dazzling than ever before, deep purple arcs spreading outwards under the influence of the primal thunder, cracking the rocks beneath his feet into a web-like pattern. A pungent smell of ozone filled the air, and the clouds above seemed to respond, slowly gathering together. He raised his right hand. Doflamingo looked at that raised right hand, his heart sinking to the bottom. He still had skills left unused, and the string fruit had paths of awakening waiting for him, along with more powerful techniques that needed more time to refine. But at this moment on this deserted island, he had to face an inescapable truth. He was completely suppressed. His power was crushed, his speed could not keep up, his defense could not withstand, and even his proud conqueror's haki felt like a stone sinking into the sea. Moreover, his opponent had not even utilized the large-scale attack of the thunder fruit. It had all been close combat that had already pushed him to the brink. If this continued, he would surely be the one to die. Wait! Doflamingo shouted, extending his right hand to make a stopping gesture. His chest was still heaving violently, the tiny wound on his left chest seeping blood, but his hand was steady, not in surrender, but a shrewd merchant seeing an opportunity for a deal. We can talk. Lin Qi's right hand halted, but did not lower. The ball of lightning in his palm still flickered, casting a purple hue across half his face. He looked at Doflamingo, his eyes reflecting no discernible emotion under the lightning's glow. What do you want to talk about? Doflamingo struggled to adjust his breathing, suppressing the smile of a battle fanatic at the corner of his mouth. He knew that every word he was about to say would determine whether he would walk out of this island alive today. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the East China Sea above a deserted sea, an island of approximately 30 square kilometers was slowly rising through the clouds. Wang Jingwo stood at the center of the island, the ability of the float fruit in full operation, while seawater dripped from the rock layer beneath the island. Li Xingming stood behind him, facing more than 60 team members. The new base has completed its ascent. Coordinates are concealed and the route avoids all merchant ships and Navy patrol lines, Li Xingming said in the captain's channel, then paused. From today onward, the China team is no longer on the ground. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Royal Palace, Toripol stared at the silent transponder snail, his hand unconsciously squeezing the slime into a tight knot. The young master had said before departing, he'll be back soon, but now several days had passed, and the transponder snail remained silent. He suddenly recalled the fleeting unease he felt when the young master departed, that unease now transformed into a thought he dared not voice. Would the young master? He shook his head vigorously, casting that thought from his mind. Yet the hand gripping the transponder snail was tighter than ever. Wait, we can talk. When Doflamingo uttered these words, Lin Qi's right hand froze in midair. Lightning danced in his palm, deep purple arcs crackling between his fingers. He tilted his head, regarding Doflamingo standing on the reef with the gaze of one observing a prey's death throes. This doesn't seem like the heavenly Huaxia I know. A Shichibukai king of Dressrosa, actually begging for peace. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. His sunglasses concealed his eyes, but not the bulging veins on his forehead. He took a few seconds to steady his breath, forcibly suppressing the killing intent that threatened to burst from his chest. Not begging. A trade. Trade. Lin Qi's palm still crackled with lightning. Doflamingo rose from the reef, his right hand pressed against the wound on his left chest that still oozed blood. Intelligence. Internal information on the celestial dragons, the guard deployment at Mary Geos, the operation patterns of CP0. A Marine Rear Admiral like you couldn't dig those up, but the Don Quixote family can. He raised a second finger. The true combat strength weaknesses and personal agendas of the Shichibukai. Third, the black market circulation network of devil fruits. No fewer than 10 devil fruits pass through my hands each year. The coordinates of middlemen auction houses and underground ports. Spare me this time, and he'll provide intelligence support through Dressrosa's underground channels. Lin Qi was silent for a few seconds. The lightning in his palm died out. Not enough. Everything you mentioned you can choose to give or withhold selectively. An unenforceable intelligence cooperation in exchange for your life. Do you take me for a child? He stepped forward and the rock beneath his feet cracked into fine lines from residual currents. 2 devil fruits. Migrate. Delivered to Lowtown within 5 days. That's the price of your life. Doflamingo's smile vanished completely. 2 devil fruits. Do you know that even an ordinary Zoan on the black market sells for over 100 million berries? Can't afford it. Lin Qi cut him off, lightning flaring around him again. The clouds above converged, slowly drawn by the lightning. Deep purple arcs spread across the ground, and the air filled with the pungent smell of ozone. You think you can come and go as you please, eh? If you don't pay the price today, you won't leave here. I have no problem fighting you for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausting you to death. This is near Lowtown. My reinforcements will arrive soon. You can try to see if I have that kind of patience. Doflamingo's throat moved. Lin Qi's words were no bluff. The deserted island was only a few minutes' flight from Lowtown. If Lin Qi sent a single distress signal, reinforcements could arrive at any time. And he had no reinforcements. How do you want to trade? I'll let you go. You bring me 2 devil fruits that aren't you afraid he'll go back on my word? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Lin Qi smiled. You wouldn't. If I don't see the fruits in Lowtown within 5 days starting from the 6th day, he'll visit Dressrosa every week and drop a Kirin. How many times do you think Dressrosa can withstand? His voice grew softer, but that very softness made Doflamingo's heart clench. And I hear you have a subordinate named Sugar. The moment Doflamingo heard the name Sugar, his expression changed completely. It was no longer anger, it was fear. Sugar was the Don Quixote family's most crucial trump card, a hobby fruit user who could turn anyone she touched into a toy and erase them from all memory. He didn't need to know how Lin Qi had found out, he only needed to know that Lin Qi knew. That was enough. Doflamingo's face contorted. Veins bulged from his forehead to his neck, and his fingers spasmed open and clenched shut. It took him several breaths to suppress the killing intent that nearly burst his chest again. Fine. 2 devil fruits. Within 5 days. Delivered to Lowtown. The lightning in Lin Qi's palm died completely. He turned his back on Doflamingo and vanished into the horizon as a flash of lightning. Doflamingo stood alone on the reef, his clenched fist white at the knuckles. Meanwhile, in the waters off the fake base island in the east blue, Ben stood on the warship's command platform. The bombardment from 3 warships had lasted nearly an hour, a standard Buster Call-style saturation attack. The beach and jungle had been plowed by artillery fire. Wooden houses and warehouses were reduced to burning ruins. Ceasefire. Warships hold position. No one sets foot on the island without permission. Binz descended from the command platform. He leaped off the warship, using Jeppo to step across the shallow sea and land on the sand. The bodies of coalition soldiers lay scattered everywhere, the sand mixed with shrapnel and blood. Binz walked straight into the depths of the island, finally stopping before a collapsed cave. From inside came faint breathing. Binz crouched down, placing one hand on the ground. The bloom fruit activated vine howl. Countless vines burst from the soil beneath his palm, drilling into every crack of the rubble and every possible hiding space. He sensed them. 5 people breathing weakly but with strong heartbeats. They were playing dead. The vines erupted violently from underground. The pile of rubble concealing the 5 was torn open by dozens of thick vines at once. Edward's werewolf form was covered in mud and blood. Sambon Zioza's dog, head hung limp. John Bull Captain's steel-hardened skin was scored with deep cuts from shrapnel. Kangaroo Captain's bone blade was broken at the tip, and Sticky Captain Jinkala was crushed beneath the rubble. The 5 attacked simultaneously. Edward's wolf claws tore through the air toward Binz's throat. Sambon Xiaozhu lunged at his legs from the side. John Bull Captain charged Hedon with his steel-hardened body as a living battering ram. This was their final desperate strike. Binz did not retreat a single step. The ground exploded and giant vines 10 times thicker than before erupted from beneath the 5, binding their limbs, torsos, and necks. Edward's wolf claws were less than half a meter from Binz's throat, but that half meter was locked tight by layers of vines. Sambon Xiaozhu was wrapped like a dumpling, even his mouth sealed. John Bull Captain's steel-hardened body could withstand cannonballs, but not the continuous strangling pressure of the vines. I surrender. I surrender. Edward struggled desperately. I can negotiate. Binz closed his palms. All the vines tightened with maximum force at the same instant. 5 muffled thuds exploded almost simultaneously, then fell into silence. Blood seeped through the gaps of the vines, soon covered by new growth. Binz released his hands, and the vines dragged the 5 corpses slowly into the ground. A few minutes later, the ground before the collapsed cave showed no trace of anything. He pulled out a den mushi. Rear Admiral. Mission complete. No survivors on the island. Received. Return to base. Binz put away the den mushi and turned toward the beach. A joint fleet of 23 warships, the elite of 5 nations. None had left the East Blue. Captain of the Eagle Nation dead, all 27 accompanying members annihilated. Captain of the Foot Basin Nation dead, 33 members annihilated. Captain of the Stick Nation dead, 35 members annihilated. Captains of the John Bull and Kangaroo Nations dead, each losing over 30 members. The rest were pirates they had recruited along the way. In total, the coalition had over 200 descenders and several hundred pirates, all buried on this nameless desert island. Within an hour of China declaring a first-level combat readiness, global military hotlines were activated almost simultaneously. The Eagle Nation's 3 carrier strike groups shifted their exercises into actual combat deployment. The Foot Basin Nation's Prime Minister publicly declared support for the Eagle Nation's military presence in the Asia-Pacific. The Stick Nation's president announced the entire country was entering a quasi-wartime state. The foreign statements from the John Bull and Kangaroo Nations followed closely with highly consistent wording, urging China to exercise restraint. But all military deployments were a step behind China's first-level combat readiness. All military ports along the southeastern coast were placed under full lockdown. Missile units entered launch positions, and Dongfeng's missile launchers rolled out of their shelters and deployed to multiple predetermined positions. What weighed heaviest on the minds of military commanders from various nations was that on several previously undisclosed reef positions, fortifications and radar arrays that should not have existed had appeared. These were the trump cards China had quietly deployed over the past few years, now revealing their outlines for the first time. The Foot Basin Nation's prime minister ranted on the press conference about occupying China, but his defense minister behind him turned pale. Reconnaissance ships had just reported 2 anti-ship missile positions on China's southeastern coast, had activated their active radar, precisely locking onto the Foot Basin fleet moving toward the East China Sea. Just as the situation was at its most tense, the door to the Eagle Nation's command room opened. A staff officer walked in quickly, his face pale. Mr. President, the National Fortune Domination System indicates Captain Edward Heimer is dead. All 27 accompanying Eagle Nation members are dead. The system requires the immediate appointment of a new captain or the selection of a new captain from Blue Star to intercosting 100 points. The Situation Room was silent for a full 5 seconds. At almost the same moment, the Foot Basin Nation's defense minister received the same notice: Sambon Xiaozhu dead, all 33 members annihilated. The Stick Nation president's aide burst into the studio and whispered in his ear, Jinkala dead, all 35 members annihilated. The leaders of the John Bull and Kangaroo Nations also received news of their respective captains' deaths. The core fighting force of the anti-China alliance had been eliminated in one fell swoop. Additionally, the pirates recruited by various nations had suffered over several hundred deaths. The carrier strike group commanders received the latest order: first, continue the exercises, but suspend all live-fire drills. This was not diplomatic mediation. It was because of those 100 points. The new captain's first mission was not to besiege China, but to stabilize the point ranking. The exercise fleet did not withdraw, but their gun barrels had turned half a degree away from China's direction. In China's Supreme Command Center, a general pointed at the screen, showing the Foot Basin fleet pulling back a few nautical miles. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Looks like they lost their captain in the pirate world. The exercises are still on, but their offensive edge is gone. The elderly man seated at the head of the table folded his hands on the table, his voice calm. Maintain first-level combat readiness. Do not relax. Their fleet is still there. We don't withdraw. In the Marine headquarters at Logtown, Lin Qi stood by the window holding a cup of reheated coffee. Binz had returned. The message from Li Qi was lit on the panel. Coalition annihilated. 5 nation captains confirmed dead. Total descender losses nearly 200 plus several hundred pirates. New base island lifted into the sky. Coordinates are hidden. What about your side? Doflamingo is gone. 2 devil fruits will be delivered within 5 days. 2 devil fruits. How did you get him to agree? Told him either send the fruits or he'll drop a Kirin on Dressrosa every week. And I happened to mention the name Sugar. Li Qi was silent for a moment. He didn't know who Sugar was, but from Lin Qi's tone, he could tell that name carried a nuclear-level deterrent for Doflamingo. Lin Qi held his coffee cup, his gaze fixed out the window. In Lowtown Square, the damaged execution platform's base was being repaired. The sea breeze blew in through the window, carrying the unique saltiness of the East Blue. In 5 days, 2 devil fruits would arrive at this port. And that day would also be the second small-scale settlement. The storm had not yet subsided. Doflamingo traversed the sky using skywalk, his pink feather coat flapping loudly in the high-altitude air currents. The wound on his left chest carved by Raikiri still oozed blood faintly, but what tormented him more than the injury was the bitter resentment he couldn't swallow. 2 devil fruits. He gritted his teeth as he repeated the number, a cold glint flashing behind his sunglasses. Consider it an early offering to you, Fufufu. He laughed not out of joy, but because on the way back the outline of a plan had already taken shape in his mind. He couldn't defeat Lin Qi. There was no need to deceive himself further. But there were plenty of people stronger than the giant rock pirates of the West Blue were still nursing a grudge over Diamante's death. The Germa Kingdom of the North Blue never turned down mercenary work, and the underworld forces on the Grand Line were countless. These people might not be willing to directly attack a Marine Rear Admiral, but if Lin Qi were transferred from the East Blue to the West Blue or North Blue for a mission, and someone secretly engineered a few conflicts, it would be effortless to kill by proxy. Treble. He connected the Den Mushi. Check the latest personnel transfers at Marine Headquarters, especially any mission vacancies in the waters around the East Blue. At the junction of the East Blue and the Calm Belt at an altitude of 4,000 meters, an island covering about 30 square kilometers hung, suspended above the clouds. The rock layer at the island's base still bore the moist traces of being torn from the sea surface. The waterfalls along the island's edge cascaded down the cliffs, dispersed into fine mist by the wind at over 3,000 meters. This was the floating base of the Hua Nation team. Wang Jingwo had used the float fruit to peel it from the sea surface and transport it to this airspace as a permanent station. The natural dormant volcano at the island's center had been converted into a temporary command center. Li Xingming stood at the highest point of the command center with a spread-out sea chart before him. The chart marked the distribution of forces in the East Blue and its surroundings, with the location of the Sky Island, the Land of God, circled in red. The Land of God. Li Xingming tapped the red circle lightly with his finger. According to the intelligence Lin Qi provided, this Sky Island produces large quantities of sound dials, impact dials, and reject dials. We've already tested the power of the Sky dials. The energy output of a reject dial is comparable to a small naval cannon. If we can equip them in bulk, our individual firepower will directly leap to a new level. Wang Jingwo, standing behind him, nodded, but said nothing. The power of the float fruit had established a deep sensory connection between him and the island, allowing him to perceive every tiny tremor in the airflow and adjust the island's floating posture as if it were instinct. But the Land of God has been isolated from the Blue Sea for centuries, Li Xingming continued. The natives are extremely wary of outsiders. Taking a fleet directly there would provoke conflict. We've just arrived in the East Blue, we can't make too many enemies. What I'm thinking is trade. Exchange the most needed supplies of the Sky Island for Sky Dials. What supplies? Soil. Li Xingming revealed a rare smile. The scarcest thing on the Sky Island isn't weapons or berries. It's soil that can grow crops. And the island beneath our feet has 30 square kilometers of virgin soil. Trading a ton of soil for Sky Dials. In their eyes, that's like trading stones for gold. Wang Jingwo was silent for a few seconds, then nodded seriously. How many people do we need to arrange for the first batch of trade goods? First, send a reconnaissance team to find the entrance to the Land of God and the patrol patterns. Once the route is clear, they'll contact Lin Qi. During the negotiations, we'll need him to be present to hold the line. Li Xingming paused. As a show of force. Will he agree? Li Xingming opened the private message panel and briefly sent the plan for the Sky Island trade to Lin Qi. A moment later, a single word popped up in the dialog box: fine. Then he added, notify me in advance. Li Xingming closed the panel, his gaze returning to the sea chart. The coordinates of the floating base were already concealed, the float fruit's power operating steadily, but material reserves remained the biggest bottleneck. If the Sky Island material exchange plan succeeded, the Hua Nation team would gain an independent supply chain for equipment, no longer relying on the limited supplies brought from Blue Star, nor needing to risk purchasing on the black market of the pirate world. We must find the entrance to the Land of God within 7 days, Li Xingming said in a deep voice. In the North Blue, a certain sea area, Anderson Hogan stood at the bow of the ship looking at an appointment notice that had just arrived via the captain's panel. Edward Hemmer was dead. He died on an unnamed desert island in the East Blue, along with all 27 elite members of the Eagle Nation team who accompanied him. The combined fleet of the anti-China alliance had been completely annihilated. The captain icons of 5 nations on the panel had all turned gray simultaneously. And now he was the new captain of the Eagle Nation. Anderson read the appointment notice 3 times before slowly exhaling. He had been Edward's deputy, a Zoan-type cat fruit snow leopard form user with a bounty around the 20 million level. Before Edward led the expedition to the East Blue, Anderson had voluntarily applied to stay behind and guard the rear. It wasn't cowardice. Edward needed someone trustworthy to watch the home front. Now thinking back, this decision had saved his life. Captain, a private message from a team member popped up on the panel. Japan and Korea have both appointed new captains. Japan's new captain is Yamaji Jiro, formerly the deputy of Sanbon Shoju. Korea's new captain is Park Jung-gi. Similar situation. They're all asking what we should do next. Anderson didn't reply immediately. He walked to the ship's rails, staring at his own reflection on the sea surface, silent for a long time. Edward had charged into the East Blue with 23 warships and the elite of 5 nations, only to be blocked on an island by a single Marine rear admiral and turned into a sieve. Anderson knew Edward's strength well, a dog fruit wolf form already possessing preliminary observation haki with a bounty over 50 million. Such strength was already top tier within the anti-China alliance, but against a man named Lin Qi, he didn't even have a chance to struggle. Reply to them, Anderson finally said. In the short term, avoid direct conflict with Hua Nation. If Japan and Korea still want to fight, let them go alone. Then what do we do? First, gather all the team members we can still contact and take stock of our current points. Edward is dead. His personal points will be deducted by the system upon his death. We might have already fallen out of the top 10. Anderson's voice was calm, almost cold. Second, hunt for devil fruits. No matter the quality, anything that can boost combat power. Third, make contact with local forces. We need a backer. He turned around the vertical pupils of his snow leopard form, reflecting cold light in the sunlight. Edward's biggest mistake was wanting to kill the Hua Nation team himself. He led everyone into a trap and got them all wiped out. I won't make the same mistake. The Hua Nation team is on a winning streak right now. Charging at them heathen would be suicide. But the pirate world isn't just about us versus them. They'll eventually clash with greater forces. Our mission isn't to defeat them. It's to survive until the day they are defeated. And one more thing. Anderson opened the World Channel and scrolled to an intelligence report from a few days ago, the battle report of the Floating Island campaign, where Golden Lion Shiki was killed by Marine Rear Admiral Qi Lin. This Qi Lin is Lin Qi. He's climbing fast in the Marines, but the higher he climbs, the more people want to pull him down. The Marines, he stepped on the pirates whose subordinates he killed. They won't let it go. We don't need to act ourselves. We just need to let these people know where Lin Qi is, what Lin Qi is doing. Guide them to fight. Yes. Create friction between the Hua Nation team and the true powerhouses of the pirate world. Anderson closed the panel and turned to look at the sunset on the distant horizon. Behind him, the remaining members of the Eagle Nation team were regrouping. The anti-China alliance hadn't disbanded, it was just operating in a more covert manner. Marine Headquarters, Lobetown. Lin Qi sat behind his desk, a full map of the East Blue spread out before. From Lobetown eastward was the entrance to the Grand Line, westward the vast interior of the East Blue, northward the direction of the Red Line, and southward countless islands and waters along the edges of the calm belt. The map was already marked with dozens of red dots, each representing the last known location of a pirate crew with a bounty. He had just finalized the initial plan for the Sky Island trade with Li Xingming, but the information panel on his interface continued to flicker. On the system's attribute panel, the energy value sat quietly at 171 points. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 required 5000 points, a gap nearly 30 times larger. This wasn't a deficit that could be filled in a single battle like the Floating Island. Without another Golden Lion to kill, he had to rely on daily accumulation. And the fastest way to accumulate daily was to purge pirates. The individual bounties of East Blue pirates weren't high, but their numbers were large. Dozens of pirate crews with bounties over 1 million would add up to a considerable amount of points and attribute income. But what he cared about more was another matter. The curse of the devil fruit had been removed, and he could eat a second devil fruit. This was a trump card no one else had. In the pirate world, only Blackbeard was a dual fruit user, and that was achieved through the special ability of the Yami Yami no Mi. An ordinary person eating 2 devil fruits would only self-destruct. But if he could, with the system's help, eat a second fruit without dying, and then remove the curse every 3 months to eat a third or fourth. What would that mean in the pirate world? It meant that his combat power ceiling would no longer be limited by the boundaries of a single fruit's ability. A second fruit. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Many devil fruits are only found by chance, so we'll have to take it step by step. The 2 fruits Doflamingo sent were an option, but he couldn't keep them all for himself. At least one had to go to the Hua Nation team. The East Blue Marine Battalion was desperately short of ability users. The other could be kept for himself, but only if the fruit's quality met his needs. If Doflamingo tried to fob him off with 2 ordinary Zoan fruits, he would make that heavenly demon know what it meant to deliver without return. Another option was to harvest one himself. Among the pirate crews of the East Blue, the chance of stumbling upon an unregistered devil fruit was not zero. And if he went personally, the pirates he killed would also drop attributes and give points. 3 birds with 1 stone. He sat up straight and remarked several patrol routes on the East Blue map. The last West Blue cruise was a task assigned by Sengoku Passive. This time he would take the initiative. As the highest commander of the East Blue under the guise of cleaning up the jurisdiction, he would openly and thoroughly sweep through every pirate in the entire East Blue. Bins pushed the door open. Notify Captain Smoker that starting tomorrow he will be fully responsible for the daily defense of Logtown. I need to allocate 2 warships for a 2-week cruise to purge pirates along the East Blue Islands. Lin Qi's finger traced an arc on the map, starting from Logtown covering Goa Kingdom, Oikit Kingdom, Shimatsuki Village, Karai Bari Island, then returning. While we're away he will hold the fort in Logtown. Yes, sir. Bins noted the route, then paused as he was about to turn and leave. Rear Admiral. Last time on the West Blue cruise we wiped out 23 pirate crews. What's the target this time? Lin Qi lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. There are over 100 wanted pirate crews in the East Blue. We'll eliminate as many as we can. Bins snapped to attention and saluted, then turned and walked out with a noticeably lighter step than when he entered. He liked orders with clear objectives, and Lin Qi never let his subordinates down. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair again and looked out the window. In the night sky over Logtown, a few clouds drifted slowly under the moonlight. In the distant harbor, Smoker was directing the shift change of the patrol, the aura of the smoke fruit faintly discernible at the docks. He remembered the word Sengoku had said before he left headquarters. Logtown was not an ordinary place. Roger was born here and died here. That very land attracted certain people. After the second settlement, he closed his eyes. The purge will begin. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo hung up trebles Den Den Mushi and picked up another golden private Den Den Mushi. He dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. The Den Den Mushi's expression turned into a cold face wearing a Germa helmet. Vinsmoke, Judge. There's a deal. Target is in the East Blue. A low cold laugh came from the other end of the line. Tell me. On the 59th day of the year 1514 of the Haiyuan calendar. Tomorrow marks the second National Fortune Competition Settlement Day. Lin Qi stood before the window of the Naval Command in Rogtown, his gaze fixed on the open box on the table, tied with silk thread adorned with the pink flamingo emblem of the Don Quixote family. 2 devil fruits have been delivered. One is covered with purple-black spiral patterns with metallic fragments faintly pulsating between the grooves. The other is smaller, its surface resembling owl feathers. 5 days, not a day more. Lin Qi picked up the purple-black one, the magnetic fruit. He had repeatedly simulated the choice of the second fruit, thunder and gas surgery, and line, each with its own drawbacks. As for electromagnetic synergy, Li Xingming had said that electricity generates magnetism and magnetism generates electricity. They are fundamentally the same. There's no need to hesitate, he bit down. A peculiar sensation erupted from his abdomen and the positions of all metallic objects. The pen on the table, the wall clock, the warship outside the window, and the underground iron or veins became vividly clear. A panel popped up, red magnetic control, black curse of the sea. The second curse appeared, but it could be deleted after 3 months. The owl fruit was directly traded to Li Xingming. What is the other one? Magnetism. Li Xingming was silent for a moment, sending over electromagnetic theories, Lorentz force accelerating projectiles, magnetic field driven, 3-dimensional maneuvers, and magnetohydrodynamic barriers. Lin Qi took notes while watching, preparing for the final day of training before the fleet set sail. Once tomorrow's settlement is over, they would head out to cleanse the East Sea. At the same time, on Blue Star, in an encrypted online conference room, leaders from 17 nations connected in succession. Eagle Sauce, Foot Basin, Stick, John Bull, Kangaroo, Gull, Chicken, Hans Cat, along with Maple Leaf, Shilon, Silanan Yang, and others. This is the last strategic coordination meeting of the Anti-China Alliance on the eve of the second settlement. Tomorrow marks the second settlement. The president of Eagle Sauce spoke in a low voice. According to the information we intercepted from the live broadcast, the score of the Hua Nation team has surpassed 8-0. They also obtained the floating fruit and established a floating base. It was all visible in the broadcast. The screen displayed a summary of the intelligence. The Prime Minister of Foot Basin had a grim expression. After the death of the 3 small pearls, their score dropped from 3rd to 15th. The president of Stick looked even more sullen. Eugene Kula and over 30 elite members were annihilated, their score dropping from 11th to 19th. We lost 5 captains and over 200 elite personnel. The Prime Minister of John Bull suppressed his anger, and the Hua Nation team not only suffered no losses, but also built a floating base in the East Sea. Everyone fighting separately is just waiting to die? That's right, the Prime Minister of Kangaroo echoed. There is only 1 day left until the next settlement. What can military exercises scare? The president of Gall Chicken coldly interrupted. The Hua Nation is already on first-level combat readiness, with missile fuel fully loaded. Feel free to strike, but we will not engage in direct military conflict. The Prime Minister of Hans Cat nodded in agreement. The Prime Minister of Foot Basin looked at the president of Eagle Sauce. Perhaps We can communicate through Captain Communications and reveal the base coordinates of the Hua Nation team and the intelligence of the floating fruit to the indigenous forces of the pirate world. Using others' knives to kill. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. This plan required no country on Blue Star to fire the first shot. Agreed. The president of Eagle Sauce slowly nodded, but the intelligence must be accurate. Capturing the airspace characteristics of the Hua Nation team's base and the footage of the floating fruit rising can serve as evidence. Let the indigenous people act on our behalf. He paused. Everyone contact your captains and compile the intelligence. The more glamorous the Hua Nation team is in the pirate world, the more people will want to kill them. The avatars of the leaders from various countries flickered out one by one. The anti-China alliance found a plan that could be executed without bloodshed, revealing intelligence about the pirate world to the strong of the pirate world using their knives to kill. The pirate world is most abundant with desperate individuals seeking fame and bounty. On the 60th day of the year 1514 of the Haiyuan calendar, at exactly 9 a.m., a golden light curtain tore through the sky. Second National Fortune Competition Reward and Punishment Settlement. First place, Hua Nation. Total score 837200. Reward 10 increase in national fitness, 10 increase in scientific research capabilities, continuation of a year without disasters. In the capital of Hua Nation, Chang'an Street erupted in excitement. 2 consecutive first places. Fitness and scientific research. Double bonus. A young researcher with glasses stared at the words 10 increase in scientific research capabilities, his lips trembling with excitement. An elderly man practicing in the morning laughed heartily upon seeing fitness increase. The elderly man seated in the main position of the highest command center rarely showed a smile. The strategic advantage was transforming from a leading step into leading a full position. Second place, Mao Xiong Nation. Total score 243000. Reward 40 increase in natural gas reserves. Third place, Asan Nation. Total score 138000. Reward doubling of food production. The golden light curtain suddenly turned blood red. Punishment list. Annihilation. Last place, Omata Nation. Second to last, Banana Nation. Third to last, Maldives. These 3 countries have ranked in the bottom 5 for 2 consecutive times, resulting in the complete erasure of their land, citizens, and civilization from Blue Star. Punishment list. Resource reduction. Fourth to last, Nauru. Fifth to last, Tuvalu. Land reduced by 30, total resources decreased by 30, and 2 random natural disasters will erupt, lasting for a year. The sky across the world synchronized to switch to the Annihilation live broadcast. Mata Nation. The Mediterranean sun shone on the beaches and ancient castles, and everything began to vanish within seconds. A fisherman knelt on the disappearing dock as the ropes turned to dust in his hands. He looked down at his palm, the edges also beginning to turn transparent. The pointed top of the ancient castle in the capital dissolved in the air. An old lady was hanging clothes on the balcony, and before she could release the clothespin, the balcony vanished. Banana Nation. The plantation melted from the edges to the center, while plantation workers ran through the fields with baskets full of bananas, the ground underfoot continuously collapsing. At the port, a container ship was unloading. The crane operator glanced down at the panel, and when he looked up again, half of the dock had disappeared. Maldives. Having been punished during the first settlement, their territory had already shrunk by half. Now the remaining half, the streets of mail, the minarets of mosques, and the wooden bridges over water began to vanish, one street after another. An old man in a white robe knelt on the beach, scooping up sand. The sand slipped through his fingers and turned into specks of light before hitting the ground. The live broadcast ended. The blood-red text froze. The above 3 nations have been erased from Blue Star. The punishments for Nauru and Tuvalu take immediate effect. The world fell silent for 10 seconds. The cheers on Chang'an Street faded. The young researcher stood with his mouth agape, while the elderly man practicing in the morning slowly lowered his Tai Chi sword, remaining silent for a long time before saying, "That is real." Joy and fear intermingled at that moment. Their country had taken first place twice in a row, but at that moment no one felt safe. Anyone could become the next. Citizens of Nauru and Tuvalu watched as their nation's territory shrank by 1/3 on the map, while ominous signs of disaster began to appear in the sky. Dark clouds gathered above Nauru, and the coastline of Tuvalu started to be eroded by abnormal tides. There was no annihilation, but the coming year would be exceedingly difficult. In the encrypted conference room of the anti-China alliance, leaders from 17 nations were online simultaneously, yet no one spoke. The aftershocks of the Annihilation broadcast still burned in everyone's eyes. The scientific research capability of the Hua Nation has increased by 10. The president of Eagle Sauce spoke hoarsely. While we were still discussing who would strike first, they had already pulled ahead in foundational research. The president of Styx stared at the score rankings, sitting at 19th. Remembering the 3 nations that had just been erased, cold sweat trickled down his back. The Prime Minister of Foot Basin broke the silence. We must quickly execute the plan to disseminate intelligence about the Huan Nation team to the indigenous people of the pirate world through Captain Communications. We can wait no longer. No one opposed. Setting sail for the East Sea. Rogtown Naval Command. Lin Qi turned off the World Channel. The Huan Nation had taken first place twice in a row with dual bonuses in fitness and scientific research. 3 nations were erased, and 2 nations faced penalties. Matan Nation, Banana Nation, and Maldives ultimately did not escape the second round. He set aside these thoughts. The National Fortune Settlement had passed. Some on Blue Star were celebrating, others in fear, while the anti-China alliance was still scheming to use others' knives. But for him, only one thing lay before him. Binzi, inform Colonel Smoker that the defense of Rogtown is now under his full responsibility. 2 warships immediately weighed anchor, and the East Sea cleansing operation began, setting sail now. Yes. The sounds of ships departing cut through the morning light. Lin Qi stood at the bow of the ship, the Major General's coat billowing in the sea breeze. A steel ball floated and spun in the palm of his hand, which he gently pocketed. The pirates of the East Sea, it's time to pay the score. East Sea at the exit of the upside-down mountain. A giant ship broke through the waves, its bow sculpted into a massive rock statue with arms crossed, and the sail printed with a black boulder entwined in chains. Following closely, 20 warships passed through the upside-down mountain in succession, forming a curved formation at the entrance of the East Sea. Stendon, the giant rock, stood on the flagship's deck, arms crossed. Behind him, 20 subordinates with bounties exceeding 10 million lined up, with 3 vice-captains boasting bounties over 100 million positioned on either side, and 400 pirates filled the deck. Captain Stendon, a tall, thin pirate, presented the information. The informant in Rogtown confirmed that Major General Qi Lin has just led 2 warships out of port, and the route has been marked. Stendon took the nautical chart, tracing the route with a thick finger. Diamante was killed by him. The mountain cat Dick was also killed by him. The mountain cat had been with me for 13 years. He crumpled the nautical chart into a ball. A mere Major General thinks he's Carp. Carp chased me for 3 years in the West Sea and couldn't catch me. He, a mere Major General, killed my people and still dares to swagger around in the East Sea. He turned to face the pirate army, his roar echoing like thunder. All fleets heed my command. Advance along the route and intercept him. Do not fire cannons, engage in close combat. He killed the mountain cat, and I will personally twist his head off to feed the fish. 20 warships, sails filled with wind. The giant rock pirate crew poured out, charging into the depths of the East Sea. The Palace of Dressrosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of dark red wine. The sun shone brightly outside, and merchant ships crowded the port, while toys tirelessly worked on the streets. A scene of prosperity. But he was not gazing at the scenery. Fu-fu-fu. The laughter echoed in the spacious palace. There was no joy in that laughter, only a cruel anticipation, as if waiting for prey to fall into a carefully laid trap. The giant rock pirates should have already arrived in the East Sea. Stern, the giant rock, although a bit slow-witted, was quite formidable in the West Sea, and few could escape from Vice Admiral Carp. He swirled the red wine in his glass, the liquid leaving dark red tear stains on the glass wall. The mountain cat Dyke is his confidant, and Diamante is mine. Together those 2 heads would be enough to mobilize that old bastard. He took a sip of wine, the curve of his lips rising higher and higher. Moreover, I also informed Kaido, letting him know that the East Sea's rear admiral is a thunder fruit user. How great do you think that battle maniac's interest in a rare fruit user would be? Fu-fu-fu. He downed the wine in his glass and casually tossed the empty cup onto the tray. Rear Admiral Qilin, consider these 2 devil fruits as your sacrificial offerings in advance. This wave of gifts, I hope you like them. In a certain sea area of the East Sea, on the deck of a warship, Lin Qi stood at the bow, his right arm raised, pinching a specially made steel piece the size of a coin with his fingertips. He was waiting for the rocking of the ship and the rhythm of the sea breeze to reach a subtle balance. Then his index finger bent, and the steel piece was held against his knuckle by his thumb, generating a complete circular acceleration track around his fingertip in an instant. The steel piece floated, rotated, and accelerated in the magnetic field, going from stationary to exceeding the speed of sound in less than half a second. The jarring sound of electromagnetic buzzing was like thousands of birds screeching at once in his ears. A beam of orange-golden light shot out from the bow of the ship. There was no sound of a cannon firing, no explosion of gunpowder, only the sharp whistle of air being torn apart in an instant. In the distance on the sea, a sloop, flying a pirate flag, was trying to change course to escape. The beam struck its main mast, piercing it directly. The mast was blasted through, leaving a hole the size of a fist in the middle, and the wooden fibers at the break were charred black from the high temperature, causing the entire mast to collapse along with the sail. The steel piece, still carrying momentum, flew hundreds of meters before plunging into the sea. It deviated by 1/3 of an angle. Lin Qi muttered to himself, pulling another steel piece from his pocket. Wind speed correction needs to be advanced by half a second. Ben stood behind him holding a clipboard. Just as Lin Qi put the steel piece back in his pocket, the snail phone rang. Smoker's voice came from the receiver, tinged with attention and seriousness Lin Qi had never heard before. Rear Admiral Qilin. Urgent intel: the giant rock pirates have entered the East Sea through Reverse Mountain. Captain Stern Giant Rock and all his officers are present, commanding over a dozen warships with around 600 pirates. Smoker paused for a moment. They haven't attacked Rogue Town and have already penetrated deep into the East Sea. From the trajectory, their target seems to be you, Rear Admiral. Understood. You keep a close watch on Rogue Town. If they turn towards Rogue Town, notify me immediately. Send over the detailed information on the giant rock pirates. Less than 10 seconds after the snail phone hung up, Li Xingming's private message lit up. He had just completed communication with the captain from Blue Star Huaxia. The Grand Elder represents Huaxia in thanking you for your contributions on the battlefield of the nation's luck competition. You must be sure to pay attention to your safety. No need to worry about things on Blue Star. Huaxia has entered level 1 combat readiness. As long as you perform excellently on the battlefield, we will become stronger and safer in reality. Attached to the message was a brief record. Additionally, the Grand Elder reminds you that the location of the floating base has been exposed. It was captured during the live broadcast when the base took off. We need to keep moving and cannot remain stationary for long. My captain's authority can only shield 3 team members' live broadcasts. Currently, it is Yuwang Zhangwo and Zhao Xiaozhou. He comes from a reconnaissance background, is articulate, and I have sent him to the Sky Island to contact God. If needed, I will contact you in a timely manner. Understood. 3 shielding slots are just right. Please notify me in advance if you need me to step in. Turning off the panel, Lin Qi's gaze returned to the information on the giant rock pirates sent by Smoker. Benz began to report quietly beside him. Captain Stern Giant Rock of the Giant Rock Pirates is a Paramecia-type rock fruit user capable of manipulating rocks for defense and attack. Both his armament and observation haki are at top level, having once escaped unscathed from Vice Admiral Karp's command. He is an old-school pirate. Benz flipped to the next page. All 4 of his subordinate squad leaders are also devil fruit users. First squad leader Lok Ba, nicknamed Splitting Fist, is a Zoan-type dog fruit Blackman Wolf, form a close combat assault pioneer with extremely high stamina, whose combat power increases the more he is injured. Third squad leader Lena Mantis, nicknamed Earthbound, which is a Paramecia-type quicksand fruit user able to manipulate the sand beneath her feet to form sand blades, sand walls, and quicksand traps with top-notch terrain lockdown capabilities. Fourth squad leader Zine Misty, nicknamed Night Hunter, is a natural-type mist fruit user capable of transforming his body into thick mist to obscure vision, specializing in stealth assassination. Fifth squad leader Goodud Heavy Armor, nicknamed Rock Armor, is a Paramecia-type hardening fruit user able to layer himself with multiple layers of rock armor, offering extreme toughness and team tactical command. Benz closed the clipboard. The second squad leader was previously killed by the Rear Admiral. They are likely here for revenge. However, their precise knowledge of the Rear Admiral's cleaning route indicates that someone has leaked information to them. Lin Qi nodded slightly. Benz's analysis was very accurate. Knowing his cleaning route so precisely and timing and positioning it perfectly could only be the work of Don Quixote da Flamingo. That night demon won't personally come again, but he excels at inciting others to their doom. With the configuration of the giant rock pirates squad leaders, the close combat, tearing type hyena, the terrain blocking sand girl, the stealth assassin, mist person, and the heavy defense type clunker combined with a captain of top-tier hockey, this lineup would indeed dominate the West Sea. However, Lin Qi did not actively seek out the giant rock pirates. They would come to him on their own because Stern was here for revenge, and those who seek revenge do not hide. Before the enemy actively approached, he had time to continue clearing out the pirates in the East Sea. The more points and entries he accumulated, the better. Lin Qi once again used the electromagnetic cannon to take out a pirate crew. Looking at the densely recorded data from the 27 test fires of the electromagnetic cannon, this was the standard testing process sent by Li Xingming from the physics lab before departure. The goal is not to defeat pirates. Using pirates as targets for weapon calibration in a combat environment is the objective. 28th time. He added a note in the wind speed correction section. The hit rate has risen to 85%, Rear Admiral. This had been the 15th day since departure. In those 15 days, Lin Qi had taken down 27 pirate crews, with over 600 pirates earning over 80,000 points, more than 80 white entries, and 23 green entries. He set aside enough entry energy to maintain daily consumption and invested the remaining low-level entries into synthesis. In the end, the entry inventory neatly contained 3 blue quality entries, 2 purple quality entries, and some white entries reserved as energy reserves. The hit rate of the electromagnetic cannon had skyrocketed from an initial 30% to 85% now, with the coverage of electromagnetic induction continuously expanding in actual combat, and the synergy between the magnetic fruit and the thunder fruit was evolving from theory to muscle memory. 15 days of sustained combat and calibration practice for the electromagnetic cannon had significantly improved the hit rate, and the construction time for the electromagnetic acceleration track had been reduced by 2/3. He suddenly stopped his actions, a smile slowly rising at the corner of his mouth. They've finally come. The magnetic sense granted by the magnetic fruit combined with the electric field perception of the thunder fruit allowed him to sense any free charge present in the air. This perception differed from observation hockey. It required no active scanning and consumed no mental energy. It was passive, continuous, and as natural as breathing. Lin Qi had always kept this compound perception range within 10 kilometers. Just now a massive fleet signal appeared at the boundary of his perception, with over a dozen warships advancing at full speed towards his location. Understood. Benz accepted the order without asking what Lin Qi intended to do. Lin Qi transformed into a streak of lightning shooting up into the sky. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters high, pulling a specially made coin. Understood. Benz accepted the order without asking what Lin Qi intended to do. Lin Qi transformed into a streak of lightning shooting up into the sky. In an instant, he was 1,000 meters high, pulling a specially made coin-shaped steel piece from his pocket. This was a custom electromagnetic cannon projectile that Lin Qi had smelted using electromagnetic methods made from the hardest alloy available in the pirate world, the size of a coin, with aerodynamic optimization on the edges. Lin Qi raised his right arm, pinching the steel piece between his index finger and thumb. The magnetic field began to rotate in his palm from non-existence to existence, from weak to strong. The steel piece floated, rotated, and accelerated in the circular magnetic field, deep purple arcs of electricity leaping along the track, and the electromagnetic buzzing echoed at 1,000 meters high. His left hand pointed toward the giant rock flagship speeding towards the distant sea, where the giant rock statue at the bow cast a long shadow in the afternoon sun. The rotation speed of the steel piece reached its peak. Lin Qi's observation hockey locked onto stern giant rock's position right in the center of the flagship's deck. He released the first level of acceleration, then the second and third levels, as the composite electromagnetic track constructed by the magnetic fruit and thunder fruit unleashed energy, far exceeding the single fruit's capability. Electromagnetic cannon, third level acceleration. A deep purple beam shot down from the sky. The electromagnetic projectile left a plasma trail in the air. The trajectory it traced in the air was not a parabola, but a straight searing line like a red-hot iron rod piercing through the sky. Stern giant rock stood on the deck, having just been shouting commands for the fleet to disperse and encircle. In the next instant, his expression changed dramatically as his observation hockey caught a surge of energy approaching at lightning speed. The speed was too fast, so fast that before his hockey could issue a warning, the attack had already arrived. He didn't have time to shout dodge or even activate the full-body defense of the rock fruit. The beam struck the bow of the giant rock flagship. The flagship was directly penetrated. The sound of the steel dragon's spine breaking apart and the splashing sound of the sea erupted simultaneously. The giant rock statue was pierced through the chest, leaving a hole as wide as a basin with cracks spreading out from the edges of the hole, rapidly covering the entire statue. Then the entire statue shattered into countless stone fragments, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. The deck of the flagship was lifted by more than half the shockwave, transmitting along the ship's frame, causing the mast in the midsection to creak. The pirates on the deck were toppled by the shockwave, with some being directly blown into the sea. As Stern lifted his head from the billowing dust, he saw Lin Qi floating in the sky, enveloped in lightning, with his right hand already gripping a second steel piece. Benz's warship opened fire from the side. The cannonballs struck the chaotic giant rock fleet, accurately sealing off their attempts to disperse and surround. Lin Qi smiled, tightening his grip on the second steel piece. The welcoming gift is done. Now, let's begin the formalities. Stern stood amidst the ruins of the shattered statue, with cracks already forming in the rock armor on his right arm from the residual shockwave of the electromagnetic cannon. He looked up at the figure wrapped in lightning in the sky, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes held not anger, but a mixture of solemnity and madness that an old pirate would show in the face of incomprehensible power. Everyone disperse. No one is allowed to approach the warship. His roar drowned out the commotion on the deck. Fourth Squad Zine, create a wide area of dense fog. Third Squad Lena, create sand walls to block the sea. First Squad Lock. The high-uniformed Lock BAS had already crouched on the deck, his claws glinting with armor color in the sunlight, ready to leap into the sky at any moment. Follow me. In the distance above the clouds, a figure suddenly hovered in midair. The newcomer pulled out a golden snail phone from his bosom and dialed the channel to Dressrosa. Report, young master. The giant rock pirates in the East Sea are under attack. The flagship is damaged and the energy level is close to that of a general, suspected to be that person named Qilin. There was silence on the other end for a moment, then a low fufufu laugh followed. Continue to observe. Do not expose yourselves. It doesn't matter if the giant rock pirates are annihilated, as long as we obtain his combat data, that will suffice. Sitting Jian rose from the shattered remains of the broken statue fragments still crumbling from the cracks in the rock armor on his right arm. He looked up, glaring at the figure wreathed in lightning in the sky, his chest heaving violently, then suddenly bellowed, "Huaxia, follow me." Huaxia Basi in his hyena form had already arched his back on the deck, his hind leg muscles tense to the extreme. The man and the beast simultaneously leaped into the air, using moonwalk. Siding's arms were covered in rock armor, while Luke's claws gleamed with the dark light of armament hockey. Lin Qi watched the two charging up his right hand, pulling two steel shards from his pocket. During this time, his practice with the railgun had led him to discover 3 firing modes. The penetration mode, a single high-density alloy projectile with triple acceleration designed to break through heavy armor and hard targets. It was this mode that had just blasted through the giant rock statue. Now he wanted to try the second, the rapid-fire mode. He tossed both steel shards lightly into the air at the same time. His left hand opened, and an electromagnetic force field instantly spread out. The 2 shards began to spin violently in a slight upward arc like metal seeds caught in an invisible vortex. The moment they landed on his palm, both specially made shards were ready to fire. His observation hockey had been locked onto the trajectories of the 2. He flicked his right index finger twice, pop pop, 2 crisp knuckle sounds almost inaudible amid the lightning. The 2 shards were instantly accelerated to extreme speed, one aimed directly at Siding, the other angled at Huaxia. No charge time, no buzzing prelude, just instant speed upon release. Siding had no time to dodge in midair. As a rock fruit user, he was never agile. Moonwalk in a straight line was manageable, but swerving to dodge bullets, that was asking too much. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest, layering his rock armor to its maximum thickness and covering it fully with armament hockey. The shard struck his crossed arms. Siding's expression changed in an instant, filled with terror. A tremendous force transmitted from the shard, piercing through the rock layer, through the armament hockey, all the way to his bones. This was no ordinary impact. It was kinetic energy compressed into the size of a coin, accelerated to an unimaginable speed, and released in that instant. He felt as if he wasn't blocking a bullet, but Garp's iron fist. The muscles in his arms, even under the protection of armament hockey, showed slight indentation and deformation, just like the feeling when Garp punched him back then. That unbearable impact sent him flying backward, reversing the path he had taken to come up. He struggled in midair, using every ounce of strength to deflect the shard's trajectory slightly to the side. The shard grazed his arm and flew off at an angle, while he crashed heavily back into the ruins of the flagship, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, gasping for breath. Huaxia was not as fortunate. With the same defensive posture, crossed arms shielding vitals in hyena form, also covered in armament hockey, the moment the shard struck, part of his left side was torn away. And that was just a graze. If Lin Qi hadn't deliberately angled it by a few degrees, the shard would have pierced straight through his heart. Luke's body plummeted from the sky like a broken kite, crashing through the deck of his own ship. In the moment he lost consciousness, he realized that the enemy had deliberately spared his life. Lin Qi indeed needed their devil fruits. These were precious resources. Every one he could recover was a gain. The other captains of the Boulder fleet witnessed this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. The 1st Division captain had lost most of his life in a single blow, and the captain himself was sent flying back, all in just one engagement. On the deck, the 3rd Division captain Lina slammed both hands onto the ship's railing. She activated the full power of the sand-shaking fruit. The scattered debris floating on the sea was swept up by sand, and the water surface was forcibly raised into walls of sand. Dust filled the air, attempting to block the warship's line of fire, while also enveloping the remaining ships of the Boulder fleet in a sandstorm. The 4th Division captain Xin Wuin transformed his body into a gray mist. A large amount of mist poured out from within him, mingling with the Sandwoman's dust, creating a mixed barrier of sand and mist over the sea. This was their signature combined tactic: sand walls to seal the sea, mist to obscure vision, trapping the enemy in the fog, and sand then assassinating them one by one. The 5th Division captain Gilyu Zhongjia pressed his hands onto the rock platform where Sitting stood. The hardening fruit layered and hardened the rock surface, repeatedly building an impenetrable defensive barrier around the captain. These tactics were indeed effective against ordinary marine fleets. But Lin Qi was no ordinary marine. He looked down at the mixing band of fog and dust below, his expression utterly unreadable. In his electromagnetic perception, similar to Enel's mantra, yet fundamentally different, fog and dust were non-existent. As long as free electrons existed in the air, he could sense every person's position, every heartbeat, every muscle movement. At that moment, cannon fire erupted from the periphery. The 3 warships under Binz's command had lined up as planned, broadside gun ports open, unleashing a dense barrage of artillery fire into the foggy area. No precise aiming required. He just kept pounding the sand and missed. Lin Qi hovered in the air, beginning to test a brand new technique. He released the power of the rumble fruit, high-voltage lightning exploding from his body, splitting the air. Nitrogen molecules were torn apart, oxygen molecules were torn apart, water vapor molecules were also torn apart. The air above the sea was continuously ionized by the lightning molecules, breaking down into free charged particles. Simultaneously, he guided lightning to strike the sea surface. Under the high-voltage discharge, seawater electrolyzed, generating even more hydrogen ions and oxygen ions. The power of the magnetism fruit spread out immediately, an invisible magnetic field taking control of all free charged ions, dividing them into different regions. The flow of ions in each region was under his precise command. The free charged particles grew more and more numerous. This was Lin Qi's newly developed large-scale control technique, the ion electromagnetic field. The field covered the entire Boulder pirate fleet. The effect was immediate. Metal fragments from the cannon shells exploding in midair became uncontrollable in the magnetic field, magnetized by the ion currents and flying chaotically, turning into secondary weapons that bounced between enemy ships. Every pirate within the field felt a continuous mild electric shock paralyzing their bodies. It wasn't lethal current, but it was enough to slow their movements, dull their reactions, and numb their limbs beyond control. When they tried to dodge, Lin Qi only needed to distort the local ion flow to generate a series of lightning nets blocking their path. No way forward, no retreat either. Even Sideng, who was covered entirely in armament haki, felt his body somewhat numb. His armament haki could withstand direct lightning strikes, but it couldn't resist the relentless penetration of charged ions. What made him even more desperate was that his observation haki was suppressed to a range of just 2 meters around him, no longer able to extend outward. The charged particles in the air were a glaring white noise in his perception, like having a wad of electrified cotton stuffed in his ears. The fog and dust that had just shielded the fleet now became a cage for the pirates. The ion concentration inside the mist and sand was even higher, the paralysis effect stronger. And within the fog they could see nothing, while Lin Qi's perception remained as clear as daylight. Then came the second new technique, the ion magnetic beam, designed for long-range assault. Lin Qi raised his right hand, and a thread-thin bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, precisely ionizing a straight line of air, forming an ion channel. The power of the magnetism fruit intervened next, the magnetic field pulling all charged ions within the channel to accelerate in the same direction at high speed, compressing them into a blue-white ion beam, as fine as a hair, over a very short distance. This was a charged particle beam. The beam struck the hull of a warship, and the instant burst of electricity and heat blasted a hole the size of a human head in the ship's body. The wooden structure was burned through, and the pirates inside were torn apart. The light flashed continuously. One after another, ion magnetic beams shot from Lin Qi's fingertips, precisely targeting. Each beam took out a cannon, a mast, or a squad leader still issuing orders. Screams of agony rose from below. Some tried to jump overboard to escape, but the seawater was also electrified by Lin Qi. Not lethal, but enough to paralyze those who jumped, leaving them floating on the surface, unable to climb back aboard, waiting to die. Sideng listened to the screams rising and falling around him, his heart sinking to the depths. Lin Qi was picking them off faster and faster, and with the paralysis effect the pirates couldn't dodge at all. But Lin Qi still felt that picking them off one by one was too inefficient. With 20 enemy ships, how long would it take to hit them all individually? Suddenly an idea struck him, recalling a technique of Magneto in his past life. He immediately intensified the electromagnetic field within the domain. The magnetism fruit operated at full power. Metal ions and plasma began to rotate at high speed under the pull of the magnetic field. Not around a single center, but all charged particles within the entire domain spinning. First a breeze, then a gale, and finally a storm of metal and lightning. A massive electromagnetic ion storm took shape above the sea. A visible blue-white vortex enveloping the entire stretch of water, mixed with countless metal fragments, cannon shell debris, and shattered ship components. Wherever the ion storm passed, sails were torn to ribbons, masts were sliced in half by metal fragments, and pirates on the decks were swept up and slammed back down. Low-level pirates with bounties under 1 million fell in droves as cleanly as cutting wheat. Seeing this, Sideng's eyes turned bloodshot. He knelt on one knee on the rock platform, pressing both hands onto its surface. The power of the rock fruit spread outward from him across the sea. The wreckage of warships floating with iron hulls of sunken vessels. All solid debris became growth points for his rock. Using these points as anchors, he forcibly spread a layer of rock platform across the sea, then rock rose from the surface, forming oval rock fortresses that enveloped the remaining dozens of pirates. This was his trump card large-scale rock creation. In the West Blue, he had escaped from Garp by using this very technique, holding back the marine pursuit with rock fortresses, then wrapping himself in rock to dive underwater and flee. But now he couldn't run. His fleet, his officers, his decades of foundation, all were here. Although the rock fortresses temporarily blocked the direct assault of the ion storm, his stamina was draining rapidly. Deep inside the fortress, he gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands pressed firmly against the rock, unwilling to let go. Lin Qi watched it all with a faint smile. The storm not only didn't stop, but grew faster. Binz's warships continued firing shells, each one flying into the domain and instantly being caught by the storm and spun around. Each shell caught in the ion storm like a shark in a whirlpool would explode upon contact with the rock fortresses. Lin Qi's observation hockey precisely locked onto the position of every shell, and his magnetic force guided their trajectories. First, one shell hit the left fortress, blasting open a gap. Then 3 shells struck the central fortress in succession, explosions ringing out, rock fragments flying. Finally, the right fortress. 5 shells hit almost simultaneously at the same point, even breaking through the hardened layers stacked by Gilead. Screams rang out continuously from within the fortresses. Apart from a few devil fruit users who were deliberately crippled by Lin Qi and left barely alive, the rest of the pirates fell in the relentless assault. The sand walls of the Sandwoman Lina were torn to dust by the electromagnetic storm. The mist of the fog assassin Zine had long been blown away cleanly in the ion storm, and he himself was pinned to the deck by a single ion magnetic beam that pierced his shoulder. Gilead of the hardening fruit, shaken by the chain of shell explosions, suffered internal organ rupture and lost consciousness. The 1st Division Captain Huaxia lay in the ruins of his own ship, the wound on his left side, still oozing blood. Sitting saw it all through the cracks in the rock fortress. His fleet, his officers, his foundation, all smashed to pieces by one man in less than an hour. Regrets surged like a tide. He shouldn't have come to the East Blue, shouldn't have sought revenge for the Mountain Cat, shouldn't have trusted Doflamingo's intelligence. But what use was regret? He stood up, slowly rising from the rock fortress. Rock armor recovered his entire body, but this time the rock was different. No longer gray-white, but a deep iron black. This was his true trump card, a high-level application of the rock fruit, compressing rock density to the limit comparable to the hardness of sea stone. At the same time, he pushed his armament hockey to its extreme, layering another coat of armament over the black rock surface. If you've got the guts, come down. One-on-one. Sitting roared up, his voice no longer containing fear, only the final ferocity of an old pirate pushed to the edge. Lin Qi paid him no attention, glancing out of the corner of his eye toward the sky. The fat man hovering high above was still there. Buffalo, the spin fruit user under Doflamingo, who had been spying from the sky since the battle began. Lin Qi was no saint. A devil fruit delivered to his doorstep. Of course he wouldn't let it go. He raised his right hand, and without warning fired an ion magnetic beam into the sky. The fat man didn't react in time. The beam pierced straight through his chest, and he plummeted from several thousand meters. Lin Qi's body transformed into lightning, chasing the falling figure, and delivered a hand chop to the back of the fat man's neck, knocking him unconscious. Then, carrying the unconscious spy, he teleported back above the rock platform and casually tossed the man onto it. He withdrew the electromagnetic domain, and the ion storm slowly dissipated. The blue sky reappeared overhead, sunlight bathing the sea surface that had been ravaged beyond recognition. The wreckage of 20 warships floated on the water, some still burning. On the rock platform, sitting stood in the center, his iron-black rock armor reflecting a cold, hard light in the sun. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Lin Qi, who was descending slowly from the sky. Lin Qi landed on the opposite side of the platform. The moment his feet touched the rock, an electromagnetic field automatically spread around his body. As you wish. He looked at Siding, his right hand slightly raised. Let me see just how much weight you Oldemers really carry. On the rocky platform, Sten's dark figure faced Lin Qi, surrounded by arcs of lightning less than 20 meters apart. The charged ions left from the electromagnetic storm flowed slowly within the magnetic field that Lin Qi deliberately maintained, wrapping the entire platform like an invisible warm current. Sten felt none of this. All his attention was focused on observing Lin Qi's flaws. His body was covered in dark rock armor, the armed color exuding a flowing dark sheen on the surface of the rock. Breathing slowly and heavily like an old wolf pacing on the edge of a cliff, Lin Qi showed no weakness. The thunder escape armor flowed around his body, deep purple arcs of electricity, faintly revealing a golden halo. Sten had no intention of waiting any longer. His dark figure charged forward like a bulldozer, each step cracking the platform beneath him. He didn't believe Lin Qi would dare to collide head-on with him, a natural system ability user, How strong could his armed color be? Lin Qi did not retreat. The charged ions in the air before him were instantly gathered, compressed, and arranged by the magnetic field, forming a plasma shield. The magnetic force constructed a circular magnetic field cage that locked the charged ions around his body, with the outer layer repelling incoming high-speed attacks, while the inner currents electrocuted close enemies. He had been unable to find a suitable test subject until now. Sten was just right. A translucent blue and white light shield coalesced in front of him. Lin Qi raised the shield, advancing instead of retreating, crashing into Sten at an even faster speed. The two collided with a thunderous roar. Sten's full-powered punch covered in dark rock armor slammed into the shield, causing it to deform violently, creating a dent from the impact, but it did not break. The charged ions locked by the magnetic field generated a strong, repulsive electromagnetic force upon compression, rebounding Sten's punch back at him. Sten felt as though he was not hitting a shield, but a wall that would rebound. At least a third of his punch force bounced back at him, combined with Lin Qi's forward momentum, sending him staggering backward. The dark rock armor showed fine cracks as he stumbled back several steps to steady himself. Lin Qi would not give him a moment to breathe. The shield automatically dissipated after the impact, and his body accelerated again thanks to the recoil. His right hand formed a blade with 4 fingers thrusting straight into Sten's vital points. The armed color dyed his entire hand a glossy obsidian hue, while the purple lightning of the thunder escape armor gathered at his fingertips into a bright point of light. Sten's combat experience saved his life at a critical moment. He saw that dark finger aiming for his throat and instinctively turned his body. His speed could not keep up, so he had to rely on anticipation, beginning to twist away before the finger struck. The 4-point thrust grazed his neck and pierced into the muscle of his right shoulder, going in less than half an inch, but Sten's armed color had already hardened the surrounding muscle. The 4-point thrust felt like it was stabbing into tempered steel, unable to advance further. Lin Qi withdrew his hand and took a step back. The previous collision and the 4-point thrust had revealed Sten's capabilities. His mastery of armed color was above Lin Qi's, and the advanced compression of the rock fruit had elevated his defense to an extremely terrifying level. A hard collision was not the optimal solution, but this was his home turf. The charged ions in the air flowed slowly under magnetic control, turning the entire platform into an invisible, charged cage. With the enhancement of the lightning body, he moved with the ease of a fish in water, increasing speed with every movement, each turn resembling teleportation, leaving several afterimages in the air. Sten's heart sank. A speed-type opponent was the last thing he wanted to face, especially when he had already exhausted much of his stamina. He bent down, extending his observation haki to a 2-meter radius around him, the maximum perceptual radius he could maintain under the interference of charged ions. As long as Lin Qi made a move, he would be able to react at the last moment. But Lin Qi did not make a move. He was waiting. Before departure, Li Xingming had mentioned a physical concept: nuclear magnetic resonance. A strong static magnetic field, combined with radio frequency electromagnetic waves, can scan soft tissues in the human body without damage. At the time, he only half understood and noted the principle, but after a long period of practical combat, he began to truly grasp its value. The magnetic field could penetrate the human body. Rock armor could withstand bullets, armed color could block physical attacks, but they could not withstand the magnetic field. The magnetic field was not an attack, but a physical field of existence, like gravity, formless and intangible, omnipresent. With the magnetic field he had deliberately arranged, fully enveloping Sten, he could create any effect at any position within the magnetic field. Lin Qi's thoughts stirred. A delicate electromagnetic scalpel precisely formed inside Sten's right ankle joint. High-frequency electromagnetic pulses cut soft tissues at a microscopic scale. Sten's right ankle trembled slightly, and his brows furrowed. Pain was nothing, but this strange sensation made him alert. There were no warnings, no attack trajectories. The pain came directly from inside the joint, like a burning needle stabbing through the gap in his bones. Lin Qi saw the frown. Effective. He no longer tested. Dozens of electromagnetic scalpels simultaneously generated within Sten's major joints and internal organs: his knees, wrists, shoulders, lumbar, spine, kidneys, liver, outer wall of the heart, and brain. High-frequency electromagnetic pulses simultaneously cut at more than a dozen points. Sten's eyes widened in shock. A mouthful of blood spurted from his throat, splattering on his dark rock armor. Tiny blood beads emerged from various joints almost simultaneously as the electromagnetic scalpels sliced open joint capsules and soft tissues, rupturing microcapillaries, and blood seeped out through the gaps in the skin. The microcapillaries on the surface of the main internal organs were simultaneously severed, causing internal bleeding to spread silently within the skull and abdominal cavity. His body swayed. The rock armor remained intact, but the person inside the armor was collapsing from within. Lin Qi would not miss this opportunity. Both hands struck out simultaneously. Two pure lightning dragons condensed and roared forth, one left and one right, crashing into Sten. Sten gritted his teeth, pushing his last remaining consciousness to the limit of the rock armor. The dark rock held up against the frontal impact of the two lightning dragons, resulting in the armor shattering and flying apart. At this moment, Sten's middle gate opened. Defending against the lightning dragons required all his focus on the front, involuntarily causing his arms to spread outward for a moment. It was in this instant. 3 ion lightning magnetic beams formed a T-shape, precisely passing through the gap in his defense, penetrating his chest, abdomen, and right leg. Sten crashed to his knees. The dark rock armor began to shatter, pieces flaking off to reveal the pale skin underneath, covered in blood beads. His consciousness blurred, but the willpower of the older generation of pirates prevented him from fainting on the spot. Lin Qi almost teleported behind him. His right hand delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Sten's vision darkened, consciousness plummeting into an abyss. Lin Qi did not pause. A dense lightning net shot from his palm, enveloping the unconscious Sten. Under the dual rafts of the electromagnetic field and lightning, the internal information of this space was completely isolated, a byproduct discovered during the development of the ion electromagnetic domain. Reaching into his waist, he pulled out several ordinary fruits that had long been prepared and placed them on Sten's chest. After a minute, one of the fruits displayed a grayish-white spiral pattern on its surface, the texture rough, like rocky skin. Rock fruit. A red item description appeared above Sten. Advanced armed color hockey. The essence of armed color, honed through many years of dominance in the West Sea by Sten the giant rock and his numerous encounters with carp. Lin Qi looked at the red light orb. His heart stirred. There was one empty slot left in his equipment bar. He directly chose to equip it. A surge of powerful energy rose from within him. The armed color that had originally covered his body became denser and darker, faintly acquiring Sten's obsidian quality. The last equipment slot was filled. He traded the rock fruit to Li Xingming through a private message panel and then withdrew the lightning net that enveloped Sten's body. Next, he approached the other few gasping figures on the platform and repeated the process. 5 devil fruits were successively retrieved: animal type, dog fruit, blackmand, hyena form, superhuman type, quakesand fruit, natural type, thick, fog fruit, superhuman type, hardening fruit, superhuman type, spin fruit. 5 blue item descriptions were stored in the inventory, while the devil fruits were also traded to Li Xingming. After finishing, he withdrew the electromagnetic domain, and everything returned to normal. Scores on the panel fluctuated. The national fortune score from this battle increased by more than 150000. Item harvest: 1 red, 5 blue, 12 green, and 30 white. The only regret was that the countless item descriptions from the pirates who sank with the ship also fell into the deep sea and could not be salvaged. Binzi. Lin Qi's voice was not loud, but it was clear. Binzi approached with 3 warships. As he stepped onto the rocky platform, the first thing he saw was Sten the giant rock kneeling in the center. The West Sea overlord, who had once escaped under Carp's hand, now covered in blood with no signs of life. The ability users scattered across the platform had all perished, with not a single survivor. Binzi stood at attention and performed a standard military salute. The naval soldiers on the deck behind him stood in formation, each of their eyes burning with fervent light. Clear the battlefield. Count and list the wreckage on the sea and tally the number of identifiable pirate corpses. Yes. Binzi stood tall, turning to assign tasks. Only living captives have interrogation value. The dead are recorded directly. This process does not require further instructions from the commander. Lin Qi returned to the warship, pulling out a Den Mushi to dial out. The expression of the Den Mushi changed to a stern and steady face. The Marine Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku. Major General Qi Lin. How is the cleanup operation in the East Sea going? Report to Marshal Sengoku. The cleanup operation in the East Sea is proceeding smoothly, having annihilated 26 pirate crews. The battle report will be sent shortly. Additionally, the Giant Rock pirates have entered the East Sea, led by Captain Sten the Giant Rock, with 20 warships, over 600 pirates, and all their officers mobilized, intending to carry out large-scale destruction in the East Sea. Lin Qi's voice was steady and clear. We just engaged in a direct naval battle with them in a certain sea area of the East Sea. The Giant Rock pirates have been completely wiped out. Captain Sten the Giant Rock and all his officers have been killed. The East Sea Navy achieved a great victory, and a detailed battle report will be sent shortly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Sengoku certainly knew the Giant Rock pirates, and he was well aware of Sten the Giant Rock, the old pirate who had roamed the West Sea for many years and had once escaped unscathed under Carp. First kill the Golden Lion, then eradicate the Giant Rock. This young man is astonishingly sending the old legends into history at an alarming speed. Good. Sengoku only said one word, his tone revealing unhidden appreciation. This battle's merits will be recorded in detail by the headquarters. You have worked hard. There is one more thing. Lin Qi lowered his voice slightly. Marshal Sengoku, during the interception of communications intelligence from the giant rock pirates, we discovered that their intelligence sources in the East Sea were extremely precise, far exceeding the capabilities of a normal pirate intelligence network. After interrogating the captives, we obtained an important clue. Don Quixote Doflamingo has planted an undercover agent within our navy. This person has been lurking for many years and is one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking officers. It is said that there was once a Navy undercover agent beside Doflamingo who was detected and reported to Doflamingo, leading to the undercover agent's tragic demise. Sengoku, on the other end, clenched his fist, veins bulging, his voice suddenly cold as winter name. According to the captive, he is currently a Navy colonel codenamed Oni Take. There was a longer silence on the other end of the Den Mushi. Among the Navy's colonel-level officers lurks one of Doflamingo's top aides. This level of undercover agent is no longer just a matter of intelligence leakage, but a gaping hole in the Navy's command system. More critically, colonel-level officers have access to considerable levels of dispatch information. Has the source of this information been confirmed? Sengoku's voice came out one word at a time, and Lin Qi could feel the chilling, murderous intent from the Den Mushi. The captive's testimony completely matches the intercepted communication content. I recommend the headquarters conduct a covert investigation of Virgo. If we attempt to capture him directly, Doflamingo will immediately cut off all leads. Monitoring him in secret could allow us to trace Doflamingo's entire intelligence network within the Navy. Sengoku remained silent for a moment, his voice laced with a layer of cold, hard, murderous intent. Agreed. I will personally arrange for a covert investigation. Do not mention this to anyone. Understood. The Den Mushi call ended. Lin Qi stood at the edge of the rocky platform, the sea breeze blowing his major general's coat. But a slight curve began to form at the corner of his mouth. To receive without giving back is not proper. Don Quixote Doflamingo, since you want to play, let's continue. Vinzi ordered the soldiers behind him to tally the spoils of war. Several devil fruits had already been delivered to Li Xingming, and the Huaxia team gained 6 more fruits. The moment the name Virgo entered Sengoku's ears, Doflamingo's most crucial piece in the Navy had already begun its countdown. In the year 1514 of the Haiyuan calendar, on the 80th day, the Eastern Sea cleanup operation concluded, and when Lin Qi returned to Logtown, 20 days had just passed. In 10 days, the settlement of the 3rd National Fortune Competition will arrive. Just as he sat down at the command center, his private message panel lit up with messages from Li Xingming, one after another. This time, the national fortune points have increased by more than 150,000. After consuming 6 demon fruits, the increase reached 210,000. The conclusion drawn was that high-grade demon fruits added 1,000 points, medium grade added 5,000 points, and low grade added 2,000 points. Li Xingming paused. Adding to the previous accumulation, the total points of the Huaxia team have already surpassed 1.2 million. Seeing this number, Lin Qi's lips curled slightly. During the second settlement, Huaxia led with 8,300 points, and now they had gained nearly 4,000 more. On the side of the anti-Hu alliance, he flipped through the world channel, noticing that the players from those rival countries were barely chatting. The anti-Hu alliance folks are definitely up to no good. After being severely beaten by you last time, they vanished without a trace. Li Xingming spoke his mind. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we cover it. Lin Qi replied. As long as our strength is strong enough, no scheme will work. You're right. Li Xingming shifted the topic. There has been progress on the Owl's side. Zhao Xiaozhou has already grasped the situation of the divine nation, and the initial contact went smoother than expected. The one who calls himself God Gonfuer was surprisingly easy to talk to. We agreed to have a formal discussion tomorrow. I want you to accompany us secretly. If the negotiation goes well, you want me to show up. Should we require a show of force, just your presence will suffice. No problem. Lin Qi agreed readily and asked, how is the development of the weapon fruit going? When it came to weapon fruits, Li Xingming became excited, responding even more quickly. It's much easier than I imagined. The development of weapon fruits relies entirely on imagination and physical strength. I have access to all weapon data in the country, and now apart from large weapons that require too much strength, the rest can almost all take shape. A few days ago, I even created a rudimentary radar. Now I can sense everything within a 20-kilometer radius, and one of my ears has been fixed into a radar shape. Lin Qi's eyes brightened. A radar in the pirate world is a capability of overwhelming magnitude. Even the strongest observation hockey has range limitations, but electromagnetic wave radar is not bound by such limits. That's great. However, those rival countries unable to defeat us will surely use the indigenous people of the pirate world to attack us indirectly. Li Xingming's expression turned serious. I also thought of that. So this trip to Sky Island must not falter. If we can establish a secret base on the Gaia Island that was washed up into the sky, we will have an extra fallback. I have gained much more ability now and have some new ideas for the trip to Sky Island. Prepare more metals, we will try it tomorrow. Li Xingming sent the current coordinates of the floating base and ended the conversation. Lin Qi immediately arranged the affairs of Log Town with Smoker continuing to handle daily defense and Binzi staying behind at the command center. The next morning he donned a dark cloak and transformed into a bolt of lightning soaring into the sky. When Lin Qi landed in the central square of the base, Li Xingming had already prepared the items. He requested a mountain of high-quality steel and iron ore. Owl Zhao Xiaozhou stood nearby holding a hand-drawn map of the Sky Island's location. The entrance to the Divine Nation is above GD Cloud about 300 kilometers southeast of our current location at an altitude of around 10,000 meters. Zhao Xiaozhou pointed at the marked coordinates on the map. I flew up there directly last time, so I'm quite clear on the location. Today we will also fly up. Lin Qi walked over to the pile of steel and pressed his hands down. The abilities of the magnetic fruit and the thunder fruit were activated simultaneously. The steel floated in the electromagnetic field heated to a semi-molten state by high-frequency electromagnetic eddies with impurities bursting out as sparks, leaving behind pure molten steel reshaped in the magnetic field. The entire process had no furnace, no molds, only pure electromagnetic force, completing the entire procedure from or to finished product in the air. In just a few minutes, a streamlined metal box and a launch platform with electromagnetic acceleration rails were completed. Li Xingming approached the box, knocked on the metal shell with his hand, his eyes shining with the excitement of a physicist seeing a new experimental device. Space elevator. Exactly. Lin Qi patted the box. Although it's not very useful in actual combat, the efficiency of transporting to and from Sky Island is much higher than that of warships. It's just the right time to test it. The five of them entered the box: Lin Qi, Li Xingming, Zhao Xiaozhou, a negotiation expert, and a psychology expert. As the hatch closed, Lin Qi's electromagnetic field enveloped the entire box, the magnetic levitation countering gravity, and the box slowly floated along the launch track. In the next second, the electromagnetic launch activated and the box suddenly accelerated along the track, breaking the sound barrier. At the moment, it left the track shooting towards the GD Cloud at a 45-degree angle. During the high-speed flight, Lin Qi continuously adjusted the trajectory with magnetic force using observation hockey combined with electromagnetic induction to penetrate the clouds and lock onto the target position. Inside the box, it was as stable as if it were at rest, creating a strange contrast with the outside world's rapid speed. The Divine Nation. Angel Island. When the metal box landed on Angel Beach, the guards of the Sky Island were already on high alert, as the commotion from that thing flying over was indeed too loud. Zhao Xiaozhou was the first to exit the box, indicating their intention with Sky Island etiquette. Moments later, an old man with white hair riding a bird descended from the clouds. Gonfuer, the current god of the Divine Nation. There was no imposing authority on his face, instead it bore the unique gentleness and fatigue of an elderly person. In fact, he had long grown weary of the title god, just hadn't found someone to take over. The negotiation took place in the Cloud Palace of Angel Island. Gonfuer sat on a chair molded from the island's clouds, beside him a cup of cloud tea heated with local shelf. Li Xingming went straight to the point, proposing a trade using soil seeds and metal tools from Qinghai in exchange for various shells from Sky Island. Soil, eh? Gonfuer raised his eyebrows, clearly surprised by this proposal. Are you referring to soil that can grow plants? 10 tons. Li Xingming emphasized, the first batch for trial trading. If the results are satisfactory, we will supply monthly thereafter. Gonfuer's hand paused on the teacup. He understood better than anyone the value of soil on Sky Island. Above this white sea, the only cultivable land was that small piece of Gaia Island debris washed up by the rising sea currents. Centuries of farming had long depleted its fertility. If there was soil from Qinghai, Sky Island would no longer depend on the output of that small piece of land. What do you want in return? Shells. Sound shells, impact shells, repulse shells, samples, and detailed usage instructions for each. If the trading goes smoothly, we hope to establish a long-term cooperation channel. The negotiation progressed unusually smoothly. Gonfuer was not a greedy person, he just wanted to secure more resources for his people. When both sides laid out their lists, everyone realized it was a win-win deal. The agreement was quickly finalized. Gonfuer even proactively introduced the situation of the Divine Nation after the atmosphere became cordial, including the dense primeval forest on the island called Apiato, the ferocious beasts dwelling within, and the giant python, known as the Master of the Sky, and those Sandian people who had been enemies of Sky Island for generations. If you plan to explore Apiato, I won't stop you. Gonfuer looked at Li Xingming, but it is indeed dangerous. The Master of the Sky is not a creature that ordinary beasts can compare with. Li Xingming nodded in thanks, and then did something that made Gonfuer's pupils constrict. He directly transported 10 tons of soil and other materials to the negotiation site through the trading channel in front of Gonfuer. Mountains of black fertile soil appeared out of nowhere in the square outside the Cloud Palace, and the fragrance of the soil filled the air. Ganfu watched this scene, remaining silent for a long time. The information about the Qinghai people who could manipulate space redefined the significance of this cooperation in his heart. The samples of shells and the usage instruction manuals that Ganfu had prepared were soon delivered as well. Li Xingming opened the manual, scanned a few pages, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Sound shells can record and play sounds. Impact shells can store and release a one-time shock wave, and repulse shells are upgraded versions of impact shells powerful enough to shatter rocks. If the shells produced by Sky Island can be supplied on a large scale, the individual firepower of the Huaxia team will directly be enhanced to a new level. The metal box activated once more. This time Lin Qi did not need Zhao Xiaozhou to guide him. His electromagnetic induction had already locked onto a direction. In the magnetic field towards Apiato, there was a metal response so dense that he thought it was an underground iron mine. But the distribution of those metals was too orderly, not the natural distribution of ores, but rather the arrangement of artificial structures. The golden city of Xiangduola. As the box penetrated the clouds above Apiato, a golden city half buried in the jungle appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire city's architecture was cast from gold, from the foundation to the roof, covered in vines and moss accumulated over hundreds of years. But when sunlight streamed through the canopy, the forgotten gold still sparkled with an unquenchable brilliance in the mossy crevices. Pyramid-shaped temples, towering altars, golden pillars carved with totems of flying birds and giant snakes. The glory of centuries past was swallowed by the jungle, yet gold does not decay. Zhao Xiaozhou was the first to jump out of the box, the ability of the owl fruit allowing him to complete a terrain reconnaissance of the ancient city's outskirts in an instant. Upon returning, his expression was complex. This city is not small, currently no signs of human activity have been found. But there are sounds indicating large creatures moving deep within the jungle. Li Xingming, accompanied by the negotiation expert and psychology expert, began collecting golden ornaments scattered on the surfaces of the buildings. They did not possess the pretentiousness of archaeologists. This gold had lain in Xiangduola for hundreds of years, and rather than continue to sleep, it was better to turn it into procurement funds for the Huaxia team. Gold bricks and ornaments were sent back to the base through the trading panel, exchanged for berries and materials on the trading channel. From today onwards, the Huaxia team's financial issues would no longer be a problem. Lin Qi stood before the ruins of the Golden Clock Tower, his electromagnetic induction penetrating layers of rocks and soil, sensing the depths below. Beneath the gold, there was more gold. Just then he caught a trace of an abnormal fluctuation at the edge of his perception. Li Xingming also became alert, and before long Zhao Xiaozhou rushed out from the dense forest, his face in the form of the owl, filled with horror. Before he could speak, a tremendous beast roar exploded from deep within the forest, shaking the surrounding golden structures into a humming resonance. The brittle sound of snapping trees approached from afar. Large ancient trees were abruptly snapped in half like matchsticks. A gust of wind carrying a fishy scent rushed toward them, and a head large enough to swallow a warship slowly rose above the treetops. Its head was larger than the entire building, its scales a deep green, each plate the size of a tabletop, reflecting a cold light under the sun. Its vertical pupil was over a person's height, and the golden iris reflected the ruins of the golden city, as well as the few humans standing on the ruins staring up at it. The master of the sky, as large as Ganfu described, no, even larger than what Ganfu had said. Lin Qi stood at the forefront of the group, looking up at the giant python that obscured half the sky. The head of the Lord of the Void slowly rose above the treetops, its deep green scales reflecting a chilling light in the sunlight. Its vertical pupils were taller than a person, and within the golden irises the ruins of the golden city were reflected. Lin Qi raised his left hand slightly, and a magnetic field began to gather in his palm. Suddenly a hand reached from behind and placed itself on his shoulder. It was Li Xingming. Li Xingming's gaze was fixed on the Lord of the Void, a glimmer of eagerness shining in his eyes. I need some real combat too. Since developing the weapon fruit, I've been lacking a target that can withstand it. This big fellow is perfect. Lin Qi glanced at him and retracted the magnetic field. Your moves are a bit too loud, take it easy. Don't collapse, Xiangduola. No problem. Before Li Xingming finished speaking, his body began to transform. His physique contracted and expanded, becoming metallic, morphing into a sleek, high-speed, unmanned reconnaissance drone. The humming of the turbine engines echoed over the golden ruins, and in the next second, he soared into the sky, circling above the Lord of the Void. He was conducting a pre-battle reconnaissance, confirming the surrounding terrain, the distribution of golden buildings, and the nearest open areas. Then he deliberately flew in front of the Lord of the Void, angled his wings, and fired a small missile. The missile accurately hit the tip of the Lord of the Void's nose, exploding into a blinding flash of light. The massive head of the Lord of the Void sank slightly, and when it lifted again, its vertical pupils were ablaze with raw fury. Smoke billowed from the scales that had been struck, yet only the surface was charred. The scales themselves remained undamaged. Its mouth opened wide, letting out a deafening roar that echoed through the sky. Green venom dripped from its teeth onto the ground, hissing as it corroded the stone floor into smoking pits. Seeing the drone approach, it snapped its jaws. Li Xingming skillfully pulled up the nose of the drone, slipping through the gaps between its teeth. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided test, with the drone rapidly circling around the Lord of the Void, utilizing its absolute speed advantage to evade all of its attacks. It tried to bite, but missed. It swung its tail but failed to hit. It attempted to crush with its body, but couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, Li Xingming continuously changed weapon modules, using machine guns to sweep the scales to test their hardness, using armor-piercing rounds to pinpoint weaknesses, and using incendiary rounds to test reaction speed. Every piece of data was recorded in the tactical database of the weapon fruit. Lin Qi stood on the ruins, nodding slightly. Li Xingming's strategy was textbook guerrilla warfare, standing invincible due to his absolute speed advantage, using sustained long-range firepower to wear down the enemy, avoiding close combat, and not giving the opponent any chance for a comeback. The weapon fruit in his hands was not merely a weapons cache, it was a physical embodiment of an entire tactical system. The 10-minute test allowed Li Xingming to identify 3 weaknesses: the 7-inch mark, the eyes, and the snake's mouth. He no longer lingered, swiftly withdrawing the drone to land on a mountaintop. The moment it landed, it began to transform. As his feet stabilized, the 11 barrels of the 1130 Closian defense gun were already aimed at the Lord of the Void. The tongues of fire began to roar. 183 tungsten core, tail-stabilized armor-piercing rounds per second poured down in a concentrated barrage at the 7-inch mark of the Lord of the Void. The previously tested area of scales only held up for 2 seconds under the relentless assault of the concentrated armor-piercing rounds before beginning to shatter. Flesh and scales flew apart, and the Lord of the Void emitted a howl of pain that was unlike any of its previous roars. It rolled frantically, trying to shield its 7-inch mark with the scales on the side of its body. Its body lay flat against the ground, attempting to crawl along the surface. Li Xingming adjusted the gun's aim. The tongues of the Closian defense gun followed the body of the Lord of the Void, sweeping past, leaving trails of blood seeping from the gaps in the scales, with some weaker areas even showing cracks. When the tongues of fire swept towards the snake's head, the Lord of the Void instinctively closed its eyes, but the eyelid's defense was no match for the scales. The intense barrage hit its eyelids, causing it to roll on the ground in agony. Though its eyelids were not penetrated in that moment, it clearly realized that in another second they would break, and its eyes would be lost. The Lord of the Void let out a reluctant roar, its massive body suddenly leaping up with an agility unfitting for its size, darting into the depths of the dense forest. After escaping the range of fire, it turned back through the gaps in the treetops, its vertical pupils filled with human-like resentment and anger, locking eyes with Li Xingming. Then it vanished into the shadows of the forest. Li Xingming transformed back, breathing heavily with sweat beads covering his forehead, needing to lean on his knees to steady himself. The continuous fire from the Closian defense gun, combined with the high-speed maneuvers, had drained his stamina significantly. Lin Qi walked over, patted his shoulder, and spoke with genuine admiration. "The weapon fruit is simply perfect for you. Your tactical system combined with various weapons can completely form an army as long as your stamina is sufficient." Li Xingming managed to catch his breath, straightened up, and his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. "The practical effect is indeed excellent. It's just that my stamina still can't keep up. I need to practice more. The Closian defense gun consumes too much." Lin Qi smiled mysteriously and said, "Wait a moment, don't resist." Lin Qi placed his hand on Li Xingming's shoulder and said to the system, "Grant the blue attribute source of strength to Li Xingming." A system prompt appeared. "Grant successful, cooldown 30 days. Soon Li Xingming felt his stamina rapidly recovering, the speed of recovery surpassing anything he had experienced before. Li Xingming looked at Lin Qi and asked, "What is this?" Lin Qi replied, "This is one of my special abilities." Li Xingming wanted to ask more. At that moment, Zhao Xiaozhou emerged from the forest, having completed the reconnaissance in owl form. The terrain of the Skypiea island has been fully mapped. There is a mountain to the northeast, primarily composed of rock layers with a concealed terrain and minimal beast activity, making it suitable for a base location. The group immediately set off. The mountain was, as Zhao Xiaozhou had described, a stone mountain surrounded by dense primeval forest with wide visibility at the summit, but difficult to detect. Li Xingming circled around the mountain, tapping on the rock wall, nodding in satisfaction. Mostly rock layers, very solid. When we bring the rock fruit user, we can quickly hollow out the interior of the mountain. From the outside, it still looks like a mountain, but inside it will be our base. Lin Qi nodded. Once the base on Skypiea Island was completed, the Huaxia team would have 2 floating bases, one in the East Sea and one in the White Sea. An aerial network, mutually supportive. More importantly, this base is hidden on the forgotten golden ancient island, naturally concealed, making it nearly impossible for outside forces to discover. The group did not linger any longer. Lin Qi piloted the metallic box, launching via electromagnetic catapult, speeding back along the route they had come. After delivering Li Xingming and the others back to the floating base, he did not stop, donning a cloak and transforming into a streak of lightning, flying solo towards Rog Town. This trip had yielded significant gains, but there was still a pile of official business waiting for him in the East Sea. In the waters off the coast of Rog Town, dusk fell. Lin Qi slowed down above the sea surface, still several kilometers away from the military port. The setting sun tinged the sea surface goldened, and the sea breeze brought a familiar salty scent. The lights of Rog Town in the distance were already beginning to illuminate. At that moment, something brushed against the edge of his electromagnetic sensing. A flying object was emerging from the high cloud layers. It was massive, flying at an incredible speed, its trajectory not linear, but rhythmically undulating, rising and falling in a flight cadence. Lin Qi looked up. The clouds were torn apart, and a gigantic shadow slowly descended from the cloud gap. It was not any kind of aircraft he had seen before. It was an eastern dragon. Deep blue scales covered its entire body, with each scale larger than a warship's sail. The entire dragon glided through the clouds. The dragon's head slowly lowered, a pair of amber vertical pupils glowing in the shadow of the clouds, gazing down at the human suspended in the air below. Lin Qi's heart raced in that instant. In the world of pirates, there was only one dragon that could fly in the sky: Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the captain of the beast pirates, known to the world as the strongest creature. But he shouldn't be here. According to the storyline, Kaido should be in the New World right now, preparing his beast army in Wano country, with at least 2 more years before he arrived in the East Sea. Yet here he was right in front of Lin Qi. The script was completely off. Kaido's dragon head slowly turned, his amber vertical pupils locking onto Lin Qi. Then the dragon spoke. Its voice was deep, like magma rolling beneath the earth, each syllable carrying enough pressure to make the air tremble. You are the one, the thunderfruit user that Don Quixote Doflamingo spoke of. Qi Lin. As soon as Lin Qi heard the name Don Quixote Doflamingo, all his doubts instantly connected into a complete chain. Doflamingo informed Kaido. That bastard not only incited the giant rock pirates, but also leaked the news to Kaido. Using others' knives to kill, and when he couldn't borrow the knife from the giant rock, he borrowed the knife from one of the 4 emperors. After the annihilation of the giant rock pirates, Kaido did not change his target. Because Kaido was not here to avenge anyone, he was here to collect rare fruit users. The Thunder Fruit is one of the top-tier Logia types in the entire pirate world. Doflamingo merely provided a fuse. What truly attracted Kaido to cross half the world to come to the East Sea was the value of the Thunder Fruit itself. Kaido hovered in the air, not in a hurry to make a move. His amber vertical pupils scrutinized Lin Qi, eyes carrying a calmness that assessed the quality of prey. There was no killing intent, no anger, just a feeling that sent chills down Lin Qi's spine, as if a person were looking at an item on a shelf, internally estimating its worth. Lin Qi took a deep breath, pushing all his emotions back down. Fear was useless, anger was useless, and regret was even more so. Kaido was already standing before him, and now he needed to consider only one thing: how to survive. He flicked the fingertips of his right hand, and several steel pieces silently slid into his palm. His left hand gently clasped at his side, the magnetic field beginning to expand outward from him. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Lin Qi looked at Kaido, his voice calm. What did he tell you? That there is a Thunder Fruit user in the East Sea who killed the Golden Lion, making it worth your personal visit. Kaido's dragon mouth curled into a grin, revealing rows of sharp, menacing teeth. It was a smile, but it held no goodwill, only the fervor and greed that one displays when spotting a coveted prey. He said, "You are quite durable." The dragon's head suddenly reared back, and a dragon's roar shook. Kaido's dragon roar still echoed in the sky, and the flame of his breath had yet to dissipate when Lin Qi smiled. It was a smile from the heart, filled with excitement. Finally here. He spread his fingers slightly, and arcs of electricity danced between them. The pinnacle of the pirate world. Let me see how vast the gap truly is. Across from him, Kaido's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. This man, upon seeing him, showed not fear or despair but excitement. It gave Kaido a rare sense of novelty. Interesting. The dragon's mouth curled into a grin. Do you want a quick death? No. Lin Qi's body erupted with lightning. I want to see how much of my strength you can draw out. Lin Qi did not wait for Kaido to strike. He steadied himself in midair, spread his arms, and activated his lightning body at full power. The energy of the Thunder Fruit within him surged like a river, bursting its banks, released through every pore of his body. This was not simple electrical discharge. He was creating charged particles. Every molecule in the air was stripped, ionized, and recombined under his electromagnetic influence. Kaido observed this process, but did not intervene. He was curious to see what tricks this Marine Rear Admiral could pull off. The ion electromagnetic field fully deployed expanded silently to a diameter of 1 kilometer with Lin Qi at its center. The moment the field took shape, Kaido's expression changed. His observation haki was suppressed. The same top-tier haki that could perceive an entire battlefield in any war was now compressed to a mere 5 meters around him. Beyond 5 meters, all was pitch black. It was the dual interference of magnetism and lightning disrupting the perception frequency of haki. Without a word, Kaido opened his dragon mouth wide. Scorching dragon breath condensed deep in his throat, and an orange-eared glow seeped through the gaps between his scales. The next second, a blast of dragon breath capable of melting steel erupted, carving a devastating straight line through the air toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi did not dodge. A plasma shield materialized in front of him, an energy barrier composed of high-temperature plasma. The moment the dragon breath collided with the shield, there was no explosion, no deafening roar, only an eerie sound, like a red-hot iron being plunged into water. The plasma layer continuously consumed the energy of the dragon breath, dispersing, absorbing, and neutralizing it. Kaido's vertical pupils contracted sharply. His dragon breath had been rendered ineffective. Kaido stopped testing. His massive dragon body twisted violently in the air, accelerating at an explosive speed. His claws instantly became coated with a layer of jet-black armament haki, a darkness darker than any Lin Qi had ever seen. The dragon claw directly grabbed the plasma shield. The shield caved inward like a transparent wall struck by a heavy blow. Cracks spread from the point of impact, and it shattered under the strain. But Lin Qi was no longer there. Within the ion electromagnetic field, he was lightning itself. Every particle was his coordinate, and his movement between particles was nearly instantaneous. Kaido's claw tore through his afterimage. The discharge continued. The charged particles grew denser and more numerous. They did not attack Kaido. Attacking his body directly was meaningless. They drifted, gathered, and accumulated in the air like a pot of water, slowly heating up. Kaido felt it. A tingling numbness spread across his scales like a faint current crawling over his skin. It was not painful, not even uncomfortable, but it meant something was building up on his hide. "Are you giving me electrotherapy?" Kaido grinned. "Tingly and numb. Not bad." Lin Qi did not answer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a packet of metal powder he had prepared for the power of the magnet fruit activated. The powder was drawn out, swirling in the air above his palm. Then with a casual flick, he scattered the powder into the air, into the entire field. Kaido's expression turned serious for the first time. The metal powder merged completely into the field, invisible to the naked eye. But Kaido's perception could detect their presence around his body. They leaped between every arc of lightning, becoming new conductive nodes. In an instant, the lightning within the entire field became frenzied. The arcs no longer needed Lin Qi's active control. They leaped, chained, and stacked among the metal powder on their own. The tingling numbness on the dragon scales turned into a stabbing pain. Kaido decided not to wait any longer. His battle instinct told him that letting this marine continue his preparations would lead to trouble. His dragon body surged. Armament haki covered his head, claws, and tail, the 3 strongest attack points, launching a full-scale assault on Lin Qi from all directions. The dragon head bit, claws slashed, tail swept. Attacks arrived simultaneously from different angles, sealing all escape routes. But within the field, lightning did not need to dodge. Lin Qi's form shuttled between ions. Kaido's attacks always struck the position Lin Qi had occupied an instant before. And Lin Qi's counterattacks arrived precisely in the gaps of Kaido's strikes. Extending a finger, he fired ion thundermagnetic beams at Kaido. One after another, high-energy particle beams struck every part of Kaido's body. The moment the beams hit the dragon scales, triple damage occurred simultaneously: penetration, burning, and electrical discharge. White smoke hissed from the scales, and a faint, acrid smell filled the air. But when the smoke cleared, the scales were intact. Lin Qi's expression remained unchanged. He had not expected to breach Kaido's defense so easily. This was a tactic he had learned from Li Xingming's fight against Kong Jiju, systematically identifying the target's defensive weak points. His attacks became more targeted. Every spot on the dragon head was repeatedly struck by ion thundermagnetic beams. Eyelids, scale-level defense impossible to penetrate. Crown scales, too thick. Attacking the tip of the nose, Kaido tilted his head slightly. Not a conscious reaction, but a defensive instinct. Lin Qi's attacks converged on the nose. Each hit left a tiny scorch mark. Though it healed instantly, it was indeed breached. Next target. When Kaido closed his mouth to bite, Lin Qi seized the moment of the open mouth and fired an ion thundermagnetic beam directly into the oral cavity. Kaido snapped his mouth shut and jerked his head back. That attack had worked. The mucous membrane inside the mouth had no scale protection, and the high heat and electric shock inflicted substantial damage. Though it was not even a light wound for Kaido, it was still real damage. One last spot. When Kaido swept his tail, Lin Qi noticed a detail at the base of the tail. The muscles near the rear end tightened before the attack arrived, and the entire tail swing deliberately avoided that direction. A faint smile curved Lin Qi's lips. 3 ion thundermagnetic beams struck the same spot consecutively. Kaido's body jolted violently, and his tail recoiled as if burned. 3 weak points: nose, mouth, and rear. With the weak points found, the combat strategy had to change. Lin Qi took out 3 specially crafted steel plates, his personal combat consumables. Each was made of refined tungsten steel with precisely calculated shape and weight. He instantly teleported to the edge of the field, putting 500 meters between him and Kaido. He tossed the 3 steel plates lightly into the air. The magnet fruit's power completed ballistic calculation, orbit construction, and acceleration prep in 0.3 seconds. The steel plates spun at high speed, and a sharp whistling sound pierced the silence of the field. First shot: target mouth. Kaido immediately closed his mouth and turned his head, but the railgun's speed was too fast. The plate grazed the side of a dragon fang and shot inside. The sound of the fang shattering was crisp and piercing, fragments flying with blood. Kaido let out a muffled grunt. Second shot: target nose. Hit. Precisely struck the most vulnerable cartilage area at the tip of the nose. The wound was not deep, but blood gushed out, dragon blood dripping along the whiskers. Kaido jerked his head, blood arcing through the wind. Third shot: target neck. This was not Kaido's weak point, merely a diversion. Kaido's armament haki had already covered his neck, but the kinetic energy of the railgun exceeded his expectations. A clear crack appeared on the scale, and fine beads of blood seeped from the fissure. Though it did not penetrate, that scale was ruined. A second of silence. Then Kaido's roar shook the heavens. Conqueror's haki mixed with the dragon's cry, erupting. "You little rear admiral, how dare you wound me?" Lin Qi hovered in place, his expression calm. "Weren't you always trying to commit suicide? Weren't you always looking for someone who could hurt you? Now you're hurt. You should be happy." Kaido's vertical pupils blazed with genuine fury. Those words struck a nerve. Being wounded by a rear admiral was not liberation, but humiliation. The dragon mouth opened again, and dragon breath spewed out. Lin Qi's plasma shield formed before him again. The dragon breath was once more neutralized. Maintaining the plasma shield required continuous stamina, but with the support of multiple buffs, Lin Qi could hold it for a short time. Kaido changed tactics. His dragon body circled in the sky, and the heavens began to darken. This was the racial ability of the Eastern Azure Dragon, to summon wind and rain. Dark clouds converged from all directions toward the battlefield, and raindrops as large as beans fell from the sky. These were not ordinary raindrops. Kaido was trying to create seawater rain to weaken Lin Qi, a devil fruit user. But the moment the seawater entered the field, it was instantly ionized. No matter how much water entered the 1-kilometer radius field, it was immediately bombarded by dense charged particles and turned into plasma. Water molecules were disassembled the moment they entered the field, never even getting a chance to touch Lin Qi. Summoning wind and rain. Lin Qi looked up at the gathering clouds, his tone flat. "Thank you for saving me the trouble. Now it's my turn." The dark clouds Kaido had summoned now enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Qi raised his head, lifted his right hand high, and pointed his fingers toward the sky. The Thunderfruit's power operated at full capacity. The charge accumulated in the clouds began to be drawn by his will, and lightning danced within the cloud layer. The dark clouds began to swirl and churn. At the center of the vortex, lightning gathered. It started as blue, then gradually shifted color, from blue to cyan, then to violet blue, and finally to pure purple. Purple. The transformation brought by the Thunder Origin ability. Lin Qi's lightning was no longer ordinary. It was a higher existence, with greater heat, stronger penetration, and faster speed. At the center of the vortex, a massive qilin began to take shape. Purple lightning formed its body. Every arc was a pattern on its fur. Every leap was the rhythm of its limbs. It poked its head out of the clouds, looking down from above at the dragon's silhouette, hovering below. The moment Kaido saw the qilin, a strong alarm rang in his heart. The instinct of a battle-hardened warrior screamed. He turned without hesitation, trying to flee the airspace. Lin Qi moved as well. The 1-kilometer field moved with him, and the dark clouds moved with him too, the qilin always hanging directly above Kaido. No matter which direction Kaido flew, the qilin remained directly above him, the distance neither shortening nor lengthening. Kaido realized he could not escape. He stopped midair, looking up at the purple thunder beast. His armament haki began to cover his entire body comprehensively, not localized but full body coating. His dragon form turned into a deep black, only his amber vertical pupils still glowing. "Come on, let me see if you can make me bleed." Kaido's voice was as low as subterranean magma. Lin Qi pressed his right hand downward. The qilin stepped down from the sky. There was no sound of falling, only a thunderclap that could tear eardrums. A beam of purple light shot straight down from the sky, its tip precisely aimed at Kaido's head. At the moment of contact, Lin Qi made the Qilin explode, not a single lightning strike, but a thunderous detonation. Purple light swallowed everything. Every metal powder particle within the field became a conductive node for the lightning. The charge released by the Qilin's explosion was reclaimed, amplified, and re-released by the field. On Kaido's head, the purple lightning struck not once, but repeatedly, continuously, endlessly. Each bolt of lightning was like a red-hot iron hammer, slamming into the scales of his head, into the gaps between scales, into the bleeding wounds. Kaido's agonized cry came from the center of the thunderstorm. It was a suppressed, enraged, unyielding roar, but it was indeed a cry of pain. When the purple light faded, Kaido's head was a mess. The scales were covered in cracks, several scales had been torn off, revealing the raw red flesh beneath. The base of his horns oozed blood, and the area around his eyes was charred black. Blood streamed down his face, making him look ferocious and terrifying. Kaido stared at Lin Qi. His amber vertical pupils no longer held the calm of a predator examining its prey, only pure, violent, murderous intent. "I will kill you." Lin Qi hovered in the distance, the residual purple lightning still dancing at his fingertips. He looked at the battered Kaido, his expression still calm. "Kill me." He raised his right hand, and in the clouds that had not yet dispersed, another purple light began to condense. Kaido, that was just the appetizer. Before Lin Qi's words faded, the muscles on Kaido's dragon body began to swell dramatically. Scorching steam hissed from the gaps between scales. Not smoke from lightning, but the hot air of his body temperature soaring to the extreme. His dragon form began to shrink. From a sky-obscuring giant dragon, he contracted into a 3-meter turtle giant. His muscles bulged like mountains, and cyan scale patterns spread from his neck to his forearms. A thick dragon tail swayed slowly behind him. This was Kaido's strongest hybrid form. Kaido lowered his head, looked at the still bleeding wound on his dragon arm, then raised his head and grinned. That smile held no anger, only pure, blazing battle lust. "Rear Admiral." His voice was hoarse and low. "Do you know how many years it's been since someone made me bleed? I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. I want you to join the Beast Pirates. I want you to join my Beast Pirate crew." Kaido's hybrid form stood in the air, muscles bulging like mountains, his dragon tail swaying slowly behind him. He was covered in blood, yet he laughed wildly and fervently, as if it was someone else who had just been battered and bruised by the Qilin. In his amber-slit pupils burned a pure desire for possession. Lin Qi looked at his smile and smiled back. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his gaze even held a hint of mockery. "Join you." Lin Qi raised his right hand slightly, the residual purple arc dancing at his fingertips. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. "Are you dreaming right now?" Kaido's smile froze for a moment. In that instant, Lin Qi's expression suddenly tightened, his pupils constricting to pinpoints, his electromagnetic perception locking onto every muscle movement of Kaido's body. Hybrid form. The strongest form of the strongest creature. Joking aside, every second that followed was a matter of life and death. Kaido did not get angry. He reached behind him, retrieving the Wolf Fang club from an unknown place. Lin Qi's gaze fell on the club, his pupils slightly shrinking. The iron club, as thick as a forearm, was covered in jagged spikes, each one stained with dark red marks, remnants of dried blood from countless battles. The color of the iron club began to deepen, the armed color haki spreading from Kaido's palm to the club, wrapping each spike in a deep dark hue. Then black and red lightning erupted from the iron club. The conqueror's haki intertwined. The mark of the true top powerhouse of the New World. Garp's iron fist, white beards, swirling clouds, all once entwined with such black-red lightning. Lin Qi did not wait for Kaido to make a move. His greatest advantage had never been power, but mobility. Within a fraction of a second, he retreated to the edge of the area while his right hand delved into his pocket, a steel plate sliding into his palm. Kaido moved as well. His 3-meter-tall figure created a sonic boom in the air as the Wolf Fang club wrapped in black-red lightning smashed down. The first super electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. The steel plate accelerated to its maximum speed along the magnetic track enveloped in purple lightning, shooting directly at Kaido. The two forces collided in midair, the Wolf Fang club smashing into the steel plate, the entwined black-red lightning, and the purple lightning of the thunder fruit exploding into a mass. The shockwave swept across the battlefield. Lin Qi had already teleported to the other side before the shockwave arrived. His gaze pierced through the center of the explosion, seeing Kaido retreat half a step, his right arm gripping the Wolf Fang club, trembling slightly. Kaido had not yet regained his composure when the warning of Kenbunchika haki exploded in his mind. Combat instinct surpassed thought. The Wolf Fang club swung back. The second super electromagnetic cannon was already upon him. Another collision. Another war. Kaido staggered back again, a numbness spreading from his palm to his elbow. The third shot came slanting down from above. Kaido gritted his teeth, swinging out a third thunderous bagua. This time he did not retreat, for his arm had already gone numb and was unresponsive. The black-red lightning crackled with an unstable tremor. Kaido looked down at his trembling right arm. The last time it had trembled like this was during the clash with Garp's iron fist. He thought there would be no one else in the world capable of numbing his arm. Now a Navy Rear Admiral had actually managed to do it. He howled skyward, his body beginning to spin. Tornado of destruction. The Azure Dragon's call of wind and rain was compressed and refined in its hybrid form. Kaido's body spun rapidly, flame clouds erupting from his pores, combining the high temperature of dragon breath with centrifugal force, forming a fiery tornado. But the flame clouds only rolled within a 5-meter radius of Kaido. They could spread no further. Fire requires oxygen to burn. The air around Kaido had long been ionized by Lin Qi's electromagnetic field. During the battle, the oxygen molecules stripped of electrons, turning into charged ions. In a place without oxygen, where would the flame burn? The flame tornado struggled within the 5-meter range like a fire beast trapped in a cage. Lin Qi watched coldly from a distance. None of this was spontaneous. Preparations had begun the moment the area was established. It was a scheme from start to finish. Now it was his turn to attack. Lin Qi raised both hands. With 3 super electromagnetic cannons fired, the ion density around Kaido escalated to a new level. These charged particles had merely been drifting and accumulating. Now under Lin Qi's will they began to seep into Kaido's body. The magnetic field was adjusted to a specific frequency, penetrating the skin, muscles, and bones, triggering a high-frequency resonance in the soft tissues. Joint, cartilage, visceral walls, vascular walls, every moisture-rich tissue became a medium for resonance. Countless electromagnetic scalpels formed within Kaido's body. His screams tore through the battlefield. He clutched his head and bent over, his movements freezing midway. Bending further intensified the resonance in his abdomen. Blood began to seep through his skin. It wasn't an external injury, it was capillaries bursting in resonance, blood oozing from his pores. Do you think such an attack can hurt me? Kaido straightened up, blood seeping from his teeth. Dream on. My recovery ability. Before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. The second wave of resonance erupted. But this time it was different. The electromagnetic scalpels were mixed with metallic powder. That powder had been scattered into the air since the battle began, seeping into Kaido's pores through the electric field, penetrating the skin, entering the bloodstream, and settling in the soft tissues. Every grain of powder transformed into the skeleton of a scalpel. Resonance combined with foreign object cutting turned the inside of Kaido's body into a miniature meat grinder. Kaido's scream drowned out all sounds on the battlefield. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His 3-meter-tall body trembled violently in the air. His wings could not maintain balance, and his dragon tail drooped weakly. His entire being hovered in the air, barely sustained by the power of the devil fruit. How does the feeling of slow slicing feel? What does it feel like to have another blade in your mind? Lin Qi's voice drifted from a distance. Kaido wanted to respond, but only hoarse gasps escaped his throat. Lin Qi did not wait. His stamina was also rapidly depleting. The Thunder Source and the Holy Body of Battle were supporting him simultaneously, but his stamina was nearing its end. He took out his last 2 steel plates and tossed them up. The super electromagnetic cannon at maximum power, firing 2 shots consecutively. The first shot wrapped in purple lightning shot towards Kaido's head. Kaido finally panicked. He was covered in blood with countless electromagnetic scalpels still grinding inside him, but his combat instinct screamed, this attack could really be fatal. The armed color burst forth. The Conqueror's haki exploded once again on the Wolf-Fang Club. Although the black-red lightning was much dimmer than before, it still entwined with the Conqueror's haki. He positioned the Wolf-Fang Club in front of him, his left hand resting against its tip. Now he could only take it heated. At the moment of collision, Kaido's entire body shook violently. The shockwave pushed him back to the edge of the area. The Wolf-Fang Club emitted a metallic groan under the strain before snapping. The iron club broke into 2 pieces, the black-red lightning scattering like extinguished sparks. But Kaido was not dead yet. In the instant the Wolf-Fang Club broke, he crossed his arms to protect his head, both the armed color and Conqueror's haki enveloping him. The residual kinetic energy of the first super electromagnetic cannon crashed into his arms, being deflected. Before he had time to catch his breath, the second shot was upon him. Kaido crossed his arms again, all his armed color and Conqueror's haki pressing down onto his arms. Collision, explosion, the purple lightning engulfed Kaido's figure. As the lightning dissipated, Kaido was still in the air. His arms drooped weakly, the scales on his forearms completely shattered, blood and flesh mangled faintly, revealing white bones. A crack appeared at the base of his dragon horn, extending up to his forehead. Yet he still hovered. His chest continued to rise and fall. Those amber-slit pupils still glimmered. He was recovering. Clearly visible recovery. Torn flesh was reassembling, blood coagulating and scabbing. Lin Qi gasped, his chest heaving violently. The stamina consumption was too great. You really are a freak. This still doesn't kill you. Kaido did not reply. His body was still trembling, but he was smiling. A blood-soaked smile. Wait. Soon it will be my turn. Lin Qi also smiled. His stamina was about to run out, yet his gaze remained calm. It was not a facade. He genuinely still had strength left. Kaido, he called out directly. I have one more move. I didn't plan to use it, yet not having mastered it. But since you can withstand so much, let's see you try it. Lin Qi took a deep breath, first wrapping himself in a layer of full power plasma shield. The move was too dangerous, and necessary protection was still needed. He slowly raised both hands. With his left hand, the magnetic fruit operated at full power. The air was seized and compressed by an invisible hand. The air already contained water vapor. Water molecules consist of hydrogen, and hydrogen is the perfect fuel for fusion. The magnetism functioned like an invisible centrifuge, stripping and concentrating the sparse hydrogen elements from the air, gathering them in midair 2 meters in front of him. With his right hand, the thunder fruit discharged at full power. High-voltage lightning continuously struck that mass of concentrated fuel. The first step, ionization. The molecular structure was breached, electrons escaped from the nucleus restraints, and hydrogen transformed into low-temperature plasma, glowing with a ghostly blue light in the magnetic field. But this was not enough. Lin Qi clenched his teeth, raising the current intensity by another order of magnitude. Continuous strong currents, joule heating combined with arc compression, began to spike the temperature of the low-temperature plasma. The blue light turned to white, and the white light turned to purple. The temperature leaped from tens of thousands of degrees to millions of degrees, then to tens of millions of degrees. The fusion plasma was taking shape. A sphere of plasma hotter than the sun's core danced in midair, emitting a blinding glare that was impossible to look at directly. Even with the plasma shield, Lin Qi could feel the heat capable of melting anything radiating towards him. Then came the third step, the most crucial step. The magnetic fruit's ability was fully unleashed, constructing a magnetic field cage around the plasma. A double-layered circular magnetic field replicated the tokamak's core structure. The outer ring magnetic field made the plasma rotate rapidly along a circular path, generating centrifugal force to counteract expansion. The inner radial magnetic field compressed inward, tightly constricting the plasma to prevent it from dissipating. The 2 layers of magnetic fields intertwined into a spiral magnetic web, entirely replacing the constraints achievable only by a metal vacuum chamber weighing tens of thousands of tons in reality. This was a non-physical magnetic cage. A miniature tokamak constructed out of thin air by the magnetic fruit, suspended above his palm. The rapidly rotating plasma operated stably within the circular magnetic field. No, saying stable would be misleading. The magnetic field trembled, the plasma repeatedly striking against the magnetic web's edge, each impact causing beads of sweat to form on Lin Qi's forehead. He knew he could not hold on for long. The plasma shield could only hold for a few seconds under such high temperatures. But a few seconds would be enough. Kaido's smile had completely vanished. He could not sense what was inside that glowing ball, but his beast-like instincts told him that this thing was extremely lethal. What the hell is that? Kaido murmured. Lin Qi did not answer. He suddenly clapped his hands together. The magnetic field collapsed inward. The plasma was compressed, then compressed again, then compressed once more. From the size of a basketball to the size of a fist, from the size of a fist to that of a walnut. The magnetic field emitted an unstable humming from its periphery. It was not a stable containment field, but a cage on the verge of bursting. The moment the fusion light ball took shape, Lin Qi flicked his right hand, then utilized the near-instantaneous movement characteristic of the field to swiftly flee. The light ball flew towards Kaido at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. It was not the kind of speed that was impossible to react to, but one that could be completely dodged. At this moment, Kaido's Kenbunchaku was screaming, "Do not touch it. Absolutely do not touch it." He wanted to dodge. His body had just recovered from serious injuries, and his reaction speed had significantly diminished. The light ball grazed past him, narrowly missing. Kaido sighed in relief. Then that breath got stuck in his throat the next moment. Lin Qi's mouth curled slightly. His left hand's 5 fingers suddenly spread wide, and the layer of magnetic field wrapping around the light ball was actively released at the moment it grazed past Kaido. The constraints disappeared. The plasma completely went out of control. The ultra-high temperature plasma instantaneously expanded and exploded in the air. It was a heat expansion 100 times more terrifying than an explosion. The air was instantaneously heated to emit a glare brighter than the sun, the shockwave enveloping Kaido with a devastating heat wave. His armed color hockey was burned through and melted like an ice shell under the high temperature. Kaido's scream was swallowed by the roar of the shockwave. He was thrown away by the heat wave, his side and back scales directly carbonized under the high temperature, turning into a layer of charred shell that then shattered and fell off. The muscle tissue on his dragon tail twisted and charred in the high temperature. When the white light dissipated, Kaido was blasted hundreds of meters away. His side and back were charred black, the carbonized scales cracked, revealing the burned flesh beneath. The wound on his right arm was seared and scabbed by the high temperature, stopping the bleeding, but this did not mean his injuries had lessened. Kaido gasped for the first time, looking at Lin Qi with a different expression. That Navy Rear Admiral hovered in the distance, gasping heavily, clearly drained of stamina as well. But his gaze had not changed from beginning to end. There was no fear, no anger, just a deep-seated certainty that he would not lose. Kaido gritted his teeth, pouring the last bit of strength into his legs, suddenly stepping into the air and violently retreating. This was the first time he actively created distance. The 4th Emperor Kaido for the first time retreated actively during a battle. Lin Qi did not pursue. His stamina was nearly depleted, the thunder source was still supporting him, but if this continued, he might be the first to collapse. Kaido, he looked at the charred figure, his voice calm. Go back and tell Don Quixote da Flamingo that I have accepted the 2 devil fruits he sent. His life I will come to collect another day. Kaido did not look back. His figure vanished into the clouds, leaving behind only a phrase echoing in the wind, Qi Lin. Next time we meet, it will be to the death. Kaido's figure disappeared into the clouds. Lin Qi hovered in place until the electromagnetic sensing confirmed that Kaido had flown over 10,000 meters away, his tense shoulders finally slumping. He looked down at his hands, fingers trembling involuntarily. This was not fear, but a physiological reaction of the muscles after exhausting stamina. That miniature tokamak move had almost drained his last bit of strength. Fortunately, his stamina was recovering quickly now after a brief rest. He then turned and flew towards Lowtown. His speed was slow, his stamina was barely sufficient to maintain flight. Meanwhile, at the Lowtown military port, Smoker stood on the dock, a cigar clenched in his mouth, brow furrowed. He had been standing there for an hour, clearly seeing the flashes of battle lighting up the eastern sea surface from dozens of kilometers away. Purple lightning, dragon breath, black-red lightning, and finally that light bulb brighter than the sun. Smoker crushed the cigar in his palm. What the hell is he fighting? In the distance over the sea, a bolt of lightning was slowly flying towards Lowtown. And further away above the clouds, a newsbird wearing goggles silently folded its wings and turned to fly towards the Grand Line. It carried a small imaging snail around its neck, the lens always focused on the battlefield. On the 81st day, early morning, Smoker stood at the port of Lowtown holding a newspaper just delivered by the newsbird, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His fingers trembled not from the cold sea breeze, but from the shocking bold headline on the front page. Beast Kaido's crushing defeat in the East Sea, Rear Admiral Qi Lin achieves legendary status in one battle. The accompanying image was a blurry long shot with purple lightning striking the sea, a giant dragon plummeting into the clouds, charred black. The photo was not clear enough, but the outline of that dragon was recognized worldwide. Smoker slowly turned his head to look at the closed door of the adjacent office. The person who returned from the sea yesterday, covered in blood, clothes torn and burnt, who collapsed onto the bed without a word, had actually fought Kaido yesterday. He extinguished the cigar in his palm. Lynch sat in the office, sprawled over a battle analysis chart. The minor wounds from yesterday had already formed light pink scabs, his stamina nearly restored, augmented by the simultaneous enhancement of the holy body and thunder origin, allowing his recovery speed to far exceed that of an ordinary person. He pinched a pencil and drew a circle on the paper. Fusion sphere. That move from yesterday was a gamble. The magnetic confinement layer trembled from start to finish. The plasma surged violently within the magnetic web. The entire structure could collapse at any moment. If Kaido could endure for another half-minute, the sphere would explode on its own, still detonating in his hands. The most crucial issue was that the manufacturing process was too dangerous. The fusion plasma at over 100 million degrees could barely be withstood for a few seconds by a full-power plasma shield, and the high-temperature radiation pierced through the shield, scorching the skin. Even now, his chest still ached faintly. He needed to find a way to add a layer of isolation during the manufacturing phase or compress the process to its limit. Flight speed was also a major problem. It wasn't the kind of speed that would leave the opponent unable to react like a railgun. A foe of Kaido's caliber would be able to dodge if prepared. Yesterday, he had been hindered by his injuries. Next time, he wouldn't have such good fortune. Embedding a magnetic acceleration track within the confinement layer should be technically feasible, but it would increase the instability of the confinement. How a balance needed to be found. The thermal expansion range could indeed be utilized well. If it could be precisely controlled within 3 kilometers, it would be a controllable area damage skill. Within that distance, those who couldn't withstand it would be vaporized, while those who could would still suffer severe burns. After all, monsters like Kaido were few and far between. The pencil drew several arrows on the paper. This move was worth further development, but where could he find an experimental site that could withstand temperatures over 100 million degrees? Just as he was pondering, the din mushy rang. The image of Sengoku appeared. The marshal did not display his usual calm demeanor, his eyes gleaming the corners of his mouth, unable to hide a smile. Qilin, did you really injure Kaido? Lynch was taken aback. The news had spread too quickly. He composed himself, maintaining a calm demeanor. Marshal Sengoku Kaido suddenly appeared during my aerial patrol of the EC yesterday. His speed was inferior to mine, and with a bit of underestimation I managed to condense a compressed thunderball, fortuitously injuring him. Fortuitously. Sengoku laughed heartily, the sound shaking the din mushy good. Regardless of whether it was by luck or not, defeating Kaido is a significant achievement. I've noted it down. He paused, his tone turning appreciative. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Lynch responded with a few polite words, and then shifted back to the topic. Marshal Sengoku, I received another piece of intelligence yesterday, related to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku's smile faded slightly, his gaze sharpening again. Speak. A subordinate of Doflamingo named Sugar possesses the ability of the hobby fruit. She has no combat power herself, but her ability is extremely bizarre. Anyone she touches turns into a toy, and all memories of that person are erased from the minds of everyone who knows them until her ability is undone. The toys seen on the streets of Dressrosa are all transformed from real people. This is Doflamingo's means of controlling that country. It's said that a naval undercover agent was exposed after discovering this information and was directly executed by Doflamingo. The din mushi was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Sengoku slammed his palm onto the table, causing the ink bottle to jump. Bastard. All these years those toys were. That undercover. He took a deep breath. Fine, I understand. I will personally arrange an investigation. If it's true. He did not finish his sentence, but the killing intent was already sufficiently clear. Lynch naturally knew that Sengoku's adopted son had died at Doflamingo's hands. He had hinted at it the last time he reported on Virgo, and now it was adding fuel to the fire. Lynch didn't care whether it was true or not, and no one would know. After hanging up the phone, Lynch leaned back in his chair, a cold smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Doflamingo, aren't you fond of using others to do your dirty work? They'll deliver this knife to the hands of the Navy Marshal for you. Let's all harm each other, and see who collapses first. Dressrosa Royal Palace. Doflamingo sat on the throne, staring at the same newspaper spread out before him. His fingers gripped the edge of the paper tightly, veins bulging from the back of his hand to his elbow. His sunglasses obscured his eyes, but could not hide the disbelief written all over his face. Impossible, he muttered to himself, absolutely impossible. Kaido, that monster of the New World, able to challenge the Navy headquarters and retreat unscathed, actually lost. Lost to Qilin. His strongest trump card of using others to do his dirty work had been shattered in a heated clash. He paced back and forth in the empty hall. Qilin would not let him go. The first time the Navy was attacked, he had forced himself to hand over 2 devil fruits. This time, he had instigated Kaido to kill him, and he would surely retaliate doubly. But if even Kaido was defeated, who else could he send? Diamante was dead, Buffalo was missing, and Virgo was being monitored by Sengoku. The usable trump cards were dwindling. He stopped in his tracks. Since he couldn't defeat him, then let him disappear. Transfer him to the New World, throw him into the cracks between the nations and the beast pirates, and let the power of the 4 emperors crush him. But the Navy headquarters would not arbitrarily transfer a rear admiral who had just won a victory. He would have to find a way through the world government. Thinking of this, he picked up the din mushy and dialed a number. New World, the Moby Dick. Marco walked over to Whitebeard with the newspaper. Whitebeard sat in his massive chair in 4 drip, next to him a jug of alcohol at his side. Old man, there's big news. Kaido was beaten in the East Sea. Whitebeard took the newspaper, squinting at it for a while. Then he smiled, a smile of someone who had seen something interesting. That smile erupted from deep within his chest, causing the 4 stand to shake slightly. Kaido injured by a rear admiral. He raised the jug and took a large gulp. Kwaha. This era is finally giving rise to interesting little brats. That old bastard Carp still has an eye for talent. He put down the jug and looked towards the distant horizon, his murky eyes sparkling with light. The most frightening thing about this sea has never been the fruits and hockey, but the relentless emergence of fearless young people. Marco remembered this name. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Lin crushed a cream puff in her hand, cream oozing between her fingers. That useless Kaido. He was actually injured by a rear admiral. How can he still call himself a 4 emperor? Her voice was sharp and piercing, causing the surrounding officers to shrink back. Is this the brat who killed the Golden Lion? Kaido must have relied on his tough skin and recklessly charged, only to be outmaneuvered by the other's speed. Suddenly, she calmed down again, her rapid change of expression frightening those around her even more. Fine then. Kaido has suffered a setback in the East Sea. The balance of the New World is about to shift. Keep a close eye on this Qilin. If he dares to step into the New World. She bit into a fresh cream puff, cream spilling at the corner of her mouth like a white sinister smile. Unnamed Island red-haired pirates. Shanks sat cross-legged by the campfire laughing heartily after seeing the blurry photograph in the newspaper. Kaido in the East Sea actually injured by a rear admiral. That bastard finally got his due. His laughter faded and his expression turned serious. 3 months from enlistment to injuring Kaido. Senior Carp has brought in someone extraordinary. He looked up at the sky, his gaze seemingly penetrating the clouds. Captain Roger once said that someone who would change the world would appear. Beckman lit a cigarette. It's too early to make a judgment now. True. Shanks smiled again. But one thing is certain, the Navy is about to unleash another uncontrollable troublemaker. Marshal Sengoku must be feeling both happy and troubled. Eagle Country Base. Captain Anderson Hogan slammed the newspaper on the table, his expression stern. Confirmation from the East Sea Rear Admiral Chelan is Lynch from the Huaxia team. An intelligence officer added, from the news on Blue Star we've observed that other members of the Huaxia team have been frequently active in the Sky Islands. Although Lynch's own livestream was hidden, the footage of other members of the Huaxia team has been broadcasting. They found gold on the Sky Islands and are building a base. Hogan remained silent for a few seconds. Package the known intelligence and send it to the forces in the underworld. We won't act directly, I'll let others exhaust them. The core tasks now are only 2: obtaining devil fruits and increasing points. The third settlement is coming soon, and we cannot drop out of the top 10. Foot Basin Country Remnant Base. Jiro Yamamoto ripped the newspaper into shreds, veins bulging on his forehead. Again the Huaxia team. Again that Lynch. Only our great Foot Basin Empire deserves to be number 1. He panted, turning to the infiltrators. You were told to emulate Lynch and join the Navy, and what happened? All failed. I don't know how Lynch managed to infiltrate. It's like he appeared in the Navy system out of thin air, without going through any formal recruitment process. Yamamoto gritted his teeth, but couldn't utter a word. Stick Country Temporary Camp. Captain Park Chung-hee stared at the newspaper for a full 5 minutes, then raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that made the surrounding team members uneasy. Lynch must be one of us from Stick Country. Only a man who inherits the excellent bloodline of Stick Country can display such heroic and invincible performance. We must make him recognize his ancestry, investigate his family tree. We will definitely find evidence of Stick Country's bloodline. A team member cautiously spoke up. Captain, he is also a Huaxia person on Blue Star. That's only temporary. He just doesn't know it yet. We have a responsibility to tell him the truth. A 3-country training ground. Captain Amit Sharma finished reading the newspaper, folded it neatly, and set it aside, continuing his push-ups. Sweat pooled at his feet. Kaido's bounty is 4,600,000,000. Our total points are still less than 200,000. He stood up, looking eastward. But our growth rate is the fastest. Food production has doubled, and the physical fitness of the citizens is improving across the board. Winning isn't something that happens overnight. We just need to ensure we don't fall into the bottom 5. As long as we are alive, there is a chance to turn the tables. At that moment, Li Xingming's private message channel buzzed. Li Xingming's message contained only a single line. Lynch, you are amazing. Kaido, are we now capable of dominating a region? Lynch replied, we do have the strength to battle Kaido, but we must not be too optimistic. The victory yesterday was largely because he underestimated us. Additionally, I am more concerned about national luck competition. We have achieved first place twice in a row, yet so far we have not seen any country's rewards convert into immediate combat power. This isn't right. The third settlement is coming soon, and I have a feeling there will be variables. Li Xingming remained silent for a moment, then replied with a heavier tone. You are right. The progress of the Skypiea Dao base will accelerate. Old Joe has already started hollowing out the mountain with the rock fruit. The 5 devil fruits you provided last time have already been arranged for someone to consume, and the fog fruit is just right for covering the high-altitude concealment of the floating base. On the 89th day dusk, the image of Sengoku reappeared. This time the marshal's expression was serious and formal, unlike the excitement of 8 days ago, holding a document stamped with a red seal. Rear Admiral Chelan. Sengoku articulated each word. The Navy headquarters formally appoints as follows. Rear Admiral Chelan, due to outstanding military achievements, has repelled the 4 Emperor Kaido in Logetown, demonstrating the Navy's might and safeguarding peace across the seas, hereby promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Effective immediately, he shall transfer EC defense to Colonel Smoker and be assigned to the GF forward base in the New World, serving as the highest commander of the base. This order is jointly issued by the world government and the Navy headquarters, and it takes effect immediately. Lynch listened quietly. The GF branch is the Navy's outpost in the New World, located on the edge of the influence of the Wangwa, monitoring the stronghold of Charlotte Linlin. Marshal Sengoku, he began, I just arrived in the East Sea not long ago. Isn't it too soon for a promotion and transfer to the New World? Sengoku paused for a moment. That silence was itself the answer. You need to be mentally prepared. This appointment was directly issued by the world government. The Navy headquarters is merely following suit. We considered your current combat power and believe you will be fine. There was a hint of unnoticeable regret in his tone, as if he were trying to persuade Lin Qi as much as himself. Directly issued by the world government. Lin Qi understood, from the news explosion on the 81st day to the issuing of the transfer order on the 89th day, 8 days was enough time for Doflamingo to whisper in the ears of the Huaxia through the celestial dragons. Doflamingo couldn't mobilize a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, but he had the ability to make the world government think this combat strength shouldn't remain in the East Sea. Throw him into the new world, into the cracks between the Huaxia and the beast pirates. I comply with the transfer order. Lin Qi's voice was calm. Give me a day to hand over the East Sea defense. Sengoku's eyes flashed with surprise and relief. Good. Smoker will take over your defense in Lobetown. You have 1 day for the handover. Depart the day after tomorrow. The Den Mushi hung up. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair, a subtle arc forming at the corners of his mouth. Doflamingo, this knife of yours is indeed clever. But you made one mistake. I'm not the type to thrive only in one place. The new world is filled with pirates with bounties over 100 million and abundant sources for rare drops. Throwing me there only helps me level up. And the GF branch is monitoring Huaxia, whose territory is Huaxia. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido's old acquaintance. New grudges and old debts, it's time to settle them together. He stood up and began drafting the handover list for the EC defense. Outside the window, the dusk of Lowtown stained the port in golden red. Tomorrow, the 3rd National Fortune Settlement. The first test in the new world will arrive together with the settlement. On the 90th day, Lin Qi stood on the bridge of the warship, the silhouette of Lowtown growing more distant behind him. Ben stood straight behind him. Smoker sent him off with his new appointment at the dock, the smoke from the cigar dispersed by the sea breeze. The handover took only a day. The EC defense was fully transferred, the warship resupplied, and the shipping routes for the GF branch had been issued. Everything was ready. Lin Qi saw the sky darkening, but Ben showed no reaction. This was not a storm cloud, nor was it a rainstorm. It was as if a portion of the world's light had been drawn away in that very instant. The sky changed from blue to deep gray, and from deep gray to a vague color that could not be described. A golden light curtain covering the entire sky slowly unfolded, densely packed with the names of each participating nation. The 3rd National Fortune Settlement has begun. On the 90th day, a golden light curtain visible only to those who have descended unfolded before Lin Qi. Binzi stood behind him, oblivious to it. In his field of vision, the sky remained the sky, and the sea breeze was still the sea breeze. However, in Lin Qi's eyes, the light curtain was spreading from the zenith in all directions, covering every inch of the visible firmament. The light curtain displayed the names of all participating countries on blue star, densely arranged. Next to each name, a series of numbers danced. At the very top, beside the name of Huaxia, the score was fluctuating wildly. 120,000. 130,000. Still rising. Then the sound of a system prompt exploded in the minds of every descender. Lin Qi's pupils contracted slightly. The 3rd National Fortune Settlement has begun. The team's overall strength points have been included in the calculations. The numbers on the light curtain changed accordingly. The score of the Huaxia team suddenly jumped from over 120,000 to 153,800, an increase of nearly 30,000. Floating bases, secret bases on Sky Island's trade agreements with Ganfuer, and the asset conversion of the Golden City, Xiangula, were all quantified into concrete points, ruthlessly widening the gap to a level that left all competitors in despair. The number for the 2nd place, Mao Xiongguo, was also jumping. It rose from over 30,000 to 49,200, an increase of over 10,000. Originally, the 3rd place was occupied by a Sanguo with over 20,000. However, after adding up the overall strength points of all countries, another name took the 3rd place. Ingjianghua, 35,100. The relationships with secret bases and underground forces, as well as the well-established logistical facilities, were all converted into points, forcefully pulling Yingjiang back into the top 3 from its previous slump. A Sangwa dropped to 4th place with 32,000. Lin Qi's gaze shifted from the top to the bottom. At the very bottom of the light curtain, the names of 5 countries were turning red. Not the gray of the last settlement, but a warning red flashing ominously. The last 5 names are announced: Nauru, Tuvalu, Sao Tome, and Principe, Kiribati, and Marshall Islands. Among the 5 countries, Nauru and Tuvalu had already been in the last 5 during the 2nd settlement, punished by a 30% reduction of their territory and natural disasters. This time they would not have a 3rd chance. The system prompt continued relentlessly, its tone devoid of emotion. The rewards for the 3rd National Fortune Settlement have begun. 1st place, Huaxia, the overall intelligence level of the citizens increases by 10A and the pollution index decreases by 10. 2nd place, Mao Xiong, with the physical constitution of citizens increases by 5. 3rd place, Yingjiang, with domestic mineral resources increase by 8. The punishment begins. Among the last 5, Sao Tome and Principe, Kiribati, and Marshall Islands have entered the last 5 for the first time with their territory erased by 50. On the light curtain, the names of the 3 countries flickered violently. Half a country's territory was reclaimed by nature in just a few minutes. The system did not stop. Nauru and Tuvalu have entered the last 5 for the second time. Their territories are erased, and they are removed from the map of Blue Star. The 2 names faded on the light curtain. They completely disappeared, leaving no trace, not even a gray mark. With the countries erased in the previous 2 settlements, the blank areas on the map of Blue Star were expanding piece by piece. The system sounded again. This time the voice was lower and more serious. Phase 1, descend and adapt. The national fortune competition has entered Phase 2, hunting. All local forces in the pirate world will begin to actively target the descender teams. The intensity of the targeting will increase over time until the national teams are completely annihilated. This effect is significant on those with weak will or soft spirits, while it has negligible effects on strong-willed sea powerhouses. Wishing for the national fortune to thrive. The light curtain dissipated. The sky returned to its original appearance. However, the words echoed in the minds of all descenders until the national teams were completely annihilated. On Blue Star, as the light curtain in the sky dissipated, panic spread among the people of various countries like a virus. Huaxia reacted the fastest. The news broadcast cut into a special program 10 minutes after the settlement ended, with the host speaking in a calm and powerful tone. According to the assessment by the expert group, our country has achieved a 3 consecutive championship. The benefit of a 10 increase in citizen intelligence will directly benefit the next generation's education system, and a 10 decrease in the pollution index means that our ecological environment will return to pre-industrial revolution levels within 3 years. The national combat readiness status continues, but citizens need not panic. The advantages gained by your compatriots in another world are within our ability to maintain. The barrage floated across the screen. 3 consecutive championships. Lin Qi is awesome. Intelligence 10. I was wondering why my mind felt particularly clear today. The second phase involves all local forces hunting the descenders. Since Lin Qi is still in the Navy, will he be in danger? Make sure to read the rules carefully upstairs. It has negligible effects on strong-willed sea powerhouses. Cap and Sengoku's will must be quite firm, right? The Bureau of War has gone online. We strongly condemn the Huaxia team's unfair competition behavior in the national fortune competition. Panic spread to other countries. On Yingjiang's social media, the public quickly shifted from brief excitement over their 3rd place finish. Intense debates erupted within the European Union, with some countries proposing to seek help from Huaxia, quickly rejected due to diplomatic pressure from Yingjiang and Janbul. Many small countries in Africa and South America completely abandoned the war of public opinion, with leaders repeatedly using the word prayer in their speeches. In the broadcast room of Jiao Pengua, Wales echoed, "The Great Basin Empire is doomed. Captain Yamamoto, please think of a way." Netizens from Bangzigua still posted fantastical comments. Lin Qi is one of us from Bangzigua. Let Lin Qi protect us. Strongly demand. Huaxia hand over Lin Qi's family tree. In the pirate world, Captain Anderson Hogan of Yingjiang stood in silence for 3 seconds after reading the system announcement, then suddenly stood up. A hint of panic crossed his face, but more was a sense of relief after a disaster mixed with new anxiety. Everyone listen up. Abandon the current stronghold. Activate Plan B and move to the backup base. From now on, all communications will be reduced to the lowest frequency, moving in batches with no more than 3 people in each batch. Set up 3 layers of perimeter defenses. He paused, lowering his voice. Fortunately, I left a backup plan back then. Yingjiang was affiliated with a medium-sized force under the Maritime King. However, Hogan never put all his eggs in one basket from the start. With the resources exchanged for the first batch of points, he secretly built an independent base on the edge of the East Sea with more complete facilities than the main stronghold. This time he managed to squeeze out a Sangua for 3rd place thanks to that base, contributing crucial overall strength points. Now this backup plan had turned into a lifeline. Captain Yamamoto Jiro of Jiao Pengua knelt on the deck, facing 5 corpses that had not yet cooled. The 5 people he sent to contact the underground forces of the West Sea were all returned, each with a note that read the same phrase: "Descenders are not worthy to associate with us." He knelt on the ground, forehead against the wooden deck, trembling all over. "Set sail." He stood up, his voice hoarse. "From now on we will fend for ourselves." Meanwhile, Bangzigua was in flight. Within just a few hours of the announcement of the second phase, they experienced 3 waves of attacks from small pirate groups, bounty hunter groups, and naval patrol ships. These were not coincidences, it was the will of the system at work. Those with weak will, easily influenced pirates and hunters treated them as targets that must be eliminated under the system's influence. Park Chung-hee led the remnants eastward, burning and pillaging along the way to maintain supplies. They managed to seize a devil fruit, but attracted even more pursuers. His bounty notice was plastered all over the bulletin boards in the West Sea towns after the third settlement, totaling 97 million. The remnants of Bangzig with 32 people had a combined bounty exceeding 300 million. The points indeed increased. However, they no longer had a base, no allies, and were left with only one ship pursued by numerous groups hunting them down. They could only flee at sea. On the battleship, Lin Qi withdrew his gaze from the sky. He certainly heard the system's words targeting all descenders. However, he paid more attention to the latter part, which stated that it had negligible effects on strong-willed sea powerhouses. The justice beliefs of Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, and Akiji would not be easily shaken by the system's will. As long as he remains in the Navy and executes justice, he is their comrade. As for those low-ranking Navy members who could be influenced by the system, military regulations are there. If they want to target him, they must first get past military law. So he dared to swagger towards Marineford. The battleship sailed into the Marineford naval port through the morning mist. The anchor chain splashed into the water, and the Marines on the dock saluted in unison upon seeing the figures standing at the bow. Lin Qi returned the salute and strode down the gangway. His destination was the gray building at the deepest part of the training ground, Zephyr's elite training camp. He graduated from there a few months ago, and now he was going back to find his teacher. With the internal destruction of advanced armament Haki, the brief foresight of advanced observation Haki, and the application of Conqueror's Haki, he had strength but lacked technique. Zephyr was the person who understood his ability system best in the entire naval headquarters, and he was also his most trusted mentor. At the entrance of the training camp, a familiar figure leaned against the door frame. Carp. The old man's mouth held a piece of senbei, and upon seeing Lin Qi approach, his eyes squinted into a slit. Kaido. Carp took a bite of the senbei. I fought all my life and never managed to seriously injure him. You did it in 3 months. Lin Qi stood firm. He underestimated you. There won't be such good fortune next time. Huh. Carp laughed. Senbei crumbs flying out. Underestimating is also a defeat. That bastard has been strutting around in the New World for years, and this time he got zapped in the face by a major general. When Sengoku learned about this, I nearly sprayed tea in his face. He stopped laughing, a glimmer of seriousness flickering in his murky old eyes. What brings you to the headquarters? To find Teacher Zephyr. The Haki system still has shortcomings. The last fight with Kaido exposed many issues. Carp nodded and stepped aside to let him pass. Go ahead. Zephyr said he would retire after the last batch of students graduated, but he actually recruited a new batch of rookies. Go show him what a true senior is. Let those rookies understand what it means to know one's place. In the training camp, Zephyr was guiding a batch of new students practicing the 6 powers. When he saw Lin Qi walk in, his movements paused for a moment. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, looked Lin Qi up and down, and the corner of his mouth rarely curved. Here for a makeup class. Here for a makeup class. In the land of nations on Cake Island, Charlotte Lin hung up the information snail, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the throne. Her intelligence officer stood respectfully beside her. That little brat who killed the Golden Lion and injured Kaido is going to be transferred to the GF branch. Linlin's voice was calm, as if confirming tonight's dessert menu. Yes, Mama. The world government's transfer order has been issued. He is currently reporting in Marineford, and will then take office. Lin fell silent for a moment before smiling. That smile was starkly different from her usual rage, now genuinely joyful and heartfelt. Like a collector who hears that a coveted rare item is about to appear at an auction house next door. Lin. She repeated the name, picking up a plate of cream puffs. The one Carp brought in who made Kaido suffer a crushing defeat is now being delivered to my doorstep. Keep a close watch on the waters of the GF branch. Notify me immediately when he takes office. In Dressrosa in the Palace, Doflamingo nestled on a sofa by the window holding a copy of the internal naval transfer order. Outside the window, toys danced mechanically, their laughter echoing hollowly. He gazed at the words on the order, and the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Then a laugh burst from his throat, a long-suppressed, frenzied laughter finally finding its opportunity. Fufufu. After laughing enough, he slapped the copy of the transfer order on the table and picked up the phone snail. When he dialed the number for the intelligence officer of the Charlotte family, his smile transformed into a precise, negotiative one. Is this the intelligence officer of the Charlotte family? I have some information that I believe Miss Lin will be in. About that Navy who defeated Kaido. He is about to be transferred right to your doorstep. Currently, he is reporting in Marineford, and will then head to the GF branch. Free of charge. Just consider it a gesture of goodwill from me. After hanging up the phone, he snuggled back into the sofa. Lin, you like to fight, don't you? You managed to handle one emperor, but what about one emperor plus the entire cadre of the Land of Nations? He raised his wine glass, toasting the dancing toys outside the window. Fufufu. Wishing you a pleasant time in the new world. In the training camp, Zephyr waved for the new students to step aside. He walked to the center of the training ground, facing Lin Qi, his mechanical arms gleaming coldly under the light. Advanced armament hockey is not about thicker coverage, it is about allowing hockey to penetrate the surface and cause destruction inside the target. When you fought Kaido, you blasted through his scales, but have you considered why your attack failed to pierce his organs? Lin Qi fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he had not thought of that. His electromagnetic cannon could shatter dragon scales, but it seemed Kaido's internal organs had never truly been injured. Because your hockey only acts on the surface of your own weapon. Zephyr raised a mechanical arm. True internal destruction is sending your hockey into the enemy's body and detonating it from within. Advanced observation hockey is not about a wider perception range, it is about the ability to briefly see the future. What you need to learn now is this. Zephyr removed his sunglasses, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes. As for the application of Conqueror's hockey, that is something you need to explore on your own. There is only one thing I can teach you. The essence of hockey entanglement is not to cover your weapon with Conqueror's hockey, but to have both Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey act on the same point, triggering each other. If you can achieve this, you will take the first step in hockey entanglement. Meanwhile, in the waters of the Land of Nations, 3 pirate ships sailed out from Cake Island, their sails emblazoned with the Charlotte family emblem, heading towards the GF branch. On the afternoon of bidding farewell to Zifa, Lin Qi was summoned into the core conference room of the Haijun Benbu. The moment he pushed open the door, over a dozen gazes fixated upon him simultaneously. The long table was flanked by an assembly of officers, all of vice admiral rank or above, their epaulets gleaming with stars. Carp leaned back in his chair, munching on senbei. Aokiji kept his hands in his pockets, tilting his head. Akainu crossed his arms with an impassive expression. Kizaru propped his chin on his hand, as if dozing off. At the head of the table, Sengoku rested his folded hands beneath his chin, his gaze calm, yet piercing. Lin Qi stood still at the threshold. This formation felt less like a routine debriefing and more like an interrogation. Sengoku's voice resonated through the room. Vice Admiral Qi Lin, though you are about to assume command at the GF Jibu, this meeting concerns you. Before that, there is a question that requires your answer. He paused, his tone growing graver. What is the justice of the Haijun? What are Heisei? Lin Qi understood. Sengoku and the others had sensed the hostility of the world toward the descenders. They were verifying whether he, a descender, was a comrade or a latent threat. Lin Qi did not hesitate for a moment. Heisei are the cancerous tumors upon this vast sea. His voice was not loud, but every word struck the air in the conference room. Eradicating Heisei is protecting the civilians. For every Heisei eliminated, one more civilian gains safety. Therefore, all Heisei should be annihilated. The chamber fell silent for a second. Carp's lips curled into a rugged grin. Akiji gave a slight nod. A flicker of approval passed through Akai's hawk-like eyes. Kizaru drawled lazily, how terrifying this rookie. Sengoku did not smile, but his shoulders relaxed by half an inch. The verification passed. Today's agenda has only one item. Sengoku pushed a stack of documents to the center of the table. According to covert investigations, Virgo has been confirmed as a mole planted within the Haijun by Doflamingo. The majority of his previous battle merits have been verified as deliberately orchestrated by Doflamingo. This thorn must be removed. His gaze swept across the assembled admirals. The world government currently does not permit direct apprehension of Doflamingo. Therefore, we must first eradicate the hidden threat within the Haijun and capture Virgo. Sengoku looked toward Akiji. Akiji withdrew his hands from his pockets and raised one lazily. You'll go. Sengoku nodded and turned to Lin Qi. Do you have any additions? None. Lin Qi's expression remained calm. Yet in his mind, he thought otherwise. With Akiji on the move, Virgo was finished. Doflamingo would lose another of his family's highest-ranking officers. The last nail driven into the Haijun was about to be pulled out. The feeling of mutual harm was indeed quite satisfying. The meeting adjourned. Lin Qi stepped out into the corridor. Carp walked alongside him for a stretch. The old man, unusually refraining from chewing snacks, was silent for a while before speaking. The GF Jibu is the outpost of Huaxia. Xia Luo Lingling is a more troublesome adversary than Kaido. Her subordinates do not rely on brute force alone. You'll have to gauge it yourself. Lin Qi nodded. 2 days later. Day 92. GF Jibu. Lin Qi descended the gangplank from the transport ship, his boots landing on the steel of the Haijun's most forward bastion in the New World. The scale of the GF Jibu exceeded his expectations. A fortress forged from steel and rock, flanked by 6 artillery batteries and harboring 8 warships. The sea breeze carried from the direction of Huaxia, the air tinged with a cloying sweetness. The handover procedures were completed within half a day. The previous commander, a rear admiral past 50, clasped Lin Qi's hand during the transfer, his expression like that of a man relieved of a mountain's burden. Day 93. Lin Qi's second day at the post. While organizing the base's defense in his command office, Bins pushed through the door, his expression causing Lin Qi to set down the documents in his hand. Vice Admiral intelligence from the front, 3 pirate ships approaching from the direction of Huaxia. The sails bear the mark of the Xia Luot family. Lin Qi looked up. Who was leading them? Confirmed Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie. All 3 suite commanders have deployed. Lin Qi turned to the base adjutant standing beside him. The adjutant, a veteran who had served at the GFGBU for 6 years, bore the weathering of countless campaigns in the wrinkles of his face. He swallowed hard. This has never happened before. The Dama Haizatuan has long been in a standoff with us, but they have never deployed all 3 suite commanders simultaneously. At most one would lead a patrol. 3 of them together. This is an unprecedented formation. Never before. Then this is no routine patrol. Lin Qi let out a cold chuckle and rose to his feet. 3 suite commanders mobilizing in unison. This was neither a regular patrol nor a mere show of force. This was Xia Luo Lingling's welcome ceremony for him. She intended to test his mettle with 3 of her highest officers, testing him with the lives of 3 top commanders. In that case, don't mind if I return the favor. Issue the order. Lin Qi's voice was steady and decisive. Adjutant, hold the base and fortify defenses. Bins, lead 5 warships out of port and stand by on the perimeter. Remember, do not engage in close combat. Your mission is to provide artillery support from the periphery, no boarding actions. Await my command. Bin straightened his back, understood. And you, Vice Admiral? Lin Qi walked to the window, gazing at the 3 faint silhouettes of ships on the distant horizon. He unfastened his hydrogen cloak and draped it casually over the back of his chair. He'll go welcome them. He leaped from the windowsill, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. In no time he pierced through the clouds and halted at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Above the cloud layer the sun blazed fiercely, and beneath his feet stretched an endless sea of white clouds. His electromagnetic sense penetrated the clouds and distance, precisely locking onto the 3 pirate ships, cleaving through the waves below. The Xia Luot family insignia on the sails was clearly visible, the decks densely packed with pirates. At the bow of the central flagship stood a tall figure, arms crossed against his chest. This was Katakuri, the supreme masterpiece of the Xia Luot family, with a bounty of 1,057,000,000. His Kinbunchika Haki could briefly foresee the future, making him virtually immune to ambush under normal circumstances. But Kinbunchiku requires a target to sense. And Lin Qi was 10,000 meters high above the clouds. No matter how powerful Katakuri's Kinbunchiku, it could not reach that distance. Lin Qi raised his hands, channeling the power of the rumble fruit. Dark clouds began to gather above his head, not naturally formed, but drawn by his will. The clouds thickened, expanded, shifting from white to gray, then from gray to black. The sky gradually darkened. Below, Katakuri frowned. The clouds overhead were accumulating at an unnatural speed, and their scope was astonishingly vast. His Kinbunchiku had not yet warned him, as there was no direct attack. Yet his years of combat instinct screamed that something was wrong. The black clouds completely obscured the entire sea area. Purple arcs of lightning leaped within the clouds, at first faint wisps, then increasing in number and density. Katakuri's Kinbunchiku suddenly screamed in frantic alarm. This was no ordinary warning, it was a life-or-death crisis-level shriek. All ships beware. Crisis imminent. Spread out immediately. Everyone. His voice exploded over the wind, full defense. The 3 pirate ships began to maneuver. But it was too late. Above the clouds, Lin Qi raised his right hand, and a qilin was taking shape within the cloud layer. At first it was blue lightning, then the color shifted, deep blue-violet, until it became pure violet. The lightning, tempered by the thunder source, was a level above ordinary thunder. The qilin's body stretched within the clouds, lifting its head in a silent roar. Lin Qi pressed his right hand downward. The qilin stepped down from 10,000 meters. Through the clouds, through the sea wind wrapped in world-shattering purple thunder, it crashed into the sea at the center of the 3 pirate ships. The first bolt struck the mainmast of the portside pirate ship. The mast instantly carbonized, shattered, and collapsed. Pirates on deck were pierced before they could even scream. The second bolt hit the helm of the starboard ship, the wheel exploding into fragments, the vessel losing control and turning broadside. Then came the third, fourth, countless bolts. The purple light devoured everything. Katakuri's arms had already transformed into machi, swelling wildly in the air to form a massive shield covering the entire flagship's upper deck. His Busashoka Haki poured out, dyeing the shield pitch black. The lightning bolts struck the shield like red-hot hammers against steel plates, dense, continuous, without respite. The shield was visibly melting and cracking. Katakuri continuously replenished fresh machi, but the rate of replenishment could not keep pace with the destruction. The ships were disintegrating. The port vessel, having absorbed the most concentrated strikes, snapped its keel and broke in 2 pirates, falling into the sea like dumplings from a pot. The starboard ship, after being turned broadside, absorbed a dozen more lightning bolts. An ammunition magazine was hit, and the entire vessel erupted into a fireball on the surface. After an indeterminate time, the lightning faded. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning and ozone. The sea surface was littered with wreckage, broken masts, charred sails, still smoking planks. The flagship remained afloat, but its deck was a scene of devastation. Those still standing were all clustered behind Katakuri. Cracker's biscuit armor was intact, but riddled with cracks. Smoothie held her sword in both hands, the ends of her long hair singed. The remaining pirates either lay moaning on the deck or had fallen into the sea. Katakuri was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his heart tightened. His kinbunshika haki had been compressed. Once able to perceive the entire battlefield, it now only covered 5 meters around him. Moreover, his spiritual energy was continuously draining. Various parts of his body began to feel varying degrees of numbness. From his finger joints, ankles, and neck, the tingling crawled like ants beneath his skin. He turned to look at the officers behind him. Apart from Cracker and Smoothie, who could still maintain movement, the others were sluggish. Some even knelt on the deck, supporting themselves with both hands to keep from collapsing. "Cover your entire body with Busashoku," Katakuri commanded in a low voice. Busashoku haki surged from within, forming a black protective film on the skin's surface. The numbness subsided slightly, but only slightly, a palliative, not a cure. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a den mushi. The snail's eyes were tightly shut, already in a state of hibernation. It could not be awakened. Communication was severed. He looked up at the churning dark clouds above, and a thought rose from the depths of his mind. He had been too arrogant. How could someone who had severely wounded Kaido be measured by ordinary standards? He had read Lin Qi's record, a rookie who had joined the Haijun a few months ago, rising through the ranks by Carp's connection. He had underestimated him, wanting to prove himself before Mama with a show of force. Now he realized he was the one being shown the door. This sea, this sky, this entire battlefield. From the moment the Qilin descended, it was no longer his domain. 10,000 meters above, Lin Qi gazed down at the solitary flagship on the sea, the last arc of lightning fading into his fingertips. The Thunder Qilin had never been a mere attack from the start. Every bolt that struck the sea shattered the hulls and split the water, had ionized the air and seawater into charged particles. The moment the Qilin's assault ended, the concentration of charged particles had reached a threshold. The ionic electromagnetic field, unbeknownst to Katakuri, had already fully taken shape. After his previous battle with Kaido, he had spent a long time analyzing. The ionic electromagnetic field had almost no effect on Kaido's body, and he had always thought it was due to insufficient control over the field. Not until today, watching the pirates below moving sluggishly, or even unable to move, did he fully confirm it wasn't that the field was too weak, but that Kaido's physique was too monstrous. The same concentration of charged ions, the same paralytic effect, was merely a tingling electrotherapy for Kaido, but for these commander-level officers, it had already imposed tangible movement restrictions. Katakuri could still stand, but only because he was forcibly resisting with Busashoku. Cracker and Smoothie's movements had slowed markedly. As for the remaining pirates, they were no longer combatants, but lambs awaiting slaughter. Lin Qi began to descend. He passed through the clouds, his figure flickering in and out of the gaps like a deity emerging from the thunderclouds. On the sea surface, Katakuri looked up at the descending bolt of lightning and clenched his fists. He knew the welcome ceremony was not over. It had only just begun. Lin Qi's form descended from the dark clouds, stopping steadily less than 100 meters above the flagship's mast. Purple lightning leaped around him, casting his face in half light and half shadow. Katakuri looked up at him. His scarf covered the lower half of his face, but his eyes no longer held the confidence of before. Instead, they were filled with extreme wariness. "Three sweet commanders." Lin Qi's voice came from above, not loud, but every word carried over the sea breeze. "Did Xia Luo Lingling have any message for you to deliver?" Katakuri was silent for a moment. "Mama invites you to be her guest." "Invite?" Lin Qi swept his gaze over the still burning wreckage on the sea. "This kind of invitation lacks courtesy." Cracker stepped forward, his biscuit armor reforming over his entire body, his sword pointing at the sky. "Do you think sinking 2 ships means victory? The 3 of us?" He didn't finish. Lin Qi raised his left hand slightly, and a beam of ionic electromagnetic energy grazed past Cracker's ear. The beam missed him, but a fist-sized scorched hole appeared on the mainmast behind him. The mast groaned under its weight and slowly toppled. "I wasn't finished." Lin Qi's voice remained calm. "This welcome ceremony, now I call the shots." Meanwhile, on the peripheral waters, Ben stood on the bridge of a warship, his binoculars fixed on the sea area, shrouded by dark clouds in the distance. 5 warships fanned out in a semicircle, their gun barrels uniformly aimed toward the battlefield. He awaited the command. And farther off in the direction of Huaxia, another set of sails slowly rose above the horizon. The mast crashed onto the deck, splintering wood in all directions. Cracker's hand gripping his sword froze midair. If that ion magnetic beam had been 5 inches off, it would have pierced his brow, not the mast. I haven't finished yet. Lin Qi hovered at 100 meters, violet lightning dancing around his body. This welcome ceremony. Now I'm the one calling the shots. Smoothie looked up at the figure still discharging electricity in the sky, a muscle twitching at the corner of her eye. She said nothing, only tightened her grip on her sword hilt. Her body expanded with each breath, releasing all the water stored by the squeeze fruit, transforming her from a wheat-skinned woman into a mountain-like giantess. The long sword traced a semicircle in her enormous palm, and a flying slash wrapped in seawater tore through the air straight at Lin Qi. At the same time, Katakuri spread the 5 fingers of his right hand. Hardened machi bullets shot from his fingertips, each coated in jet-black armament hockey, their trajectories thick and dense, sealing off every possible dodge angle for Lin Qi. Cracker gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear that had flashed through him a moment ago. The biscuit armor recovered his body, and his sword thrust in a spiraling strike, rolling pretzel. 3 attacks arrived simultaneously from 3 directions. Lin Qi did not dodge. He did not even move. A plasma shield silently took shape before him. Smoothie's water-infused sword chi crashed against the shield like waves against a breakwater, exploding into a mist of water. Katakuri's candy bullets embedded themselves in the plasma layers, spinning, grinding, losing their momentum, then falling one by one. Cracker's spiraling sword chi carved a shallow swirl mark on the shield's surface, but it lasted less than half a second before the plasma layer's self-repair capability erased it. The combined strike of the 3 sweet commanders couldn't even breach the shield. Lin Qi confirmed one thing: the plasma shield provided absolute defense against attacks at this level. He was about to counterattack when firelight flickered in succession on the distant sea. 5 warships had formed a fan-shaped perimeter, their cannons roaring in unison. Cannonballs arced over his position, crashing into the pirate ships on the sea. The first volley struck the 2 sinking remnants, hastening their destruction. The second volley all targeted the only remaining flagship. The surviving pirates on the deck scrambled in panic as the hull was blasted with several holes. Binz's voice came from the distant bridge, carried by the sea breeze into the battlefield. All fire concentrate on the flagship. No boarding actions. Katakuri and Smoothie exchanged a glance. The next second both shot upward into the sky. The defense of the ship was left to Cracker and the remaining pirates. The aerial battle unfolded under the domain of the ion electromagnetic field. The edge of the domain marked the battlefield's boundary, a diameter of 1 kilometer, every inch of air charged with electrified particles. A paralyzing sensation was omnipresent. Mental energy, drained continuously, and observation haki was suppressed to 5 meters. Yet Kakuri and Smoothie were still the 3 sweet commanders. Smoothie's giant form moved with impossible agility in the air. Water jets provided recoil, allowing her to change direction, accelerate, and stop mid-flight. Every swing of her long sword unleashed a flying slash covering 100 meters. The sword wind wrapped in seawater, tearing brief gaps in the domain. Katakuri had no wings, but his machi fruit allowed his body to deform, extend, and hover at will. He used his own machi clumps as footholds in the air, his movements precise to every joint. Even with his top-tier observation haki suppressed to 5 meters within that range, he could still foresee the future. Multiple machi fists hardened with armament haki struck simultaneously. Machi Gatling. The barrage of fists densely blocked Lin Qi's front, each fist a black haki-coated weapon. Lin Qi teleported within the domain, his figure shuttling between ions. He didn't counterattack immediately. He was observing. Smoothie's water-infused sword Qi could be completely blocked by the plasma shield, but her sea-based advantage was diminished in aerial combat. The power of her seawater sword Qi depended on the amount of water she carried. Every drop consumed reduced its strength. Katakuri's machi had no roots in the air. Each shaping consumed physical stamina, and his awakening ability could not be activated in midair. Flowing machi needed the ground. Rain of machi required a foothold. Unbounded donuts needed fixed coordinates. Their aerial combat was strong, but their endurance wouldn't last much longer, and his domain kept draining them continuously. Lin Qi spread his hands, activating several techniques at once. A thunder beast leaped from his palm, a wolf-shaped bolt of lightning charging at Smoothie. A thunderbird spread its wings, entangling Katakuri's machi barrage. A thunder dragon emerged halfway from the clouds, spewing lightning at the gap between the two. 3 types of lightning constructs moved simultaneously within the domain. Lin Qi's will split into 3, precisely controlling each beast's attack path. Meanwhile, on the periphery, the 5 warships continued their bombardment. Cannonballs rained down on the flagship. Cracker was run ragged on the deck. His biscuit soldiers kept being soaked by seawater, softened and disintegrated, forcing him to endure with his bare body. Then Lin Qi recalled the technique he had used against the giant rock pirates. He diverted a portion of his magnetic force to guide the cannonballs. The shells entering the ion electromagnetic domain suddenly lost their original trajectories. They didn't explode upon landing. Instead, they were captured by the magnetic field and began spinning in midair. Metal casings accelerated, changed direction, and collided with each other in the field. First dozens, then hundreds. No one had expected that all the cannonballs fired by Binz's fleet would be swallowed by the domain. They formed a storm of steel in the sky. Shells grinding against each other sparked fuses detonated prematurely in the high heat, and the shockwaves of the explosions were constrained by the magnetic field, turning into an expanding wall of fire. Lin Qi pushed his hands forward. The steel storm tilted and slammed toward Katakuri and Smoothie. Katakuri's observation Haki screamed within its 5-meter range. He grabbed Smoothie's arm, and the two plummeted. The storm grazed over their heads. Hundreds of cannonballs exploded simultaneously in the air, the blaze illuminating the entire sea like daylight. The two were forced back onto the flagship's deck. Smoothie's giant form shrank to normal size, her stored water evidently exhausted. Half of Katakuri's armament, Haki-coated Machi arm guard on his forearm, was shattered, and his breathing finally turned ragged. Cracker was crawling out of the cabin. He had been blown into the cabin by the shockwave of a cannonball. Now half of his biscuit armor was broken, revealing his burned skin underneath. The three steadied themselves and looked up at the sky. Lin Qi hovered in place, his left hand holding 3 steel discs spinning at high speed. The discs whirred in his palm, violet lightning leaping over their surfaces, spinning faster and brighter. 3 electromagnetic cannons. Charged. Lin Qi flicked his right hand. 3 crisp sounds. The first shot fired at Katakuri. When it entered his 5-meter perception range, Katakuri's pupils contracted sharply. The attack was too fast. He had no time to warn. He could only pour all his armament Haki into the Machi shield before him. The shield formed in a flash of black light, but the moment the electromagnetic cannonball struck, the shield shattered. He had no time to warn. He could only pour all his armament Haki into the Machi shield before him. The electromagnetic cannonball grazed his shoulder, and in a fraction of a second his awakening ability turned the deck behind him into Machi. He sank into the Machi, barely avoiding the fatal blow. But before he could catch his breath, 2 ion magnetic beams precisely struck his exposed right shoulder and left leg. The beams pierced through, and electricity and high heat exploded simultaneously inside the wounds. A scream of agony tore from Katakuri's throat as he dropped to one knee on the machified deck. The second shot fired at Smoothie. She had just steadied herself, her water exhausted, unable to activate her giant form. Her long sword instinctively crossed before her. The electromagnetic cannonball punched through the blade like through a thin sheet of wood. The deflected shot slammed into her crossed arms, armament Haki cracking like a spiderweb on the vambraces. Smoothie threw all her strength into her arms, forcing the trajectory half an inch off. The cannonball grazed her ear and plunged into the sea, sending a water spout higher than the mast. Her arms hung limply at her sides. The sword slipped from her fingers, bounced once on the deck, and fell silent. The third shot fired at Cracker. His biscuit armor was already half destroyed, his observation Haki far inferior to Katakuri's. By the time he saw the electromagnetic cannonball, the projectile was already 3 meters from him. He covered his chest with all his armament Haki, but it was useless. The shot pierced straight through. It entered his chest and exited his back. A fist-sized hole bored through his torso. Cracker looked down at the hole in his chest, a mouthful of blood foam spilling from his lips. Then he fell backward, barely clinging to life. 3 electromagnetic cannonballs. All 3 sweet commanders down. The deck reeked of burnt flesh. Katakuri knelt on the machified deck, the penetrating wounds on his right shoulder and left leg still smoking. He looked up at the figure still discharging electricity in the sky. His scarf hid his expression, but his eyes held no more will to fight. Only a cold recognition today, all 3 of them might die here. Smoothie leaned behind him, her arms dangling, her fingertips still trembling involuntarily. She wanted to grip her sword again, but her fingers refused to obey. Cracker lay in a pool of blood on the deck, the hole in his chest shocking, his blood flowing in rivulets across the wood. Lin Qi raised his right hand, another electromagnetic cannonball beginning to charge. The steel disc danced in his palm, violet lightning coiling around it, growing brighter. This shot would end everything. Then something touched the edge of his electromagnetic perception. A mirror materialized out of thin air on the flagship's deck, rapidly expanding. Ripples spread across its surface, and a gigantic foot stepped out from within. Then a leg, a body, a head. A massive mountain-like figure emerged from the mirror, standing before the 3 commanders. Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom of the 4 emperors. Lin Qi's pupils contracted sharply. How could she be in the middle of the battlefield? No, Brule's mirror fruitability. Big Mom could appear on the battlefield instantly through mirrors. He had miscalculated that. Charlotte Linlin had been watching from inside the mirror all along. Big Mom looked up at Lin Qi. Just one look, no anger, no killing intent. Then she raised the sword in her hand. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. With a twist of her wrist, the sword traced an arc. Ikoku. It struck the electromagnetic cannonball that had just been fired. The blade and the trajectory collided midair. The violet lightning of the cannonball was swept up by the shockwave of Ikoku, both deflected off course. That shot, which could have pierced the sweet commander, grazed the flagship's side and plunged into the sea. The resulting wave tilted the entire ship 15 degrees. Seawater poured into the cabin through the hull of the ship, groaning under the strain. The wave subsided. Big Mom stood on the deck, her sword planted beside her, looking up at Lin Qi in the sky. Her eyes finally showed a change. The look of one emperor seriously appraising another powerhouse. Her voice was not loud, but every word subdued the wind and waves of the entire sea. You've beaten 3 of my children. One of them is nearly dead. She paused, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. That smile sent chills down the spine. Now let's talk. Charlotte Linlin stood on the deck, her sword resting by her side. As she looked up at Lin Qi, the 3 sweet commanders were behind her. Cracker lay in a pool of blood, a fist-sized hole through his chest. Smoothie's arms hung limp, her sword dropped. Kokuri knelt on one knee, with smoking wounds piercing his right shoulder and left leg. They'll give you 2 choices. Big Mom's voice overpowered the wind and waves of the entire sea. Either become my son-in-law and join the Charlotte family, or die here. Lin Qi hovered in midair, purple lightning crackling at his fingertips. He looked down at the Yonko, his expression utterly impassive. 2 seconds of silence passed. Then he spoke, his voice low, but each word clear as a blade cutting through ice. I am a Marine, and they'll give you 2 choices as well, either surrender or die. The remaining pirates on the deck collectively gasped. Big Mom's eyes widened. How many years had it been since anyone dared speak to her in such a tone? 10, 20. Then she laughed. Mama. The laughter shook the deck boards, but there was no joy in it. It stopped abruptly, her face darkened, and killing intent surged from her like a tangible tide. A mere vice admiral, and you dare to tell me you'll die? It's been a while since I heard such arrogance. Now you've heard it, Lin Qi said. Lin Qi didn't wait for her reaction. His gaze passed over Big Mom and landed on the mirror behind her that hadn't completely vanished. Bear's mirror fruitability. He had seen it clearly. Big Mom had stepped out of that mirror. The mirror had a frame, and the frame was metal. Anything metal was within his control. The electromagnetic storm still raged, hundreds of cannonballs swirling chaotically under the magnetic field's pull. But Lin Qi's magnetic tendrils had already extended silently farther. The mirror frame behind Big Mom began to tremble. Not from the wind, but from magnetic penetration. The mirror, the frame, the metal decorations. Everything containing metal was locked by magnetism in an instant. Then it shattered. It disintegrated at the molecular level. The mirror behind Big Mom turned to dust in an instant, metal powder and glass shards mingling, scattered by the sea breeze. At the same time, every reflective surface on the entire ship, the metal frames of portholes, dressing mirrors in the cabins, even the small bronze mirrors at the pirates' waists, all shattered in the same instant. Big Mom spun around. Her observation hockey was suppressed to a range of 5 meters by the field, but the faint sensation from the mirror moments ago had now completely vanished. All mirrors shattered. Her escape route was cut off. She turned back slowly, her gaze at Lin Qi finally changing. A serious appraisal, the gravity of a true opponent. Then she looked down at her 3 heavily wounded children behind her. Mama. This laugh was low, eerie, with a calm that came after being provoked. Since you want to die? It's not decided who dies yet. Lin Qi interrupted her, pointing a finger in her direction. Let's see how you compare to Kaido. Big Mom's temple twitched violently. Kaido. That name was like a thorn. A few days ago, when she saw the news, her first reaction was to call Kaido and mock him savagely with the most acerbic words. Seriously wounded by a Marine Rear Admiral, how dare you still call yourself the strongest creature? Normally Kaido would have exploded in rage and cursed back. But not this time. He was silent for a long time. Finally, he only muttered in a low voice, "They'll get my revenge myself." For Kaido not to retort could only mean it was the truth. Her face remained impassive, but inwardly she had cast aside all underestimation. As a former comrade of the Rocks pirates, she knew all too well how monstrous Kaido's defense was. The man before her had severely wounded Kaido. No matter how he did it, he could not be judged by ordinary standards. And the current battle environment was extremely disadvantageous for her. Her opponent was a Goro Goro no Mi user capable of free flight, with overwhelming speed, unrestricted by naval or aerial combat. This field had crippled most of her observation hockey, and while the paralysis didn't hinder movement, who knew how much it would accumulate over time? She could only rely on Zeus to fly, but against the Goro Goro no Mi, flight and speed were utterly outclassed. At that moment, Katakuri, clutching the wound on his right shoulder, struggled to stand and whispered a few words to her. Big Mom's brow moved almost imperceptibly, then she nodded. They'll test this brat's strength first. You watch for the opportunity. Katakuri silently stepped back half a pace, leaning against the ship's railing. Inside his body, he had a mirror wrapped in his fruit ability hidden deep in the machi. This was one of his few trump cards that he had never told anyone, not even Mama. Bure was already prepared to receive them in the mirror world. But the passage could only be opened once. He couldn't rush. Big Mom stepped onto the thundercloud Zeus. Zeus' cloud body trembled uneasily within the field. It was itself a charged thundercloud, but the ubiquitous electromagnetic interference in the field threw its perception into chaos. Big Mom sensed its hesitation and squeezed the cloud body with her leg as a prompt. Zeus steadied itself barely and carried her into the air. In her other hand, she grasped Napoleon. The massive blade elongated and blackened under the infusion of armament haki. She did not strike immediately. Big Mom took a deep breath and a low growl rumbled from her throat. Conqueror's haki exploded from her body, crashing toward Lin Qi like a crushing wave. This move had proven effective countless times over the decades. Her soul fruit ability had a strong restraining effect on opponents with weak willpower. Then two streams of Conqueror's haki collided in midair. Big Mom's Conqueror's shockwave met the Conqueror's haki radiating from Lin Qi. The air at the point of impact twisted, trembled, and burst. Black-red arcs and the unique dark gold Conqueror's haki of the Golden Lion tore at each other, emitting a piercing hum. The sea beneath began to churn under the clash of Conqueror's haki, white waves splitting and merging again. Big Mom's eyes widened. Her opponent's Conqueror's haki was not inferior to her own. Before she could recover, the cannonballs in the electromagnetic storm rained down. Earlier, Lin Qi had silently manipulated the magnetic field, forming a massive circular array of hundreds of cannonballs around him. Seeing Big Mom ascend, he tilted the array. Countless cannonballs curved toward Big Mom. Zeus dodged desperately, but its mobility within the field was far inferior to Lin Qi's, and the cannonballs tracked under magnetic guidance. A series of cannonballs exploded on Big Mom. The smoke cleared, and she was completely unharmed. The defense of an iron balloon was not something cannonballs could breach. But she looked down at herself. Her clothes were torn and tattered, stained with gunpowder, and burnt scraps of cloth clung to her hair. No damage, but maximum humiliation. The veins on Big Mom's forehead bulged. She poured all her Conqueror's haki into Napoleon, the blade expanding to over 10 meters, black-red arcs, and the dark gleam of armament haki intertwining. Emperor's Sword Breaker Blade. The massive blade sliced through the air, carrying destructive force toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi did not meet it heat-in. Within the ion electromagnetic field, he was lightning itself. His form teleported 100 meters to the side before the blade reached him. Big Mom's strike, cleaving empty air, its residual force splitting the sea into a 10 meters long rift. Simultaneously, Lin Qi spread his hands, and a thunder dragon emerged from the clouds, its claw made of purple lightning lunging directly at Big Mom's face. Following the thunder dragon were a dozen ion magnetic beams precisely targeting Big Mom's shoulders, elbows, knees, and wrists. Not fatal points, but every joint. The thunder dragon circled the beams, shot straight. Both attacks arrived at the same time. Big Mom swung her sword to disperse the thunder dragon, but the ion magnetic beams were too fast and too numerous. She blocked the ones aimed at her face and chest with Napoleon, but the remaining beams struck her shoulders and elbows. Explosive electricity and high temperature detonated on impact, leaving scorched black marks on her dragon-scale tough skin. Not deep, but painful. Worse, in the sky, she was a sitting duck. Her massive frame and slow speed left no room to dodge any attack. She hesitated no longer. One slash of Ikoku aimed not at Lin Qi, but at the air between them. The shockwave exploded before Lin Qi, and the massive recoil pushed Big Mom and Zeus backward, accelerating them downward. Simultaneously, she shot Katakuri a glance. Lin Qi sidestepped to avoid the Ikoku shockwave, his peripheral vision catching Big Mom's descent. He flipped his left hand and fired another ion magnetic beam in pursuit. Big Mom deflected it with Napoleon, her body already landing above the deck. Though the ion electromagnetic field was powerful, its paralytic effect on a physique of her level was far less pronounced than on the sweet commanders. Lin Qi had already assessed like Kaido the Yonka-level body could largely offset the field's paralysis and depletion effects. Katakuri moved the moment Big Mom landed. A crack opened in his chest, revealing a small mirror hidden inside his body. The machi wrapped around the mirror had protected it perfectly. He pressed the mirror against the cabin bulkhead, and the surface immediately began to expand. "Quick," Katakuri whispered. Smoothie hooked the collar of the unconscious cracker with her still functional fingers and dragged her elder brother toward the mirror. The remaining senior officers also struggled to their feet and surged toward the mirror. Lin Qi's electromagnetic perception in the air caught this scene. His pupils contracted slightly. Katakuri had actually hidden another mirror inside his body, wrapped in fruit ability shielded from magnetic sensing. He had miscalculated. He flipped his right hand, a steel plate sliding into his palm. The magnetic rail activated at full power, a railgun wrapped in purple lightning shooting toward Big Mom. He could not let them escape unscathed. Big Mom stood on the deck, using her body to shield her children behind her. Seeing the railgun incoming, she gripped Napoleon with both hands and met it head-on with a slash of Ikoku. The blade and the railgun collided in midair. Purple lightning and shockwave burst into a blinding white light, the blast sweeping in all directions. Debris on the deck was flung away and a ring of tidal waves erupted from the sea surface. Seizing the moment of blinding white light, Katakuri pushed the last wounded pirate officer into the mirror, then dove in himself. The white light faded. Only Big Mom remained on the deck. She stood before the mirror, her sword resting by her side, her tattered clothes flapping in the sea breeze. Behind her the mirror was shrinking, faintly visible inside. Kakuri leaned on Bear's shoulder, clutching his wound. Big Mom gave Lin Qi one last look. That gaze was like a declaration of war, a memory of today's humiliation that would be repaid doubly in the future. Lin Qi, her voice was low. Next time we meet, it will be to the death. The mirror surface contracted into a point of light, then vanished. Big Mom's figure disappeared with it. Only discarded weapon fragments, charred planks, and a pool of Cracker's blood remained on the deck. Lin Qi hovered above the wreckage of the flagship, his electromagnetic perception sweeping the deck one last time. No one remained, no metal residue from the mirror. Only Cracker's bloodstain slowly congealing on the wood. Big Mom and the three sweet commanders had completely vanished. He descended slowly onto the tilted deck. Binz's warship was approaching from the outer sea, the bow spray glittering gold and red under the setting sun. By result, he had won. The three sweet commanders, severely wounded Big Mom, forced to retreat. But the victory felt hollow. Big Mom had escaped unharmed and Cracker's injuries might not be fatal given the Charlotte family's medical resources. They would return soon enough. He needed to become stronger faster. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Doflamingo sat on a sofa by the window holding a transponder snail in his hand. The snail had just relayed the battle report from GF branch. The three sweet commanders gravely wounded, Big Mom retreating. His fingers tightened unconsciously and the snail let out a dissatisfied grumble. Defeated again. Kaido was defeated and Big Mom had retreated. His three knives for the kill. The giant rock squadron annihilated. Kaido, grievously wounded. Big Mom fled back to Whole Cake Island. Virgo had gone completely silent. There was no need to guess. The Marine's internal secret investigation had likely closed in. But he did not smash anything. He did not roar. He was silent for a long time, then the corner of his mouth began to twitch. A laugh forced its way from deep in his throat. Not the previous wild, arrogant cackle, but something colder, more dangerous. Fufufu. Lin Qi, you can indeed fight. But do you think fighting is enough? He dialed another number. This number he rarely used. Every time he dialed it meant he was calling on his last connections in Mary Geos, and each use depleted them. The call connected. Doflamingo's voice dropped, losing its usual flippancy. It's me. About the new commander of GF branch, Lin Qi. He just single-handedly drove off Big Mom and the three sweet commanders. The world government probably hasn't received that battle report yet. A silence on the other end. I have more complete intelligence here. Doflamingo stared at the dancing toys outside the window, including the detailed process of him killing the Golden Lion and defeating Kaido. Free of charge, consider it my advice to the world government. A Marine Vice Admiral with combat power exceeding that of an admiral stationed at an outpost in the New World. Do you think he'll continue to obey orders obediently? He hung up and sank back into the sofa. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. Lin Qi, you like to fight, don't you? Fine. This time I want use the Yonkos blade. They'll use the world government to suppress you. Day 95. A golden light curtain visible only to the descenders unfurled before Lin Qi. This time it wasn't a settlement, but an elimination announcement. On the light curtain the name of the nation of Tuvalu was dimming, shifting from gold to gray, from gray to black, then shattering and dissipating. All members of the Tuvalu team have died. The Tuvalu team is eliminated. The territory of Blue Star Tuvalu has been erased. Lin Qi stood in the commander's office of the GF branch, watching the line of text slowly vanish through the window. Now their last member had also died. On Blue Star, 9 coral islands were being swallowed by the sea and hundreds of thousands of people were vanishing from the world map. It had been less than 5 days since the second phase began. The first nation was completely eliminated. Not a bottom 5 punishment, but a team wipe. It seemed the local powers' hunting had begun to take effect. Teams that lacked strength or had exposed too much were being picked off one by one. Lin Qi withdrew his gaze from the sky, his fingers drumming unconsciously on the desk. He could drive back Big Mom and severely wound the 3 sweet commanders, but the next time it might not be just Big Mom. If Kaido and Big Mom joined forces, coupled with Doflamingo stirring up trouble at the world government, he needed to prepare some contingencies. Not just contingencies in strength, but also escape routes. Blue Star. The live broadcast of Tuvalu's erasure played simultaneously on every light curtain across the globe. 9 coral islands were swallowed by the sea within minutes. No explosions, no flames, just seawater, silently rising, flooding houses, roads, fields, everything. The live feed switched to the perspective of Tuvalu's last member, where the enormous maw of a sea king filled the entire screen, followed by a black screen. The black screen lasted 10 seconds. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the light curtain. Tuvalu eliminated. Panic swept across the globe like a tsunami. China's response was, as always, the fastest. 5 minutes after the announcement, the Central News cut into a special program. The host's tone was as steady as ever, but the content was more specific than before. Our team leader Li Qi has confirmed that the Chinese team is currently safe. Specific details are classified as state secrets and will not be disclosed. The national state of readiness continues. All citizens are requested to maintain normal order in their daily lives. Bullet comments scrolled across the screen. Tuvalu is gone. 9 islands just like that. Is the Chinese team really safe? I'm dying of worry here. Trust the nation, trust Captain Li. I'm a Tuvaluan student abroad. My country is gone. Condolences to the above. Before the program aired, China's top leadership had already connected with Li Qi. Li Qi stood in the main control room of the floating base, overlooking the sea of clouds below through the camouflage layer of the mist fruit. He reported the current status of the Chinese team item by item. The floating base was moving at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, maintained afloat by the float fruit, with the mist fruit covering the exterior to disguise it as ordinary clouds. Supplies were continuously stockpiled through the trade channel, enough for 3 months of consumption. The secret base and upper yard was essentially complete, serving as a backup retreat. 10 ability users were in position, and most team members had mastered at least one of the 6 powers. Except for those unable to return from the Grand Line, all personnel had assembled. Lin Qi repeatedly emphasized preparation beforehand, and we made our arrangements early. There won't be any danger in the short term. The top leadership paused for a moment before speaking. Good. Next, the intelligence we are about to share with you must be taken seriously. The European Union is internally discussing the possibility of seeking help from the Chinese team, but the proposal was vetoed under joint pressure from the Eagle and John Bull. The fleets of the island nation and the stick nation have rendezvoused in the West Sea, merging into a single armada. Additionally, intelligence from within the world government indicates that the crackdown on descenders will be further intensified, especially against those whose identities have been exposed. Tell Lin Qi to be careful. Li Qi acknowledged, hung up the communication, and immediately compiled and sent the intelligence to Lin Qi. The Eagle Nation. White House bunker. Hogan's holographic image stood in the center of the conference table. The background behind him had been technically processed, only a grayish-white wall devoid of any recognizable landmarks. Having learned from previous incidents of being exposed by live broadcasts, the Eagle Nation's team leader now stood in front of a curated background during communications. Current status: the secret base's concealment is excellent, with triple security perimeters deployed. No large-scale forces are active in the surrounding waters. Comprehensive combat power assessment: we are currently ranked 3rd among all participating nations. Hogan's voice was steady, but his speaking pace was faster than usual. But Tuvalu's elimination proves one thing: concealment is not omnipotent. As long as you're on the sea, there is a risk of exposure. Our base is only underground, not in the sky. He paused and voiced the proposal he had been mulling over for several days. I request the nation to initiate diplomatic contact with China. Objective: obtain permission to enter the Chinese team's floating base. The floating base is at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, disguised by thick mist, and cannot be located. That is the safest stronghold in the world of pirates right now. If we can gain entry, even if it's just a designated independent area for joint defense, our survival rate will increase dramatically. A moment of silence fell over the conference room. The Secretary of State spoke first. Diplomatically, it's not a problem, but will China agree? This is a contest for national destiny. They have no obligation to protect us. And we are currently ranked 3rd. Aren't they afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Yes, they are, Hogan admitted bluntly. But we are also a force to be reckoned with. We have intelligence, combat power, and resource channels in the underworld. If they are willing to negotiate, we can offer terms they would find interesting. The president deliberated for a long time before finally nodding. Initiate preliminary contact with China. Probing contact. Don't reveal our hand. The Bear Nation. Moscow. Ivanov's image leaned against a massive coniferous tree, behind him a snow-covered taiga. His expression was noticeably more relaxed than in previous communications. Our position is on the edge of the South Sea, where the Revolutionary Army is active, but we can still maintain concealment for now. The team's combat power remains intact, no casualties. He paused briefly and cut straight to the point. I recommend that the nation contact China as soon as possible. We are ranked 2nd, and our strength is not weak, but the second phase is not a time for lone wolf tactics. If we can merge our team into China's floating base, our survival probability will at least double. Living under someone else's roof is unpleasant, but it's better than being dead. The Bear Nation's top leadership nodded. We have already made probing contact with China. They neither refused nor agreed. They are still evaluating. Then speed it up, Ivanov said, showing a rare hint of impatience. Tuvalu went from settlement to elimination in just 5 days. The next one could be any of us. The West Sea. 2 fleets rendezvoused in a sea area dense with reef. 3 ships from the island nation and 2 from the stick nation moored side by side. The crew members on the decks sized up the strangers on the opposing ships. Yamamoto Jiro stood at the bow, hands on his hips, looking at the face of Park Jong-hee on the opposite ship, still bearing burn scars. From today onward, we have unified command. Yamamoto's voice brooked no dissent. The island nation's tactical system is more mature. I will serve as the supreme commander of the joint fleet. Park Jong-hee wanted to argue, but the team member behind him tugged at his sleeve. Their combined bounty was nearly 400 million, and they had survived this long only by running fast. Now there was a fool willing to take the lead. Why not go along? Park Jong-hee forced a smile. Fine. Joint fleet, you call the shots. The formation of the joint fleet was met with a brief wave of optimism. After all, their strength in numbers. The 2 sides combined had over 60 members and 5 ships of various sizes, making them a considerable force in the West Sea. The Stick Nation's logistics officer even began planning a fleet expansion project, calculating that if they could capture a few more ships, they could assemble a fleet of 10 vessels. But they forgot one thing: 5 ships and over 60 men sailing in formation on the sea was like a giant banner. It was equivalent to telling all the hunters, "We are here." Lin Qi closed the private message channel. He had read through the intelligence sent by Li Xingming one by one. The Island Nation and Stick Nation merging internal divisions in Europe, the Eagle and Bear Nations both probing China's attitude. All of this was within his expectations. But that line from the world government's internal intelligence, the crackdown on dissenters whose identities have been exposed will be further intensified, forced him to think an extra step ahead. Doflamingo already knew he was a dissenter. Big Mom and Kaido knew too. The world government had probably already begun assessing his threat level. He could still stand in the position of Marine Vice Admiral, because Sengoku and Garp were willing to shoulder the burden, but how long could they hold out? He walked to the window and looked at the gun emplacements under repair on the periphery of the GF branch. After the last clash with Big Mom, the base's defensive facilities were being reinforced around the clock. But this wasn't enough. The base was static, people were dynamic. True safety didn't come from gun emplacements and warships, it came from strength and escape routes. He sat back down at the desk and spread open Zephyr's hockey training notes. Advanced Armament Hockey's Internal Destruction, Ryuo. The notes were covered in dense diagrams. Hockey wasn't a shell, it was flowing water. Let the hockey penetrate the target's surface and burst from within. That was Zephyr's original words. In terms of observation hockey, his perception range was considerable, but the precision was lacking. Mantra was about compressing perception from area to line, from large-scale scanning to precise foresight. As for Conqueror's hockey coding, Zephyr had written only 4 words between life and death. Lin Qi flipped to the last page of the notes. Beside those 4 words, Zephyr had added a line of small text. It's not trained, it's fought out. Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard. Their Conqueror's coding was forced out through countless deadly battles. If you really want to learn it, don't stay in the base training. He closed the notes and stood up. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku sat in the Fleet Admiral's office facing 2 men in black suits. Not Marine uniforms, but world government officials' attire. One of them slid a document across the desk. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the world government has a few questions regarding Vice Admiral Qi Lin that need verification. First, Qi Lin is a dissenter. Is it too rash to appoint him as the commander of a frontline branch in the Second, he rose from a new recruit to Vice Admiral in just a few months, a pace with no precedent in Marine history, which has already drawn widespread criticism. Third, dissenters are targets explicitly condemned by the world government. How did he infiltrate the Marines and even become a Vice Admiral? Sengoku did not touch the document. He leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his abdomen, and was silent for a moment. First question, Qi Lin's transfer to the GF branch was directly ordered by the world government. Marine headquarters executed the order. There is no question of rashness. His voice was unhurried. Second question, every one of his promotions has a clear record of military merit. Killing Shiki, annihilating the giant rock pirates, repelling Kaido, repelling Big Mom, and the 3 sweet commanders. If anyone is dissatisfied with his promotion speed, they can exchange equal military merit for equal treatment. The Marines don't judge by background or seniority. They judge by merit. He stood up, pulled a stack of files from the cabinet behind him, flipped to the last page, and pointed at the signature. Third question, Qi Lin was brought into the Marines by Garp from the East Blue. His enlistment recommendation bears Garp's signature, and his training evaluations were personally assessed by Chief Instructor Zephyr. If you question how he entered, you can ask Vice Admiral Garp and Chief Instructor Zephyr. The two officials exchanged. Sengoku placed the stack of files back into the cabinet and turned around, his face still wearing a formulaic smile, but the warmth in his voice had noticeably dropped. Of course, if the world government has new directives, Marine headquarters will give them serious consideration. But until an official transfer order is issued, Vice Admiral Qi Lin will continue to serve as commander of the GF branch. His battle record speaks for itself. I believe this battle report is more convincing than any investigation report. He pushed the unsent battle report on the table toward the two men. GF branch defense battle. Enemy forces Emperor Charlotte Linlin and all 3 suite commanders, 3 battleships. Results: 2 enemy ships sunk, all 3 suite commanders severely wounded, Big Mom forced to retreat. Own casualties 0. The two officials looked at the battle report and said nothing. After reading it, the 2 world government officials stood up, their faces maintaining a politely expressionless facade, but their eyes clearly carried the displeasure of being rebuffed. Sengoku saw them to the office door, his handshake and smile still impeccably formulaic. The door closed. Sengoku sat back in his office chair and picked up the den mushi on the table. He hesitated for a moment, then dialed Lin Qi's number. Qi Lin. The world government sent people to ask 3 questions: why a descender can be a commander, 2 fast promotion causing dissatisfaction, and how you infiltrated the Marines. I blocked them for you, but this is definitely not the last time. They won't let it go. There was a brief silence on the other end of the den mushi. Then Lin Qi's voice came calmly. Understood. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Don't thank me yet. Let me ask you something. Sengoku's voice lowered. Tell me honestly, the things you did in the East Blue, the pirates you killed, fighting Kaido, fighting Big Mom. Was all that for justice or for survival? There was a long silence from Lin Qi's end. Both, he said. But the ones I killed were all pirates. That has never changed. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right. Do what you need to do. As long as you don't desert or defect to the enemy, the Marines will have your back. No matter who comes asking. He hung up and placed the copy of the battle report into the most visible shelf of the file cabinet. Outside the window, the sunset over Marine Ford was sinking into the sea. He knew that after those 2 officials returned, the world government would not let this rest. The 5 elders would not allow a descender with combat power surpassing an admiral to remain stationed at a new world outpost. Today was just the first round of probing. The next time it might not be officials. It could be CP0. On the 102nd day in the nation of Huaxia on Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling sat on her throne facing a mountain of desserts, yet she had not taken a single bite. 7 days had passed since the retreat from the GF branch. The burn marks on her body had long healed, but the image of her tattered clothes covered in soot and debris from the explosion still pierced her mind like a thorn. A Navy vice admiral had humiliated her in front of her entire offspring. All 3 of the commanders were heavily injured and Cracker was still undergoing emergency treatment. She let out a low laugh devoid of joy, only the suppressed fury of 7 days. Perospero stood beside the throne waiting for his mother's anger to subside before slowly licking his lollipop and speaking. Mother, this battle was not a loss for you. That Navy vice admiral merely relied on the maneuverability of the thunder fruit to gain an advantage. You were restricted by the environment, not skilled in aerial or naval combat, and his speed overwhelmed Zeus. In ground combat, he might not have had the upper hand. Mama shot him a glance. Then what do you suggest? Perospero twirled the lollipop between his fingers. Mother, there are others who want that vice admiral dead, not just us. Kaido has suffered even greater losses at his hands, and Don Quixote da Flamingo also has a grudge against him. We don't need to act alone. We can join forces with Kaido and bring a massive army. This time we will not only kill Zelene, but also eliminate the GF branch altogether. Let's remove that thorn stuck at our doorstep together. Mama's eyes sparkled. She picked up a den mushi and dialed Kaido's number. When the call connected, Kaido's deep and irritable voice came through. Maha Kaido, do you remember that Navy brat who made you lose face in the East Blue? He has now been reassigned to the GF branch right at my doorstep. Mama's voice was sweet yet sharp. A few days ago he also disgusted me. You couldn't handle him alone, he caught me off guard too. But if we join forces, his death is inevitable. Kaido was silent for 3 seconds, then his voice rumbled from deep within his chest. GF branch. In half a month, you gather the main force of the beasts and mobilize the elite from Huaxia. The 2 armies will advance simultaneously and crush him and his base together. All right. Kaido spoke a single word, but it carried the murderous intent accumulated over several months. At the same time, in the Dressrosa Palace, Don Quixote da Flamingo held a den mushi, and after hearing the report from the world government liaison on the other end, his lips began to twitch. Sengoku had blocked it. The questions regarding the identity of the arrival, promotion, speed, and how they infiltrated the Navy were all dismissed by Sengoku one by one. With great military achievements, a recommendation letter from Garp and Zephyr's assessment. There were no flaws in the procedure. Sengoku can block it because it is still within the rules. Doflamingo switched the din mushi to the other hand, lowering his voice. Then let's make it so he can't block it. Listen carefully, Zeline extorted 2 devil fruits from me in Roguetown. What if we rephrase this? Instead of extortion, how about calling it a transaction? Navy Vice Admiral Zeline colluded with pirates using his position to engage in an unspeakable transaction. The other end fell silent for a moment before speaking. Do you have evidence? I don't need evidence. I'm simply reporting. Upon receiving the report, an investigation must be conducted. Isn't it CP3's duty to investigate security incidents? They don't need to go through Sengoku. They just need to bypass the Navy's military law and go directly to the GF branch, demanding Xylan's cooperation under the suspicion of colluding with pirates. If he cooperates, they put on the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. If he doesn't cooperate, he will be guilty of colluding with pirates. What if he resists? But he severely injured Kaido. That's your problem. I only provide the reporting materials. Doflamingo's smile spread beneath his sunglasses. Once this is accomplished, I promise you the control over the 3 underground trade routes in the New World will not be lacking in benefits. The call ended. Doflamingo tossed the din mushi onto the couch, tilting his head back and letting out that signature laugh. Fool. Vice Admiral Zeline, do you think being strong is enough? Let's see how you die this time. There are plenty of ways to play with you. 7 days later. On the 109th day in the GF branch commander's office. Lin Qi reclined in his chair, his feet resting on the desk with the snow-white justice cloak behind him. On the desk lay powerful cultivation notes. He was mentally rehearsing the application method of flowing sakura, aiming to let the haki flow like water rather than being rigidly encased. The door was pushed open. A group of people in black suits filed in, their leather shoes clicking on the floor, and leading them was a tall, thin individual wearing a haughty expression cultivated in bureaucratic offices, as if to say, I have someone backing me. Vice Admiral Zeline. The tall, thin man pulled out a document from his pocket and waved it in the air. We received a report suspecting you of colluding with pirates. Please come with us for an investigation. Lin Qi made no move. He didn't even take his feet off the desk. He merely tilted his head and glanced at the man. That gaze was like looking at a bug that had crawled onto his desk. Speak with evidence. His voice was soft. If you speak recklessly without evidence, I can order your execution on the spot for inciting panic in the ranks. The air in the office suddenly froze. Several CP3 members instinctively reached for their waists, but before they could grasp their weapons, they froze. Because they simultaneously realized something, there were only 6 of them in this office, while the man reclining in the chair across from them had single-handedly chased off Kaido and forced back Mama and the 3 commanders. The few CP3 members had not even had a proper warm-up. The tall, thin man's forehead began to sweat. Yet he still straightened his back, raising his voice slightly. You dare. I represent the world government. If you dare to act against me, are you declaring war on the world government? Lin Qi let out a scoff. He finally took his feet off the desk and sat up straight. His 10 fingers crossed on the table, his body leaning slightly forward. In his eyes there was no anger, no threat, only a contempt that sent chills down the tall, thin man's spine. You represent the world government. On what basis? Because of your large face. I am the supreme commander of the GF branch. You trespassed into my office without orders from the Navy headquarters, and without Sengoku's signature, thinking you could take a vice admiral based on an unknown report. When I was on the front lines battling the 4 emperors, you were sipping coffee in the corridors of Marijoa. I have every reason to suspect you are here to steal military intelligence. His voice suddenly lowered, but it was colder than before. Do you think I lack the authority to execute all 6 of you on the spot? After all, in the follow-up investigation, you won't be able to see it. The tall, thin man was drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth, his voice softer than before. Vice Admiral Zeline, we are merely following a report, going through a process. We hope you can cooperate with the investigation. If you cooperate, it will be easier for everyone. Lin Qi leaned back against the chair, placing his feet back on the desk. For investigations, contact Admiral Sengoku. Have Admiral Sengoku issue the order. The rest is none of my concern. Just as the tall, thin man was about to say something, the office door was pushed open again. This time it was Benzi. The aide's military boots tapped crisply on the floor as he walked straight to Lin Qi's side, leaned down, and whispered a few words in Lin Qi's ear before placing a document on the desk. Lin Qi's eyes scanned over the document. Half a second later, he slammed his hand on the table. The electromagnetic field unfolded in less than a second, enveloping all 6 CP3 members. The paralysis effect on each person was precisely controlled at a critical point, not allowing them to faint, but rendering their bodies rigid, their muscles unresponsive, shaking violently like 6 snakes with their throats pinched. Come. Lin Qi's voice pierced through the walls of the office. Several armed soldiers rushed in. Arrest all these colluding pirates. Put on the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. The soldiers surged forward. As the C-Prism stone handcuffs clicked onto the wrists of the CP3 members, Lin Qi's field was released. The tall, thin man slumped to the ground, the heavy cuffs on his wrists leaving his mind blank. He had come to arrest someone. How did it turn into him being arrested? Zelene, you dare to arrest us? Are you declaring war on the world government? His voice was filled with a sobbing tone. Lin Qi stepped out from behind the desk, standing before the tall, thin man, looking down at him. Fools who only shed tears when facing death. Let me make it clear, I just received reliable intelligence that the Beast's pirates and the Mama pirates are gathering their main forces, preparing to launch a joint attack on the GF branch. 2 fleets of 4 emperors with all high-ranking officials mobilized. You chose to come here to capture the base, commander, just as the 4 emperors coalition was moving. Oh, what a coincidence that is. The tall, thin man's face turned pale. His lips trembled, sweat streaming down his temples like a stream. Misunderstanding. We were just following up on a report. Purely coincidental. Absolutely not colluding with pirates. Coincidence. Lin Qi sat back down in his chair, slapping the intelligence document onto the table. Take it to a military court. Go tell the judge. Take them away. If they resist. He paused, his voice as sharp as a blade. Kill without mercy. The soldiers dragged the 6 limp CP3 members out. As the door closed, the corridor echoed with the tall, thin man's cries growing fainter. Lin Qi sat in his office chair, silent for a few seconds. Binzi stood beside him, his expression unusually grave. Vice Admiral, the combined force of the 4 emperors is fierce. Relying solely on the strength of our branch, we probably won't hold up. It's not probably, it definitely won't hold up. Lin Qi's voice returned to calmness. I can handle 1 4, but with 4 emperors along with all high-ranking officials and several hundred capable individuals, this is no longer a simple confrontation, this is war. He picked up the Den Mushi on the table and dialed Sengoku's direct line. When the Den Mushi transformed to show Sengoku's face, Lin Qi could see that the admiral already knew something was wrong from the furrow in his brow. Vice Admiral Zelene, what happened? Admiral Sengoku, I just received reliable intelligence. Lin Qi's voice was steady and clear. The Beast's pirates and the Mama pirates are gathering their main fleets, planning to attack the GF branch simultaneously in 7 to 10 days. Kaido and Mama will personally lead the charge, with most of the high-ranking officials participating. I can hold back 1 emperor, but the remaining stars, the 3 disasters, and hundreds of pirates are beyond my capacity to stop. We need support from the headquarters. Sengoku did not speak. His expression froze for a moment on the Den Mushi projection before he spoke in a deep voice. What is the scale of the forces? Conservatively estimating, the Beast side has at least 5 main ships, and the Mama side has at least 5 as well. All high-ranking officials at the level of the 3 disasters and 3 commanders will be mobilized, plus the 4 emperors. Sengoku took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was sharp. I will send Akainu and Kizaru to lead the elite forces from headquarters to support you. Akiji has a mission and cannot break free. Additionally, I will recall Garp to remain on standby on the periphery, ready to support at any time. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Lin Qi paused. There's one more thing. Half an hour ago, a team of world government officials claiming to be CP3 arrived at the GF branch, stating they received a report and demanded my arrest on the grounds of colluding with pirates. Their arrival coincided perfectly with the timing of the 4 emperors coalition attack. I suspect they are undercover agents planted by the enemy within the government and have already controlled all 6 of them. They will be handed over to the military court after the battle. Sengoku was stunned for a full second. Then he exploded with rage, slamming his fist onto the table, causing the ink bottle to jump. These bureaucrats. While our frontline soldiers are facing the 4 emperors, they stab us in the back. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. We will handle it as you said. Keep them detained for now, and I will handle it personally after the battle. Focus on preparing for war. The call ended. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, rearranging all the information in his mind. The report to CP3 must have been orchestrated by Doflamingo. Only he could use the channels of the world government to file a report. CP3 acted directly without going through the Navy. This process is something Doflamingo had previously utilized when he usurped the country in Dressrosa, relying on the cooperation of the world government and CP. But what Doflamingo did not anticipate was that Kaido and Mama would choose this exact moment to join forces and launch an attack. The suspicion of CP3's collusion could be infinitely magnified during wartime. He has no evidence proving they really colluded, but in the context of the 4 emperors coalition, he doesn't need evidence, just reasonable suspicion. Just as Doflamingo reported him without needing evidence. Everyone is testing the boundaries of the rules. However, this time his blade is longer than Doflamingo's. He opened his eyes, picked up his pen, and continued reviewing Zephyr's notes. The advanced techniques of flowing Sakura, the compression of observation Haki's heart web, In the entanglement of Conqueror's Huaxia, every single improvement could determine life or death in the upcoming great battle. 4 emperors, hundreds of capable individuals, all high-ranking officials. Sengoku has dispatched Akainu and Kizuru to assist, but the battlefield is ever-changing and no one can guarantee the reinforcements will arrive in time. His life ultimately relies on himself. Outside the window, alarms at the GF branch began to sound. Warships were mobilizing at the port and artillery was being urgently loaded. The entire base resembled a beast awakened from slumber preparing to reveal its fangs. Lin Qi assigned Binzi and the base's vice commander to defense preparations while he had other pressing matters to attend to. Since Doflamingo enjoyed mutual harm tonight, Lin Qi was prepared to give him a memorable experience of it. On the 109th day night, the preparations at the GF branch were underway in a tense atmosphere, yet the commander's office was empty. Lin Qi stepped lightly, appearing silently at an altitude of 10,000 meters. An electromagnetic field unfolded around him, a newly mastered static magnetic field from targeted practice. The magnetic field did not discharge or attack. Its sole function was to distort all incoming perception. As the observation Huaxia touched the edge of the static magnetic field, it would be deflected in another direction, causing radars, phone signals, and even thermal sensors to completely bypass. He was on his way. Direction Dressrosa. Purpose to collect some interest. Doflamingo had sent CP3 to capture him, and this matter couldn't just be let go. Doflamingo's habit was to try again if the first attempt failed. If he wasn't taught a sufficient lesson, there would be CP0, CP9, and even more troublesome matters in the future. To teach Doflamingo a lesson, the most effective method wasn't to strike him directly, but to remove the support that hurt him the most. Today's target was Sugar, the user of the Hobby fruit, the creator of all the toys in Dressrosa. Doflamingo's entire underground kingdom's hostage control system was built upon her abilities. Removing her would hurt more than stabbing Doflamingo 10 times. Under the night sky, Lin Qi flickered through the clouds almost instantaneously while sending part of his mental energy to open a private message channel. Li Xingming's avatar lit up. Kaido and Big Mom are teaming up to attack the GF branch. Lin Qi stated directly, I have requested assistance from the Navy headquarters. Akainu and Kizuru will bring people here. But the scale of this battle is too large with 2 emperors and hundreds of pirates involved. There are too many variables. I was wondering if you wanted to get involved. Li Xingming was silent for a few seconds. Didn't you say you had the East Wind Express and the full version radar sorted out last time? I want to test its lethality on the emperors. When the time comes, I'll give you electromagnetic signal markers for the targets. You find a secluded island over 200 kilometers from the battlefield, set up the radar, and launch the black cannon. After the fight, just retreat. No one will be able to trace you. Won't I be discovered? Li Xingming asked hesitantly. Your radar has a detection range of over 300 kilometers. The East Wind Express range far exceeds that. The battlefield is at the GF branch, and you're launching from a small island over 200 kilometers away. The shells will fly the entire distance outside the atmosphere. The people in the pirate world don't even know what radar is. How could they find you? One person acting alone, striking, and then fleeing without leaving a trace. Li Xingming fell silent. Lin Qi understood what he was weighing. The radar and missiles created from the weapon fruit were his trump card, and once exposed, he would be targeted by all forces. But looking at it from another angle, the opportunity to test the emperors with his blade might only come once in his lifetime. There aren't many chances to test the East Wind Express. This is the ultimate battle. It's worth a try. All right, Li Xingming finally spoke. Give me the signal in advance. I'll arrive early, set up the radar, and wait for your marker. The private message was cut off. A faint smile appeared on Lin Qi's lips. With the 2 emperors teaming up to press the borders, he could only hold one at bay on the front lines. However, if Li Xingming hid over 200 kilometers away using the East Wind Express to target high-ranking officials, that would be an attack from another dimension. Completely unpredictable, entirely defenseless. An East Wind Express falling from the sky would certainly be interesting. 2 hours later, late at night. Above Dressrosa, Lin Qi hovered above the clouds, enveloped in a static magnetic field that left no gaps. Below, the palace was brightly lit, and patrolling pirates moved along the castle walls. His electromagnetic perception penetrated the stone walls and corridors of the palace, accurately locking onto a location deep within a room surrounded by layers of protection. There was only one person in the room. The silhouette of a little girl lay sleeping in bed. That was the target, Sugar. Lin Qi did not rush to act. His electromagnetic perception spread out like a net, scanning the entire defense layout of the palace. The positions of the patrols, the changing of the guards, the surveillance phone bugs in the corridors, the number of guards around Sugar's room, all imprinted in his mind. After confirming the intelligence, he began to descend. Like a feather condensed from storm clouds, he fell silently. The static magnetic field surrounded him, shielding him from all observation Huaxia scans. After a few glides, he stood in front of the window of Sugar's room. The window was tightly shut and the curtains were drawn tightly. The electromagnetic perception penetrated the walls. There were no guards in the room as Doflamingo trusted too much in the concealment of this fruit ability. Except for the core personnel, no one knew of Sugar's existence. He thought this would protect her. But Lin Qi knew all of his secrets. A current silently extended from his fingertips, seeping through the window gap and spreading throughout the room. One strike, precise to the millimeter. At the moment the current struck Sugar's neck, her body stiffened suddenly, then slumped on the bed. She fainted without making a sound. At the same time, in every corner of Dressrosa, the toy soldiers sweeping the streets suddenly inflated, deformed, and reverted to human form. The toy slaves wielding pickaxes in the mines dropped their tools, their bodies transforming from puppets back into human shapes under the moonlight. The toy band dancing mechanically in the square came to an abrupt halt. The remnants of music still echoed in the air, but the hands holding the instruments had transformed from cloth to skin. The entire Dressrosa plunged into an eerie silence for a moment before erupting into chaos. Shouts, cries, and roars mixed together, and Dressrosa was thrown into instant disarray. Lin Qi paid no attention to the chaos outside. He pushed open the window and leaped into the room, standing before the bed. The one lying on the bed was not a little girl at all. It was merely the hobby fruit that had kept her in a childlike form. He did not spare her another glance. The densest electric net emerged from his palm, enveloping Sugar, entirely high-voltage currents coursing through her unconscious body, ensuring she would not awaken again. Then he placed a prepared fruit on her chest, and the electric net retracted. After several seconds, the electric net dissipated. On the corpse lying on the bed, a purple fruit covered in spiral patterns lay quietly. The hobby fruit. Lin Qi picked up the fruit and tucked it into his bosom, turning and leaping out the window. Electromagnetic teleportation transformed his body into an untraceable bolt of lightning, vanishing into the night sky. On the way back, Lin Qi opened Li Xingming's private message again. I have something for you. He transmitted the image of the hobby fruit with his mind, just picked it up from Dressrosa. The hobby fruit, anyone who touches it will be turned into a toy, and all memories of that person will be erased. Sugar had helped Doflamingo control the entire Dressrosa with this ability. Li Xingming's breathing noticeably quickened. You should know the value of this devil fruit. You're giving it to me. Find someone you absolutely trust to eat it. Remember, it must be someone you absolutely trust. The strategic value of this fruit is too great. Lin Qi's tone was more serious than usual. In the future, when catching pirates at sea, don't kill them all. Let the user of the hobby fruit turn them into toys and erase all memories of them. Toys do not need food, do not require rest, and will not resist. They are completely controllable free labor. They can work as laborers at the floating base, liberating most of the crew. Once this mode is established, our team's logistics will no longer need to occupy combat slots. Li Xingming was silent for a few seconds, then spoke with suppressed excitement. I have a confidant here who has followed me for many years. He is tight-lipped and loyal. I will have him eat it right away. The other end of the private message was quiet for a while. Then Li Xingming's message lit up again. He ate it. The system confirmed that points have been credited 100,000. Good. Lin Qi's voice carried satisfaction. From now on, every pirate captured means one more laborer. The construction speed of the floating base can be doubled, production of supplies can expand, and the crew can be liberated from physical labor to focus on cultivation. Li Xingming's reply carried a new excitement. Understood. He'll arrange the first batch of targets. There are a few active pirate crews in the East Sea with lower bounties. Let's start with them. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa in the palace, Doflamingo stood at the door of Sugar's room. Treble's sticky body occupied half of the corridor, and several top executives squeezed behind him, none daring to make a sound. The corpse on the bed had already been covered with a white cloth. How much had he paid years ago to find this fruit, to turn this inconspicuous little girl into the cornerstone of the entire kingdom's operation? Now the cornerstone had been shattered by a kick. Sugar was dead, and all the toys had reverted to humans. The underground factories in Dressrosa would all cease operations from this night onward. The slave revolt in the armory and the smuggling network in the port paralyzed by half. This stab hurt more than losing to Lin Qi on the battlefield. It was far more painful. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with veins. Conqueror's haki exploded from within. An invisible shockwave swept through the entire floor. Treble was knocked back a step, and the guards in the corridor collapsed to the ground, having not had time to react. He did not shout, did not smash things, nor did he even curse. He simply stood at the door, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, breathing heavily and slowly, increasingly slower until it calmed. The anger had passed its critical point. Surpassing the roaring phase, he directly entered a cold, precise, killing intent. Chilin. When he uttered this name, his tone was strangely calm. I plot against him once, and he retaliates once. I exchanged 2 fruits for my escape, and he took back one of them with interest. I incited the giant rock pirates, and he wiped them all out. I led Kaido to kill him, and he severely injured Kaido. I sent CP3 to capture him, and he captured CP3 in return. Now he has dismantled my cornerstone. He turned around facing the executives behind him. A smile reappeared on his face, not the arrogant signature grin he usually wore, but one that was extremely dangerous, extremely calm, and could almost be described as serious. Very good. Then let's continue. Whoever stops first is the loser. I have never lost. He looked at Treble, you handle the aftermath. Seal Sugar's room, and no information must leak. Those who have transformed back outside must be suppressed first. Capture as many as possible at the fastest speed. Those who dare to resist will be killed. Restore the basic order of the capital within this night. Factories and ports must at least complete emergency lockdown before dawn tomorrow. He walked towards the end of the corridor, his pace unhurried. I need to go to Mariewa. This time, let the celestial dragons take action directly. Doflamingo walked toward the secret passage deep within the palace. His steps were unhurried, and the sound of his leather shoes echoed evenly on the stone slabs. Treble slithered behind him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The other executives stood still, none daring to follow. Young master. Treble finally spoke. To involve the celestial dragons, the price. Doflamingo paused for a moment. Moonlight spilled in from the narrow windows high in the corridor, stretching his shadow long. He slightly tilted his head, the edge of his sunglasses reflecting cold light in the moonlight. I know. Years ago when I returned to Mariewa with my father's head, they said the price wasn't enough. Now I can offer them more, of being capable of single-handedly repelling 2 emperors, a Navy rear admiral with strength surpassing that of a general, and a commander of a new world outpost not under the control of the world government. Let them evaluate this threat and see if it's worth breaking the rules for me. He pushed open the door leading to the secret passage, disappearing into the darkness without looking back, leaving his final words echoing against the stone walls. Since we can't move his identity in the Navy for now, let him become a pirate. Let the Navy pirates and world government encircle him together. This time leave him no way out. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the GF branch, Lin Qi pushed open the office door, casually draping his dust-covered cloak over the back of a chair. Binzi was standing in front of the operation map, marking the movements of enemy ships, glancing up at him. Colonel, where have you been? Just took a walk. Lin Qi walked to the window, gazing at the masts faintly visible on the horizon, his expression as calm as water. Is there any new information? The reconnaissance ship reports that the beast pirates have merged with the Pirate Alliance. They are expected to arrive in our surrounding waters within 5 days. 5 days, Lin Qi nodded. That's enough. He sat back at his desk, flipping to the page in Zifa's notes about Conqueror's Hockey, and continued his training. Day 113. At the GF branch port, the Horn let out a long blast. 10 warships cut through the waves in a single line, their bronze lion heads gleaming coldly in the morning light. At the top of the flagship's mast, the naval Admiral Red Dog's flag flapped vigorously in the sea breeze. The Marines lined up on the dock stood straight, and from their perspective the flag represented not just a single person, but the pinnacle combat strength of the entire Navy headquarters. Lynch stood at the front of the dock, followed by Binzi and several branch officers. Today he wore a brand new Justice Great cloak, the collar buttoned meticulously. As Red Dog descended the gangway, Lynch took the initiative to salute, his movements crisp and clean, showing no hint of insincerity. Red Dog glanced at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Kizaru followed behind him, wearing his ever-elusive, nonchalant smile. More than a dozen vice admirals disembarked in succession, most of them regarding Lynch with a scrutinizing gaze. Was this newcomer, who had risen from a recruit to a vice admiral in just a few months, truly worthy of 2 admirals personally leading the support? Lynch paid no heed to those gazes. He stepped aside to clear the passage and gestured toward the base's main building with his right hand. Admiral Red Dog, Admiral Kizaru, the conference room is ready. Please follow me. In the conference room, the naval charts were laid out with the enemy and friendly positions clearly marked. Lynch stopped in front of the main seat. He pulled out a chair, but did not sit down. Instead, he turned to Red Dog and gestured towards the main seat. Admiral Red Dog, please take a seat. Your rank is the highest, so you should occupy the main seat. Then he pulled out the first chair to the right of the main seat and made the same gesture to Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, please sit here. He then walked around the conference table and sat in the first chair to the left of Red Dog. There was a brief silence in the conference room. The hawkish vice admirals who had come with Red Dog exchanged glances. The GF branch commander had willingly given up the main seat, a gesture that was quite humble. Regardless of their previous opinions about this airlifted vice admiral, this action at least left no room for criticism. Red Dog sat in the main seat, and the usually stern face that resembled granite slightly curved at the corners of his mouth. Vice Admiral Chelan, what are your plans for this operation? Lynch stood up, pointing to a section of the sea chart. 3 days ago, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates completed their merger and are currently heading towards our direction at full speed. The enemy's main force is estimated to consist of 11 ships with senior officers, including all 3 calamities from the Beast Pirates and all senior officers from Big Mom's side, except for 3 commanders, have mobilized alongside approximately 500 ordinary pirates. At the current sailing speed, they will reach this area the day after tomorrow. His finger drew a circle in an open area on the outskirts of the GF branch. This is their inevitable route. Red Dog nodded. Lynch continued regarding the Big Mom pirates. There is one piece of intelligence that requires special caution. She has a daughter named Bruley who possesses the powers of the mirror fruit. Her ability allows her to enter the internal space of mirrors using any mirror as an exit. This means the enemy could potentially appear directly inside the base. Several vice admirals visibly changed expressions. Lynch did not pause in light of this. I have ordered the destruction of all mirrors inside the base. The metal frames were also melted down. Any glass or surface with reflective properties has been treated to become matte. If they want to infiltrate using mirrors, they can only rely on personal mirrors they carry. However, the range of personal mirrors is limited, and they cannot create a breakthrough within the base. Red Dog's voice carried a subtle hint of approval. Well done. Thank you, Admiral Red Dog. Lynch went straight to the point. Next is the core of the combat plan. I have a method of attack that can guide shells for precise strikes within a certain range. Red Dog leaned slightly forward, his eagle-like eyes suddenly focused. Please elaborate. Lynch wasted. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, purple lightning danced at his fingertips, but the lightning was merely a diversion. The real mechanism was magnetism. In that instant, all metal objects in the conference room trembled slightly, including the base of the copper lamp on the table, the hilt of the Marines, swords at their waists, the metal insignia on Red Dog's epaulets, and then the shells outside the window. A 20-kilogram iron shell silently floated up from the ammunition box outside the window, hovering a foot above Lynch's right hand. Then came the second shell. The third. The shells began to rotate in the air, tracing a precise, circular path around his right arm. I accidentally discovered this phenomenon while using the Thunderfruit's powers. Lynch's tone was flat, as if he were recounting an inconsequential matter. The lightning generates a certain attraction that can capture metallic objects. As long as the warships maintain firepower firing shells into my controlled range, I can simultaneously control hundreds of shells for precise strikes. Red Dog gazed at the 3 shells silently rotating in the air, the light in his eyes becoming increasingly bright. Hundreds of shells precisely guided. What did that mean? Ordinary pirates armed hockey cannot block a direct hit from shells, and those who can block them would not withstand a barrage of shells coming from 3 directions. He understood what this meant. Someone capable of directly neutralizing the opponent's numerical advantage in large-scale naval battles holds greater strategic value than a mere powerhouse. Good. Red Dog clenched his fist. Excellent. After the war begins, you will go directly to the center of the battlefield. The warships will maintain bombardment, and you will be responsible for precise strikes. 500 pirates, do not let a single one approach our warships. Kizaru, resting his chin on his hand, leisurely remarked, how terrifying. In that case, won't those small pirates just become targets? Then these ordinary pirates will be handed over to Vice Admiral Qilin. Red Dog stood up, placing his hands on the naval chart. Kaido will be handled by me. Big Mom will be handled by Kizaru. The remaining senior officers. We will take care of them. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, sitting in the 3rd position to the right of Red Dog, stood up, and the other Vice Admirals behind him nodded in unison. They were the core hawks personally trained by Red Dog, and had all experienced countless brutal slaughters in the New World. Whether it was the 3 calamities or the commanders, they did not believe they would lose. Red Dog's gaze swept across the conference room, his voice becoming low and powerful. The goal of this operation is singular: to let the New World see clearly. The Navy can crush any pirate at any time and any place. Whether it's 2 emperors teaming up or 500 pirates, they will all be annihilated in the waters before the GF branch. Relay the orders. Everyone must conserve their energy in these 2 days. The day after tomorrow, we will strike them hard. He raised his right fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. For justice. In the conference room, more than a dozen chairs were simultaneously pushed back, and all the vice admirals stood up in unison, their right fists raised to their chests. A chorus of voices unified into a single phrase: yes, for justice. After the meeting, the vice admirals dispersed in groups in the corridor, quietly discussing their respective defensive arrangements. Red Dog and Lynch walked side by side at the front, while Ghost Spider and others 2 steps behind wisely kept their distance. You have prepared better intelligence than I expected. Red Dog's voice was low, audible only to the 2 of them. There was no mention of the mirror fruit in the intelligence. Such information could only be known within Big Mom's crew. Lynch did not respond. Red Dog did not press further. He changed the subject. If I remember correctly, when Vice Admiral Karp brought you to the headquarters, you were just a recruit. In just a few months, you took down the Golden Lion, then Kaido, and now 2 emperors are teaming up to obliterate the branch you were stationed at. Do you know? Those old geezers in the headquarters who have been around for decades and still haven't been promoted to brigadier general privately call you a troublemaker. Let them call me whatever they want. Lynch replied. That's not the point. Red Dog stopped walking, turning to look at Lynch, a rare, serious expression appearing on his granite-like face. The point is, all the enemies you have attracted have ultimately ended up on your record. This time with both emperors coming, where do you think they will rank on your record? Lynch was silent for a moment. Well, no. Red Dog stared at him for 2 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth curved in an exceptionally rare and complete smile. It was not the slight curve from the earlier meeting, it was a genuine laugh. Although that smile looked awkward on his face, like a crack opening on granite. Good. We'll talk after the battle. He stepped forward again, his military boots striking the stone floor of the corridor with a resonant sound. Lynch returned to his room and closed the door. The lock clicked shut. He did not turn on the light, but sat down at the edge of the bed, illuminated by the dim light of the searchlights from the port outside. In the entire corridor, only the sound of Red Dog's military boots gradually faded away. He opened the entry system. The number in the entry energy column made him raise an eyebrow slightly in the darkness. 1,821 points. During this time of battles, he had dismantled every entry that dropped from each battle. White, green, blue, all stocked low-level entries had been converted into entry energy. Upgrading the system to level 4 requires 5,000 points. He was still short by over 3,100. The day after tomorrow on the battlefield, there would be 500 pirates, 2 emperors, 3 calamities, and dozens of officers. If he could eliminate most of them, he quickly calculated in his mind. Ordinary pirates dropped white entries that yielded little energy when dismantled, but the quantity made up for it. Blue entries dropped by officers yielded dozens of points each when dismantled. That's enough. No, not just enough, it was more than sufficient. But the prerequisite was that he had to be the Reaper. The ones directly facing Kaido and Big Mom were Red Dog and Kizaru, while Ghost Spider and his group of hawkish vice-admirals were entangled with the calamities and commanders. His task was to reap ordinary pirates at the center of the battlefield, but what if the ordinary pirates were cleared out? What if the officers and the headquarters vice-admirals were locked in a mutual destruction? That would be his window of opportunity to reap. He stood up and walked to the window, the beam of the searchlight sweeping across his face, illuminating a faint cold smile. Devil Fruit users were also targets. Not all users were combat types, but their fruits were useful to the Huaxia team. Killing the users and using the pre-prepared fruits to retrieve the powers. No one on the battlefield would notice a vice-admiral casually retrieving a few devil fruits. He closed his eyes and mentally rearranged the combat plan. Phase 1, center of the battlefield, magnetically controlled shells for precise strikes, eliminating ordinary pirates. Phase 2, seize the opportunity while the officers and the headquarters vice-admirals are entangled, starting with the weakest officers. Phase 3, assess the situation. Kaido and Big Mom, if possible, seize them. If not, Red Dog and Kizaru will cover me. Day 113, late at night. The lights of the GF branch merged into a single glow in the night, and the silhouettes of the warships in the port resembled a row of sleeping steel behemoths. The beam of the searchlight slowly swept across the sea surface. Each pass illuminated the distant silhouettes of masts that did not belong to the Navy, growing more numerous and approaching. The advanced reconnaissance vessels of the Emperor's Joint Fleet had been circling outside for 2 days like vultures circling above the base. Lynch stood before the window of his office, a massive operational map hanging on the wall behind him. The numerous arrows and markings on the map intermittently revealed themselves in the gaps as the searchlight passed. The red arrows represented the Emperor's coalition, with 11 lines converging from the countries of Wano and Zone, merging into a massive torrent in the waters surrounding the GF branch. The blue arrows represented the Navy's defensive line, expanding outward with the GF branch as the center. Red Dog's fleet faced directly at the front, while Kizaru's fleet occupied the flanks, and Carp's mobile forces were marked with a question mark at the edge of the map. Outside, the sound of the last patrol boat's engine gradually faded away. The only sounds in the world were the waves crashing against the breakwater and the faint creaking of the distant masts in the night. In 2 days, the war would fully erupt. Day 115, early morning. On the horizon, the black silhouettes of 11 pirate ships lined up, the smiling totem of the Charlotte family on the sails, and the skull and horn emblem of the Beast pirates interwove like 2 scars stitched together. The sea breeze carried the smell of gunpowder from the opposite side. The battle cries of 500 pirates drowned out the waves. In the waters ahead of GF Branch, 10 marine battleships formed a crescent battle formation, their cannons all aimed in the same direction. Akainu stood at the bow of the flagship Magma, surging over his fists, his gaze locked on Kaido in dragon form. Lin Qi walked up behind him, his steps steady, his voice low. Admiral Akainu, I am about to begin this great war. Akainu did not turn around, merely nodded. His hawk-like eyes never left Kaido, magma dripping between his fingers, burning through the iron plates of the deck. Lin Qi raised both hands. Clouds began to gather above his head. The dark clouds thickened, turning from gray to black with purple arcs of lightning leaping within, growing denser. Thunder Art Kirin. At the center of the cloud vortex, a gigantic purple Kirin was taking shape, its body composed of violet lightning stretching within the clouds, each arc of electricity a ripple of its fur pattern. Kaido's dragon pupils suddenly contracted. No, you don't. His dragon body shot skyward, lunging straight toward the forming Kirin high above his maw, wide open dragon breath gathering deep in his throat. Akaina moved. Meteor volcano. His fists turned into magma, blasting toward the ascending Kaido in a volcanic eruption. Dense magma fists trailing black smoke slammed into the dragon body, slowing Kaido's ascent. The dragon breath, before it could be fired, was knocked off course by the magma, grazing the edge of the Kirin. At that moment, Lin Qi's raised right hand pressed downward. The Kirin stepped down from the clouds. Through the dark clouds, through the sea wind wreathed in world-destroying violet light, it crashed into the sea surface at the very center of the pirate fleet. The first lightning bolt struck the mainmast of a pirate ship on the left wing. The mast instantly carbonized and shattered. The second bolt struck the helm of a ship on the right wing. The wheel exploded into fragments. Then came countless bolts. Violet light swallowed everything, with ships flying, deck planks detonating, the screams of pirates rising and falling in the thunderstorm. The instant the Kirin's attack ended, Lin Qi appeared above the fleet. The ion electromagnetic field expanded instantly, radius 5 kilometers. The air and seawater, already ionized by the Kirin's lightning strikes, accelerated the formation of the field faster than ever before. Within the field's coverage, the observation hockey of all pirates was suppressed to just a few meters around them. A numbing sensation invaded their muscles. The weaker pirates froze and placed their fingers, unable to grip their sword hilts. Charlotte Linlin's roar pierced through the field. All senior officers who can move, bring him down. King Queen Daifuku Oven and dozens of officers who could fly took to the air at once. Sword slashes, bullets, flames, wind blades rained down on Lin Qi from all directions. Lin Qi did not dodge. A plasma shield formed around him, enveloping his body in a perfect sphere. All the attacks struck the shield. The sword slashes slid off, bullets melted into high-heat flames, and wind blades shattered against the plasma layer. Big Mom's Ikoku's sovereignty tore through the air, the shockwave slamming into the shield. The shield shuddered, but the Ikoku was also deflected. The shockwave bent along the shield's curved surface toward another direction, raising a wall of water dozens of meters high on the sea. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru's figure appeared before Big Mom as the words fell, a barrage of countless light bullets pouring down on her. She was forced to defend, no longer able to focus on Lin Qi. Guillaume Tokakake Doberman and other vice admirals from Marine headquarters simultaneously engaged, each intercepting the Calamities and Sweet commanders. Bin's boots stepped onto the bridge. He pointed his command sword at the pirate fleet. All ships free fire. Continuous bombardment. The broadside cannons of 10 battleships roared in unison. Shells rained down on the pirate fleet's formation like a storm. Aiming was unnecessary. Every shell that entered the field would be captured by the magnetic forces. Lin Qi's left hand opened slightly, invisible magnetic tendrils reaching out to each shell. They did not explode upon landing. Instead, they were guided, accelerated, and formed into squadrons. A gunner on one pirate ship had no time to react before 3 shells struck the deck beneath him from 3 different directions, capsizing the entire vessel. Another fighter trying to take cover behind the gunwale watched in horror as a shell curved at a right angle in midair and slammed precisely into his chest. The electromagnetic storm fully took shape. The shells accelerated continuously within the field, building kinetic energy, their impact far exceeding normal bombardment. Every explosion was accompanied by the sound of bone and flesh tearing. Every hit was a pinpoint elimination of individual targets. Kaido and Big Mom saw this, and their eyes blazed with fury. The pirate alliance was being mowed down like grass, while they were locked in combat by Akainu and Kizaru. Kaido tried to break free to attack Lin Qi, but Akainu's magma fist slammed into his dragon head every time he turned. Your opponent is me. Akainu's voice was flat magma surging along his arms. Finish this first. Big Mom's Ikoku's sovereignty slashed toward Lin Qi, but Kizaru, moving at light speed, always intercepted it first. How terrifying, I can't let you disturb him. The light sword clashed with the Ikoku in midair. Big Mom roared. Kizaru grinned. 2 extremes. Lin Qi continued his harvest. He did not stand still. He moved constantly across the battlefield. Wherever pirates were dense, he teleported there. Magnetic-controlled shells first rained down ionized thunder beams, precisely finished off the remnants, and fine electric nets were always ready in his hands. When one fruit was used up, the next was already in place. A lion fruit user from the Beast Pirates was organizing a defense on deck when a plasma thunder beam shot from behind, precisely piercing the back of his neck. An electric net dropped over him. Lin Qi dragged him into a cabin and pressed a fruit against his chest. 1 minute. The devil fruit was acquired. He sent a brief message to Li Xingming, lion fruit traded. Suitable for close combat personnel. You assign it. Then he was already on another ship locking onto the next target. The battle raged from early morning to noon, from noon to dusk. The smoke on the sea was so thick that even the setting sun could not pierce it. The pirate alliance had lost over 400 men. The sea was littered with wreckage and broken masts. On the marine side, casualties were nearly zero, though they had expended a vast amount of shells, and the officer's stamina was nearly drained. Lin Qi's magnetic precision strikes prevented ordinary pirates from ever getting close to the marine ships. The shells accelerated in the electromagnetic storm were more lethal than any bombardment the pirates had ever seen. His inventory refreshed simultaneously. 10 devil fruits, all traded to Li Xingming. From the lion fruit and scorpion fruit of the beast pirates to the cream fruit and turtle fruit of the Big Mom pirates, not a single dead ability user on the battlefield was wasted. He was also collecting traits simultaneously, white, green, blue, occasionally purple traits, dropped by officers. Low-tier traits were decomposed into trait energy. The numbers kept jumping on his mental interface, drawing closer and closer to that threshold. But the pressure on the marine officers was also rising. Guillaume's left shoulder was slashed by King's flame sword, half his uniform was scorched, and his sword hand trembled. Tokacake was smashed by Queen's mechanical claw twice, at least 3 ribs broken, but he spat blood and stood up again. Doberman took a slash from Jack across the face, a gash from brow to chin deep enough to see bone blood covering half his face. Lin Qi rescued them one by one from the gaps in the officers' engagements. He was not foolish enough to engage Hedon, whose flanking stealth attacks were far more effective. Ion thunder beams shot from angles no one could predict, forcing the officers back and buying the Vice Admirals precious moments to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Akainu was clearly on the losing side. Each swing of Kaido's Conqueror's Heiki-infused club made the air detonate. Akainu's magma could clash Hedon, but his breathing had grown ragged with bloodstains on his lips and arms. Kizaru relied on speed to dance around Big Mom. His light-speed mobility made her attacks miss repeatedly, but his output could never inflict fatal damage on her steel balloon body. The battle had devolved into a war of attrition. The Marines could still hold on, but the advantage was slowly slipping away from them. Kaido's regeneration was too strong, Big Mom's defense too thick. Neither emperor had reached their limit, while Akainu and Kizaru's stamina continued to decline. Lin Qi stood on the wreckage of a burned pirate ship, wiping blood from his face. None of the blood was his, of course. Lin Qi took a deep breath. He released all the remaining rumble fruit energy within him without reservation. The ion electromagnetic field began to contract, concentrating all free charge particles into. The moment was almost right. He opened his private chat with Li Xingming. Prepare. Target Big Mom. He'll mark her with an electromagnetic signal. Li Xingming replied with only one sentence. Dongfeng Express mission must be delivered. Lin Qi took a deep breath. He released all the remaining rumble fruit energy within him without reservation. The ion electromagnetic field began to contract, concentrating all free charge particles into the area around Big Mom. Numbness spread from her entire body to her elbows and knees. Her observation haki was suppressed to 3 meters, then 2 meters, until finally, she could not even sense the tip of her own blade. Big Mom's movements faltered for a fraction of a second, and that fraction was all he needed. An extremely obvious electronic signal marker was placed on her body. In Li Xingming's radar, it shone like a lone lighthouse burning in a storm. For minutes later, Lin Qi's electromagnetic perception brushed against something. Outside the atmosphere, an object was descending at Mach 8, its speed still increasing. It was coming. He maximized the electromagnetic interference, suppressing Big Mom, then turned his own body into lightning and fled at top speed. He had no idea how large the Dongfeng Express kill radius was, but the farther he was, the better. On the battlefield, Big Mom's expression suddenly changed drastically. Her observation haki was suppressed to its limit, but the instinct of her steel balloon body screamed in wild alarm. The intuition forged through countless battles in the Rocks Pirates era, honed in the midst of blades and flames, was screaming frantically. Something was coming. From above. She looked around, but could not find the source of danger, only felt a rapidly approaching death bearing down from above her head. Kizaru did not let this opening slip. Photons recoalesced in the air, his hands crossed in front of him, light particles bursting from his fingertips. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless light bullets blanketed Big Mom's entire body. The lightspeed barrage left her no room. Big Mom gritted her teeth, pushing her steel balloon defense to the limit. The surface of her skin took on a metallic gleam, and she screamed hoarsely, "Kaido, help me." Kaido forced Akainu back with a single club strike, then turned his dragon body, intending to lunge toward Big Mom. But Akainu wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered. His magma fists reformed, slamming into Kaido with an aura that burned everything in its path. Daigo and Red Lotus. Kaido was forced to defend. His haki-coated club collided with the magma, the resulting shockwave pressing a depression into the sea surface beneath both of them. The instant the Dongfeng Express entered the boundary of the field, Lin Qi's magnetic field reflexively made the final trajectory adjustments. The missile grazed the edge of the field, and then everyone's vision was filled with a white light brighter than the sun. A fireball erupted from the location where Big Mom stood. The sea surface was pressed into a massive depression, and the shockwave swept outward carrying seawater that overturned every remaining piece of wreckage within hundreds of meters. The sound arrived a beat after the light. It was not merely a deafening roar, it was as if the entire heaven and earth had been shattered by a single hammer blow. The white light faded. Lin Qi's electromagnetic perception locked onto the fading aura that had become a Big Mom's steel balloon had finally been broken by the Dongfeng Express. Her body was scorched black, covered in cracks and bloodstains on her metal-like skin. One of her hands was still reaching toward her chest. Lin Qi remembered Katakuri's escape method. The magnetic field penetrated the space, the metal on the mirror frame melted instantly, and the mirror exploded into dust. Big Mom's wail pierced through the smoke. She no longer cared about the dignity of an emperor. Clamping her legs around Zeus, she dragged her broken body into a desperate flight toward the whole Cake Island. Kaido. Lin Qi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible to every ear on the battlefield. Big Mom has run. Now, it's just you. Kaido hovered in midair, his dragon body frozen in the middle of the struggle with Akainu. He looked down and saw that scorched black face flying away on Zeus, growing smaller and smaller. Her silhouette shrank to a tiny dot in the sunset, disappearing into the clouds toward the direction of Whole Cake. He raised his head again, his dragon eyes slowly sweeping across the battlefield. Over 400 pirate corpses floated on the sea. Jack of the Calamities lay in a pool of blood, alive or dead. Unknown king and queen were each desperately held back by Gion, and Tokacake, Daifuku, and Oven were barely holding on. His beasts, pirates, Big Mom's Whole Cake fleet, all finished. His dragon eyes refocused on Lin Qi. The flames, magma, and light of the setting sun blended into a dark red in his pupils. He did not answer. He only tightened his grip on his club armament, and Conqueror's haki simultaneously swirling around it, black-red lightning crackling on the club's surface more violently than ever before. The figure of Big Mom shrank into a small dot against the setting sun, while Zeus desperately flew towards the direction of the nations, dragging his battered thundercloud body. Just as Kizaru transformed into light to pursue, a hand blocked his path. Admiral Kizaru. Lin Qi's voice was steady and swift. Big Mom has been seriously injured. The urgent matter is to assist Admiral Akainu in holding Kaido. He'll chase after Big Mom. Kizaru tilted his head to glance at him, a rare serious evaluation flashing across his typically carefree face. He then shrugged, and light reformed back into his human shape. How terrifying, then I'll leave it to you. Before his words faded, he turned into a beam of light shooting toward the direction where Kaido and Akainu were entangled. Lin Qi didn't say another word. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning racing towards the direction Big Mom fled. Chasing her was not an impulsive decision. Big Mom was at her most vulnerable now. The steel balloon had been shattered by the East Wind Express, and her internal injuries were so severe that she could barely maintain her haki. Such opportunities would not come again, and that soul fruit, he was determined to obtain it. A few minutes later, Lin Qi's electromagnetic perception locked onto the faltering aura ahead. Big Mom lay on Zeus' back, the hole in her chest created by the East Wind Express still oozing blood, her charred skin covered in cracks, her left arm hanging weakly at her side. Zeus' speed was considered fast among thunderclouds, but in front of the thunder fruit, it was like a leaking dinghy chasing a fully rigged warship. Lin Qi intentionally slowed down. It was not the right time to catch up, as they were still not far enough from the battlefield. He needed to wait until Big Mom was far enough from the main battlefield, far enough that no one could rush back to save her, and so that she had no extra time to activate her fruit powers to heal. Almost there. The ionic electromagnetic domain instantly expanded, enveloping Big Mom and Zeus within it. The numbing sensation invaded her already shattered body, and her observation haki was suppressed to a mere 5 meters around her. Big Mom suddenly turned her head. When she saw the figure in the lightning, a flash of an emotion she had never experienced before ignited in her bloodshot eyes. She finally tasted the flavor of fear. It's you. Her voice was hoarse, her throat felt as if it were filled with sandpaper. Lin Qi did not respond. With a flick of his right hand, 3 steel plates slid into his palm. The electromagnetic cannon charged up, the first shot fired. Big Mom swung Napoleon to block it. The blade clashed with the projectile, and she was jolted back half a meter from Zeus' back. The second shot followed closely. She barely managed to deflect the projectile with her blade, but the muscles in her arm tore from the impact, and the sword nearly slipped from her grasp. The third shot, she could no longer block it. The electromagnetic cannon pierced through her already severely injured abdomen, the projectile passing through her body, sending a spray of blood into the sea. Big Mom lay on Zeus' back, her hands unable to grip the sword any longer. Napoleon slipped from her fingers, tumbling into the ocean. Lin Qi did not approach. He had seen too many cornered beasts. The more desperate they were, the more lethal their final strike. The fourth shot of the electromagnetic cannon began to charge up steel plates spinning in his palm, purple lightning entwining around them. Aimed at Big Mom's chest, he fired. The projectile pierced through her chest, blood sprayed from her back, staining Zeus' cloud body with a dark red. Big Mom's body slid off Zeus' back, plummeting toward the sea. Lin Qi transformed into lightning and rushed over the finest electric net already prepared, enveloping her completely before making contact. A fruit was pressed against her chest. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. The devil fruit did not appear. Lin Qi's brows furrowed. The electric net was fine, the placement of the fruit was fine, and there had been no mistakes in the previous recovery process. The only explanation was that Big Mom was not dead yet. He looked down at the charred body in the electric net, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Playing dead wrong. A thunder dragon leaped from his palm, its body made of purple lightning diving into the electric net, wreaking havoc on every inch of Big Mom's charred skin. The continuous electric shocks and burns, each arc danced on her remaining nerve endings. Big Mom's eyes suddenly opened wide, a scream tore from the depths of her throat. The sound was not human, but rather the last roar of a cornered beast pushed to the brink. The scream lasted a full half-minute, then abruptly stopped. Big Mom's body finally lay completely still. A purple fruit covered in spiral patterns slowly emerged from her chest, while a golden light that only Lin Qi could see rose from the corpse, a golden text. Lin Qi first stored the fruit, sending a private message to Li Xingming. Soul fruit, I have great use for this, please help me keep it safe. Li Xingming's reply was just one word, okay. The golden text hovered in midair, its light flowing across the text interface. Lin Qi did not examine it closely first, putting it into the system. He could look at it slowly after the battle. He turned to look at the trembling thundercloud beside him. Zeus had curled up the charges on its cloud body, jumping chaotically like a pet that had lost its master, neither daring to run nor approach. Lin Qi retracted the discharges, allowing the lightning around him to condense to a small cluster of arcs dancing on his fingertips. Zeus, Big Mom is dead. Do you want to come with me? Zeus shrank back half an inch. I. Its voice trembled, but its eyes lit up when it saw the purple arcs leaping at Lin Qi's fingertips. I can give you lots of delicious lightning to eat. This is purple lightning refined from the essence of thunder. As Lin Qi spoke, a fist-sized purple lightning ball formed in his palm. The lightning ball shimmered like flowing purple crystal, with arcs jumping inside at a uniform and dense frequency, but just by looking at it one could feel the pure energy. Zeus' hesitation lasted less than a second. Then it dashed over and swallowed the lightning ball in one. The cloud expanded half a circle the moment it swallowed the lightning ball, and the internal charges visibly stabilized the color, changing from grayish-white to a healthy milky white. Good. I'm with you. You'd better keep your promise and give me delicious lightning regularly. Lin Qi patted Zeus' cloud body. Stay high in the sky. If I don't call you, don't come down. Understand? Understood. Zeus floated up a few meters happily. You're such a good person, much better than my mom. It hid itself among the clouds, showing only a small part of its tail like a dog that found a new den. Lin Qi lifted Big Mom's corpse with one hand and turned to fly towards the GF branch. At the GF branch port, the battle had already ended. A few wisps of black smoke still rose from the sea, and the wreckage of several pirate ships floated half-sunk in the receding tide. 10 Navy warships were neatly lined up at the docks, their hulls marked with bullet holes and scorch marks, standing out prominently in the sunset, yet not a single one had sunk. On the dock, the injured Ghost Spider had thick bandages wrapped around his left shoulder. The ribs of Mount Fire were propped up straight by a frame, and the cut on Doberman's face had just been stitched up. When they saw Lin Qi descending on the dock holding the charred corpse, everyone stopped their actions. Lin Qi walked up to Akainu and placed Big Mom's corpse on the ground. He stood tall and saluted crisply. Admiral Akainu, I did not fail my mission. After Big Mom was severely injured and fled, I caught up and could not hold back. I killed her. Akainu looked down at the charred corpse on the ground. Charlotte Lin, one of the 4 emperors, the queen of the nations, a remnant of the Rock's pirates, had roamed the New World for decades, now was just a corpse lying at the Navy's dock. He fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. It was not the usual gloomy, suppressed laugh, but a truly joyful and uninhibited laugh. Good. So good. Akainu slammed his fist into his palm, magma splattering between his fingers. In this battle, our Navy suffered 0 casualties. A complete victory. 2 of the 4 emperors teamed up to invade, and we took down 1, while the other fled. 400 pirates drowned in the sea, and all 10 pirate ships were annihilated. This is the Navy's greatest victory since being stationed in the New World. He turned to all the officers present, his voice filled with a long-lost fervor. From now on, the pattern of the new world will be dictated by our navy. A thunderous cheer erupted on the injured officers raised their uninjured hands in a cheer. Sailors tossed their hats into the air and gunners on the artillery embraced each other. Lin Qi stood in the center of the cheering crowd wearing a moderate smile, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The golden text in the text system was waiting for him to check. The soul fruit was in Li Xingming's hands, and Zhu's thundercloud still needed training. Akainu approached Lin Qi, lowering his voice. Follow me. We need to report to Admiral Sengoku in person. Lin Qi nodded and followed Akainu towards the flagship's communication room. The door to the communication room closed, isolating the cheering outside. Akainu dialed Sengoku's private line, and when the phone bug transformed into Sengoku's authoritative visage, Akainu's voice carried a rare excitement. Admiral Sengoku, report on the GF branch defense battle. The Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates joint fleet of 11 warships and over 500 pirates invaded. Our forces consisted of 10 warships and 14 officers ranked rear admiral and above to intercept. Results: killed the 4 Emperor Charlotte, Lin, repelled the 4 Emperor Kaido, and annihilated the enemy fleet. Our casualties were 0. Sengoku paused for a second. Then he slammed his palm on the table. Good. This is a huge victory. The GF branch decisively defeated the joint fleet of the 4 emperors. Big Mom was killed on the spot, and Kaido fled, which will surely shock the entire new world. Now there are only 3 emperors left. The navy's influence in the new world will be completely different. He stood up, pacing around the office, his eyes shimmering with rare light. Justice will spread across even further oceans. Akainu, you all did well. It wasn't just my accomplishment. Akainu glanced at Lin Qi, who had been silent beside him. Big Mom was killed by Rear Admiral Qilin. The annihilation of ordinary pirates was also accomplished by him in the heart of the battlefield. He contributed the most in this battle. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I see. He looked at Lin Qi. Rear Admiral Qilin, from now on you are the first person in Navy history to kill a 4 emperor as a Rear Admiral. This achievement will be remembered by the headquarters. Lin Qi saluted. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Mary Geos. Penga City. The 5 elders' conference room. 5 figures sat around a circular table, each with a copy of the same battle report in front of them. The detailed account of the GF branch defense battle, from the opening by Qilin to the East Wind Express hitting Big Mom, from Lin Qi's magnetic control cannonball reaping pirates to Big Mom being pursued and killed after fleeing, every detail was recorded clearly. Jaegeru Saitan first spoke, his voice calm and cold. Now everyone can see. The Navy wiped out the joint fleet of the 4 emperors at the GF branch with 0 casualties, and Charlotte Lin died in battle. The 4 emperors have become 3, and the balance in the new world has been shattered. It is foreseeable that the Navy will expand its influence in the new world next. This is very unfavorable for the world government. The stronger the Navy, the harder it is to control. Shepard Expita nodded, flipping to the page detailing Lin Qi's personal achievements in the report. All changes began after that arrival, named Qilin, joined the Navy. Killing the Golden Lion, annihilating the rock giant pirates, repelling Kaido, repelling Big Mom, and the 3 admirals, and now personally killing Big Mom. His rate of growth in battle power has surpassed that of normal individuals. Moreover, his tactical system is different from any known ability system. This is a variable that must be acknowledged. Topman V. Watchily took the report, closed it, and pushed it aside, his movements light, but filled with agitation. Not just Qilin. This report also includes the Intelligence Department's overall assessment of arrivals. The growth rate of most arrivals far exceeds that of natives. Their knowledge system, tactical thinking, and organizational methods are all different from ours. Their knowledge is unlike that of this world, changing the balance of power at an unpredictable pace. Izambaron V. Nasu Sholong took over the conversation, his tone even more radical. The conclusion is very clear. Arrivals are the biggest obstacle to our world domination. They are subverting the very order itself. In the future, there is no need to control or utilize them. They must be completely eliminated. Silence enveloped the round table for several seconds. Marcus Motzi slowly raised his right hand. Let's vote. Resolution: designate arrivals as the highest level threat to the world government, a global indiscriminate bounty authorizing CP0 and the Navy to take joint action to eliminate all arrivals thoroughly. Those in favor, raise your hand. 5 hands shot up simultaneously. There was no hesitation, no reservations. Saitan lowered his hand, his voice echoing in the conference room like a pronouncement. Unanimously approved. Immediately draft the bounty order. All member states, all Navy branches, all CP agencies execute simultaneously. The clock tower in Mary Geos rang out in the night, its dull sound echoing across the sacred city. An unprecedented global bounty order was rolling through the printer with only one unified crime labeled arrivals. Lin Qi stood at the highest point of the GF branch port watching the last sliver of sunset sink below the horizon. The lights of the celebration on the dock formed a continuous line in the night, and the sailors' songs faintly drifted from the cafeteria. Big Mom's corpse had been gathered. Akainu was drafting a detailed battle report for the headquarters, and Kazuru sat on an ammunition crate wiping his sword with a cloth, occasionally glancing up at the starry sky. He opened Li Xingming's private message. The global bounty order from the five elders had not yet been officially issued, but Sengoku had already passed the word to him. The world government would synchronize the global bounty order against arrivals through the broadcasting systems of all member states at midnight today. All Navy branches would be required to cooperate in the execution. His identity could no longer be hidden. He inhaled the salty sea breeze into his lungs and turned to walk down the observation deck. His military boots clanged on the iron ladder, each step steady and powerful. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Doflamingo hung up the din mushy, his fingers still resting on the receiver as a laugh squeezed out from his throat. First a low suppressed tremor, then growing louder and sharper until it transformed into that iconic hysterical cackle. Fufufufu. He bent over, hands braced on the desk, his sunglasses slipping down the bridge of his nose to reveal bloodshot eyes. The message from the other end of the line was simple. The five elders had passed a resolution for a global hunt on the descendants. All descendants, including Vice Admiral Qilin, who had just eliminated Big Mom at GF branch. Qilin, you think killing Big Mom means victory? He straightened up, using a finger to push his sunglasses back into place, the grin stretching to his ears. This time it's not just me after you. It's the entire world government. Your Navy identity, your battle achievements, your justice code, all void. Fufufufu. Let's see how you die this time. GF branch commander's office. Outside the window, the celebration lights of the port had not yet fully dimmed, and the songs of the sailors drifted in faintly. Lin Qi sat in the office chair, his fingers tapping absently on the desk. Minutes earlier, Sengoku had sent him a message through an encrypted channel. The world government would broadcast a global wanted order for the descendants at midnight through all member nations' radio systems, and all Navy branches must cooperate. He opened Li Xingming's private message and briefly explained the situation. Li Xingming's reply carried obvious shock and lingering fear. Global wanted, all descendants. Lin Qi, we need to reevaluate the situation. Thankfully, we built the floating base and the Apiato base early, and the dense fog camouflage has never been removed, or we'd have nowhere to hide now. Honestly, having you as a teammate is luck for the Huaxia team. All your preparations are one step ahead. He paused, his tone turning serious. I've tested the Toy Fruit's ability, and the results far exceed expectations. The pirates turned into toys feel no fatigue, obey orders 100, and require no food or rest. They are the perfect labor force. The floating base's construction speed has tripled. The team members are freed from physical labor, all focused on training the 6 powers and hockey. But I must warn you, you are the core target of this global wanted order. Your Navy identity, your recent feat of killing Big Mom, your rocket-like promotions in the Navy system over the past few months. The five elders cannot fail to notice you. The trigger for this wanted order is likely Big Mom's death. While you're still the commander of GF branch, secure more escape routes for yourself. Also, the National Destiny competition points just jumped by nearly 200,000, probably related to this battle. Don't rush to earn points for now, stabilize your current advantages first. I was thinking the same, Lin Qi replied. Keep strengthening concealment and reduce unnecessary activities. I'll use my position to stockpile more supplies for the base, food, medical equipment, construction materials, as much as I can carry. If the day comes when we need to flee, we won't go empty-handed. The private message ended. Lin Qi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Akainu's fleet had already returned to Marineford, leaving only the original garrison of GF branch at the docks. He was again the highest commander of this base, though he didn't know how long he could remain in this position. Once the global wanted order was issued, his Navy identity would be a layer of paper that could be pierced at any moment. Sengoku and Garp were willing to shield him, but if the world government bypassed the Navy and sent CP0 to capture him directly, how many times could they block it? He needed power, not incremental improvement. He needed a qualitative leap. He opened the trait system. The number in the trait energy column made him widen his eyes slightly in the darkness. 5973 points. All white, green, and blue traits had been decomposed, forcibly piling up to nearly 6,000. Upgrading required 5,000 points. Enough. Only 2 traits remained in the trait library: 1 gold. Iron Balloon, Big Mom's Legacy, 1 purple. Truth-seeking eye drop from a certain high-ranking pirate officer, which greatly enhanced dynamic vision and elemental analysis. He clicked upgrade. The system interface displayed a prompt never seen before: upgrading to LV. For will take 30 minutes. System functions will be suspended during this time. Please confirm. Confirmed. The system interface dimmed, leaving only a progress bar crawling slowly. Lin Qi closed his eyes, thinking of other matters. The soul fruit was still with Li Xingming, but would be retrieved soon. Tonight he had much to do. Half an hour later. System upgrade complete. The new interface opened. Trait system LV. For O unlocked function trait enhancement. Quality of existing traits can be upgraded from low to high. Upgrading from blue to purple costs 500 trait energy. Equipment slot expanded to 15. The black trait removal function has been reset, cooldown zeroed. Next upgrade requires 5000 trait energy. Lin Qi stared at the number 5000, the corner of his mouth twitching. Not worth thinking about in the He first dragged Iron Balloon and Truth-Seeking Eye into the equipment slots. The moment the gold trait entered his body, an unprecedented sense of solidity surged from beneath his skin. No visible change on the surface, but Lin Qi could feel that his body's density, toughness, and impact resistance had reached a completely different magnitude. Big Mom's Iron Balloon. That defensive power that could withstand a hail of bullets unscathed, and even after being torn through the chest by a Dongfeng Express, still force itself to fly dozens of nautical miles. Truth-Seeking Eye activated simultaneously. His vision suddenly felt as if a thin layer of mist had been wiped away. He instinctively turned his head to look out the window. An ant on the base's flower bed was carrying a breadcrumb. Every antenna, every muscle contraction in its movement was crystal clear, as if viewing the world through an ultra-high-definition lens that could zoom in at will. Not only that, but the electric charge flow in the air, previously invisible, now appeared as faint blue-violet currents drifting slowly through space. On the iron railing of the windowsill, he could see the weak magnetic field of the iron atoms arrangement, a faint blue halo enveloping the metal surface. This was elemental analysis. Now he could perceive the essence of elements. The curse removal function had been reset. Without hesitation, Lin Qi selected the black trait that had followed him from the moment of transmigration, occupying one of his own trait slots, the curse of the sea. Second deletion. Confirm. A familiar liberating sensation flooded his entire body, as if a shackle binding his soul had been unlocked. Then he retrieved the soul fruit from Li Xingming. The purple fruit covered in spiral patterns rested in his palm, glowing with a cold light under the moonlight. He took the first bite. That indescribable, disgustingly foul taste, completely different from the previous 2 times, once again assaulted his taste buds. He chewed expressionlessly and swallowed. Second bite. Third bite. The moment the fruit's ability surged into his consciousness, countless fragments of information exploded in his mind. The essence of souls, the extraction and injection of souls, creating homies using soul fragments, and granting life to objects with his own soul fragments. The information he needed to verify appeared at the end of the ability description. The soul fruit user can enhance their own soul power by stealing the souls of others. The stronger the soul, the more powerful the homies they can create. This perfectly matched Big Mom's ability performance in the original story, but Big Mom had never attempted to use the soul fruit for what Lin Qi was about to do. Lin Qi absorbed the information, leaned back in his chair, and then laughed. First a low suppressed chuckle, then growing louder until it became a hearty laugh. The laughter of someone who had been holding back too long and finally saw the light. It was exactly as he had envisioned. In other words, the plan for the external avatar could begin. Late night. GF Branch Prison. Lin Qi stood silently in the prison corridor, facing dozens of pirate prisoners locked behind iron bars. All low-ranking combatants from the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates captured during the previous battle. The electromagnetic field had already silently enveloped the entire prison block, suppressing all observation haki within its range into dead zones. Some prisoners shrank back when they saw Lin Qi in the corridor, others cursed under their breath, and a few recognized him as the battle god who had reaped pirates on the battlefield during the day, their bodies beginning to tremble. Lin Qi ignored their reactions. The soul fruit's ability activated for the first time, and in his perception the souls of these prisoners emerged, like flames burning inside human bodies, varying in size and brightness. He pressed his hand against the first prisoner's chest, and the fruit's ability activated. The moment the soul was extracted, the prisoner's body stiffened for a second, then collapsed limply. The soul hovered in Lin Qi's palm for a few seconds before being refined and absorbed. A wave of warmth spread through his chest. The upper limit of his mental energy grew slowly but clearly. Second, third, one after another. The souls of dozens of pirate prisoners were extracted, refined, and absorbed, merging into his own soul essence. When he stepped out of the prison block, the corridor was left with only dozens of soulless husks. He stood in the shadow of the prison gate, his hands slightly clenched, feeling the changes within. His soul power had increased by about 40%. Not a 40% increase in quantity, but in thickness. His soul was more condensed, heavier, and had greater capacity. That was enough. The soul foundation required for the external avatar was now his. Dawn. Commander's office. Lin Qi sat at the table facing a spread of rare metal materials: titanium alloy, refined tungsten steel, seastone alloy dismantled from captured pirate weapons, and various special metal fragments recovered from battlefield debris. These were all the strategic materials he could mobilize under his authority as GF branch commander. He activated the magnet fruit, levitating the metal blocks in the air, and began precisely controlling the magnetic field structure. The metal materials were not simply melted under the influence of the magnetic field. They were decomposed into molecular-level particles, then rearranged and combined according to his will. Simultaneously, he switched his consciousness to soul fruit mode, spreading his perception to the sea area in front of GF branch, where the great battle had just ended. 500 pirates, countless marine creatures, and even Big Mom's own soul fragments. So many lives had ended in the same sea area, leaving behind a concentration of soul residue high enough to make a soul fruit user pick up material effortlessly. Invisible soul tendrils extended toward the sky above the sea, collecting the floating soul fragments one by one, then refining them into a special kind of material. Then there were the free void ions in the atmosphere. These ions were scattered in the air at extremely low concentrations, but under his electromagnetic field perception, not a single particle escaped his sight. The magnet fruit operated at maximum power, centered on his location, pulling all void ions within a radius of several kilometers, gradually concentrating them into a faint golden mist barely visible to the naked eye. Finally, the plasma-electric mist. He continuously discharged electricity, creating a stable plasma cloud in front of him, then gradually compressed and cooled it, transforming the plasma state into a metastable mist between gas and plasma. The mist rotated slowly under the magnetic field constraint, emitting a faint purple fluorescence. All four materials were ready. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the horizon, painting the port water a pale gold. There was less than a full day before the world government's global wanted order was issued. The morning light swept across the horizon, dyeing the port of GF branch in pale gold. Lin Qi stood before the window with four materials suspended in the air before him, the rare metal molecular cloud slowly rotating under magnetic field constraint, the pale blue light ball of soul fragments collected by the soul fruit, the faint golden mist of void ions drawn from the atmosphere, and the plasma-electric mist maintained by continuous discharge, glowing with purple fluorescence within the magnetic field. The materials for creating the external avatar were fully prepared. The creation process was about to begin. 1,000 miles away in Mary Geos, an unmarked fast ship broke through the morning mist, leaving the port. The passengers on board wore identical white cloaks, their faces hidden behind expressionless white masks. They carried an arrest warrant personally signed by the 5 elders. The target column was succinct: Qilin, Vice Admiral of Navy Headquarters, Supreme Commander of GF Branch Descendant. The instruction was equally brief: capture. If resistance, kill without mercy. Simultaneously, the world government began broadcasting the same announcement through the radio systems of all member nations. Every Navy warship, every branch, every cannon battery's loudspeaker broadcast the same voice. The global wanted order. The only charge: descendant. The morning light spread across the sea surface, painting the GF branch port in a soft golden hue. Lin Qi stood before the office window, 4 luminous orbs suspended in front of him, constrained by magnetic fields, clouds of rare metal molecules, clusters of soul fragments, void ion mist, and plasma-electric fog. The 4 materials slowly rotated in the air, each emanating a different ethereal glow. For days. He estimated that the production cycle would take 4 days. But now the world government's wanted order had been issued, and CP0 could appear at the port at any moment. He no longer had 4 days. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state to its peak, and then sat cross-legged. The full capabilities of the magnet fruit operated at their limit within him, the arcs of the thunder fruit leaping at the nerve endings to accelerate his reaction speed, while the soul fruit's spiritual perception enveloped the essential structure of each material before him. It began. Lin Qi's hands slowly rose as the full force of the magnet fruit surged forth like a bursting river. Controlling the rare metal molecular clouds was not mere smelting, it was a more thorough structural reorganization. The chemical bonds between the atoms were torn apart by magnetism from within, silently transforming into a swirling liquid writhing in the air like a silver-gray living entity. He needed to turn this mass of liquid metal into an elemental body capable of containing the powers of it. The elementalization of natural type abilities, the thundercloud body of Zeus, and the fiery form of Prometheus, all shared the common trait that their bodies themselves were the vessels for their powers, not requiring adaptation like human bodies do. He summoned Zeus to the window, and the cloud saturated with purple lightning floated down from midair, tilting its head to observe the metallic liquid in his hands. Lin Qi offered no further explanation, merely extracting a trace of thundercloud charge from Zeus as a reference sample analyzing the symbiotic relationship between its charge distribution and cloud structure. Zeus was not angered by the extraction of a bit of charge. In its view, the new master was far more generous than the old one, and this amount of charge was hardly worth mentioning. With the reference of the thundercloud charge, Lin Qi began to deeply magnetize the liquid metal using the electromagnetic force of the thunder fruit. Purple arcs of electricity delved into the metallic liquid, not merely electrifying it, but allowing the electromagnetic force to permeate the outer electron orbitals of each atom, enabling the entire mass of metal to naturally carry magnetic properties at the subatomic level. Under the infusion of electromagnetic force, the liquid metal began to shrink, swirl, and reorganize on its own, with regular electromagnetic wave patterns emerging on its surface as if it had begun to breathe. It was no longer an ordinary alloy liquid, but rather a flowing mass of magnetized metal inherently bound by the laws of magnetism, just as Zeus was inherently a thundercloud. As a vessel for the magnet fruit, it was more perfect than any human body. The carrier had taken shape. Yet Lin Qi did not let out a sigh of relief. The most dangerous phase was yet to come. He needed to tear a piece from his own soul and inject it into this mass of metal. The pain of dividing one's soul is unimaginable to those who have not experienced it. It is not just a physical pain, but the sensation of consciousness itself being brutally torn apart. He gritted his teeth, forcibly severing 2/10 of his original soul from the depths of his consciousness. In that instant his vision blurred, as if someone had turned off a light in his head. The separated soul fragment began to tremble violently the moment it detached from its body, its edges dissolving into glowing points. This was the protection of the soul, leaving the body akin to deep-sea fish being brought to the surface, where the pressure difference would cause it to disintegrate within seconds. The purple arcs rushed to envelop it first. The lightning formed a miniature magnetic field cage, firmly imprisoning and reinforcing the soul fragment. This was a plan he had anticipated. The lightning of the thunder fruit could not only destroy matter, but also restrain energy. The soul fragment, reinforced by the lightning, stabilized and ceased to disintegrate, slowly rotating within the electromagnetic cage like a spark protected by a glass dome. He completely infused this spark into the liquid metal vessel. The moment the soul entered the body, the air in the entire office trembled. The liquid metal suddenly contracted into a perfect spherical shape, then completely blossomed. It automatically shaped into a half-human, half-beast form, then into a human figure, and then into a mass of floating metallic clouds, switching forms dozens of times within seconds. There was no need for Lin Qi to control it with magnetism. The original soul within the vessel carried his complete understanding of the laws of the magnet fruit, automatically replicating the entire set of permissions upon entry. This embodiment was inherently adept at manipulating magnetism, just as a baby instinctively knows how to breathe. Only one final step remained. Lin Qi stood up and circled the metallic humanoid, hovering in midair. The form of the embodiment began to switch freely according to his will, first becoming a dense armored humanoid that gleamed with a bronze-like metallic sheen. When standing, the entire building's metal framework slightly trembled, as if paying homage to the master of magnetism. Then it collapsed into a torrent of liquid metal, silently flowing across the floor faster than mercury. It leaped up and coalesced into a giant magnetic beast, silently roaring at the window, causing every iron nail on the warships docked in the port to emit a faint hum. Finally, it transformed into a floating magnetic cloud, slowly rotating on the office ceiling with regular electromagnetic wave patterns flowing across its surface. Testing its capabilities was even more crucial. He allowed the avatar to independently unleash the full suite of magnetic abilities: large-scale, magnetic mineral creations, repulsive and attractive, force manipulation, steel transformation, geomagnetic levitation, metal aggregation, weaponry, and magnetic field barriers. Each ability was as powerful as when he used them himself, and in certain scenarios requiring sustained output, they were even more efficient, as the magnetic source did not need to divide its attention to manage other abilities. It was the magnet fruit itself. The linking test was what satisfied him the most. The avatar transformed into liquid metal, covering his left arm, while he unleashed lightning through the thunder fruit. The electricity passed through the metallic body without any loss, as the magnetism and lightning formed a resonance within the metallic medium, amplifying both powers. The electromagnetic field directly formed between the two, expanding the range by nearly a third compared to casting them separately, and it required no additional physical stamina to maintain. If he compared himself to a combat system, the magnetic source was the armor and mobile platform of this system, while his own body retained the thunder fruit as the main cannon. From now on, you'll be called Magnetic Source. Lin Qi extended his hand. The metallic humanoid shrank and transformed into an inconspicuous bronze wristband that clasped around his left wrist. The surface of the wristband bore no patterns and had no sheen, appearing to be an ordinary ornament. But with just a thought, it became the most lethal weapon. Lin Qi did not rush to continue. The cost of splitting his soul was not physical but spiritual. The sensation of a part being permanently excavated required time to adjust, akin to phantom pains experienced after an amputation. He sat down and closed his eyes to regulate his breath as the origin of thunder and the holy body of battle operated simultaneously, accelerating the recovery of his mental strength. About half an hour later, he reopened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the pale blue orb made of soul fragments, void ions, and plasma electric fog. It was time to create the second one. This spiritual body vessel required no physical shell. Lin Qi used the soul fragments collected by the soul fruit as the base, void ions as the framework, and plasma electric fog as the filling medium. Under the harmonization of the soul fruit's abilities, the three materials began to merge with the soul fragments, providing the container for consciousness and abilities, void ions supplying the energy transmission network, and plasma fog offering a stable medium for existence. He extracted a trace of lightning ions from the origin of his thunder and injected them into the mix, welding the entire structure together with electromagnetic force to prevent the spiritual body from disintegrating before it took shape. This was essentially a super high difficulty homized manufacturing process. Using the soul fruit's empowerment ability, the soul fragments were solidified into a stable spiritual body whose shape was not fixed and could freely transform into humanoid, beast-like, or intangible mist forms as needed. The most crucial attribute was its immunity to all physical attacks. Swords, bullets, all passed through the void spiritual body without causing any harm, with only attacks wrapped in armament haki being able to barely touch its edges. At the same time, it was inherently attuned to souls, able to sense every dispersed soul fragment while traversing the battlefield, just as sharks can smell blood in the seawater. The materials merged into a mist-like spiritual body that glowed with pale blue fluorescence, slowly swirling in the air, waiting for the infusion of the soul. The second soul division was even more arduous than the first. The remaining essence of his soul was insufficient to support a leisurely operation. During the first division, he thought that 2/10 was insignificant, but now he clearly realized that the soul was not like clay. Taking a piece meant it would forever be less. He poured all his willpower into it, almost forcibly tearing those 2/10 of the original soul from the depths of his consciousness. For a moment his vision darkened and his arms supporting the table trembled. The purple arcs once again enveloped the nearly disintegrating soul fragment, firmly reinforcing it before injecting it into the spiritual body vessel. The moment the original soul entered the spiritual body's swirling ceased. It began to automatically take shape, first shrinking into a pale blue sphere, then expanding into a semi-ethereal humanoid outline. The humanoid visage bore some resemblance to Lin Qi, but was more blurred, like a reflection in water. The complete set of soul fruit abilities automatically replicated within the spiritual body: soul, inquiry, longevity, theft, empowerment, to create homized soul storage and soul cutting. But this was still not enough. Lin Qi had been contemplating before creating this avatar that the combat potential of the soul fruit was severely underestimated in the original plot. He infused his understanding of the human path and hell path from Naruto into the avatar's ability system. The human path could forcibly extract the enemy's soul regardless of how strong their will was. The hell path could channel the stored soul energy back to the original body through the soul passage, healing injuries and replenishing lifespan. The hands of the soul reaper could penetrate any defense directly to touch the enemy's soul core, while materialized, and could condense soul energy into a cutting blade, causing physical damage while tearing apart the enemy's soul. But the most essential design was not the offensive capability, but the soul feedback contract. Lin Qi established a two-way soul passage between the soul reaper and himself using the same original soul. This passage could only be sensed by the two of them. The avatar could independently venture onto the battlefield, harvesting enemy souls and storing them. The excess portion would continuously flow back into Lin Qi's body through the passage, replenishing his consumed lifespan, healing injuries, or serving as materials for creating new homais. To others, the battlefield was a war of attrition. To him, it was a supply line. The more others fought them, he imposed strict limitations on permissions. The avatar could create ordinary homais, but could not divide the remaining original soul of the main body. This prevented it from independently manufacturing high-level elemental homais. It was not a lack of trust in the soul reaper. The original soul was inherently a part of himself, so there was no possibility of betrayal. This was precautionary to prevent the original body's soul from being exhausted if the soul reaper were controlled or interfered with by enemies. For initial sustenance, a portion of the remaining foreign souls from his inventory was infused into the spiritual body, allowing the avatar to maintain basic movement and a few combat expenditures. Lin Qi thought for a moment, and slightly adjusted the avatar's appearance to make it look less like himself. After a brief fluctuation, the spiritual body stabilized, its features becoming more blurred, and its form slightly shorter, resembling a gender-neutral humanoid outline, without distinctive personal traits. From now on you'll be called Soul Reaper. Lin Qi extended his hand. The ethereal humanoid shrank, transforming into a smooth jade pendant that fell into his palm. The front of the pendant was engraved with a Pichio, symbolizing only entry, not exit, absorbing souls from all directions. The back bore a circle of cloud patterns with a Chinese knot pendant tied around it, appearing antique and understated. When hung at his waist, it resembled an ordinary commemorative item from some branch, not drawing anyone's attention. Lin Qi hung the jade pendant on his belt and gently patted it. The Pichio grinned in the moonlight. He now possessed 3 devil fruits and 2 external avatars. Magnetic Source primarily operated externally, independently, unleashing the full suite of magnetic abilities, transforming in battle into heavy armor torrents, magnetic beasts, or magnetic clouds covering the main body, to form an electromagnetic linkage, serving as both shield and sword. Soul Reaper operated internally, completing soul harvesting, storage, and feedback, entirely traversing the battlefield to collect soul fragments, continuously sending energy back to the main body through the soul passage, serving as both logistics and sustainability. His main body retained all the abilities of the fruits: the defense of the steel balloon, the perception of the breaking illusion eye, and all functions of the entry system. The 3 could cooperate in battle or act separately. If he were compared to a combat system, Magnetic Source was the armor and mobile platform, Soul Reaper was the logistical supply line, and the main body was the core command center and main artillery. Outside the office, the searchlight of another reconnaissance ship swept across the port. Everything was normal at the GF branch. The rhythmic footsteps of sentries changing shifts echoed against the dock stone slabs. The adjutant checked the ammunition list in the corridor, and the sailors were having breakfast in the cafeteria. No one noticed what was happening in the commander's office. The surging of that metallic liquid, the fluorescence of the soul fragments, and the low humming of the void ions were all tightly isolated by Lin Qi's electromagnetic field within the office. Under the static magnetic field that he deliberately maintained, this office appeared as a blank space in the perception of observation Huaxia, with even the life force suppressed to its lowest level by the electromagnetic shielding. On the sea surface, a full moon slowly rose from behind the clouds. Lin Qi stood on the observation deck, the wristband on his left hand glimmering with a bronze hue under the moonlight, and the cloud patterns on the jade pendant at his waist swayed gently in the sea breeze. He closed his eyes, connecting his consciousness to both avatars. Within the perception network of Magnetic Source, the positions and trajectories of all metallic objects within a 10-kilometer radius were clearly visible. Every rivet on each warship in the port, every trace of iron in the sailors' swords, even the metallic skeletons of sunken ships on the seabed, all floated in his consciousness like blue points of light. In the soul vision of Soul Reaper, the life flames of every sailor in the base flickered like stars. The electromagnetic perception of his main body covered the entire sea area. The 3 perception systems overlapped, and the world had never appeared so clear in his consciousness. On the eastern horizon, an unmarked speedboat was cutting through the waves in the night. The passengers on board wore matching white cloaks and expressionless white masks. In the main cabin, the leader tossed a document onto the table. Qi Lin, a user of the Thunderfruit, had risen from a recruit to a rear admiral within months, with a list of achievements too long to be believed. But he leaned back in his chair dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. We all know how inflated the Navy's headcount achievements are, no matter how much water it holds. The Gold Line was originally a defeated subordinate of Carp and Sengoku, while Kaido and Big Mom were held back by Akainu and Kizaru. What can a rear admiral accomplish? He merely delivered the final blow, promoted to hero by the Navy's propaganda. This time they were deploying the elite of CP0, which was enough to deal with Akainu. A mere rear admiral easily handled. The team members were all relaxed. Some were sharpening their swords, the blades glinting coldly under the light. Others were checking the sea prism stone handcuffs. The clacking sound of the locks was crisp and powerful. No one spoke, but the corners of their mouths beneath the masks held the same expression. This mission was merely to add a notch to their accomplishments. The leader turned to gaze at the night outside the porthole. The sea breeze caused the corners of the white cloaks to flutter. They'll arrive at the GF branch tomorrow. On the 118th day, in the early morning, Lin Qi stood before the office window, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. A warship flying the flag of the world government sliced through the morning mist as it entered the alert zone of the GF branch. On the deck stood a row of people in white cloaks and white masks, their cloaks unmoving in the sea breeze. His left wrist guard felt slightly warm as the Magnetic Source's sensing network had automatically locked onto that ship. 17 degrees to the northeast, 10 kilometers away. 7 individuals on the deck appeared as clearly as 7 lights in the electromagnetic perception. 7 people dared to come and capture him. Lin Qi put down his coffee cup and picked up the phone insect on the table. The phone insect transformed into the visage of General Zhanghua. Today the general lacked his usual calm and imposing demeanor, his eyes shadowed by a thick cloud. Before Lin Qi could speak, Zhanghua already knew what he was going to say. An unreported world government warship had appeared on the outskirts of the GF branch, and there was no way he wouldn't have received a report from the monitoring post. Silence lingered for several seconds. It wasn't that there was nothing to say, but rather that there were too many words, and he didn't know where to begin. Thank you, General Zhanghua, for your care during this time. Lin Qi spoke first. His voice was calm, as if stating something unrelated to himself. The warship of the world government has arrived. I will not sit idly by. Zhangguo's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but ultimately only asked, is there no other way? Unless I surrender myself. Lin Qi chuckled a short laugh that hardly qualified as one. But that's impossible. I have never been the kind of person who could surrender, and the general should be well aware of that. If I become your enemy, I will retaliate with all my strength. I hope that in the future we do not become enemies. The last sentence made Zhangguo's shoulders sag slightly. He had brought Lin Qi from the East Sea to the Navy headquarters, approved every promotion he received, and had defended him 3 times before the 5 Elder Stars against doubts. But now this global arrest warrant was the highest resolution co-signed by the 5 Elder Stars, and even the Navy general could not refute it. Take care of yourself. Zhangguo's voice was even hoarser than before. The phone insect hung up. Lin Qi looked at the now silent phone insect for a moment, then gently placed it back on the base. Then he opened the private message from Li Xingming. The CP0 of the world government has arrived. I am preparing to flee. In 2 days we will have the 4th settlement. Is everything all right at the base? Li Xingming's reply came quickly. Everything is normal at the base. We have been on the move. The fog camouflage is effective, and there are no signs of exposure. But the situation for teams from other countries is quite dire. After the second phase of the hunting began, most of the descending teams were chased around like dogs by local forces, suffering heavy casualties. Last night, I spoke with Blue Star, and several countries, led by Eagle Sauce, officially proposed an alliance for joint defense. Additionally, several countries that have a closer relationship with us sent requests for assistance. I have not given a clear response yet. Lin Qi thought for a moment and replied, an alliance and joint defense can be discussed, but our base must not be exposed. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This saying is especially applicable in the context of national fortune and competition. You can give them the location of the sky island Baika and let them figure out how to get there. The height of the White Sea itself is a natural defense barrier, much better than being chased on the sea. However, the secret base of Skypiea cannot be mentioned. That is our retreat. Understood. Li Xingming paused for a moment. What about you? Do you want to return to the base? Lin Qi looked at the world government warship that was docking outside the window. CP0 had already lowered the gangway, and the figures in white cloaks stepped onto the dock, in unison, the leader looking up to survey the main building of the GF branch. I will not return to the base. Since the worlds will seek to expel the descendants, it will undoubtedly gather more and more forces to hunt us down. The worlds will certainly know our location. If I return to the base to reunite with you now, there may be no problem in the short term, but it won't be long before the worlds will guide those top forces to find the floating base. At that point, it will be a full-scale encirclement. The best approach is to run 2 lines in parallel. You continue to hide and wait for the opportunity, while I attract fire. Just right, I can help those friendly countries that requested assistance. Li Xingming fell silent for a long while. When he spoke again, there was a certain emotion in his tone. This will put you in great danger. This is no longer within the naval system, and you will face the entire world government's pursuit alone. Have you thought it through? There is nothing to think about. I can now face the 4 emperors hidden. In terms of speed, I have an absolute advantage over anyone. Even if I can't win, I can escape. Also, I can lift the livestream suppression. Previously, the suppression was for the development of the Navy, but now that the Navy identity is no longer applicable, if I suppress it again, it will instead make people think that the Huaxia team is guilty. Let Blue Star see that I am still alive and fighting. This is beneficial for stabilizing domestic public opinion. Alright, I will communicate with Blue Star. Take care of yourself. The private message closed. Lin Qi stood up and pressed the button on the communicator on the desk. Colonel Binzi, come to my office. When Binzi entered, he immediately saw the row of white cloaks at the dock outside the window. His footsteps paused for a moment, then he continued to walk to the desk and stood straight. Vice Admiral, please give your orders. From today onward, I am no longer your commander. Lin Qi picked up the snow-white justice cloak from the back of the chair, folded it neatly, and placed it flat on the table. His fingers lingered on the 2 characters, justice, for a moment before withdrawing. You should have already received the notice regarding the world government's arrest warrant. I am a descendant wanted globally. This matter has nothing to do with you or with all the sailors of the GF branch. The subsequent handover will be directly arranged by the Navy headquarters. You will follow the orders from the headquarters. I have already organized all the combat records and material lists during the garrison period and placed them in the file cabinet to be handed over directly to the new commander upon their arrival. Binz's jaw tightened. The corners of his mouth moved, but he did not speak. Lin Qi looked at him, from being defeated by him in the training camp to actively requesting to be his adjutant to closely following him during the West Sea cruise to the precise cooperation in the giant rock pirates battle, and finally to fighting side by side at the GF branch. Binzi had never once said no to any of his orders. You are the most reliable adjutant I have ever seen. Lin Qi patted his shoulder. No matter who your superior is in the future, don't tarnish Teacher Zifa's reputation. Binzi straightened up and performed a standard military salute. Yes, Vice Admiral. His hand lingered on his forehead for 2 seconds longer than required. Lin Qi tightened the wrist guard on his left hand and adjusted the jade pendant at his waist. Then he pushed open the window, and the morning light and sea breeze rushed in. He did not look back, nor did he glance at the justice cloak stacked on the table again. He feared he would be unable to resist bringing it with him. His body transformed into a flash of lightning leaping out of the window and shooting away into the depths of the sea. Minutes later, Lin Qi paused in a vast sea area far from shipping lanes surrounded by no islands or He turned around, hovering in midair. 7 white figures were swiftly pursuing him from behind their cloaks, forming a straight line as they moved. They fanned out in the air to form a standard encirclement formation, with the flanks closing in and the center advancing to prevent the target from escaping sideways. These were the elites among the CP0, and their movements were indeed clean and sharp. The leading CP0 captain halted less than 100 meters from Lin Qi, while the other 6 effectively sealed off all escape routes. The captain removed his mask, revealing a middle-aged face in his 40s with a confident smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He pulled out a document from his pocket and unfolded it. At the bottom of the document, the co-signed signatures of the 5 Elder Stars were clearly visible. Vice Admiral Qi Lin, according to the highest resolution of the 5 Elder Stars, you have been stripped of your naval rank. Now I give you 2 options. First, surrender and return with us to Mariehua for judgment. Second, we will subdue you on the spot and take you back. Which one do you choose? Lin Qi lowered his head and smiled briefly. Then he raised his head, his smile carrying an unsettling calmness that made the captain uncomfortable. Sorry, I won't choose the first option, and you won't be able to accomplish the second. I choose the third, to leave all of you here. As the words fell, his left wrist guard lit up with a purple electric arc, and the jade pendant at his waist silently detached from its cord. 2 glowing orbs landed beside him, beginning to expand and take shape. The orb on the left coalesced from a swirling mass of liquid metal into a 2-meter-tall bronze statue. Its body was not cast into shape, but was fluid, the surface constantly rippling with subtle metallic waves, as if the sculpture was imbued with life by magnetism. In its eyes danced purple sparks identical in color to Lin Qi's own lightning. The orb on the right began to change into another form. It had no physical body, manifesting as a semi-transparent pale blue spirit, slowly shifting between the virtual and the real. When it became ethereal, only a vague outline remained. When it materialized, a blurry face could be seen. The spirit floated behind Lin Qi with no support beneath it, as if gravity didn't affect it at all. The CP0 encirclement unconsciously shrank back half a meter. The captain's smile froze on his face. Those 2 things were not mentioned in the intelligence. The intelligence indicated that Qi Lin was a thunder fruit user skilled in lightning attacks, high-speed maneuvers, and electromagnetic fields. It had never mentioned that he had these 2 entities by his side. Lin Qi adjusted his collar, took a step back, and crossed his arms, leaning against the void. This battle is entrusted to you too, he said to the magnetic source and Soul Hunter, his tone like that of instructing 2 capable subordinates. Give it your all. I will only be responsible for the aftermath. The right arm of the bronze statue began to transform, the liquid metal roiling and reshaping in the magnetic field, turning into a massive blade gleaming with purple electric arcs. The spirit made from the Pishio jade pendant tilted its head, as if assessing the 7 pulsating human souls before it, then let out a sound so subtle, it was like the wind whispering through a crack in the window. The CP0 captain's gaze swept back and forth between the magnetic source and Soul Hunter. His smile had not completely faded. Having spent so many years in CP0, he had encountered countless ability users, and bizarre fruit abilities were not new to him. But the contempt in his heart was quickly retracting. Liquid metal and spirits, if merely for show, the former admiral, stripped of his rank, would not speak with such certainty, nor would he entrust his life to them. He slowly drew the blade from his waist. The 6 team members behind him simultaneously drew their weapons. Target refuses to surrender. The captain's voice no longer held the earlier nonchalance. Execute without mercy. The magnetic source stepped forward. The liquid metal spread from its feet, becoming metal particles of various sizes, orbiting around the magnetic source like satellites. The soul hunter's figure merged into the air, as it became ethereal, disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving only the subtle low hum still drifting in the sea breeze. Lin Qi hovered in midair, arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. This was the first time he completely entrusted the battle to his avatars. He wanted to see just how sharp the two blades he had personally forged were. CP0 leader Acilon Zuan removed his blood-stained white gloves and tossed them into the sea. A demoted vice admiral like you dares to spout nonsense before CP0. He snorted, his voice low, but each word crystal clear amid the magnetic hum. Choose 3. Leave us here. The 6 operatives behind him fanned out silently, their cloaks drawn into taut white lines by the sea breeze. A burly man with a thick beard flexed his wrists, joints popping like firecrackers. A lanky figure examined his own fingernails, which glinted with a metallic sheen under the morning light. Another operative, a woman, crouched on the solidified air of Jeppo, licking her lips like a feline. Zuan raised his hand, pointing at Lin Qi. Let me tell you, our 7 members are all at least vice admiral rank. We're specifically assigned to handle reckless fools like you. Enough. Lin Qi waved a hand, his tone like brushing off a salesman. Let's start fighting. Too much time. Zuan's finger froze midair. The bearded man's grin stiffened. The woman's licking motion halted. Engage. Zuan's voice dropped, anger turning to a cold laugh. Hold nothing back. Let him see the frog at the bottom of the well. 7 Renkyaku strikes tore through the air simultaneously. This was no ordinary rokushiki. Each slash was a variant of Renkyaku. Crescent-shaped serrated spiral drilling spread like a dense net, invisible, with only distorted air, and one that split into 7 smaller strikes mid-flight. 7 individuals, 7 Renkyaku variations, sealing all escape routes from 7 directions. The air shrieked with tearing silk. Magnetic source appeared before him in an instant like a teleport. The 2-meter tall bronze statue raised its left hand, fingers spread. A plasma shield unfolded before its palm. Not a single barrier, but an entire electromagnetic field woven into a translucent violet membrane, its surface rippling with delicate arcs of electricity. The 7 Renkyaku strikes slammed into it, erupting in a blinding shower of blue-white sparks. Then, like waves against a reef, they shattered completely. As the arcs dissipated, the plasma shield remained intact, not even a ripple. At that moment, the metal particles floating around magnetic source began to move. Those metal spheres of various sizes turned into a barrage of projectiles, indiscriminately bombarding the 7 opponents. Faster than bullets, they left silver-gray afterimages in the air. Armament hockey. Zuan barked. The 7 hardened simultaneously. The metal spheres struck their hardened limbs and were deflected one by one. The bearded man shattered 3 with a single punch, iron filings crumbling between his fingers. The lanky man's fingergun strikes precisely pierced 5 spheres in midair. The woman dodged an incoming sphere with a Soria-like step, then smashed it flat with an elbow strike. The last metal sphere was crushed by Zuan's palm. Iron powder scattered in the sea breeze like a gray mist. The bearded man dusted off his hands, laughing heartily. Is that all? You don't even have armament hockey, and you pretend to be. His words were cut short, because the iron powder he had shattered did not drift away with the wind. It churned, recombined, and condensed in the air. Every grain of iron dust became a new metal particle. In an instant, thousands of tiny metal spheres surrounded the 7, the nearest within 3 inches of their eyes. Gravity magnetic domain. Magnetic source spread its arms. At its core, an invisible force field enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. The magnetic field warped gravity. The air felt as heavy as lead, suffocating. The sea surface beneath them sank into a massive depression hundreds of meters in diameter, with waves swirling at its edge, but unable to enter. The expressions of all 7 changed at once. 2 Paramecia-type operatives gave way first, their bodies slammed downward, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. They frantically stomped Jeppo, their boots exploding in the air, barely stabilizing themselves. The other 5 fared no better. The bearded man's arms trembled. The magnetic field was tearing at his armament hacky-coated limbs. Every movement required 3 times the usual effort. The lanky man's fingers grew unsteady, his fingergun strikes unable to concentrate force. The woman's Jeppo steps retreated, each one more laborious than the last. The 2 fallen operatives exchanged a glance and made a simultaneous decision: retreat. They dashed outward from the gravity magnetic domain, using Jeppo. 100 meters, 300, 500. The gravity on their bodies remained unchanged, like an invisible shackle locked onto their bones. 1 kilometer, still no change. 3 kilometers. Their hearts sank. 9 kilometers. Despair surged from the soles of their feet to the back of their skulls. Then a tremendous force yanked them from behind. Like pellets snapped back by a rubber band, they returned to their original positions instantly. The moment their feet touched the core of the gravity magnetic domain, their faces beneath their masks lost all color. Were they completely locked in? No matter how far they fled, they would be pulled back. Xuan's eye twitched. No more delays. He removed his white leader's mask and tossed it into the sea. Give it everything. Below is the sea. Fall, and you die. His body began to transform. Dark red light seeped from his pores. Bones crackled and expanded. Spikes along his spine tore through his cloak. Flames erupted from his pupils' mouth and fingertips, dyeing the surrounding air blood red. His body surged to 4 meters in height, his skin turning into black volcanic rock, with joints glowing like magma in dark red veins. 2 curved horns sprouted from his head, their tips burning with blue flames. Zoan-type mythical Zoan flame demon form. Xuan stood in midair, each breath raising the ambient temperature. The sea beneath him began to steam, white vapor rising only to be pressed back by the gravity magnetic domain, forming an eerie wall of mist. The other CP0 operatives moved. The lanky man transformed into a blue wind, his body flickering and wavering within the gust. Another operative spread his wings, becoming a 3-eyed golden eagle with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters. Its golden feathers barely maintained lift in the gravity magnetic domain, and a third eye opened on its forehead, its pupil glowing with a strange red light. The remaining 4 paramecia-type ability users leaped onto the eagle's back. One wrapped dozens of threads around the eagle's claws to steady himself, another flickered constantly on the eagle's back, a third lay prone, emitting sounds that vibrated to relieve pressure, the last opened his palm, forming a transparent barrier that slowed everything within. Kill him. Xuan's voice rolled from the flame demon's throat like magma from the earth's core. Just as the 4 paramecia users steadied themselves on the eagle's back, a low murmur resonated in their ears. It was not a sound heard by the ears, but a vibration felt at the soul level. It was as if someone had plucked a string inside their minds, a lingering hum spreading from the depths of consciousness to every nerve ending. Soul Hunter had struck. Soul frequency resonance, C of consciousness disturbance. The translucent pale blue spirit floated out from behind Lin Qi, its hands cupped in the air, fingers tracing invisible ripples. It did not attack the body. It attacked the soul. Every living being has a unique soul vibration frequency. What Soul Hunter did was adjust its own soul wave to match the opponent's exactly, then resonate. The souls of all 7 were shaken in unison. The golden eagle's third eye snapped shut, its massive body wobbling midair, nearly throwing off the 4 on its back. The lanky man was knocked out of his wind form, his face filled with shock. The 4 paramecia users' faces turned pale simultaneously, as if something had squeezed their consciousness. What was more terrifying? When they regained their senses, they found that observation haki could no longer be activated. The foresight of the future was shattered, the ability to sense presence was blocked, and even basic combat instincts became dulled and blurred. Soul frequency resonance specifically targeted their observation haki, because the essence of observation haki is sensing the opponent's presence, and intent and interference at the soul level could completely disrupt that perception. Using soul resonance to tear apart foresight images was like broadcasting white noise over radar frequencies. Xuan suppressed the tremor deep in his consciousness and reached for the advanced Den Den Mushi at his waist. The Den Den Mushi's eyes were closed, unresponsive no matter how he called. It had fallen into a deep sleep. The residual wave of the soul frequency resonance had disrupted its bioelectric signals, temporarily disabling all communication functions. Xuan's heart skipped a beat. No escape. The gravity magnetic domain covered 10 kilometers, and no matter how far they fled, they would be pulled back. No backup. The Den Den Mushi was dead, a sleep signal completely cut off. Observation haki was useless. Foresight and perception were gone. Only one path remained. The flame demon's one raised his head, his formidable tall silhouette casting a terrifying shadow in the morning light. He stared at Lin Qi floating in the air, flames burning in his pupils. A single thought flashed: kill Lin Qi and there would be a way out. All units, charge. The flame demon's roar shook the sea. The 3-eyed golden eagle beat its wings and dove. The lanky man merged back into the wind. The 4 paramecia users activated their abilities simultaneously. Lin Qi floated in place, arms crossed, not moving a single finger from start to finish. His expression was calm, carefully observing the battle details. These 2 incarnations had taken him 2 days and 2 nights to forge. He was already clear on their theoretical parameters, but actual combat performance was the true test. The range suppression of the gravity magnetic domain, the perception paralysis of the soul frequency resonance, and the synergistic effect of the 2 overlapping domains. So far he was very satisfied. Night is long and dreams are many. He spoke, his voice low, but Magnetic Source and Soul Hunter both halted at once. Let's end this directly. 2 replies echoed in his consciousness, yes. The CP-0's assault continued, but they did not know that the bronze statue and the pale blue spirit before them had merely been warming up. The flames of the inferno twisted into eerie spirals within the gravity-magnetic domain. The wind blades veered off course under the magnetic field's tearing force, and each flap of the Golden Eagle's wings demanded 3 times the effort. The 7 elite CP-0 agents were being slowly crushed by this invisible force field. But Xuan was still waiting for an opportunity. The flash fruit Shila. His teleportation ability was the team's last trump card. If Shila could strike in the chaos, even just once, even if the distance wasn't close enough. Disperse. Lin Qi's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. 3 figures vanished simultaneously. Xuan's fire whip shattered the afterimage of where Lin Qi had stood. By air cast, dozens of wind blades sliced through the air, crosswise hitting nothing. The silk-thin needles fired by Huaxia from the Golden Eagle's back covered the area in a dense barrage, all embedding into the sea, sending up a row of fine splashes. Shila's figure coalesced 3 meters away. His teleportation strike had missed. Lin Qi and his 2 avatars appeared at 3 different positions. The left flank was Magnetic Source, the right flank was Soul Hunter, and directly behind was Lin Qi. The triangular formation encircled the 7 CP-0 members, precisely landing at the core of the gravity-magnetic domain. Lin Qi stood with arms crossed, never having lowered them from his chest. Magnetic Source. Soul Hunter, he said. Show them. Magnetic Source moved first. Its arms spread wide, fingers grasping at empty air. The sea surface, previously pressed flat by the gravity-magnetic domain, began to churn. Countless arcs of purple electricity surged from Magnetic Source's body, weaving an impenetrable net in the air. These arcs were not meant for attack, they were arranging themselves. Each arc was a conductor building a precise geometric structure, a ring-shaped magnetic prison. Lin cage particle confinement. The principle was simple. The force of a magnetic field on moving charged particles is called the Lorentz force. Every drop of blood, every inch of muscle, every cell in the human body contains electrolytes carrying electric charge. When the magnetic field is precise and uniform enough, it can lock onto every charged particle inside the body, fixing the entire human form within a cage woven from Lorentz forces. The ring-shaped magnetic field took shape around the 7 simultaneously. Purple arcs closed in from all directions like an invisible giant hand gripping their bodies. Xuan's inferno form stiffened abruptly. The flame still burned, but his arm could no longer rise. Control had been lost at the muscular level. The electrolytes inside his body could not flow freely within the magnetic field, and the commands for muscle contraction could not be transmitted. Bayer fared even worse. He was in a semi-elemental state. His wind element body, bound by the Lorentz force, could neither converge nor disperse, leaving him trapped in an awkward half-solid, half-illusory form. The Golden Eagle's wings froze midair, its third eye wide open, a first glimpse of fear in its pupils. But Lin Qi knew this was not enough. Armament hockey coating the body could withstand physical impacts. The Lin cage locked their movements, but their armament hockey defense remained. As long as armament hockey held, Magnetic Source's attacks could not break through. So Magnetic Source activated its second ability, Hysteresis Resonance Skeletal Collapse. This was not something Lin Qi had conjured from thin air. It was an attack method derived from the principle of nuclear magnetic resonance, built on the foundation of the electromagnetic scalpel. The electromagnetic scalpel used magnetic fields to condense metal powder inside the enemy's body for physical cutting. Hysteresis resonance went a step further. It required no metal powder directly acting on the body's own tissues. Different tissues have different natural vibration frequencies: bones, internal organs, blood vessels, nerves. Each has its own unique frequency. By precisely matching those frequencies, resonance could be induced in that specific area. Resonance was not a physical impact. Armament hockey could not cover the inside of bones, the internal organs, or the electrolytes between cells. Magnetic Source's hands slowly pressed downward. The alternating magnetic field began scanning. Xuan was the first to sense something wrong. A subtle tremor climbed from the shinbone upward, its frequency so light that under the suppression of the gravity-magnetic domain, he would not have noticed it otherwise. Then the tremor began to spread, from the shinbone to the spine, from the spine to the ribs, from the ribs to the skull. The frequency shifted, adjusted, searched, then locked onto a single frequency, the natural frequency of bone. Xuan's body jolted violently. His internal structure began to fracture. The first crack appeared on his ribs, then the second, then the third. The cracks expanded, intersected, and shattered under the resonance like porcelain being hammered from the inside. His internal organs began to tremble as well, liver, stomach, intestines. The natural frequencies of each organ were precisely matched, and resonance tore them apart from within. Blood seeped from the corners of Xuan's mouth. Flames still burned on his body's surface, but inside, an invisible cell-level precision force field was slowly destroying him. Bayer's screams mixed with the wind. His elemental form failed within the Lin cage, and the internal organ resonance struck directly at his physical body. The four on the golden eagle's back suffered the most. Already pressed down by the gravity magnetic domain, they collapsed limply onto the eagle's back when the skeletal resonance hit. Huaxia's threads still floated in the air, but his hands trembled so badly he could not control their direction. Huaxia struggled to maintain his time lag domain, but the domain had a limited range. His domain's radius was less than 3 meters, while Lin Qi's triangular formation was at least 300. Mo-Fei's phantom sound still echoed, sound waves spreading outward in rings, but her mental energy was crumbling with the skeletal resonance. The frequency of the phantom sound began to falter, the waves becoming intermittent like a radio running out of battery. Shila began to fall. His teleportation failed completely within the Lin cage, and the skeletal resonance robbed his legs of support. His body dropped limply from midair like a bird stripped of its bones. He knew the sea was below, knew the consequences of falling. A hand reached from behind and struck the back. The last image Shila saw before losing consciousness was a web of electricity spreading from Lin Qi's fingertips, layer by layer, wrapping around his entire body. Then he knew nothing more, hanging there like a tightly wrapped cocoon. Soul Hunter also made its move. If the Lin cage locked the body, then Soul Hunter was to lock the soul. Quantum anchor of the spirit field, soul stasis. Soul Hunter raised its ethereal arm, its fingertips tracing invisible ripples in the air. In the perception of the soul fruit ability, every living being has a cluster of soul energy connected to the physical body. A quantum field of consciousness, the anchor linking soul and flesh. What Soul Hunter did was simple: grab that anchor and pin it in place. It rendered the soul unable to command the body, unable to transmit commands, disabling teleportation, elementalization, and spatial transfer. Because the soul was pinned, no matter how the body transformed, it could not move. Zuoyin felt his consciousness held down by something. His brain still issued orders, but the signals could not. His inferno form wanted to burn, to break free, but his soul was pinned by an invisible hand. The link between flesh and soul suffered a delay. Every command transmission was half a beat late, every action stuttered mid-motion. His consciousness roared, but his body remained motionless. This was no longer an ordinary duel. It was a dimensional suppression. One avatar locked the body, another pinned the soul, plus a gravity magnetic domain spanning 10 kilometers to suppress movement. The three powers stacked together. From the moment the 7CP0 entered this airspace, they had no chance of turning the tables. They thought they were hunters, a standard admiral level with 6 elite vice admirals capturing a former vice admiral. To them, it was a surefire mission. But now they were trapped in midair like 7 insects pinned in a specimen box. Lin Qi had not brought a battle. He had brought a complete, precise, unbreakable combat system. The golden eagle's wings finally froze. The three on its back slumped among the feathers. Mo-Fei's phantom sound stopped completely, her throat only able to produce weak gasps. Ba-Er tumbled out of his semi-elemental state, reverting to human form, blood at the corners of his mouth. Zuoyin's inferno form barely held, but his spine was riddled with fine cracks from bone fractures. Each breath squeezed more blood foam from his lungs. Lin Qi floated in midair, his gaze calm as he observed everything. Magnetic source, he said, his voice low, but carried clearly through the magnetic field. Try to see if you can break their armament hockey. If not, he paused. Then go ask the physics team behind. If not, he paused. Then go ask the physics team behind. Cun. Try to see if you can break their armament hockey. This command sounded like a tentative probe. Yet none present knew, not even Lin Qi himself, what the outcome of this order would become. Cun harbored no human hesitation. Orders were executed instantly. Its electromagnetic perception network operated at full capacity, and the magnetic field began to adjust. Previously, the Lin cage it used to suppress CP0 was a particle imprisonment based on bodily fluid electrolytes, and the magnetic hysteresis resonance was a frequency match targeting bones and internal organs. Both techniques struck the interior, the places armament hockey could not cover. Now the target had changed. Armament hockey was a hardened layer covering the Boda's surface. To breach it, one had to start from its own structure. Cun raised its right arm. The metal particles swirling around it began to rearrange. This time it was not a disorderly barrage, but a precise formation. Each metal sphere was imbued with an independent magnetic charge arrayed in the air into a standard orthogonal grid. Magnetic domain dislocation, armament collapse. The principle explained by the physics Ph.D. Li Xingming was very clear: any magnetic material, including the body surface hardened by armament hockey, possessed a microscopic magnetic domain structure. Magnetic domains were small regions within the material where electron spins aligned uniformly, and their arrangement determined the material's macroscopic magnetic properties. By applying an external magnetic field with rapidly alternating direction, one could disrupt the magnetic domain alignment, causing the material's magnetic properties to collapse. The hardening of armament hockey was essentially a condensed state of matter. Since it was affected by magnetic fields, it must have magnetic domains. With magnetic domains, they could be disrupted. When the first wave of high-frequency magnetic field was unleashed, CP0 did not even realize what had happened. The tall, thin Reina Shera had already been knocked unconscious by Lin Qi and wrapped in an electric cocoon, but the remaining 6 were still struggling. The Lin cage locked their bodies, Hunch's soul stun pinned their consciousness, and the gravity magnetic domain forced every movement to expend multiple times the energy. But they were CP0, the sharpest blades of the celestial dragons. Their armament hockey was the trump card forged through countless trials. As long as armament remained, their defense held, and hope for a counterattack persisted. Before long, they felt a tremor. The hardened layer of armament hockey covering their bodies began to quiver, like an iron plate struck from behind by a heavy hammer, vibrating at a frequency too fast for the naked eye to discern. Lia Mafe was the first to sense something amiss. Her illusion sound fruit required mental fortitude to sustain, and the soul frequency resonance had already pushed her spirit to the brink of exhaustion. Now even the armament hockey enveloping her body began to disobey. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the hardened layer, then widened, intersected, and shattered. Fragments of armament hockey peeled off her body like rusty iron flakes dropping into the sea. My armament. Her voice trembled. It's no. Fragments of armament hockey peeled off her body like rusty iron flakes dropping into the sea. The remaining few changed expressions simultaneously. Cabine Luge gritted his teeth, desperately channeling his armament hockey to fill the cracks, but to no avail. The high-frequency magnetic field never directly shattered armament hockey. It disrupted its microscopic structure, causing it to collapse from within. The more one invoked it, the more chaotic the magnetic domains became, and the more cracks appeared. The third eye of the golden condor spun frantically, attempting to see through the magnetic field's weakness, but its insight was ruthlessly suppressed by the soul frequency resonance, revealing only torn premonition scenes. Galad Bark's wind elementalization had largely failed within the Lin cage, and now even the defense of armament hockey was peeling away. One by one his means of protection vanished. Seth Hork's threads lost the reinforcement of armament hockey, and those fine hair-like white lines drooped limply, unable to coalesce into needles. Yelena Nook struggled with all her might to maintain the time-lag domain, but its range shrank to just 3 meters. Beyond that she could do nothing. They truly felt fear. As CP0, they had undergone the harshest mental training. Facing death, they should have remained impassive. But this was not about death. It was that their entire combat system, the very foundation of their lives, was being dismantled piece by piece. First, observation hockey was torn apart by soul frequency resonance, then their movements were locked by the Lin cage, and now even armament hockey was being stripped away. They had fought battles their entire lives, always relying on observation hockey for perception, devil fruit abilities for surprise, and armament hockey for sheer toughness. These 3 staples had never failed in the Grand Line. But this man before them simply did not play by the rules. No, he hadn't even made a move himself. His 2 clones had already dismantled them all. Zoan's flame demon body still burned, but his armament hockey was also peeling away. He could feel the hardened layer detaching from his skin, flake by flake, each peeling accompanied by faint crackling sounds like ice exploding in hot oil. He wanted to curse, to roar, to shatter this damned magnetic field with the flame demon's howl. But he was powerless. CUN. Lin Qi's voice echoed within the magnetic field. Increase intensity. Record the parameters of armament hockey's stripping process. CUN pressed its hands down. The second wave of high-frequency magnetic field blasted out, its intensity a full order higher than before. Zoan's armament hockey, like tempered glass shattered by a heavy hammer, fell off in large swaths. He gritted his teeth and struggled to maintain the flame demon's fire burning even fiercer on his surface. But armament hockey was not flame, it was a condensed state, and a condensed state must obey the constraints of the magnetic field. Fire could not burn through the magnetic field, instead the high temperature made the magnetic domains even more unstable. Now his armament hockey had completely collapsed. The other 5 could no longer hold on. A body stripped of armament hockey was nothing but raw flesh before the metal spheres. CUN wasted no more time. In the same instant, the hundreds of metal spheres suspended around it unleashed a saturation strike. Hundreds of precisely arranged metal spheres broke free from the orthogonal grid, hurtling along their individually locked ballistic trajectories at high speed. The sound of piercing air was sharp and ear-splitting. Cabine Luge used the golden condor's wings to withstand 2 strikes, but feathers from the wings were scattered in all directions. Galad Bark attempted to re-elementalize to evade, but the Lin cage had locked his elemental particles. Metal spheres tore through his shoulder, ribs, and thigh, each hit drawing a mist of blood. Seth Hork's threads wove a defensive net before him, but without armament hockey they shattered upon impact, with the metal spheres completely demolishing his defense. Leah Maffei and Yelena Nook were the first to give out. Morpheus' illusion sound had stopped entirely, not because she didn't want to sing, but because her throat could only produce gurgling sounds of blood bubbles bursting. Nook's time lag domain flickered twice like a lamp about to run out of power, then went dark. Her last ounce of strength was spent reaching out to grab a teammate's sleeve, but her fingers could no longer control their direction. Both bodies slid off the golden condor's back, falling. Lin Qi's figure flashed twice. A bolt of lightning streaked past. Morpheus' nape received a handchop, and a fine electric grid spread from Lin Qi's fingertips, wrapping her into a floating thunder cocoon. Before Nook fell into the sea, she was intercepted by the lightning. The same handchop, the same electric grid, another cocoon hung midair. Seth Hork was the third. Then came Galladbark. Cabine Luge, now back in human beast form, was still holding on. CUN continued to increase the magnetic field strength. Parameters were recorded step by step. Each level's corresponding armament hockey thickness and degree of collapse were logged into Lin Qi's combat data. Now Zoan was still enduring in midair. The magnetic field intensity had been raised to the third level. Fragments of armament hockey fell from his body like snowflakes. The flame demon's regenerative ability frantically repaired his body. Every wound, gouged by metal spheres, healed within seconds, but the next wave of spheres arrived in the blink of an eye. The repair speed could not keep up with the destruction. Pain spread through his flesh, and exhaustion surged from the marrow of his bones. Though his flames still burned, they grew smaller and smaller. "Captain, do something." Cabine Luge, also unable to hold on, shouted loudly. The human beast golden condor was drenched in blood. Its golden feathers had lost all color, and one wing's bone had been broken by the metal spheres held only by a few tendons. He looked at Zoan, his third eye for the first time not spinning, just staring fixedly. Zoan did not respond. How could he respond? He himself was barely surviving. Most of his armament hockey had been stripped. Each strike of the metal spheres penetrated deep into the flesh. Then the flame demon's fire cauterized the wound to stop the bleeding, only for the next wave to smash it open again. He even began to wonder if he abandoned all his teammates as bait, could he escape in the chaos? The gravity magnetic domain covered 10 kilometers. He couldn't flee. The Loren cage had locked his body. He couldn't move. The Den Den Mushi was dead asleep. He couldn't send a distress signal. He couldn't run, couldn't call for backup, couldn't win. Now he only wanted to leave here alive. Punishment upon return was better than dying here. The mission? Screw the mission. The moment his armament hockey was completely stripped, CUN converged all suspended metal spheres into a single point. A colossal metal sphere with a diameter exceeding 2 meters formed above Zoan, then crashed down. Zoan's scream echoed within the gravity magnetic domain. But the scream never turned into a plea for mercy. The flame demon's regenerative instinct was his backbone. The foundation of a mythical Zoan was indeed thick. Flames still burned, wounds still healed, and screams tumbled from his throat only to be devoured by the fire. Lin Qi watched Zoan being repeatedly bombarded by the metal sphere in midair. The regenerative power of a mythical Zoan was truly astonishing. He could still endure this long after his armament hockey had been completely stripped. Lin Qi knew well how troublesome a mythical Zoan user could be. Though Zoan was merely a watchdog serving an admiral-level master, his thick-skinned foundation was genuine. There was no need to drag this out any longer. CUN. Huaxia. Lin Qi's voice sounded in the magnetic field as calm as if reporting parameters in a lab. Try other big moves. The attack of the soul hunt had no wind-up. In the same second that Lin Qi's command fell, its ethereal hands had already penetrated Zorn's chest, making direct contact on the level of the soul. Spiritual transfer, soul extraction. Unlike the brutal tearing of the soul by the old lady, the connection between the soul and the body exists within an energy adhesion threshold. By precisely manipulating spiritual energy, one can peel away the surface soul fragments without exceeding the threshold. The extracted fragments automatically transform into spiritual energy, becoming ammunition for the next attack of the soul hunt. At this moment, Zorn's inferno form completely lost its stability. Although the flames still burned, his soul trembled uncontrollably. The spasmodic feelings surging from the essence of consciousness was something the inferno's regeneration ability could not counter. The power of the devil fruit relies on the link between the user's soul and the demonic will within the fruit. When the soul is attacked, the link becomes loose. With the link loosened, the form collapses. His inferno horns began to disintegrate, the lava-like shell crumbling to ashes and scattering. His 4-meter-tall body shrank and collapsed as if its skeleton had been pulled out, ultimately transforming back into the form of a middle-aged man covered in blood. Now he was merely a CP0 captain, stripped of his armed color, with shattered bones and layers of his soul torn away. The attack from the magnetic source followed closely. This technique requires a moment of adjustment. The chain lightning must first lay down a conductive link, and the conductive medium is the metallic powder that had been shattered and suspended in the air earlier. Magnetic conductive arc chain lightning. The magnetic field guides the static electricity in the atmosphere with the metallic powder forming an invisible conductive net in the air, each link precisely targeting the objective. Zorn was covered head to toe in fine metallic powder remnants left from the previous metallic sphere impacts, each collision leaving invisible metallic traces on him. Now these residues had become the fuse. Electric arcs surged from the magnetic source's arms, spreading, branching, and converging along the metallic links in the air. 1 arc, 10 arcs, 100 arcs. Countless bolts of lightning converged from all directions towards Zorn, each electric arc being precisely guided by the magnetic field, bypassing all obstacles to strike directly at the target. Zorn's screams were drowned in the roar of the thunderstorm. His body convulsed violently within the electric arcs, his consciousness blurring little by little under the impact of the current. Although the physique of the phantom beast prevented him from dying immediately, it merely prolonged his suffering. Moments later, he completely lost consciousness. Lin Qi raised his hand, a flash of lightning swept by. The edge of his hand struck accurately at the nape of Zorn's neck, a fine electric net spreading from his fingertips, enveloping him in a cocoon of lightning. At this point, 7 white lightning cocoons floated in midair, silent, like 7 pale lanterns. Magnetic source. Lin Qi looked at the captive Seth Hawk, covered in fine threads, a paramecia-type user of the float fruit. Kill that guy covered in threads. This choice was not random. Among the 7 fruits, the float fruit had the least value to the Huaxia team's tactical system. The binding function of the threads could be completely covered by the magnetic source's Lorenz cage, and the attack power of the threads had no penetrating advantage against the hockey system. More importantly, Lin Qi needed to confirm one thing: whether killing with a clone could trigger point acquisition and item drop. The magnetic source raised its right hand, metallic particles gathering in its palm to form a sharp spike. The spike pierced through the electric net cocoon, accurately penetrating Hawk's chest. The float fruit user didn't even have time to scream. His body twitched twice before going still. Lin Qi's item system popped up a prompt in his mind. A purple item, mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. National fortune competition, personal points increased by 50,000. He also obtained the paramecia-type float fruit. The test results made Lin Qi breathe a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that killing with a clone would be deemed as others kill by the system, thus failing to trigger items and points. If that were the case, the value of the magnetic source and soul hunt on the battlefield would be greatly reduced. Now the result was clear: a clone kill was equivalent to a body kill. This also made sense. The souls of the magnetic source and soul hunt were fragments torn from his original soul, and in the system's judgment, the original soul was the user himself. Continue the test, Lin Qi said without hesitation, attempting to bestow the recently acquired purple item mastery of the Navy's 6 styles onto the magnetic source. The system's response was straightforward: bestowal failed. The clone could not independently equip items. Lin Qi did not dwell on it. This result was actually a good thing. If the clone could also equip items, he would have to worry about where the system's permission boundaries lay. Now it was clear clones could not equip items, but clone kills could trigger items and points for the body. That was enough. He systematically eliminated the remaining 6 captives. Zorn's contribution was 100,000, while each of the others contributed 50,000 plus Hawks, 50,000, totaling 400,000. 7 items and 7 devil fruits were stored simultaneously. The CP0 capture team went from their departure to complete annihilation in just a few dozen minutes. They had set off while sharpening knives on the speedboat, checking their sea stone handcuffs, discussing how much merit this mission would bring them. Now their bodies hung in midair, wrapped in electric nets with not even the qualification to fall into the sea and become fish food. Lin Qi contacted Li Xingming through private message, briefly reporting the battle process and test results. Li Xingming's reply came quickly: very good, you've finally regained your freedom. Without the Navy's restrictions, you can act without worry from now on. Lin Qi paused. Moreover, the core of this battle was not hockey but physics. Your knowledge is not just for show. Magnetic domain misalignment is based on condensed matter physics. Magnetic hysteresis resonance is an extension of nuclear magnetic resonance principles, and Lorenz cage is an engineering application of Lorenz force. This total victory over the 7 CP0 members was not due to overwhelming combat power, but rather a crushing superiority in knowledge. A physics team from Blue Star, separated by 2 worlds, dismantled the top combat powers of the pirate world using physical models. You did well. I can't take credit for that. Li Xingming's tone was calm. You turned knowledge into a... I merely provided the formulas. Then continue to teach me. Lin Qi traded 7 devil fruits to Li Xingming through the system. 1 Admiral level Inferno form, 1 natural type wine fruit, 1 paramecia type swift flash fruit, 1 illusion sound fruit, 1 ancient type 3-eyed golden eagle form, 1 time delay fruit, and 1 float fruit. Hurry up and allocate. Every additional user increases the safety of the base. Li Xingming did not decline. A few minutes later, he sent confirmation: allocation complete. The Inferno Fruit and Wind Fruit are worth 100,000 each. The Swift Flash Illusion, Sound Time Delay, and Three-Eyed Golden Eagle each worth 50,000, and the Float Fruit worth 30,000 with a total increase of 430,000 points. After the new users familiarize themselves with their abilities, the total points will continue to rise. Stay safe, Lin Qi reminded. There's no rush in the negotiations for alliances between countries. Maintain the right pace. Private message closed. Lin Qi retracted the interference magnetic field, and the electromagnetic shield covering a 10-kilometer radius gradually withdrew, leaving only basic sensing. After the gravitational magnetic field dissipated, the sea surface returned to its normal ways. The concave pits filled with seawater, and everything appeared as if nothing had happened. Only the residual iron powder in the air and the 7 lightning cocoons suspended in midair testified to the fierce battle that had just taken place. At that moment, the advanced transponder snail he had retrieved from Zorn suddenly rang. Lin Qi looked at the transponder snail, which had awakened after the soul frequency resonance was revoked, now repeating the call signal with a mechanical voice. He pressed the answer button. The transponder snail transformed into a face wearing a white mask. The voice beneath the mask carried obvious impatience. Zorn, has the mission been completed? Why have you not responded? Don't you know the protocol? Lin Qi chuckled, his smile devoid of any concealed pride, like a general who had just won a battle receiving a logistics call from the enemy. They can't come back. I've taken care of all of them. The transponder snail fell silent for a moment. The masked face remained unchanged, but the silence itself was a change. Lin Qi. The voice deepened, no longer casual. You have guts. To dare to kill CP0, don't you know this is declaring war against the world? Lin Qi smirked. Having served as a rear admiral in the Navy for over a year, he was no stranger to dealings with the world government. Their rhetoric was always the same: first threaten, then label you, and finally announce your guilt from a moral high ground. As if I wouldn't be their enemy if I didn't kill them. His tone was as relaxed as haggling in a market, pulling down your pants to fart. The silence on the other end of the transponder snail lengthened. Lin Qi did not wait for a response, nor did he wish to. All right, I'm done babbling. Feel free to send someone else to kill me. He laughed heartily. The transponder on the 118th day Marineford. The desk of the warlord of the kingdom shattered into two with a resounding crash. It was not cleaved by a blade nor blasted by a cannonball. It was struck down by his palm. The splintered wood pierced into the carpet. The teacup rolled to the corner and shattered into 3 pieces, and the documents on the table flew up like white doves, only to fall back down. The bounty notice lay intact beneath the palm of the warlord. Behind him, a golden Buddha's phantom slowly emerged in the air, its face fierce with anger, the golden light causing the office windows to buzz. Are those people in the world government idiots? His roar echoed through the corridor, startling a few passing Marines who instinctively shrank their necks and quickened their pace to leave the hallway. Forcing a vice admiral into piracy is one thing, but offering a bounty of 3.6 billion. Are they trying to make him one of the 4 emperors? The photo on the bounty notice was taken at the GF branch. In the photo, Lin Qi wears the white coat of a vice admiral with the fluttering seagull flag behind him. The line of numbers below was shocking: 3600. A former vice admiral who had never been a pirate, never attacked civilians, and never opposed the world government, already had a bounty exceeding 2 billion, surpassing the calamity of the Star Generals and outshining many old infamous pirates from the Great Pirate era, second only to the 4 emperors themselves. Sengoku was not the only one in the office. Kizaru sat on the sofa chewing on a bag of sunbae with loud crunching sounds. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed unabashedly in the warlord's office. 3.6 billion. This kid is worth more than I am now. How many pirates did I have to capture to reach this number back in the day? He gets a bounty of 3.6 billion on his first notice. Times have changed. Sengoku. Akainu crossed his arms against the wall, expressionless. He stared at the photo on the bounty notice for a long time. Akiji sat on the windowsill looking outside at the sea with indifference, as if it had nothing to do with him. Kizaru pointed at his lips and elongated his tone. How terrifying! 3.6 billion. Who would dare to capture him now? Only Admiral Tsuru lowered her head in contemplation. She reached out to pick up the bounty notice, examining it for a long time, her gaze shifting from the photo to the amount, and then to the seal of the issuing agency. Then she raised her head, her voice steady. This should be the intention of the world government. Moreover, it was approved by the 5 elders. Sengoku's anger subsided slightly as he turned to look at her. What do you mean? Everyone else's gaze also converged on her. Tsuru placed the bounty notice back on the table, her hands folded on her knees. Charlotte Linlin of the New World has been killed by our navy. One position among the 4 emperors has been vacated. The global power dynamics have undergone a tremendous... The navy's prestige soared to unprecedented heights after this battle. The entire world knew that it was our navy that led this great victory, elevating our reputation globally to a new pinnacle. The world government does not want the navy to dominate, so they devised this scheme. The first step, globally hunt down Lin Qi, strip him of his rank, and force him out of the Navy system. The second step, give him a bounty at the level of the 4 emperors, allowing him the chance to fill the void left by Big Mom and become the new 4 emperor. This way the balance of power in the new world remains among the 4 emperors, and the Navy's influence will not expand into the new world. The third step, the figure of 3. 6 billion itself is a scheme to elevate him. Lin Qi is an outsider with no roots in the pirate world. With a bounty at this level, all pirate hunters, underground world intermediaries, bounty hunters, and even other pirate crews will have their eyes on him. Wherever he goes, he will be besieged. Even our Navy, upon seeing a bounty of 3.6 billion, cannot help but be tempted. The room fell silent for a few seconds. This is an open scheme. Tsuru's tone showed no fluctuations. Knowing it is a trap, you still have to jump in. Because the bounty notice has already been issued and newspapers worldwide are already on their way. The world government does not care whether Lin Qi is ultimately captured or becomes the new 4 emperor. Either outcome benefits them. If captured, the Navy loses a top-tier combat force, and the world government loses a threat. If he becomes a 4 emperor, chaos will continue in the new world, and the Navy will remain constrained. The world government is in the middle, safe and sound. Sengoku remained silent for a long time. He looked down at the bounty notice, gazing at the upright vice admiral in the photo. His fingers tapped on the desk, but found it already shattered, so he instead clenched his fist against his knee. "What should we do?" he asked. "Do nothing," Tsuru replied. Several people looked at her simultaneously. Tsuru's expression remained calm like a still pond, but her eyes held a sharp insight into the world. "I have observed Lin Qi. He spent some time in the Navy and harbors little desire in his eyes. He is not greedy for achievements, does not vie for power, nor forms cliques. He gives off a feeling of deep solitude. He has a sense of justice and maintains principles in his actions. If you do not provoke him, he will not take the initiative to trouble you. There is only one exception: pirates. He truly loathes pirates and shows no mercy when dealing with them." She stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the Marineford harbor outside. "Therefore he will not become a ruthless killer of innocents simply because of the bounty. Free from the constraints of Navy rules, he will instead be like a dragon entering the sea. He will actively attack pirates, sink those underground forces we cannot touch, and stir up more chaos, but he will not attack us. So we need to do nothing but guard our bases and operate as usual. He attacks the pirates, and we clean up the aftermath. That is the Navy's greatest interest." Akainu snorted through his nose, but did not retort. Sengoku pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. He picked up a nearby Den Mushi and dialed the channel for the entire fleet. "Relay the orders. All bases maintain their defensive perimeters. Do what you have always done. Continue as usual. 4 bounty notice number N001. Any pursuit actions must be reported and approved by the Navy headquarters. I repeat, any pursuit actions require reporting and approval. Those who act without authorization will face military justice." He hung up the Den Mushi and took one last look at the bounty notice. In the photo, Lin Qi's gaze was calm and forthright, with no trace of malice typical of pirates. "Take care of yourself," Sengoku murmured, repeating what he had said to Lin Qi a few days prior over the Den Mushi. The New World. Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick sailed slowly under the sunset. Marco emerged from the cabin holding a bounty notice he had just bought from the newsbird. He walked past crewmates who were unloading supplies on the deck and approached the man sitting in a giant recliner receiving in 4 drip. "Old man." He handed over the bounty notice. "This is the new one from today." Whitebeard took the paper and remained silent for a long time, the 4 fluid dripping drop by drop. The noise on the deck gradually quieted down as the crew noticed the old man's unusual behavior. Whitebeard rarely stared at a bounty notice for this long. Finally he spoke. "Pretend you didn't see it. Do not provoke him." Vista frowned. "Old man, he could injure Kaido and kill Charlotte Linlin." Whitebeard's voice was low, but the entire ship heard him clearly. Regardless of whether he delivered the final blow as rumored, he is not to be trifled with. This bounty notice is intended to create enemies for him. It is an open scheme by the world government. We will not be the ones to take the lead on this. He handed the bounty notice to Marco. "Pass the word down. Do not actively provoke him." Whitebeard leaned back in his recliner, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon. "But do not fear him. Because we are the Whitebeard pirates. We are the Whitebeard pirates." The entire ship shouted in unison. The roar made the sea surface ripple slightly. New World. Beast pirates. On Onigashima, Kaido sat cross-legged deep within a massive cave. He held the bounty notice tightly in his hand, its edges crumpled from his grip. The face in that photo made several of his old wounds throb, painfully reminding him of the pain from the EC's fusion orb and the humiliation from being suppressed during the GF branch battle. Each reminder felt like a rusty nail piercing through his bones. "You little bastard," he gritted his teeth, glaring at the bounty notice. "You have your day now." Enel stood behind him, arms crossed, calmly saying, "Governor, let this matter settle for a moment." Kaido turned around and shot him a glare. Enel did not back down and continued, I suspect this is a scheme by the world government. He can injure you and kill Big Mom. Regardless of the means used, his combat power can no longer be underestimated. Now that he has left the Navy, he has no worries. We can let other forces wear him down first, such as bounty hunters, the underground world, the remnants of CP0, and even those new individuals vying for the position of 4 Emperor. Once he is sufficiently worn down, we will seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The Beast's pirates have lost 2 battles, and we cannot afford to lose a third. Kaido did not refute. He merely lowered his head, staring at the bounty notice, letting out a muffled cold snort, his eyes glinting like 2 ghost fires in the dim cave. New World. Red Force. Shanks stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze causing the scar on his left eye to appear slightly white. He held the bounty notice tightly in his hand, his other hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Ben Beckman approached, glanced at the bounty notice, and lit a cigarette. This is the person, Shanks said, who has disrupted the balance of the New World. He turned around, his gaze filled with a complex gravity. It was not an assessment of an enemy, but rather an examination of a variable, an unpredictable variable. Big Mom is dead. Kaido has been defeated twice. Now this former vice admiral has a bounty of 3.6 billion, and everyone knows he has no pirate crew, no forces beside him. Whoever kills him will become the next 4 Emperor. The New World will be thrown into chaos as everyone vies for this position, and all ambitious individuals will try to take a piece of him. If he remains in the New World, it will drag the New World into this abyss of conflict. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you want to fight him? We must fight. Shanks tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Such an unstable factor cannot remain in the New World. We need to test his weight. If he has merely relied on luck and opportunism to reach this point, then we will drive him out of the New World. If he truly possesses that strength. He did not finish his sentence. But Beckman understood his meaning. If Lin Qi truly has that strength, then the red-haired pirates must personally verify it rather than letting others risk their lives. That is Shanks' style. He never hides behind others. Beckman thought for a moment and asked, Are you sure you can win? Shanks did not answer. He looked back at the horizon, his cape fluttering in the wind. The hand resting on the sword hilt was steady and firm. Lin Qi was unaware of the bounty placed on him, oblivious to the simultaneous reactions of 3 of the 4 emperors, and ignorant that a desk had just been shattered in the Marine headquarters office. He was currently sitting on a deserted small island reef. He first checked the red title dropped by Zorn, the Advanced Observation Hockey. With only 1 slot left in the equipment bar, there was no hesitation in acquiring this level of title. The red light fused into his body, expanding his perception dimension once again. The wind's flow rate, the frequency of the waves, and the water patterns from the distant fish schools all became clearer in his consciousness. This would be the boundary between countless, almost, and just barely avoided in future battles. Among the remaining 6 purple titles, only one from the 3-eyed golden eagle with extreme stamina was somewhat useful. The rest were incompatible with his current battle system. He removed the supreme brute force from the equipment bar and replaced it with extreme stamina. Then he disassembled the supreme brute force along with the other 5 incompatible purple titles. The title energy jumped from about 900 points to over 3700 points. He opened the system panel to glance at the remaining blue titles that needed upgrading: Battles, Saint Body Observation, Insight, 100 Battles, Tempering, and Super Speed. Each blue to purple upgrade requires 500 points of energy, and the requirement from purple to red is even more, but those are not what he needs to consider right now. With over 3700 points of energy, he will first upgrade all the core blue titles to purple, saving the remaining energy for the next red title upgrade requirement. On the 119th day at noon, a system prompt visible only to the arrivals appeared in the consciousness of all survivors. The Kingdom of Judea has suffered total casualties. The Kingdom of Judea has been eliminated. The Judean Kingdom of Blue Star has been wiped out. Lin Qi stood on a rock jutting out of the sea, watching the prompt fade away word by word, his expression unchanged. This is the second one. After Tuvalu, it is the Kingdom of Judea with a gap of 24 days in between. In those 24 days, the second phase of the hunt filtered through those smaller nations' teams like chaff, and the sifting dust was blown away by the sea breeze, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the sky over the Kingdom of Judea turned from clear blue to pitch black in 10 seconds. It was not clouds blocking the sun, but a sandstorm. Yellow sand surged from every direction of the horizon simultaneously, like a giant beast closing its palm. The howling wind swept up sand particles, which in turn carried stones, and the stones engulfed the outer walls of buildings. The skyscrapers swayed and leaned, their glass facades shattered by the wind pressure, and the shards were swallowed by the sandstorm before they could even touch the ground. The ground cracked open, fissures spreading from the city's center in all directions, swallowing streets, vehicles, and crowds. The entire nation was submerged in an instant by both the earthquake and the sandstorm, then fell into silence. Above Blue Star, a colossal light screen that could not be turned off broadcasted this scene live to the world. When Tuvalu was swallowed, at least there was the buffer of seawater, at least there was a process. The kingdom of Judea vanished so swiftly that no one had time to react. In the live broadcast from the skies of various countries on Blue Star, the audience fell silent. The bullet screen from Huaxia was unusually quiet for several seconds before a message floated by the second one. There were no emojis, no exclamation marks, just these few words. Citizens from other countries, especially those ranked lower, cried out in the streets at home and in front of government buildings. The presidential hotline was overwhelmed with calls, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently contacted the communications officers of the competing teams, demanding they escape from the last 5 positions at all costs. Diplomatic envoys from smaller countries began frantically pleading for help from the higher-ranking nations. In the pirate world, Lin Qi turned off the system prompt. He was neither a saint nor did he intend to be a savior. This was a national competition betting the lives of billions, not a charitable performance. He hadn't even stabilized his own country's situation, let alone had the energy to save the world. His only advantage was knowing the plot direction of this world, but that advantage had diminished significantly after the game system intervened. The only thing he could do now was to enhance his strength. Only with enough power could he survive the impending hunt settlements and the final reckoning that could arrive at any moment. He opened the panel of the entry system. The last remaining slot in the equipment bar had already been filled by the advanced observation hockey dropped by Zorn. What he needed to do now was to upgrade the remaining 7 blue entries to purple. Blue entries were still usable in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the context of the new world their strength was no longer sufficient. What awaited him next were direct confrontations at the level of the 4 emperors, while battles and protracted engagements, blue quality, simply couldn't withstand it. The upgrade began. The blue entry Holy Body of Carnage upgraded to the purple entry Iron Wall Body. The damage reduction effect of the physical body was significantly enhanced, allowing what was once able to only weaken blunt attacks to now ignore conventional slashing and blunt force. The defensive power of his flesh had reached a level close to the standard of armed color hardening. Physical defense stacked with armed color, then combined with the golden entry of Steel Balloon, forming a triple damage reduction system. The blue entry Insight upgraded to the purple entry Global Perception. The previously limited range of observation hockey, which could only precisely capture individual auras, was expanded to an area rendering concealed targets and stealth units within a wide range unable to escape perception. After combining with advanced observation hockey, prediction and perception formed a dual coverage. The blue entry Benefactor's Aid upgraded to the purple entry Fortune's Protection. His fortune was elevated from occasionally encountering benefactors to extremely difficult to be hit by deadly ambushes. This was not mere luck. Rather, his battlefield intuition had been systematically enhanced with the hit probabilities of control techniques, sealing techniques, and surprise attacks passively reduced. The blue entry Insight into Principles upgraded to the purple entry Clarity of Mind. The original on-the-spot judgment ability was strengthened to be fully immune to mental interference and illusions. Illusion-type fruit users' hypnosis techniques and inducement tactics were all filtered out before taking. After stacking with the existing purple entry Mental Immunity, mental defense was completely closed off. Mental immunity withstands direct attacks, while Clarity of Mind filters out indirect interference. The blue entry 100 Battles Forging Body upgraded to the purple entry Indestructible through thousands of battles. Stamina consumption was significantly reduced, and the Bodis condition would not rapidly decline under prolonged combat. This was his confidence in facing the wheeled battle ahead. The hunts would become increasingly fierce, enemies would multiply, and the intervals between each battle would shorten. Only by not collapsing under stamina could he qualify for a war of attrition. The blue entry Super Speed upgraded to the purple entry Phantom Speed. The changes to movement and charge speed were not significant since the speed of the Thunderfruit was already fast enough, but the newly generated Phantom effect could create deceptive afterimages during high-speed movement, affecting the opponent's locking and prediction. While there was no qualitative change in speed, the efficiency of dodging underwent a qualitative transformation. The blue entry Immune to All Poisons upgraded to the purple entry Resistant to All Toxins. The immunity to toxins expanded from extremely toxic to all extreme toxins, miasma, and biological toxins, adding the capability to counteract toxic attacks. In front of the poison users of the underground forces on the rainforest islands of the Grand Line, this upgrade could be life-saving. The entry energy dropped from over 3,700 points to just over 200 points, but his strength had been comprehensively reshaped. Lin Qi opened the equipment bar, and the 15 slots of entries were neatly arranged in his view. Iron Wall Body Supreme Brutality, the Conqueror's Haki of the Golden Lion, Global Perception Fortunes, Protection Clarity of Mind, Indestructible, through thousands of battles, Phantom Speed, Thunder Source Resistant, to all toxins, Mental Immunity, Advanced Armed Color Haki, Steel Balloon, Eye of Breaking Delusion, Advanced Observation Haki. 15 entries, 1 gold, 3 red, and 11 purple. With triple damage reduction in defense, full coverage, and predictive evasion in perception, dual immunity, in mental defense support for prolonged combat, in stamina, deceptive afterimages in speed, and complete immunity to toxins combined with advanced armed color complementing Thunder Source for attacks. He also possessed mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, intermediate armed color haki and intermediate observation haki entries. After consuming 3 top-tier devil fruits, he gained red entries, control of lightning body, control of magnetism, and control of souls. This was a configuration tailored for the intensity of the new world. Lastly, there was the black entry that, just as he was about to close the panel, a private message from Li Qi arrived. The high-ranking officials of Blue Star are already aware of your situation and know your plans. They have urged you to prioritize your own safety. The country has organized a team of physical experts, and knowledge regarding electromagnetism is being reorganized and will be sent to you as soon as possible. Lin Qi's lips curled slightly. That's great. Have the country also compile knowledge and applications regarding souls. Learning more is always beneficial. He thought of the precise control of soul fluctuations that Soul Hunter had just demonstrated in battle, which was only a preliminary application. If he could obtain the complete set of theories on brain science, neuroscience, and consciousness studies from Blue Star, the combat potential of Soul Hunter could reach a new level. What are your plans moving forward? Li Qi asked. Didn't you send the address of the nations friendly with us in Huaxia? I'll go take a look first and help if I can. Then be careful. You should be careful too, Lin Qi reminded. Keep moving and stay hidden. The national competition won't let us be at ease. The floating base will eventually be exposed, and the system won't allow a team to develop in the dark indefinitely. Once exposed, the siege won't be any easier than it is now. Li Qi paused for a moment. I know. The team members are intensifying their training and preparing for the upcoming battles. I have already informed the other friendly nations of the location of Sky Island Baika. Whether they can take advantage of it is up to them. Once we reach the White Sea, it will be better than being chased on the sea. End of private message. Lin Qi closed the system panel, and a flash of lightning flickered at his feet as his body soared into the air. The sea breeze rushed into his collar, but he had no cloak to billow now. The Navy coat that said Justice was left on the desk at the GF branch. It should have been either filed away by the new commander or thrown into storage. He glanced down at the empty left chest, and then raised his head, casting his gaze towards the southeast, the direction of Dressrosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo. He murmured to himself, his tone light, as if reading a name from a memo. It's time to settle the score. On the 120th day, high above Dressrosa, Lynch stood atop the clouds with electric light forming his foothold, thin purple arcs of electricity leaping beneath his boots, nearly invisible in the morning sunlight. He had been standing there for nearly 2 hours. In those 2 hours, Doflamingo had walked back and forth within his perception range hundreds of times, moving from the palace hall to the window, from the window to the conference room, and back to the hall, repeating the cycle like a wind-up puppet. His full-range perception covered dozens of kilometers. Advanced observation hockey penetrated through walls and floors, and electromagnetic sensing captured the fluctuations of every biological electric signal. With the overlay of 3 sensory systems, the entire Dressrosa was vividly clear in his consciousness. Inside the palace, all members of the Don Quixote family were present. Torpol lay on the sofa, blowing his nose, the sticky sound echoing through the corridor. Pico was cursing something in a sharp voice from the underground secret chamber. Lao Ji was continually trying to soothe Doflamingo, but to little effect. Doflamingo paced anxiously in the hall, the vein on his forehead swelling and subsiding repeatedly. He was waiting for news from CP0. The 7-member capture team from CP0 had set out 4 days ago, and according to the normal communication cycle, there should have been feedback the day before yesterday. But now all communication channels were as silent as a still pond. Lynch did not make a move, not out of mercy. He was waiting for the impending reckoning. Outside the palace, Dressrosa had already changed. After Sugar's death, all those turned into toys by her simultaneously regained their human forms. Overnight, the restored citizens remembered everything. Their transformation into toys, how their families had forgotten them, and how the Don Quixote family built a facade of peace on their backs. In a short time, there had been 3 riots, all brutally suppressed by the Don Quixote family, without creating any waves. Now the resistance lay buried underground, waiting for the right moment to explode. The time for the first reckoning of the second phase of the national competition had arrived. A system prompt popped up simultaneously in the consciousness of all challengers worldwide. The sky darkened over Blue Star and the pirate world in unison, the brilliance before the unfolding golden leaderboard so intense that it reduced the sun to a dim spot in the background. The leaderboard unfolded from the void, a golden light curtain covering the entire sky, each name slowly scrolling. First place, Huaxia team with over 2.6 million points. Lin Qi contributed 4.0 points from the battle against CP0, a large amount of team points converted from the distribution of 7 devil fruits, and the Huaxia team's ongoing combat accumulation in the New World, causing this figure to soar again after the first reckoning. Reward, all team members' lifespans increase by 10 years, and national agricultural animal husbandry and aquaculture output rises by 10%. In Huaxia on Blue Star, fields of crops shimmered under the golden light of national fortune. Fishing boats in the harbor were weighed down by the bountiful catch, and livestock in the farms thrived in herds. The rewards were not cold, hard numbers. They were the tangible crops sprouting forth, broadcasted globally under the light of national fortune. Second place, Huaxia team with about 9.300 points. Their point increase was quite astonishing, clearly indicating they had achieved considerable efficiency in combat in the New World. Lin Qi noticed that this figure had more than doubled since the last reckoning. Reward, all team members' lifespans increase by 5 years, and national technological research progress improves by 5%. In a research institute in Moscow, several technologies that had been stuck at a bottleneck made breakthroughs simultaneously, with experimental data automatically arranging into complete conclusions. Ivanov watched the leaderboard in the sky from a remote island on the edge of the South China Sea, taking a swig of strong liquor. Third place, Enel team with about 7.800 points. Reward, all team members' physical condition increases by 3%. It may not be a large number, but for frontline fighters, a 3% increase in reaction speed could mean the difference between life and death. Anderson Hogan sighed in relief. In the secret base, they had held on to third place and were not caught up by those behind them. Then the leaderboard continued to scroll. The names of the last 5 were singled out: Bhutan country, Bowling country, Surai country, Libya, and St. Mali country, highlighted in red. A system prompt appeared: second phase hunting reckoning. The bottom 5 countries will be directly eliminated with no second chances. The 5 names lingered on the leaderboard for a moment, then each turned gray and then disappeared completely from the leaderboard. In the sky over Blue Star, corresponding territories welcomed their respective disasters at the same time. No buffer, no warning, no chance for appeal. When the golden leaderboard closed over them, the 5 countries had ceased to exist. Then the system popped up another line of text directed at everyone. A new era requires new strong beings. 7 words. Lin Qi stared at this line of text for a moment. He was uncertain what this new era referred to: the competition for the vacant Yonko positions, the reshuffling of the world order, or perhaps the possible third stage following the second phase. But now the clues were too few. He could only take note. At this moment, countries on Blue Star erupted into chaos. Great powers were urgently assessing the meaning of these 7 words, while smaller countries were frantically making phone calls. From Asia to Africa, from Europe to South America, the lower-ranking countries desperately contacted the higher-ranking teams, seeking protection, alliances, and mergers. The Huaxia Foreign Ministry's phone had not stopped ringing since the reckoning began. All lines were occupied, and the operators were working in shifts, but still couldn't keep up. The high-level officials of Huaxia held an emergency meeting overnight to filter the list of countries to assist, first prioritizing friendly nations, followed closely by those that had expressed intentions to align with Huaxia. Within Huaxia, the live stream chat exploded. Citizens cheered. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. 3 consecutive championships, 4 consecutive championships. The Huaxia team had never relinquished first place. Some were tallying Lin Qi's personal points, others analyzing the reasons for the rapid increase in Huaxia and Yingjiang's scores, while some noticed the detail, how Lin Qi's live stream suddenly became viewable. Lin Qi's just 2 incredible 7 from CP0 in an aerial battle, and Lin Qi didn't even lift a finger. They all vanished. 36 billion bounty. Hilarious. The world government is essentially paying him for advertising. Is it just me who noticed the trading platform? Huaxia is selling AKs. Enel is selling M1s. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. Industrialization is invading the world of One Piece. The barrage contained another voice. Those who had painstakingly immigrated abroad back then were now regretting their decisions. Huaxia's 3 consecutive championships and national fortune blessings led to a significant rise in the quality of life domestically. Pollution decreased, food production increased, the citizens' health improved, and the pace of scientific research accelerated. Yet the countries they were currently in had some ranked among the bottom, some already eliminated, and some territories were shrouded in disaster. Long lines formed outside the Huaxia embassies, filled with those applying to restore their nationalities. But it wasn't that easy. Nationality isn't a discount coupon from a market. One can't just come and go as they please. The reckoning had ended, but Lin Qi did not act immediately. He habitually opened the trading platform for a glance. Then he saw 2 things. The Maoxiong team was selling AK-47s, priced in both bellies and national fortune points. The Yingjiang team was selling M1 Garand rifles at a slightly lower price. Transaction records showed that the sales volume for both types of firearms was considerable, with most buyers being teams from lower-ranked countries. Lynch sent a private message to Li Xingming. What's going on with the Maoxiong and Yingjiang's firearms? Li Xingming replied quickly, their devil fruit users have natural advantages in this area. The Yingjiang team has a weapon expert type devil fruit user who can significantly enhance mass production efficiency. The Maoxiong team is even more impressive. Reportedly, they have a user who can directly convert industrial blueprints into tangible objects. We're also in pursuit and have already achieved preliminary results. I bought a batch of the AKs sold by Maoxiong as samples just in case. Lynch remained silent for a few seconds. Then he replied, they're all smart people. He closed the communication interface and redirected his gaze to Dressrosa beneath him. The reckoning had reached a conclusion. Whether it was a new era, a third phase, or the great conspiracy of the five elders, those were matters for the future. Now there was an account to settle, one that had been overdue for too long. Doflamingo had made 7 attempts on him, a direct assassination, inciting a massive rock using Kaido, as a knife using Big Mom, as a knife sending CP3, facilitating a Yonko alliance, and utilizing Celestial Dragon connections to issue a global bounty. 7 times. Lynch had never actively sought him out in Dressrosa. It wasn't out of fear. His naval rank was a layer of armor, but also a shackle. Now the armor was cast aside, and the shackles had shattered. All right, he muttered to himself, his voice torn apart by the wind at 10,000 meters high. The reckoning has come to a conclusion. Regardless of what happens next, it is time to collect the debts. The bronze bracers on Lynch's arms and the jade pendant at his waist automatically flew to his sides. As the magnetic source transformed into bronze figures, his expressionless hands pressed down, the magnetic field fully expanded. As the soul hunt formed, he chuckled, using the magnetic field to initiate soul frequency resonance, causing all activated observation haki in Dressrosa to instantly collapse. Doflamingo was pacing in the palace hall when he suddenly halted. His observation haki had completely vanished from his perception within seconds. It was as if someone had reached into his mind and flipped a switch. His range of perception shrank from the entire island to 0, leaving him unable to even sense whether someone was in the next room. He had experienced this once before in the West Sea. Cold sweat slithered down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted deep into the palace. Enemy attack. His roar tore through the palace corridors, veins bulging on his forehead. Prepare for battle. His leather shoes clattered against the stone floor in rapid bursts as he ran, pulling a golden den mushi from his pocket. The den mushi's eyes were closed, its breathing still. It was dead asleep. His heart skipped a beat. He hurled the snail against the wall, sending shards flying. Lin Qi locked onto him midair. His full-range perception spread a net spanning dozens of kilometers, with advanced observation haki pinpointing every life signal within the net, and electromagnetic sensing converting every heartbeat into coordinates. The mountaintop palace of Dressrosa unfolded in his mind with microscopic clarity. Doflamingo was running. His executives were bursting out from various rooms, some shouting to find the enemy, others still bewildered. His will connected to Ziyuan and Huaxia, sharing coordinates and marking targets one by one. All ability users in blue, non-ability users in red. Knock out all ability users and leave them to me. Lin Qi ordered, his voice calm. Non-ability users, no mercy. Ziyuan on the left, Huaxia on the right. Both clones nodded simultaneously, then vanished into the air in opposite directions. Lin Qi expanded his electromagnetic domain. Conqueror's haki surged from his body, striking the palace with pinpoint precision. After refinement through the red rune, the Conqueror's haki of the Golden Lion could be unleashed with complete control, covering the entire mountain or targeting a specific individual. This time, he only covered the mountaintop palace. When the shockwave swept through the palace, all the pirate fodder collapsed like felled trees, their weapons dropping and eyes rolling back. The executives of the Don Quixote family didn't faint outright, but they fared little better, dizzy as if struck by a blunt instrument on the back of the head, their limbs trembling uncontrollably, and several dropped to one knee. The moment Doflamingo was hit by that wave of Conqueror's haki, his own Conqueror's haki instinctively activated in defense, veins spreading from his forehead to his neck. He held on, did not collapse, but his speed slowed by more than a beat. Gritting his teeth, he continued running deeper into the palace, digging his fingers into the stone crevices of the walls for leverage. The triangular formation was set. Lin Qi in the center, Ziyuan penetrating from the east side of the palace, Huaxia flanking from the west. 3 advancing routes, leaving no blind spots. Dellinger was the first to charge out. The assassin, a half-fishman of the fighting fish tribe, sprang from the shadows, his sharp fangs glinting coldly under the light. His fighting style was pure speed, A high-speed dash, close-range biting, ending the battle before the opponent could react. No armament hockey, no observation hockey, relying solely on the explosive power of his half-fishman race. But today he wasn't facing an ordinary pirate of the New World. Lin Qi didn't even lift a finger. Dellinger slammed into an invisible plasma shield mid-dash. Purple arcs of electricity exploded across his skin, and his body froze in midair for an instant. Siyuan rose behind him, its liquid metal right arm transforming into a blunt-headed heavy hammer, striking the back of his skull with a single blow. A dull thud. The half-fishman rolled his eyes and collapsed to the floor. Machweiss burst in from the flank, activating his weight fruit, his entire body swelling into a mountain. Every step he took cracked the palace floor, sending gravel flying. His weight had already reached 50 tons, and each punch carried crushing kinetic energy. A massive fist coated in armament hockey came crashing down toward Siyuan. Siyuan did not dodge, it raised its left hand and deployed a plasma shield. The 50-ton punch slammed into the shield, and the force field rippled into a ring-shaped shockwave, shaking all the tapestries off the surrounding walls. But the plasma shield trembled for less than a second before restoring itself. Siyuan condensed a metal spike in its right hand, thrusting it lightning fast from the edge of the shield, the tip piercing Machweiss's shoulder blade. The weight fruit user grunted, and before he could react, Huaxia struck him from behind. The spirit arm in its intangible state passed through his body, then materialized in that instant to precisely hit the nerve cluster at the back of his neck. Machweiss toppled over, wrapped into a thunder cocoon. Senior Pink stood at the end of the corridor, a pacifier in his mouth. Behind him was a wall that had been smashed through moments ago. Several pirate lackeys had been firing guns for him, but now they were all knocked unconscious by the conqueror's hockey lying scattered on the ground. He did not retreat. As the toughest executive of the Don Quixote family, he had never known what retreat meant. Activating his swim fruit, he sank his entire body into the wall, swimming underground, then burst out from beneath Siyuan's feet, attempting a suplex to slam Siyuan into the floor. But Siyuan was not slammed into the floor. The moment its liquid metal body touched the ground, it deformed into a flowing metallic torrent, slipping through Pink's fingers, then recondensed into an armored humanoid behind him. A metal spike touched the back of Pink's neck, and he went limp once again, wrapped into a thunder cocoon. Lao Ji was the only executive who could still stand under the magnetic field suppression. The old man's body was knotted with muscles, a grotesque contrast to his white hair. He had already assumed the stance of the earthbound fist technique, veins bulging on his arms, his body covered in a dark layer of armament hockey. He was one of the few executives in the Don Quixote family who had trained armament hockey. His fist had already been thrown. Earthbound fist, the armament-infused force, pierced the air, striking straight at Siyuan's chest. Siyuan could not fully nullify this punch. Armament hockey could touch physical entities, even liquid metal. But Siyuan felt no pain, no dizziness, no retreat. It took the blow heated, the liquid metal on its chest caved inward, then was pulled back into place by the magnetic field. Siyuan retaliated with a metal spike to the back of Lao Ji's head. The old man's eyes bulged, his body swayed twice, and he collapsed to the ground. Gladius and Giala were trapped in the same meeting room. Giala's cloud carried both of them as they tried to take off from the windowsill. Her art fruit had turned the meeting room's furniture into abstract sculptures, twisted metal flowing paint balloons bloated to bursting. Lin Qi merely glanced over his mind's eye, filtered the visual interference before it could take effect. Those distorted color blocks were no different from ordinary clutter in his view. A single electromagnetic railgun shot pierced through the window, not aiming at them, but piercing the cloud's flight path. The cloud lost balance, and the two tumbled off. As they landed, Gladius instinctively tried to activate his bomb fruit, but before he could trigger his power, Huaxia struck the back of his head from behind. Giala screamed and shrank into a corner. Siyuan's metal spike touched the back of her neck, and the scream cut off abruptly. Now there were only two left. When Treble crawled up from the palace basement, the entire building had already been cleared. His sticky fruit allowed him to slither up the stairs like a slug, clutching a half-burned match from the club of spades. He pushed open the hall door and saw the floor littered with unconscious pirate lackeys and 6 executives wrapped in thunder cocoons. All 3 main fighters of the Spade Army were cocooned, Giala, Gladius. His subordinates had been wiped out within 10 minutes. He opened his mouth to curse, but before the sticky sound could escape, a bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling. Purple arcs of electricity coursed through his entire body. The mucus was scorched black and hard by the high temperature, and he stood frozen like a burnt wax statue. Lin Qi landed behind him and delivered a finishing chop. Pika was the last to be dealt with. His stone fruit allowed him to merge with the rock of the entire palace. He could move freely through walls, floors, and ceilings, theoretically invincible within a building. But he was up against Siyuan. The stone fruit controlled rock, and rock contains minerals. Minerals contain metallic elements. Yuan's electromagnetic perception could precisely locate every anomaly in metal content within the walls. When Pika merged into the rock, the conductivity and permeability of that area changed. Yuan found him, then used its electromagnetic field to forcibly drag him out of the rock. Pika's shrill scream rolled across the floor several times before stopping, and a metal-heavy hammer struck the back of his head, turning him into another thunder cocoon. The palace fell silent. Not a sound of fighting remained atop Dressrosa. Lin Qi stood in the center of the palace hall, several ability user prisoners wrapped in electric nets suspended in the air behind him like pale lanterns. He reached out and pressed his hand against the bodies of several ability users, activating the devil fruit recovery process. 1, 2, 3. Paramecia fruits were stripped from the unresisting executives, condensing in his palm into fruits covered with spiral patterns. He traded all the fruits till he Xingming through the system. A flood of points notifications bounced in his mind, but Lin Qi no longer cared. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through layer upon layer of walls, locking onto the figure still sprinting deep in the palace. Doflamingo was still running, but he had reached the end. The underground secret passage of the palace was a dead end blocked by a wall reinforced with sea stone. No exit. Sea rogue. Lin Qi muttered to himself, his voice soft, but every word was clear in the dead silence. Heavenly demon. He took a step and lightning exploded from his heel. Now it's your turn. Dressrosa, the provisional headquarters of the resistance. King Riku sat at the center of the long table, his hands folded beneath his chin. Seated along both sides were the loyal ministers he had reassembled after his restoration, the core members of the resistance, and several civilian representatives who had volunteered after being freed from their toy forms. The air in the room was stifling and tense. Through the window, the distant royal palace atop the mountain stood eerily quiet under the midday sun. A message just arrived. King Riku spread a handwritten note across the table. At least 6 of the Don Quixote family's executives have been confirmed down. The attacker's identity is unknown, but it's certain. Only one person. The table erupted in murmurs. The ministers exchanged glances, the resistance leaders whispered among themselves. One person breaking through the entire Don Quixote family's defenses sounded like a fairy tale in the new world. The battle at the palace has stopped now. The communicator added, all the Don Quixote family executives appear to have been captured. However, Doflamingo himself showed no signs of participating. He's definitely in the palace, King Riku said, frowning deeply. For all his executives to be wiped out without him lifting a finger, that's not like him. What kind of man is Doflamingo? His family executives grew up with him. He would never sit idly by. Unless... He paused, then slammed the table as he stood. Unless he knew he couldn't win and fled. The murmurs on both sides of the table ceased abruptly. Everyone stared at King Riku, at the light kindling in his eyes. A light they hadn't seen in 10 years. This is a golden opportunity. King Riku's voice rose, each word hammered like a nail. Whoever the attacker is, whether seeking revenge or grabbing territory, he drove Doflamingo out of the palace. He is our benefactor. Everyone split up. Ministers contact the districts of the capital and organize the people to cooperate. Resistance units take over the streets, armories, and port as planned. I will lead the assault on the palace myself. Today we take back what we lost. Chairs scraped against the floor as everyone rose. No one hesitated, no one retreated. 10 years of toy shame, forgotten pain, and enslaved hatred compressed into a single surge of action. Underground secret chamber of the palace. Doflamingo's back pressed against the cold seastone wall. His pink feathered coat had been half torn off during his escape, revealing a shirt soaked through with cold sweat. His sunglasses remained, but for the first time there was no condescending smile behind the lenses. His left hand clutched a woman's throat. Violet, the glare fruit user, King Riku's daughter, the princess of Dressrosa. Her toes barely scraped the floor, her hands futilely clawed at Doflamingo's fingers, and a choking gurgle escaped her throat. Lin Qi pushed open the door to the chamber and walked in his footsteps unhurried. Fu-fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo let out his signature wild laugh, his fingers tightening another fraction. Violet dangled in his grip like a plant whose stem had been snapped. His laughter echoed loudly in the sealed chamber, but Lin Qi heard the hollowness beneath it. Ming's laughter was always arrogant, yet composed. Today only the arrogance remained, and the composure had shattered. Vice Admiral Qi Lin. Doflamingo pushed Violet half an inch forward as a display. This is the princess of Dressrosa, the recognized heir to the throne by the world government. You'd better leave now. If she gets hurt or dies, you'll be the culprit, attacked by all member states of the world government. Think carefully. Lin Qi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and let out a derisive snort. Doflamingo, this is your final move. His tone shifted from mockery to a nearly sincere disappointment. Truly at your wit's end. Doflamingo's fingers stiffened slightly. No one had ever dared speak to him like that. Never. He was a descendant of the celestial dragons, the most troublesome of the warlords, the emperor of the underworld in the New World. Even Kaido spoke to him with a tone of negotiation. But this man leaned against the doorframe, looking at him like a clown whose act had failed. I think you've mistaken a few things. Lin Qi straightened up and walked forward step by step, each step forcing Doflamingo to shrink back. I'm no longer a Marine. I don't need to follow any rules. 7 CP0 agents came to capture me. I killed them all. Do you think I care about one more life? Remember, I'm a descender. I don't belong to this world. Whether this world is in chaos or not, I don't give a damn. He stopped less than 5 meters from Doflamingo. Conqueror's haki erupted from his body, amplified by the red word seal of the Golden Lion. At full power, his Conqueror's haki was no mere shockwave. It was a tsunami that crushed wills. The air in the chamber solidified instantly. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself comes, you will die. Even if Jesus arrives, he can't save you. I said so. Doflamingo's face cycled through several colors in seconds. Red to green to white to gray. His lips twitched twice before he forced a savage grin. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of killing me? Just a former celestial dragon abandoned by the celestial dragons. Lin Qi picked his ear and blew on his fingertip. Not exactly a secret. Even if the 5 elders stood here themselves, I'd still kill them. The last trace of composure shattered on Doflamingo's face. He tightened his fingers, squeezing the last faint whimper from Violet's throat. Her blurry gaze turned toward Lin Qi, her lips moving silently, forming 2 words: save me. Lin Qi did not move. He stood with arms crossed, a faint smile on his lips. He watched Violet's breath being choked off bit by bit, watched her lips turn from red to purple. His expression showed no change, not coldness, but because he saw clearly Doflamingo was observing him. Ming's fingers fluctuated between tightening and loosening, probing for Lin Qi's limits, looking for the balance point of a hostage exchange. If Lin Qi showed even a hint of hesitation, the negotiation could still be salvaged. But Lin Qi only smiled and said 2 words: go on. Violet's eyelids began to droop. Her consciousness was fading, the ringing in her ears growing louder. Just as she was about to lose consciousness entirely, Doflamingo's fingers loosened by half a finger. Not mercy, but a conditioned reflex of self-preservation. An unconscious hostage had no value. A dead one would only cost him his last bargaining chip. That half finger was the opening. Lin Qi's eyes blazed with crimson light. Conqueror's haki erupted with unprecedented intensity, shaking fine stone dust from the chamber walls. Violet instantly foamed at the mouth and fainted, her body slipping from Doflamingo's loosened grip to the floor. Doflamingo fared no better. His instinctive Conqueror's haki defended, but his mind had already been torn open by the despair of failed negotiation. When wills clashed with Conqueror's haki, it was a battle of spirit. His spirit had already lost when he saw that the man before him showed not a flicker of hesitation. He staggered back. Behind him a ripple appeared silently. Soul Reaper materialized from invisibility, its translucent arm slicing through the air, aiming for the back of Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo's instincts still functioned. Though his observation haki was suppressed, his neural reflexes held. He tilted his head slightly, and Soul Reaper's hand grazed past his scalp, peeling away a whole layer of light blue soul fragments. Doflamingo let out a beast-like scream, the searing pain of a piece of his soul being torn off. Before he could recover from the agony, magnetic source struck from the other side. 9 steel ball-sized metal spheres shot out at high speed. Doflamingo instinctively crossed his arms to protect his chest armament haki, covering to its limit. But the 9 spheres suddenly swerved less than half a meter from him, circling around to his back. They struck simultaneously at the 3 weakest joints in his armament haki: the lumbar spine, the back of the knees, and the nape of the neck. Armament haki required time to cover the limbs. The back always hardened half a beat slower than the front. Ming's defense was instantly torn open. Lin Qi struck. Ionic lightning magnetic beams shot from his fingertips, purple electric light, wrapped in high-temperature plasma, accelerated by magnetic fields to the limit. The first shot pierced the left knee, the second the right knee. Doflamingo's legs gave way, and he fell forward. His chest's armament haki shattered in the agony. The third ionic lightning magnetic beam entered from the front, pierced through below the collarbone, and blew through the right lung. Blood mixed with lung gas gushed from the wound. Soul Reaper materialized again. This time it did not miss. The translucent arm struck precisely on the back of Doflamingo's neck. The underworld boss body convulsed once, then collapsed limply. His sunglasses slid off his face, revealing the eyes he never wanted anyone to see. Lin Qi stepped forward, crouched down, and instantly wrapped Doflamingo in a cocoon of lightning. Without any incident, he obtained the string fruit. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, warlord of the Sea King of Dressrosa, former celestial dragon emperor of the underworld in the New World. From the first time he struck at Lin Qi to today, he had played 7 mind games, borrowed 7 knives, and taken 7 detours. In the end, he had not avoided anything, but instead, he had exhausted every path. A credit notification popped into his mind, 23000. He had also traded the string fruit to Li Xingming through the system. Adding the other executives' fruits that side would likely gain another 300 or so. Lin Qi didn't bother counting the exact numbers. He no longer cared about numbers. He looked at the corpse wrapped in the electric net on the ground. The sunglasses lay 2 meters away, their lenses covered in stone dust shaken from the chamber walls. Now we're even, Lin Qi said, standing up and brushing the dust off his knees. In your next life, remember, don't mess with a descender. When Lin Qi left Dressrosa, the cheers of the entire nation echoed behind him. As King Riku charged into the palace with his people, he did not look back. Doflamingo was dead, the Don Quixote family had fallen. The country that had been enslaved for a decade was finally returned to its rightful owners, and Lin Qi's mission was complete. As for the flowers, applause, and tears of gratitude, those belonged to King Riku. Flying over the vast ocean, the sea wind billowed his robes. Lin Qi was planning his next route in his mind. Li Xingming had previously sent a list of friendly nation outposts in need of rescue with over a dozen coordinates scattered across the various seas of the New World. He would visit each one, offering help where he could. Time was tight. Just then the private message notification chimed. Li Xingming's voice came through, and his first words furrowed Lin Qi's brow. Lin Qi, the floating base may have been exposed. What happened? This morning a news bird accidentally entered the fog range of the floating base. Li Xingming's voice was low, his speech faster than usual by a third. Everyone was busy familiarizing themselves with the newly distributed devil fruit abilities, and no one noticed the bird. By the time we discovered it, it had already flown away, possibly taking pictures. Lin Qi's flight speed slowed. The floating base was their greatest trump card in the New World, an aerial fortress hidden in the thick fog at the edge of the calm belt. The power of the float fruit had lifted the entire island 1,000 meters into the sky. Combined with the natural cover of permanent fog, it should have been an impenetrable hiding place. But newsbirds were precisely the natural enemy of all secrets. How much did the photo capture? Lin Qi asked. Not sure. Li Xingming's voice carried a hint of annoyance. The bird flew too fast, we couldn't stop it. Worst case, it has already captured the outline of the floating island and the figures on it. Lin Qi was silent for 2 seconds. Then we have no choice but to move deeper into the calm belt. A bitter laugh came through the private message. I was thinking the same. He'll try anything. Move it deeper into the calm belt and see if we can shake off further tracking. Newsbirds are fast, but deep in the calm belt is Sea King territory. They usually don't dare follow. Have the new devil fruits been distributed? Yes, the abilities from the Don Quixote family are quite good. Li Xingming regained some composure. The ability users are busy getting familiar, but it will take time to synchronize. However, a few talented ones have already grasped the initial stage of application. When you return, our combat power will at least step up a notch. Li Xingming paused, then shifted tone. With Doflamingo dead, the entire underworld of the New World will be shaken. What's your next move? Lin Qi spoke calmly. Didn't you send me a list of places that need help? I'll visit them all, offer assistance where I can. All of them. Li Xingming whistled. Over a dozen outposts spanning from the New World, the Grand Line, to the Four Seas. You're treating the one-piece world like your own backyard. A problem? No problem, just a reminder your bounty in the New World is already astronomical. Every place you go next might not bring gratitude, but an ambush. Isn't that perfect? Lin Qi's voice carried a hint of amusement for the first time. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. After hanging up, he raised his left hand. The magnetic source on his arm warmed slightly, sensing his will, and immediately activating. Fine salt particles in the air were drawn to his palm by the magnetic source. Minerals in the seawater converged, decomposed, and reorganized like threads under the control of the magnetic field. In less than 10 breaths, a silver-white shuttle-shaped vehicle materialized, its surface smooth as a mirror with a cockpit just large enough for one person. A high-speed maglev shuttle. The principle was simple: use electromagnetic force to suspend the vehicle in the air, eliminating friction, then propel it with magnetic fields for continuous acceleration. In the One-Piece world, this technology was centuries ahead of its time, but for Lin Qi, it was merely another basic application of the electromagnetic field. He flipped into the cockpit, and the canopy closed automatically. The next second, the silver shuttle streaked a straight white line across the sky, vanishing at the horizon. Meanwhile, in the skies of the New World, at the headquarters of the World Economy newspaper, Morgans had his feet propped on the desk, a cigar in his mouth, idly flipping through the day's reports from correspondents. The news from Dressrosa had already arrived. Doflamingo was killed by a descender named Qi Lin, and the headline was being printed. But Morgans felt it wasn't explosive enough. The door burst open, and an editor stumbled in, waving a freshly developed photo. Chief. Big news. Huge news. Morgans took the photo, his cigar slowly dropping from his open mouth. The photo was taken from a tricky angle with thick fog rolling back like curtains to reveal the full view of a floating island. The architecture on the island did not belong to any known faction, and most astonishing of all, it was a floating island. In his decades of journalism, such an ability corresponded to only one name. The float fruit, Morgans murmured. The float fruit after the death of Golden Lion Shiki has reappeared in the world. His eyes locked onto the blurry figures at the edge of the photo, and these people aren't natives. They're descenders. The editor asked eagerly, Chief, can we publish this? Publish? Morgan slammed the table, his eyes burning with the primal fervor of a journalist for a super headline. Pull the Dressrosa headline and replace it with this. The title will be. He grabbed a pen and scrawled 2 lines across the white paper. Float fruit reappears after Golden Lion's death. Floating island spotted at edge of calm belt owner suspected to be a descender. Get it typeset quickly. Morgans shoved the paper into the editor's arms. Tomorrow's paper. I want this news to fly across the entire world. The editor ran out with the manuscript. Morgans picked up the fallen cigar, put it back in his mouth, took a deep drag, and smiled contentedly in the swirling smoke. He had a feeling this photo was just the beginning. A storm of unprecedented scale was brewing on this sea. Meanwhile on Blue Star, Lin Qi's battle footage from Dressrosa had been broadcast live across the globe. From the figure descending from the palace rooftop to the lightning-fast defeat of the entire Don Quixote family, every frame was replayed and analyzed frame by frame. In the footage, Lin Qi released 2 clones fighting on 3 fronts with seamless coordination. The main body crushed the enemy hidden, while one clone cut off escape routes, and the other intercepted retreats, gradually driving Doflamingo and his officers into a preset death trap. The electromagnetic restraint locked down Doflamingo's string fruit ability, and the ion strike sealed the victory at the critical moment. The entire battle rhythm was fluid with flawless timing in offense and defense transitions. In the Blue Star Command Center, everyone had finished watching the replay. The commander-in-chief was silent for a long time before speaking. This doesn't look like a battle someone who awakened only a few months ago could fight. The intelligence analyst beside him swallowed hard. Indeed, the control rhythm and tactical awareness in this battle are more like those of a seasoned professional soldier. Other descenders are still at the level of rookies, but Lin Qi is already at least a full step ahead. He is now the highest combat power of the Huaxia team. The commander-in-chief fixed his gaze on the frozen frame and spoke slowly. He is also the pillar of the Huaxia team. We must provide him with more comprehensive support to let his advantage continue to grow. He turned to the row of research group leaders standing behind him. Electromagnetic field and soul realm. How are your plans coming along? The leader of the electromagnetic field expert group was a middle-aged man with glasses. He pushed up his glasses, placed a thick file on the table, and spoke in a steady but passionate tone. We have conducted a complete analysis of all of Lin Qi's combat data so far. He is currently using basic applications of the electromagnetic field, electromagnetic restraint, ion strike, electromagnetic acceleration assistance. These fundamental skills have formed his own combat style and are highly proficient. In gaming terms, his basic skill tree is maxed out. He opened one page of the file, which was densely covered with formulas and diagrams. With the basic skills maxed out, the next step is to equip him with ultimate moves. Based on Lin Qi's electromagnetic traits and current skill system, we have designed a nuclear physics-oriented application plan. Nuclear physics. The commander-in-chief raised an eyebrow. Yes. High-energy particle beam focused attack, chain reaction strike under electromagnetic field confinement, and targeted destruction at the atomic nucleus level. These are extended applications of nuclear physics in combat. The group leader's eyes gleamed behind his glasses. In terms of power, conservatively, the single-point penetration of a high-energy particle beam could be dozens of times that of the current ion strike. The coverage area of a chain reaction strike could theoretically wipe a medium-sized island off the map. He paused, then added, the power is great enough, but precisely because it's great, it's suitable as a hidden card. The commander-in-chief was silent for a moment. Continue. The leader of the Soul Realm expert group took over. His demeanor was completely different. He spoke slowly, but each word was carefully chosen. We have based our work on quantum theory and designed an advanced plan as well. Quantum entanglement information transfer can break distance limits, establishing near-zero latency perception sharing among Lin Qi's clones. Quantum tunneling can be developed into a high-mobility displacement method penetrating most physical barriers. Additionally, quantum superposition in attacks shows great potential. He placed his plan file next to the electromagnetic group leaders. We have compiled several core application directions, they're all in here. The commander-in-chief looked at the 2 files before him, his gaze deep. Electromagnetic as the surface, soul as the essence. One is the ultimate destructive power in the material world, the other is a transcendent application at the level of consciousness. If both plans can be implemented, Lin Qi's combat power won't just double, it will multiply. He glanced at his wristwatch. Finish compiling today along with all practical simulation data and send it to Li Qi. Both group leaders replied in unison yes. The commander-in-chief then turned to the military group. The military group leader had prepared the briefing materials and went straight to the point. According to the current technological conditions in the One Piece world, we have conducted a feasibility assessment for weapons. The easiest to replicate are the Type 81 and Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. The existing technology is relatively mature and the requirements for local materials and processing are the lowest. Complete technical data and localized production plans for the One Piece world have been compiled and are ready to send at any time. He then took out a separately marked file. Additionally, a personal weapon tactical combination plan for Captain Li Qi has been prepared. His weapon fruit, when combined with a specific weapon system, can deliver tactical value far beyond the norm. The commander-in-chief nodded. What about customized plans for other devil fruit users? Various specialist groups are compiling their reports. All should be completed by this evening. On the Blue Star Network, Lin Qi's battle footage from Dressrosa had ignited a frenzy of discussion. Who made a high-definition wallpaper of that entrance from the sky? I need it urgently. The two clones coordinating operations, so cool. One person pincering an entire enemy team. What kind of godly play is this? I watched the replay 3 times before I could see how he caught Doflamingo. Every move was precise prediction. This combat intelligence is beyond normal human limits. I seriously suspect Lin Qi is a retiree from some special forces. This level of battlefield reading and execution cannot be developed from scratch. What's even scarier is his control over his ability. The precision of the electromagnetic restraint. Does everyone understand what that means? Even a slight deviation would have allowed Doflamingo to break free, but he suppressed him from start to finish, never giving him a chance. The official Blue Star combat assessment is out. Doflamingo's strength is at least equivalent to a Marine headquarters vice admiral. Lin Qi soloed a vice admiral. Who can understand the value of that? As the discussion heated up, a high-definition screenshot of a bounty poster shot to the top of the trending list on major platforms. 6 billion berries. That's the initial bounty. First time being wanted, and already over 3 billion. Is he going to become an emperor? Has there ever been such a precedent in One Piece history? Urgent waiting online. I checked the bounties in the One Piece world. Only emperor-level bounties are this high. This isn't just about the bounty amount, it's the world government marking Lin Qi as a highest priority threat. A descender with one move took down a warlord with a bounty of 6 billion. At the same time, in the Blue Star think tank meeting room of the Eagle Country, Lin Qi's combat analysis data scrolled on the big screen. The long table was flanked by people, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The chief analyst pushed up his glasses, his voice dry. Based on our complete review of the Dressrosa battle, the conclusion is as follows. Lin Qi's application of electromagnetic abilities has reached a level of proficiency that borders on instinct. Battle rhythm control, multiline coordinated combat, instantaneous capture of enemy ability weaknesses. Each aspect far exceeds the average level of all current descenders. He clicked to the next page of data. His strength now places him among the top tier in the One Piece world. Previously, we made a separate threat assessment of Doflamingo, concluding he was at least equivalent to a Marine headquarters vice admiral, but Lin Qi killed him with ease. More noteworthy is that in the final stage of the battle, Lin Qi seemed to do something to Doflamingo's devil fruit. Ability theft, someone whispered. The possibility cannot be ruled out, the chief analyst said without confirming, but his tone gave the answer. If this hypothesis holds, the growth curve of the Huaxia team is not linear, but exponential. Every time they defeat an ability user, they might gain a new devil fruit, and the Huaxia team would gain another devil fruit user. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear breathing. The chief analyst took a deep breath and delivered the most critical part. Additionally, we have conducted statistical analysis on known besieging battles of descenders. Descender teams have confirmed encounters with captain-level natives. There are archived cases of a country and country teams being wiped out by vice admiral-level combatants. Following this trend, descender teams from various nations will inevitably face rear admiral or even admiral-level enemies. And our weapon assessment results are. He opened the final page. Firearms are effective against captains, but against captain-level enemies who have mastered armament hockey and observation hockey, the damage is significantly reduced. Below captain-level, conventional firearms still have some effect, but at the vice admiral-level, firearms have virtually no practical effect. After he said this, the oppressive feeling in the meeting room reached its peak. In other words, the highest commander of the Eagle Country Blue Star Command spoke slowly. This is no longer about ranking. The chief analyst nodded. Correct. It has become a survival issue. The commander closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. First, inform Hogan to stop hostile actions against the Huaxia team. Cease all previous provocations immediately. If there is a chance to encounter Lin Qi himself or members of the Huaxia team, be friendly. Leave a way out for ourselves. The adjutant scribbled notes. Second, initiate high-level diplomatic channels on Blue Star to convey a willingness to ease relations with Huaxia. The wording should be sincere, but not groveling. We seek cooperation, not begging. Third, the commander paused slightly. Adjust the position of the temporary military exercise against Huaxia, moving it away from Huaxia's border to avoid unnecessary friction at this juncture. But he opened his eyes. The exercise continues. Don't stop. The adjutant's pen paused. Your meaning? Do not let the outside world think we are retreating. Reduce friction is real, but maintaining deterrence is also real. Until the situation becomes clear, all cards must be held close. On the sea of the New World, a silver streak was hurtling through the clouds at high speed. Lin Qi was unaware of the waves he had stirred among the nations of Blue Star. The speed of the maglev shuttle far exceeded that of ordinary sailing ships, and the first destination was already close. It was a medium-sized island. From a high altitude, a simple camp surrounded by wooden walls was visible in the center, with over a dozen pirate ships densely packed around the perimeter. Cannon fire relentlessly poured into the camp, and several gaps had appeared in the wooden walls. The defenders on the walls were desperately trying to fill the breaches, exhaustion written on every face, but not a single person retreated. The descender base of the Beatty country, under siege by a group of pirates still holding on. Lin Qi withdrew his gaze from the clouds. He was already floating high above his left wrist's magnetic source, beginning to decompose the shuttle into many metal spheres of varying sizes that orbited around him. On the Grand Line at the temporary camp of Ba Taigua, Aga Khan knelt on the sandy beach, his military trousers soaked by seawater, his knees sinking into the damp gravel. This 45-year-old iron-blooded soldier had 5 minutes earlier been directing his men to construct a final line of defense with their remaining ammunition. Then a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and within a minute the pirates encircling them had all become floating debris on the sea surface. Even now he could not comprehend what had occurred. Thank you for the support from the Huaxia team. His voice was hoarse, his words rapid, as if he were trying to force every syllable out before his throat choked with emotion. If not for Mr. Lin Qi's assistance, the Ba Taigua team would have been annihilated today. The Blue Star Ba Taigua would have been destroyed as well, and then we would have been the sinners of Ba Taigua. Li Xingming's holographic image was projected before him through a private message. The expression of the Huaxia captain was calm, but his tone was not cold. Save your words of gratitude for later. We will need to advance and retreat together in the future. Though you have temporarily escaped danger, peril will not strike only once. What do you plan to do next? Aga Khan's heart sank another half-inch. He knew Li Xingming spoke the truth. The pirate corpses on this beach had not yet grown cold, and the next wave of predators drawn by the scent of blood was already on its way. He turned back to glance at his men. A medic was bandaging a wounded soldier. An ammunition handler crouched on the ground counting bullets, one fewer with each count, and a young soldier sat on an overturned ammunition crate, burying his face in his hands. Their ship was still there, but its engine had been pierced through. Repairing it would take at least 3 days. 3 days in the New World was enough to be hunted down 3 times over. We are indeed still in danger, he said, turning back to face Li Xingming. Captain Li, do you have any suggestions? There is one way, but it carries some danger, though that place is relatively safe. Aga Khan practically sprang up from the ground. Where? Captain Li, where is this place you speak of? The Sky. Aga Khan paused for a beat. A place called Sky Island Burka. 10,000 meters above the sky, conventional hunting forces cannot reach it. Lin Qi can send you up there. Li Xingming's tone was not exaggerated. But it is not absolutely safe there either. The natives of the Sky Island are hostile to us descenders, and once you go up you will inevitably have to fight. You need to think it over carefully. Aga Khan was silent for about 3 seconds. Then he made the decision that a Ba Taigua commander was best at when faced with a path to survival. Do not ask the price. He gritted his teeth and forced out 3 words. Let's do it. Staying here will eventually mean doom. We might as well go up to the sky and fight for a chance. At the other end of the temporary camp, Lin Qi was crouching in front of a Ba Taigua soldier drenched in blood. His right hand rested on the injured soldier's wrist, his mind connecting with Huaxia. Hunch's spirit body floated behind him, its translucent fingertips brushing over the soldier's chest. Pale blue soul fragments were stripped from within Hunch's form, transforming into soft specks of light that seeped into the soldier's wounds. The torn muscles realigned at a visible speed, the broken bones were enveloped and fixed by a layer of pale blue light, and the soldier's previously heavy breathing gradually steadied. The vast quantity of soul fragments that Huaxia had harvested earlier during the clash with the Big Mom pirates on the GF battlefield had mostly been channeled back to the main body through the soul conduit, but a portion had been kept in reserve. Battlefield healing was the standard use of these reserves. The electromagnetic scalpel handled precise physical repairs, while the soul fragments facilitated rapid biological healing. This dual-track treatment system was no less effective than the professional medical team of the Marine headquarters. A private message from Li Xingming popped up on the communicator. Lin Qi glanced at it and replied briefly, "No problem." Aga Khan had already walked over quickly. He had overheard the private exchange between Li Xingming and Lin Qi, but he still wanted to hear it from Lin Qi's own lips. Sky Island Burqa is also somewhat dangerous. Lin Qi stood up, brushing the sand off his knees. There is a group of Sky Islanders there who are very hostile toward people like us. Once you go up, a fight is inevitable. Have you thought it through clearly? Aga Khan clenched his teeth, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching. I have thought it through. Staying here means being besieged to death. Going up to the sky to fight might offer a path to survival. Good, Lin Qi nodded. How many people do you have in total? How much supplies do you need to carry? I will build a shuttle. When Aga Khan reported the number, he could not help but ask one more question. What is a shuttle? Lin Qi did not explain. He raised his left hand. The magnetic source unfolded from its bracer form, and the liquid metal body stretched, deformed, and expanded on the beach. Violet electric arcs darted and surged through the metal framework. The magnetic field drew metallic mineral particles from the sand into the air, mixing them with the magnetic source's own liquid metal to recombine into a long shuttle-shaped metal cabin. Inside the cabin, simple, shock-absorbing magnetic pads were laid out. The cabin door was open, facing the Bataigua soldiers. Take off in 10 minutes. Prepare your supplies. Aga Khan turned and began to command. The efficiency of the Bataigua soldiers was indeed high. Within less than 10 minutes, all ammunition, medicine, and food were packed into standard combat bundles. The wounded were carried on stretchers into the cabin, and the combatants boarded in order. Aga Khan was the last to reach the cabin door. He turned back to look at the sailboat that had carried them for 2 months, now lying on the beach. The engine had been pierced through. The port side had a gaping hole from a cannonball, and half a flag that had not been taken down still hung from the mast. They had piled all their belongings onto that ship, and now they had to abandon it, like discarding a memory that could no longer be used. You can store it in the system, Lin Qi said. Trade it to your own men, and keep it in the temporary storage area of the trading system. When you get up there, you can take it out again. Aga Khan's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much. He immediately operated the system, and the battered sailboat was stored in the trading space within seconds, leaving only a damp hollow in the sand where the hull had rested. Prepare more firearms and ammunition, as well as oxygen tanks, Lin Qi reminded him. The air at 10,000 meters is much thinner than here. In a moment, the magnetic source will take you up. It knows the location. After it drops you off, it will return to me on its own. Once you are up there, you will have to rely on yourselves. Aga Khan turned around and extended his hand to Lin Qi. Lin Qi took it. The Bataigua captain's palm was covered in calluses and gunpowder residue. He gripped tightly. Thank you, he said. Just 2 words without any embellishment. The cabin door closed. The magnetic source's electromagnetic engine ignited, and the shuttle carved a ring of airwaves across the sea surface, tearing through the sky at a speed far surpassing any sailboat, ascending straight toward the 10th centimeter altitude, targeting the Burqa temple on the Sky Island. Lin Qi watched the shuttle disappear into the clouds, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the North Sea. At the same moment in the New World, Xiang Keisai stood at the bow of the Leda Fosai Hao. The sea wind poured into his empty left sleeve, making it flap noisily. He had been drifting at sea for several days, searching from the coastal waters of Dili Siluosa to the outskirts of the GF branch, and then to several islands where descenders might have appeared. He had found nothing. That man with a bounty of 3,600,000,000 seemed to have vanished into thin air. He had never failed when searching for someone. His intelligence network covered every major port in the New World, and his informants were denser than the Marine patrol lines. But that man's movements were like his lightning, gone in the blink of an eye. Something's off. Xiang Keisai tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Could this guy no longer be in the New World? The sound of leather shoes tapping on the deck came from behind. Bei Keeman walked over unhurriedly, a half-smoked cigarette in his left hand, and a newspaper clutched in his right, bought just moments ago from a newsbird. He handed the newspaper to Xiang Keisai and exhaled a puff of smoke. No need to search anymore, Bei Keeman said. He's no longer in this area. He's headed to the first half of the Grand Line. Xiang Keisai took the newspaper. The headline covered half the page: Dili Siluosa overnight upheaval, Tengjai Dwefu Langming and his family cadres, all annihilated. The accompanying image was an aerial shot of the Dili Siluosa palace. On the flagpole that had once flown the pirate flag, the banner of the Li Qi royal family now hung. Another image was a photo taken by a witness on the dock, a blurry figure, standing in midair, surrounded by violet electric arcs. He took down Dili Siluosa. Bei Keeman set his tone as if he were stating the weather. While we were searching for him in the New World, he went and wiped out a Kuei. In the New World, the Red Force ship. Shanks folded the newspaper and casually tucked it into his belt, his palm patting the wooden railing at the bow of the ship. The railing produced a dull sound akin to distant thunder from the sea. He had been silent for quite a while. Don Quixote da Flamingo was no ordinary foe. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the emperor of the underground world, and a tough adversary with whom he had crossed paths several times. Yet the newspaper claimed that the entire Don Quixote family was annihilated overnight by a single individual. The royal palace had even changed its flag. The destructive power of this person was far beyond his estimates. We must engage in a fight before he stirs up more trouble and conduct a comprehensive assessment. The world is already in chaos. One of the 4 emperors is gone. We must engage in a fight before he stirs up more trouble and conduct a comprehensive assessment. The world is already in chaos. One of the 4 emperors is gone. Kaido has been defeated twice. Big Mom has perished, and one of the warlords has been taken down while the Navy is seizing the opportunity to expand. With another variable, this murky water will become impossible to see through. If that's the case, Captain Roger died for nothing. Beckman held a cigarette, knowing he was speaking from the heart. Shanks rarely mentioned Roger, but whenever he did it meant he was being serious. His mobility is too strong. Beckman did not directly oppose him. He merely stated the facts. The speed of the Thunder Fruit is among the fastest known abilities. We cannot catch up. If we can't catch up, then we won't pursue. Shanks pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, his knuckles prominent and steady. Let's go to the place he is bound to go and wait for him. Beckman paused with his left hand holding the cigarette. Where is that place? Shanks looked at him as if it were obvious. I don't know either. We'll find out while pursuing. Beckman remained silent for a while, his expression shifting from confusion to one of knowing. I knew you would say that. He exhaled a puff of smoke, pressing his temples with a sigh. He had done this too many times. Every time Shanks spoke of a plan with such nonchalance, he would repeat the action. But he nodded nonetheless. Because this captain, despite his lack of a plan, had never made a mistake in significant matters. All right then. Let's head to Skypiea Archipelago. It's a necessary hub for the first half. No matter what he intends to do, he will eventually show up there. As the sails of the Red Force slowly turned, they traced an arc through the sea breeze of the New World, heading towards the Red Land. At the same time, above the calm belt heading to the north, sea lightning raced rapidly across the surface of the sea. From a high vantage point, the calm sea looked like a smooth mirror, while the massive sea kings occasionally broke the surface before silently sinking back down. Lynch sat cross-legged in the shuttle piloted by Soul Hunter, examining the technical documents just retrieved from the system panel application blueprints sent by the Blue Star electromagnetic experts and spiritual experts. The documents were densely packed with formulas, field theories, and quantum mechanics equations. This was not about combat skills, not about cultivating hockey, nor a simple extension of fruit abilities. This was the result of Blue Star physicists separated by 2 worlds using pure theoretical deduction to push the limits of the Thunder Fruit, magnetism fruit, and soul fruit, from great power to world ending. He opened the first document, Magnetic Confinement Fusion, the Solar Core. The principle involves constructing a tokamak magnetic confinement field with a strong toroidal magnetic field, compressing air and metallic particles to form high-temperature plasma, triggering controllable nuclear fusion, coalescing into a miniature fusion sphere with temperatures comparable to the surface of a star, capable of melting everything upon contact. Looking at this description, Lynch murmured, "This is 2 orders of magnitude stronger than the unstable version I created while fighting Kaido." The magnetic field firmly locks the fusion reaction, preventing friendly fire. It can be thrown at a distance or entangled up close. He opened another document, Chain Reaction Core Fragmentation Ring. It bombards heavy matter particles with high-frequency electromagnetic radiation to trigger artificial nuclear fission, using magnetic fields to guide the chain reaction, splitting off numerous small fission projectiles to form a barrage, triggering a chain nuclear explosion upon hitting a target. The explosion carries strong nuclear radiation and electromagnetic storms, causing not only physical damage, but also incapacitating the opponent's abilities and interfering with their observation hockey. It has a strong dismantling effect on hard defenses, giant puppets, and ships. At the end of the document, there was a note. Your previous practical case of using an electromagnetic scalpel with metallic powder inspired us. The fission projectiles essentially expanded that idea from a single projectile to a chain reaction. Lynch couldn't help but swallow. He was thoroughly shocked by the ambitions of the Blue Star physicists. Any one of these techniques, if deployed, wouldn't just be a fight, it would change the battlefield. This was not meant for dealing with a single powerful enemy, it was to create deterrence on a strategic level. Lynch felt his head swelling with information and decided to look at the last document, Soul Quantum Tunneling Barrier-Free Spiritual Transition. The core principle involves activating the soul's quantum tunneling effect, allowing the quantum wave function of one soul to penetrate all barriers, escaping the constraints of conventional physical entities. The first page of the document states clearly the ultimate displacement that transcends elementalization and teleportation. Steel city walls, rocky strata Navy fortresses, and hardened hockey are all rendered ineffective. Unlike elementalization to evade attacks, tunneling allows one to bypass damage from a physical level penetrating through slashes, impacts, lava, lightning, and spatial cuts. More crucially, one can freely escape from seastone cages, sealed barriers, and spatial confinement techniques. His finger lingered on this page, hesitating to turn it. This was not just an offensive technique. It was his own life-saving trump card, and could also be used for large-scale movement with others. If the